Chapter 276, Heading to the Dark Night Town. Accidentally entering the stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. What? The Lord of the Blazing Sun advanced to the mythical tier advance grade without using the power of the dragon-slaying will. Rob looked at the teacher opposite him in surprise. He sat on a black and blood-colored demon throne. After hearing his disciple's words, he nodded calmly. How is that possible? How did he defeat those top lords of all races without the help of the dragon-slaying will? He would probably lose if he encountered a pure-blooded dragon lord or a lord with a god spirit bloodline, right? Rob still found it hard to believe. He had checked the bloodline of the Cerulean planet's human race. It could only be considered below average among the human race. Not to mention in the environment of the lords of all races. It was very difficult to surpass those top-notch lords of all races even with the help of a top-notch lord talent. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to achieve good results in a place like the Lord battlefield, right? How did he do it? Rob muttered. We have no right to interfere no matter how he achieved it. Moreover, we should be happy since our human race has such an outstanding human lord. Oh yes. The Lord of the Blazing Sun hasn't used the slot for the hero inheritance yet, right? He suddenly asked. Not yet. Rob said. White River pondered for a moment and said, convene the Three Kings Conference. Fight for another candidate slot for the hero inheritance for the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Rob was taken aback. There was a limited number of hero inheritances, so the number of candidate slots for each hero inheritance was extremely precious. In order to determine the number of candidates for the hero inheritance, he, as the Temple Lord of the Night Temple, could not make a decision alone. He had to gather some of the strongest humans for a special meeting to discuss. Only after the meeting was passed could he make a final decision. The Three Kings Conference was one of such meetings. It could usually be used to discuss the candidates for an extraordinary tier hero inheritance. As for the higher level candidates for the hero inheritance, they would need to be decided by the higher level Kings Conference. From this, it could be seen how precious the candidate slot for the hero inheritance was. He did not expect that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would actually have such luck. Thinking of this, Rob thought of the other party's achievements and suddenly understood why his teacher had made such a decision. Yes, teacher. I'll go prepare for the Three Kings Conference now. Rob left with that. After he saw his disciple leave, he turned to look at the scenery of Blazing Sun City outside the window and the sun that had just risen in the distance. Lord of the Blazing Sun. I hope you can really become the new Blazing Sun of our human race. He said softly. A moment later. In front of Blazing Sun City. A total of 82,692 Blazing Sun Army soldiers and 4,378 members of the Monster Army were gathered here. Other than the fact that some of the teams in the Monster Army were not in order, the other soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army were all standing tall and straight. Their brows were filled with an unstoppable murderous aura and fighting spirit. It was obvious that they were veterans. Other than that, the armor and weapons each of them wore were made by the blacksmiths in the territory. They were equipment that matched their strength and realm. Moreover, there was no need to buy these equipment. The territory would give them equipment comparable to their strength for free. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The large number of battles every day not only brought him glorious results, but it also allowed his army to quickly grow into an elite army. It was not in vain that he had invested so much effort and resources in them. He said nothing. Then, he called Bai Yun over and asked her to choose 10,000 soldiers to guard Blazing Sun City and be in charge of protecting it. 10,000 soldiers was enough. His territory was protected by the Supreme Barrier after all, and there was also the Aurora Tower as a defensive building on the city wall. Moreover, he had the Green Bronze Tier Lord talent return to the city and the Blood Bat Avatar. He could understand the situation in Blazing Sun City in time and return in time. Under these measures, leaving these 10,000 soldiers was just a precaution. He did not waste any more time after that. He ordered all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army to board the Black Ghost and fly towards Dark Night Town. More than a minute later, they had already flown to the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. 10,000 meters in the sky. My good lord! Zhou Zhou stood in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside in surprise. Black-grey tornadoes and sandstorms gathered densely, forming a terrifying scene like the abyss of a sandstorm. I thought that the sandstorm tornado in the Sandstorm Forbidden Land would definitely not affect me at such a height of 10,000 meters. I didn't expect that. It actually hasn't exceeded the height of the sandstorm tornado at this height. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Was this the strength of a legendary tier advance grade hero? My lord, do you want to continue flying higher? Wen Ye's voice sounded. Continue. Zhou Zhou said firmly. He wanted to see how high the sandstorm tornado in the Sandstorm Forbidden Land could be. Moreover, he had never been so high in the sky before. He also wanted to see if there was anything different at such a high altitude. Yes, my lord. Wen Ye trailed off. Then, Zhou Zhou saw the Black Ghost continue to climb higher. 11,000 meters. 13,000 meters. 15,000 meters. This height had already exceeded the protective range of the Supreme Barrier. Zhou Zhou's expression immediately turned serious. 18,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Right at this moment, Zhou Zhou and the others finally flew past the height of the sandstorm tornado and arrived above it. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. They finally flew over it. He had thought that the King of Eternal Silence was really so powerful that he could be affected by his storm magic even from a height of 20,000 meters. Flying over the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. Continue moving towards Dark Night Town. Stop when we pass by the Green Forest. I plan to capture the Green Forest and another White Silvertier territory to the south. After capturing these two White Silvertier regional territories, we can open up the path from the Sandstorm Forbidden Land to Dark Night Town. When the time comes, we can attack or defend. When we attack Dark Night Town, we won't have anything to worry about. Zhou Zhou pondered. Even though he had a deal with the King of Eternal Silence, it was not a problem for him to pass through the Sandstorm Forbidden Land directly. But as a lord, he also had the responsibility to explore the surrounding environment of his territory. Especially in a place like the sky. There was naturally nothing to explore in the cerulean planet's sky. But what about the high continent, Arad.co? Perhaps there were some treasures in the sky? Perhaps. There was also a territory in the sky that could be conquered? Zhou Zhou was naturally very curious about this. Yes, my lord. Wen Ye trailed off. The next second, an astonishing red light suddenly flickered in his room. Warning! Warning! A powerful creature is approaching the Black Ghost. Energy rating, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Suggestion, escape. Wen Ye's mechanical voice sounded. At the same time, a black virtual screen suddenly appeared in the air in front of Zhou Zhou. There was an image displayed on it. In the black clouds flickering with lightning, a black-blue pterodactyl with a wingspan of more than 1,000 meters was flying towards the Black Ghost at an astonishing speed. Zhou Zhou looked at him. A notification appeared. Monster name, Sky-Devouring Thunder Dragon Simon, Crimson Kingdom Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in the Blazing Sun Desert. He controls the entire Blazing Sun Desert and has many Sandman subjects under his command. He is good at summoning and was once a member of the Emperor of Sand's race when the Emperor of Sand was alive. Loots, 200 Legendary Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 500 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Equipment, Sky Devouring Divine Stone, drop rate, 10%, 1 Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Thunderstorm, drop rate, 5%, 1 legendary tier elementary grade skill book, Sky Devouring Stomach, drop rate, 5%, 1 legendary tier elementary grade treasure, Aurora Lightning Wings, drop rate, 2%, 1 legendary tier elementary grade alchemist recruitment book, drop rate, 1%, 1 legendary tier elementary grade alchemy technology master recruitment book, drop rate, 1%. Quick! Quick! Fly into the sandstorm tornado. When Zhou Zhou saw the other parties attribute information, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. A legendary tier elementary grade Crimson Kingdom Scarlet Lord. It would probably not be enough to fill the gaps between this monster's teeth even if they attacked with all their might. Escape. They had to escape. Yes. Wen Ye's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. At the same time, the black ghost also suddenly changed direction and flew in the direction of the sandstorm tornado at maximum power. The black spirit and the sandstorm tornado were getting closer and closer. At this moment, darkness suddenly covered the black spirit. Zhou Zhou suddenly felt a tremor under his feet before calming down. He looked out the window. He realized that it was dark outside the window. Have we entered the sandstorm tornado area? Zhou Zhou asked. We've entered. Wen Ye trailed off. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. The stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. Wen Ye finished off. Zhou Zhou. Chapter 277, Using the Death Immunity Scroll. We entered the stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and confirmed again. Yes, my lord. According to my calculations, the black ghost will be melted by the stomach fluid of the sky-devouring thunder dragon in another 15 minutes. At that time, all the life forms in the spaceship will dissolve and die. Wen Ye said. Is there any way? Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he tried to use return to the city once and realized that it could be used. This made him heave a sigh of relief and frown. He could use the white silver tier return to the city to bring 1,000 subordinates back to Blazing Sun City. However, he had brought more than 77,000 soldiers here. If he only brought back 1,000 subordinates, it meant that he had to give up on the remainder of the 77,000 soldiers and let them stay here to be digested by the stomach fluid of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. This was naturally not what he wanted to see. My apologies, my lord. Wen Ye has no choice. The difference between the black ghost and this legendary tier elementary grade sky-devouring thunder dragon is too great. Wen Ye can't resolve the current predicament at all. Wen Ye said shamefully. Zhou Zhou frowned. Was he really going to give up on his subjects? He was conflicted. Suddenly, he thought of something. Oh yes. Did you fly in when you flew down the sandstorm tornado? Zhou Zhou asked. No. The sky-devouring thunder dragon is too fast. Wen Ye was only more than 3,000 meters away from flying into the sandstorm tornado, but the sky-devouring thunder dragon flew across the distance between us and swallowed us whole. Wen Ye was a little embarrassed. To Wen Ye, a distance of more than 3,000 meters was just a blink of an eye. However, she encountered the sky-devouring thunder dragon with even more abnormal speed and was eaten by it. She had no choice. Zhou Zhou frowned deeply. Could this be fate? If they could be eaten by the sky-devouring thunder dragon after entering the sandstorm tornado, they might be sensed by the King of Eternal Silence and his wife who controlled the sandstorm tornado. Then, they might be able to attract the couple's attention. They were a pair of legendary tier advance grade heroes. It was definitely not a problem to deal with a legendary tier elementary grade sky-devouring thunder dragon that was not even a hero. Unfortunately, they were eaten by the sky-devouring thunder dragon before they could escape into the sandstorm tornado. From the looks of it, he was not saved yet. The King of Eternal Silence and his wife probably didn't notice their existence at all. Zhou Zhou was silent for a moment. With a flip of his right hand, a black and gold ancient scroll appeared. It was the Death Immunity Scroll that he had exchanged for with a Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal from the God of Death Temple. Treasure Name, Death Immunity Scroll. Treasure Grade, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure Effect, when life forms encounter a death crisis, they can always perfectly resolve this death crisis because of various accidents. Treasure Description, a mystical item created by the god of death Thanatos with the power of the law of death. It can allow the person who obtains it to be immune to a death crisis once. Prompt, it is ineffective against crises at the god tier and above. It's useless against dangers at the god tier and above. The sky-devouring thunder dragon is a legendary tier elementary grade dragon. It should be able to. Zhou Zhou only hesitated for a few seconds before tearing the scroll in his hand. The next second, a wisp of black will-o-wisp flew out of the death immunity scroll and disappeared into the void. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene and secretly looked forward to success. He did not want to give up on his loyal soldiers. Below the sandstorm forbidden land. In the kingdom of Eternal Silence. Eternal Silence Palace. The king and queen of Eternal Silence, who were sleeping, suddenly had an extremely short dream at the same time. In the dream, they saw a black spaceship being swallowed by a huge black blue sky devouring thunder dragon. They felt something. This spaceship was the spaceship that they had promised the mysterious merchant to protect the forces of Blazing Sun City. Both of them suddenly opened their eyes. They looked at each other and slowly disappeared. Above the sandstorm violent storm. The sky-devouring thunder dragon Ka Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving the area covered by the sandstorm tornado. Its kingdom was nearby. As one of the local tyrants, it naturally knew that the terrifying sandstorm tornado area under it was the territory of the legendary King of Eternal Silence and his wife. While it was puzzled by its self-isolation behavior and even felt that the other party was very stupid, being willing to stay in the depths of the ground for thousands of years instead of caring about their powerful strength and seeking power. Such behavior could not be done without extraordinary awareness and determination. However, even though it felt that the other party was very stupid, it was still very afraid of their strength. It did not want to cause trouble. Right now, it only wanted to leave this place quickly and digest the food it had just eaten. Thinking of the food in his stomach, the sky-devouring thunder dragon could not help but swallow. It sensed the existence of an extremely pure-blooded dragon hero in the black spaceship. If such an existence was at the same strength as it would probably scram as far as it could. No matter how bold it was, it would not dare to provoke it. However, in its perception, this pure-blooded dragon hero was only at the yellow gold tier advanced grade. Thinking of this, it could not help but laugh wildly. It was really a delicious food that delivered itself to its mouth. Even though it was called the sky-devouring thunder dragon, it was actually just a drake with a rich dragon bloodline. It was only by luck that it ate a black fruit which increased its potential greatly. After thousands of years of killing, its strength had advanced by leaps and bounds to this point. Now, not only had it obtained the favor of the Crimson Overlord, it had also established its own Crimson Kingdom. Thinking about it was like a dream. If it ate this yellow gold tier advanced grade pure-blooded dragon hero, not only could the dragon bloodline in its body increase again, it might also be able to comprehend the hero fate level slot in the other party's body and become a true noble hero. This was definitely the second great opportunity he had obtained since the black fruit. Thinking of this, it flew faster away from the sandstorm tornado area. It could not wait to enjoy the taste of a pure-blooded dragon hero. But at this moment, rumble! A deafening thunderclap suddenly sounded. It was so high-pitched that it even hurt the ears of a legendary tier elementary grade expert. The next second, a large amount of lightning and wind flew out of the sandstorm tornado below and formed a towering figure 5,000 meters tall in front of it. Its entire body was wrapped in lightning and wind. It was wearing ancient black armor, and on its shoulders stood 1,000-meter-tall wind spirit and 1,000-meter-tall lightning spirit. It was the King of Eternal Silence. Chapter 278, Black Seed. Spit out what you just ate. The King of Eternal Silence's voice rumbled, as if the god of wind and thunder was giving an oracle. The sky-devouring thunder dragon looked at the other party's majestic body with extreme fear. Using the vengeful spirit body to control the power of wind and lightning. This was completely inconsistent with common sense. No wonder the other legendary tier existences said that the King of Eternal Silence and his wife were not far from divinity to become god spirits. It was silent for a second before suddenly turning around and driving its aurora lightning wings in the opposite direction with all its might. However, it saw a towering female figure that was not inferior to the King of Eternal Silence not long after it flew. She was wearing dark golden armor and seemed to have stars flickering on the surface of her body. She appeared out of thin air in the direction it fled. It was the Eternal Silence Queen. Spit out what you just ate. The Eternal Silence Queen's voice rumbled. Every word was like a falling star, causing the soul of the sky-devouring thunder dragon to ache faintly. The sky-devouring thunder dragon was shocked. Your Majesties, don't attack. We can discuss this. If you want the spaceship I ate, I'll spit it out. The sky-devouring thunder dragon said. With that, it opened its mouth, and rays of spatial distortion appeared beside it. But in the next second, it suddenly disappeared. The world seemed to have lost its existence. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence watched this scene calmly. Eternal Silence. Country. The soft voice of the King of Eternal Silence came from the sky. When Zhou Zhou and the others saw the scenery outside again, they also saw the figures of the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall into shock. Was this the true form of the two legendary tier advance grade majesties? It was completely different from what he had seen in the Eternal Silence Palace. My death immunity scroll actually attracted these two's help? Well, at this distance, only these two could help resolve his crisis. Come out and meet us. Don't worry. That sky-devouring thunder dragon is already dead. At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence's voice sounded. Wen Yi. Open the hatch. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said solemnly. Yes, my lord. Wen Yi trailed off. A spatial door appeared in front of him out of thin air as soon as she finished speaking. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou used the flying ability of the new wind ceremony on his body and took a step forward to arrive outside the flying ship. Then, he saw the two majesties. He used the energy in his body to set up a protective membrane to prevent the strong wind and cold from attacking him. Then, he bowed and said, Greetings, Majesties. Thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, we might be in a life and death crisis. Why don't we leave through the sandstorm forbidden land? The King of Eternal Silence said. As a lord, I want to see what the domain in the sky looks like. Zhou Zhou told the truth. The King of Eternal Silence and his wife nodded slightly. That was normal. However, he lacked some common sense. Explore the high continent first. The domain of the sky will come when you have a god-tier subject in your territory. The Queen of Eternal Silence said warmly. Are there god spirits in the sky? Zhou Zhou was secretly shocked. That's right. After they become a god spirit, they will have to build their own divine kingdom in the starry sky. The closer we are to the sky, the closer we are to the divine kingdom of the god spirits. For lords like you who have just begun your growth, the chances of being close to gods and encountering bad things are far higher than the chances of encountering good things. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Zhou thanked him sincerely. He did not know such common knowledge. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come. He had wasted a death immunity scroll for nothing. Fortunately, he had gained something from the stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. After the two kings finished speaking, they looked towards Black Ghost. A hint of laughter appeared in their eyes. That spectral dragon had already been born. Moreover, its strength had increased quite quickly and was already at the white silver tier advance grade. Not only that, it also had a companion which was also a pure-blooded dragon. That mysterious merchant had sold it to a good buyer. They only felt that the mysterious merchant had sold the spectral dragon egg to the Lord of Blazing Sun City. They had never thought that the Lord of Blazing Sun City was the mysterious merchant who had traded with them back then. After all, according to normal high continent common sense, how could the most mysterious merchant faction be related to a lord who had just risen? Just pass through the sandstorm forbidden land in the future. We can sense your existence in the sandstorm forbidden zone. Otherwise, what happened today could happen again. Fortunately, we had a premonition of the danger you encountered and could temporarily leave the seal. Otherwise, you would probably have died here today. The Queen of Eternal Silence muttered. I'll crave it to my heart. Zhou Zhou said respectfully. It turned out that the death immunity scroll had affected the premonition of these two kings. That was why they could sense the danger they had encountered in the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Tisk tisk. An epic tier treasure could actually resolve a crisis related to a legendary tier enemy. What a good item! In the future, if he obtained another Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal, he would have to exchange for a few more from the God of Death. This item felt useless when he did not need it. But it could really save his life when it was really necessary. He looked at the couple and felt a little emotional. These legendary tier majesties really did not put on any airs. Their conversation was abnormally intimate. Perhaps this was also related to the fact that they had been living underground. On the other side, the King and Queen of Eternal Silence nodded when they saw Zhou Zhou's appearance. He was a young man who listened. Leave. The King of Eternal Silence said. In the end, I still have to thank the two majesties for saving my life. I'll leave now. Zhou Zhou said politely. Then, he returned to the Black Ghost. Then, Black Ghost turned into a black stream of light and rushed into the sandstorm tornado. Just as they rushed in, the sandstorm tornado seemed to have a consciousness and automatically made way for the Black Ghost to fly in and fly towards the green wilderness. This Lord of the Blazing Sun is not an ordinary person. Even though he's still very weak, his subordinates all have great potential. The Queen of Eternal Silence smiled. None of the people who can trade with the mysterious merchant are simple. The King of Eternal Silence said. The Queen of Eternal Silence nodded. The two of them were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stood there and quietly looked at the scenery. It's beautiful. The Queen of Eternal Silence muttered. The King of Eternal Silence did not speak. He only took the Eternal Silence Queen's hand. The two of them quietly looked at the most ordinary and charming scenery in the sky. After a long time, the King of Eternal Silence pulled the reluctant Queen of Eternal Silence into the sandstorm tornado again and returned to the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. On the other side, Zhou Zhou stood in front of the window and quietly looked at the scenery outside. I was too rash. As a lord, my idea of exploring my surroundings is right, but I should have done a thorough investigation before coming. This time, all of us survived because of the death immunity scroll. If I encounter such a situation again, I'm afraid I can only rely on return to the city. Zhou Zhou reflected on himself. His smooth sailing experience during this period of time had made him a little arrogant. He actually caused such a thing to happen. He was indeed invincible among the human lords of the cerulean planet. However, he was still not worth mentioning among the lords of all races or even in front of the factions and experts who had developed for thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years in the high continent. He took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand to look at an item in his palm. It was a seed. A black seed. This was his only gain in the stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon. Chapter 279, High-Level Wood Elf. Zhou Zhou looked at the seed. It was Zhou Zhou who had immediately ordered Wenya to search for the treasures around the flying ship when he sensed that someone was saving them from the outside world. This legendary tier elementary grade sky-devouring thunder dragon had such a huge stomach. Anything it left behind could be considered a treasure in the outside world. In the end, Wenya discovered that even though the stomach of the sky-devouring thunder dragon was unbelievably big, there was only one black seed left in it. The other items had been melted by its stomach fluid. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it when he heard this news. He immediately asked Wenya to put it away. Until now. Zhou Zhou looked at the black seed. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Sacred Blood Fruit Seed. Treasure level, True God tier. Treasure effect, after planting it, it can be nurtured into a sacred blood flower with the bloodline of various creatures. The sacred blood flower can produce a sacred blood fruit. After eating it, it can be used to purify the highest level bloodline you possess. It can be purified to the true God tier bloodline. Treasure description, the legendary sacred blood fruit that can increase one's bloodline. Even most god spirits have only heard of it and never seen it with their own eyes. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. A true god tier fruit seed? Moreover, it was a fruit that could purify the bloodline? The thing taken out of the stomach of the legendary tier elementary Scarlet Lord was indeed a treasure. However, when he saw the description in the treasure's effect that it needed to be watered with bloodline to nurture the sacred blood flower, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. I actually need to water it with bloodline. Then this nurturing difficulty is really high. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Bloodlines did not refer to bloodlines that could be seen everywhere. The bloodline mentioned in its treasure effect could only be obtained from loots like the vampire bloodline that Zhou Zhou had obtained in the past. He would water it with his vampire bloodline when he returned. Zhou Zhou thought. After using the vampire Viscount bloodline to upgrade his chaos human bloodline to the green bronze tier elementary grade, he still had more than 100 portions of the vampire baron bloodline left. He had never taken out these vampire baron bloodlines for the soldiers to exchange for them because he was worried about the suppression of the high-level vampire bloodline on the low-level vampire bloodline. Instead, he had kept them in his hands. He had originally wanted to take it out to exchange with the soldiers after finding a solution to the problem of the bloodline suppression of the vampire bloodline. Since he had no clue how to do that, he could use it to water the seeds of the sacred blood fruit. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou solemnly put away the seed and prepared to nurture it when he returned to the territory at night. As for now, he had to deal with Dark Night Town first. Thinking of this, he took out the map. Then, he accidentally discovered that there were 2 green bronze tier regional territories and 1 black iron tier regional territories in the east and west of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and in the east of the Green Forest. Zhou Zhou remembered. Wu Tu had told him this a long time ago. It was just that so much time had passed and he could not lead the army through the Sandstorm Forbidden Land back then, so he gradually forgot about it. Then let's settle it smoothly. It won't take long anyway. Let's deal with Dark Night Town after dealing with this black iron tier region, 2 green bronze tier regions, and 2 white silver tier regions. Zhou Zhou made a decision. Fighting one region was fighting. Fighting 2 regions was also considered fighting. It was better to deal with it all at once so that he would not have to make another trip in the future. In any case, with the strength of these low-level regional territories, it was not a problem for his more than 70,000 military professionals to deal with them. Half a minute later, the Black Ghost flew out of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and arrived at the territory of the Green Forest. As soon as they entered this area, Wenya very considerately turned on the virtual screen for the soldiers in every area of the Black Ghost to broadcast the current environment of the Green Forest. The greenery was just like its name. Not only was the vegetation lush, but there was also abundant water. All kinds of small animals could be seen everywhere, looking lively. When the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army saw the environment here, they were immediately surprised and delighted. So many green plants. I see the creek and the woods. There. The scenery here is so beautiful. It's completely different from the desert environment. After today, the Scarlet Lord forces in this area should be completely destroyed by our Lord. At that time, this area will be ours. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They liked the environment of the green forest very much. At the same time, in the captain's cabin, Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh when he saw the green forest. It was clearly so close to the blazing sun desert, and the north was a natural disaster forbidden area like the sandstorm forbidden zone. However, the environment here was like a paradise. It was simply unbelievable. Zhou Zhou did not understand the mystery behind this. Perhaps this was nature's uncanny workmanship. Let's descend. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, my lord. Wenya accepted the order. Then, she let the black ghost begin to descend quickly and quickly stopped in the air on a flat grassland. And before that, Zhou Zhou also used the communication function of the spaceship to get all the members of the army to prepare for battle. Therefore, even though many people still could not help but look at the surrounding scenery, most of them had serious expressions and were ready to fight when they emerged from the black ghost. After Zhou Zhou came down from the black spirit, he immediately took out the map of the green forest and looked at it. In the white silver tier territory of the green forest, there were a total of 3 white silver tier Scarlet Lord territories, 5 green bronze tier Scarlet Lord territories, 12 black iron tier Scarlet Lord territories, and 6 foreign race Lord territories. The Lord's territory was extraordinarily large. It should be because this place was rich in resources and suitable for living. After Zhou Zhou looked at the map for a while, he handed it to Bai Yun and let her make the decision. After Bai Yun took a look, she ordered the members of the 2 legions to rush to the green bronze tier Scarlet Lord's territory closest to them. 2 hours later, the green wilderness was completely captured by the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou got all the members of the army to board the Black Ghost again and fly towards the green bronze tier territory beside them. On the spaceship, Zhou Zhou looked at a branch in his hand. This branch was completely emerald green and emitted a vibrant green aura and green light. In Zhou Zhou's perception, it was simply like a living creature and even had a weak heartbeat. In fact, half an hour ago, its owner was indeed alive. It came from a wood elf and was one of the 6 lords of the green forest. Zhou Zhou was barely related to the Elven Empire because of the blood rocket spirit Nadia. Originally, he wanted to persuade the other party to surrender. After all, even though the other party had more than 2,000 low-level wood elves. However, it was still not worth mentioning in front of his more than 70,000 army. However, even though the other party had seen his strength and knew that he could not win, he refused to surrender. Even though Zhou Zhou admired the other party's courage, he did not stand on ceremony and directly destroyed them all. Then, he obtained this branch from the loot of the other party's Lord quality +1. Zhou Zhou looked at the branch. The item information appeared. Bloodline name, high-level wood elf race bloodline. Bloodline level, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Bloodline effect, after absorbing it, the user can obtain an extraordinary tier elementary grade bloodline, the high-level wood elf bloodline. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken some of the racial abilities of the high-level wood elves during their growth. Prompt: fuse 100 sets of extraordinary tier elementary grade high-level wood elf bloodline and you can obtain 1 epic tier intermediate tier nature elf bloodline. Chaos Human Race Bloodline Optimization Hint 1, after the Chaos Human Race absorbs it, they can erase the plant divinity of the Tree of Life in this high-level Wood Elves bloodline, thereby preventing the Chaos Human Race from being affected by the Tree of Life. Chaos Human Race Bloodline Optimization Hint 2, after the Chaos Human Race absorbs it, the racial skill, Summon Treant Leader, will be upgraded to Summon Chaos Demon Tree Leader. Do you want to absorb it? Chapter 280, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Chaos Human Bloodline. Racial Talent and Racial Skill. Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Wood Elf Bloodline. It's stronger than the Vampire Viscount's bloodline. Zhou Zhou sighed. The Vampire Viscount's bloodline was only at the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. This bloodline was 1 whole level higher than the Vampire Viscount bloodline. Not only that, it was also strengthened by the Chaos human race bloodline. Mythical tier bloodline was awesome. In addition, he felt a little emotional. It was really difficult to encounter this group of lords of all races who could drop bloodlines. Until now, he had only encountered this wood elf lord and the previous vampire lord. As for the other lord of all races that Zhou Zhou encountered, they were all ordinary lords who would not drop bloodlines. On the lord battlefield, he could encounter many lords with top-notch bloodlines. However, they all had the resurrection token and rebirth token. They were simply unkillable on the lord battlefield. Otherwise, his chaos human race bloodline would have long advanced to a very high level. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the branch and chose to absorb it without hesitation. A text notification appeared. You have absorbed one high-level wood elf bloodline, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Your chaos human race bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to green bronze tier elementary grade. Your sixth senses ability has been strengthened. You have awakened the white silver tier advanced grade human race talent of chaos will. You have awakened the racial talent of the wood elves plant affinity. You have awakened the racial talent of the wood elves, a high-level extraordinary tier elementary grade grow quickly. You have mastered the extraordinary tier elementary grade racial skill plant whisperer. You have mastered the extraordinary tier elementary grade racial skill plant manipulation. You have mastered the extraordinary tier elementary grade racial skill summon the treant leader. Your racial skill summon treant leader, extraordinary tier elementary grade, has been strengthened and advanced to summon chaos demon tree leader, extraordinary tier elementary grade. The next second, Zhou Zhou felt that his will was especially clear. At the same time, his perception of his surroundings had increased by 3 to 4 times. At the same time, he could feel green light spots floating in his surroundings. The aura emitted by these green light spots was extremely similar to the aura emitted by the branch. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Was this an extraordinary tier elementary grade bloodline? It was indeed extraordinary. It directly awakened 3 racial talents and mastered 3 racial skills. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one. Firstly, it was naturally the racial talent awakened by the chaos human race's bloodline. Race talent name, chaotic will. Talent level, white silver tier advanced grade enhanceable. Talent description, the innate will of the chaos human race is incomparably powerful. Most of what you experience will silently become enlightenment in your mind, allowing your mind and will to grow quickly. When facing will-related attacks such as illusion confusion, mental manipulation, and soul attacks, the chaos human race has a higher chance of being immune to such attacks. When Zhou Zhou saw this racial talent, he could not help but smile in surprise. He had very few methods to resist illusions, mental manipulation, and soul attacks, but such attacks were often the most fatal once they were hit. They were even harder to deal with than physical attacks. This chaotic will could make up for his shortcomings. Moreover, this racial talent was the same as the chaotic physique that he had awakened previously. It was a racial talent that could grow. Even in the future, this racial talent would not be outdated and could still provide him with help. Then, he looked at the racial talent awakened by the high-level wood elves. Race talent name, plant affinity. Talent level, extraordinary tier elementary grade enhanceable. Talent description, high-level wood elves have extraordinary affinity and ability to most plants in nature. During contact with plants, there is a chance that the high-level wood elves will obtain some random information from the plants and a very small chance of comprehending plant-type skills. When using wood element skills, there is a certain chance that the power and effect of the high-level wood elf skills will increase. Race talent name, grow quickly. Talent level, extraordinary tier elementary grade enhanceable. Talent description, a high-level wood elf can shorten the growth time of the plant life form by instilling the wood attribute origin energy in its body into the plant, and make the plant life form grow more perfectly. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though these 2 racial talents were not as useful to him as the chaotic will, they were still very outstanding in terms of support. Finally, he looked at the three racial skills that had been awakened. Race skill name, Plant Whisperer. Skill quality, Extraordinary tier elementary grade. Race skill description, high-level wood elves can communicate with plant life forms by releasing their wood attribute energy. Note, the higher the level of life of a plant, the easier it is to communicate. At the same time, the more information you obtain through communication. Conversely, the harder it is to communicate, the less information you obtain. Race skill name, Plant Manipulation. Skill quality, Extraordinary tier elementary grade. Race skill description, a high-level wood elf can control all plant life forms within the range of his mental power that are not stronger than him. Race skill name, Summon Chaos Demon Tree Leader. Skill quality, Extraordinary tier elementary grade. Race skill description, summon a Chaos Demon Tree Leader with the same strength as you. The Chaos Demon Tree Leader has the combat strength equivalent to a regional Scarlet Lord. It can summon the Chaos Demon Tree Leader at the Extraordinary tier elementary grade at most. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with the skills of these three races. Especially the final summon of the Chaos Demon Tree Leader. Even though he could only summon one, its strength was comparable to the Scarlet Lord. He was now a White Silver tier advance grade, which meant that he could summon a White Silver tier advance grade Scarlet Lord. His personal safety increased again. I've gained a lot. Zhou Zhou said happily. Bloodline loots were indeed good things. Then, he looked at his spatial ring. He saw that there were still 2,132 sets of Diamond tier elementary grade Wood Elves bloodline in his spatial ring. If it was synthesized, it could synthesize 21 high-level Wood Elf bloodlines, but it could not further synthesize the Nature Elf bloodline. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. If he could synthesize a Nature Elf bloodline, the racial talent and skills that he had just awakened would definitely increase again. These Wood Elves don't have vampire bloodlines, so there aren't many restrictions. The soldiers can exchange it. Increase their potential and combat strength. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. He focused on the next battle. In the next 3 hours, Zhou Zhou led the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army to conquer 1 Black Iron tier regional territory, 2 Green Bronze tier regional territories, and 1 White Silver tier regional territory. When they encountered casualties, he had Carol Molly and the others heal and revive. Under such circumstances, when they arrived at Dark Night Town, they were still at full force. There was not even an injured person or monster soldier. Chapter 281, Green-Headed Fog Demon. All guns fired. 10,000 meters in the sky. A black spaceship was quietly floating here. It was the Black Ghost. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others were looking at the virtual screen in front of them. On the virtual screen, a black city covering 250,000 square kilometers stood there. Groups of scarlet soldiers with greenish-gray faces and 2 blood-red fangs curled up at the corners of their mouths were patrolling the city wall in an orderly manner. They did not look like the usual fog monsters that Zhou Zhou saw. Zhou Zhou's expression was slightly solemn. The size of this city alone was more than 20 times his own. This Dark Night Town was probably either a yellow gold tier intermediate grade territory or a yellow gold tier advanced grade territory. Zhou Zhou felt that the latter was more likely. In addition, he had already seen the other parties state on the attached invitation on the map. However, the information on paper felt completely different from what he had seen with his own eyes in reality. Seeing the scene in front of him made him truly experience the difference between fog monsters with a kingdom. Compared to them, the Scarlet Lords that Zhou Zhou had dealt with earlier were simply like undisciplined stragglers. He narrowed his eyes slightly at this monster. Monster information appeared. Monster name, Green-Headed Fog Demon. Strength level, Green Bronze tier advanced grade. Monster description, one of the 3 great armies of the Taiyan Kingdom Dark Night Town, the green-headed armies patrolling Green Sword Soldier. They have a strong physical body and are good at close combat. They also have the ability to intimidate the enemy with mental attacks. Loots, 8 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 green-headed green sword soldier set, drop rate, 5%, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade skill book, Roar of Fear, drop rate, 3%, 1 true faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 1%. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, he observed for a while more. Then, he realized that this yellow gold tier Dark Night Town also had an existence similar to the Supreme Barrier. Zhou Zhou asked the Supreme Will. He did not expect the Supreme Will notification to really respond. It told Zhou Zhou that this was called the Scarlet Barrier. Similar to his Supreme Barrier, it only existed in the territory of Scarlet Lords above yellow gold tier and had the ability to defend against external attacks. However, it did not have the ability to resist the invasion of the Scarlet Fog. Instead, it helped condense the surrounding Scarlet Fog. Zhou Zhou observed for a while and then fell into deep thought. According to the map Wu Tu gave me, there are about 90,000 fog monsters in this Dark Night Town. There are white platinum tier Scarlet Lords among them. Moreover, other than the Scarlet Lords, there are also many white platinum tier ordinary fog monsters. The rest are yellow gold, white silver, green bronze, and black iron tier fog monsters. Most of them are black iron tier. Most of these black iron tier fog monsters are not combat fog monsters, but civilian fog monsters and life profession fog monsters. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. This was another difference between the fog monsters with a kingdom. They had already begun to be sorted into different categories. Not only were there fog monsters that specialized in combat and were in charge of protecting the Scarlet Territory, there were also fog monsters that were in charge of internal resupply. This was already about the same level of development as a normal lord. This was also one of the reasons why they, the fog monsters, had been fighting the local lords of the high continent for tens of thousands of years without winning. If all the fog monsters were boorish, they would have long been captured by the local lords. How could they have the chance to appear in the lords of all races? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. At this moment, while he felt that the other party was a little difficult to deal with, he could not help but feel excited. He was already tired of fighting those stupid fog monsters that only knew how to fight and kill. These fog monsters were the true opponent worthy of being taken seriously. Wen Ye, land. Bai Yun, Elder Wu, prepare to fight. Take down Dark Night Town today. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Wen Ye, Bai Yun, and Wu Xin replied, yes. Wen Ye controlled the Black Ghost to land about 10 kilometers away from Dark Night Town soon. Even though 10 kilometers was considered relatively far, the fog monsters in Dark Night Town still discovered it because of the huge size of the Black Spirit. With his powerful vision, Zhou Zhou could clearly see the soldiers of Dark Night Town 10 kilometers away. They began to run up and down in teams and had already begun to prepare for battle. So vigilant. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Soon. After all her subordinates walked out of the Black Ghost, Bai Yun led everyone towards Dark Night Town. After the green-headed fog demon soldiers of Dark Night Town prepared to fight, they did not choose to leave the city to fight. Instead, they guarded the city wall and waited for them to come. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he realized even more how different the other party was. If it were the fog monsters he had encountered in the past, they would probably have rushed out to fight them. He did not know how to rely on the advantage of the city wall to fight like now. Bai Yun and the others were not anxious when they saw this scene. Instead, they calmly led the army forward. When they arrived at Dark Night Town about 4,900 meters away, Bai Yun suddenly ordered the entire army to stop. Bring up the fog cannon. Bai Yun ordered. Yes. The soldiers of an artillery brigade, 1,000 soldiers, immediately responded to Bai Yun's orders. Soon, a total of 100 yellow gold tier advanced grade mist energy cannon were carried up. This was the result of Zhang Kexuan's call for all the alchemy technicians in the Gnome Alchemy workshop to work day and night. When the fog soldiers guarding the city wall of Dark Night Town saw this scene, they were a little surprised. On the other side. Aim at the city gate. Prepare to fire. Bai Yun ordered. Aim at the city gate. Fire. All the gunners ordered. The next second. Boom, 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 boom. A total of 100 mist energy cannons were fired in unison in the blink of an eye. They streaked across 100 grey streams of light in the air, then smashed into the scarlet barrier with a world-shaking sound. In just a second, the 100 mist energy cannonballs passed through the scarlet barrier and smashed into the city walls and gates of Dark Night Town. Rumble. The 100-meter-long city wall was directly shattered by the mist energy cannonballs, turning into a large amount of gravel and hundreds of green-headed fog demons that fell to the ground. Some of the 40 to 55-meter-tall green-headed fog demons fell to their deaths, while others were smashed to death by the falling rubble after being severely injured. In short, not a single green-headed fog demon survived. Not only that, these 100 mist energy cannonballs even shattered a third of the city gate of Dark Night Town. The green-headed fog demons' side immediately fell into chaos when they saw this. A green-headed fog demon leader at the yellow gold tier advance grade immediately asked the green-headed archers to shoot back. However, the distance of 4,900 meters was not within the range of these black iron tier green-headed archers at all. Only a few dozen white silver tier green-headed archers managed to shoot over, but they were easily blocked by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. When Zhou Zhou saw the shocking effect of the 100 mist energy cannonballs, his eyes lit up. So strong. That was indeed the case. The more mist energy cannons there were, the more obvious the effect would be. Then, his heart ached. The power of these mist energy cannons was indeed strong. However, its consumption of mist cores was a little high. A yellow gold tier mist core was only enough to fire 10 cannonballs. The 100 mist energy cannons just now were equivalent to 10 yellow gold tier mist cores. War was really costly. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. He told Bai Yun to continue fighting boldly while his heart ached. I don't lack money. Didn't I earn so much mist cores just to spend them? As long as it could produce results, he was willing to spend until he went bankrupt. Chapter 282, Insight Defection. 7,396 Green-Headed Fog Demons. Bai Yun's eyes lit up when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. Then, she continued to order the gunners to continue firing without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. Half a minute later, another 900 shells were fired. Zhou Zhou did not say anything on the surface. However, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a few times. Another 90 yellow gold tier mist cores. However, his expression improved slightly when he saw the tragic state opposite him. The city wall that was nearly 1,000 meters tall had already been collapsed by the 100 mist energy cannons in front of the other party's city. As for the city gate, it had disappeared at some point. The current Dark Night Town was an undefended city on the main battlefield to them. The other party also understood this. A white platinum tier elementary grade green-headed fog demon immediately stood up. It shouted in a language that Zhou Zhou could not understand and quickly gathered the soldiers of the green-headed fog demon army. In less than a minute, 30,000 to 40,000 green-headed fog demon soldiers had gathered, and their numbers were increasing. Bai Yun naturally wouldn't wait for them to gather. Wu Xin and her immediately summoned all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army to attack this group of green-headed fog demons. Nazario and Augusta also flew towards the fog monster soldiers under Zhou Zhou's orders. Seeing Bai Yun and the others rush up, especially the two terrifying pure-blooded dragons in the sky, the leader of the green-headed fog demon was also shocked. It could not continue to gather, so it could only lead the nearly 50,000 green-headed fog demons to charge at Bai Yun and the others. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at them. White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the entire dark night town. The next second, the bodies of the more than 92,000 monster soldiers and subjects in Dark Night Town stiffened. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They turned around and attacked their companions beside them without hesitation. At this moment, whether it was the fog monster soldiers charging outside the city wall or the fog monster soldiers and monster civilians preparing to charge inside the city wall, everything was completely chaotic at this moment. What's going on? Why are my soldiers and civilians suddenly fighting among themselves? The mayor of Dark Night Town, who was also the strongest green-headed fog demon lord, Zhou Zhou, was immediately shocked and furious when he saw this scene. My lord! This must be the doing of that detestable lord that is attacking. Some of the lord of all races with the supreme will have strange methods. I heard from my brothers nearby that they're extremely annoyed by the various methods of these lords. Some brothers lost their lives because they didn't understand the other party's methods and returned to the kingdom of the Scarlet Lord. We have to be careful. A white platinum tier intermediate grade green-headed fog demon leader carrying a spear on his back walked over and said respectfully. What a difficult lord of all races. The green-headed fog demon lord's anger subsided a little when it heard this. It nodded with an ugly expression. The green-headed fog demon leader nodded. By the way, Ruji, where did you go just now? Why did you just come back from outside? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. I just went to escort the green-headed fog demon who asked for help. The green-headed fog demon leader, Ruji, said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and turned to his map. I hope our allies from East Demon City and Red Wasp Town arrive soon. Even though this group of lords of all races has just appeared, they're coming aggressively. We can't underestimate them. Zhou Zhou said. My lord, you're too humble. How can these lords of all races be your match? You can deal with them with a wave of your hand. Ruji smiled. Don't say that. Rumble. A greenish-grey saber beam lit up. At this critical moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly turned around and grabbed the greenish-grey azure-edge nether saber with one hand. Buzz! Even though the saber was grabbed, it was still vibrating in his palm. It could be seen how fierce and ruthless the person who used the saber was. Zhou Zhou looked at the green-headed fog demon leader, Ruji, with an ugly expression. I think I've treated you very well and treat you as my closest subordinate. Why did you do that? It said angrily. Of course it's to give the chief credit for today's battle to my lord. It's a pity. I couldn't kill you with one slash. Ruji sneered. My lord. You're a spy arranged by the other party? When was that? Zhou Zhou's expression turned even uglier. Let's ask that lord when we return to the embrace of the Scarlet Lord. After saying that, Ruji suddenly retracted his saber and slashed at the other party again. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding sounded continuously. The two green-headed fog demons fought intensely. The surrounding green-headed fog demons finally recovered from their shock. They immediately went forward to help. Originally, Ruji could barely fight to a draw with the green-headed fog demon lord, Zhou Zhou, because the other party was not holding any weapons. However, Zhou Zhou immediately retrieved his weapon with the help of the surrounding green-headed fog demons. In addition to these green-headed fog demons, there were 3 to 4 white platinum tier elementary grade green-headed fog demon leaders. Ruji's situation immediately became dangerous. It fought and retreated at the same time. Soon, it flew out of the room and came to the air to start fighting. At the same time, while the green-headed fog demons were in chaos, Bai Yun and Wu Xin were naturally very familiar with this scene. They knew that this was the Lord's method. As they praised the Lord in their hearts, they skillfully seized this opportunity and led all the soldiers to attack these green-headed fog demons. Kill these monsters! Charge! For military merits! Amidst countless furious roars, the two sides quickly collided and immediately started fighting fiercely. Behind the battlefield, After Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the battlefield for a few seconds. He looked at the Lord Talent notification, seeing that he had the advantage on the battlefield. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Hint: a total of 3,936 Black Iron Tier Green-Headed Fog Demons, 2019 Green Bronze Tier Green-Headed Fog Demons, 996 White Silver Tier Elite Green-Headed Fog Demons, 437 Yellow Gold Tier Green-Headed Fog Demon Leaders, and 8 White Platinum Tier Green-Headed Fog Demon Leaders have betrayed their Lord faction and become your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Good God! Last time, he had instigated 4,100 wild stone monsters to defect. This time, he had instigated 7,396 green-headed fog demons to defect. Indeed, the more enemies there were, the more satisfying it would be to incite defection. Zhou Zhou felt very happy. It was just a wave of incite defection. And more than 7,000 subordinates had arrived. He did not know how many would survive after this battle. If more of them survived, he would have more than 90,000 soldiers by tomorrow. At this moment, he suddenly heard a bang. Then, he saw a group of green-headed fog demons attacking a white platinum tier intermediate grade green-headed fog demon leader. Zhou Zhou immediately knew that they were from his side. Nazario, Augusta, and Feng Luo. Go and support the besieged green-headed fog demon. It's one of us. Zhou Zhou saw that Feng Luo, the talent attracted by his reputation rating who had just been recruited today, was the closest to Ruoji. He also used the mental communication ability he had obtained from the Wild Stone King to call him up. When Nazario and Augusta heard the order, they flew over. Yes. Feng Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, he slashed the white platinum tier elementary grade green-headed fog demon leader in front of him to death with his saber and immediately went to provide support. Chapter 283, Zhou Zhou's Loots. Feng Luo's saber technique. Clang. Feng Luo slashed apart the few green-headed fog demons surrounding Ruoji, leaving only the green-headed fog demon lord, Zhou Zhou, beside Ruoji. Then, he repelled Zhou Zhou with another slash and covered Ruoji behind him. Then, he looked at him calmly. When Ruoji saw this, his eyes widened. What a fierce human! A single slash could actually send his previous lord retreating. Then, he was delighted. Let's work together. Let's get rid of this guy together. Ruoji immediately said. Feng Luo turned to look at it with a strange expression. This was the first time he had worked with the fog monsters to deal with other fog monsters. However, he did not think too much about it. Since the Lord said that he was on his side and was not too weak, there was no harm in joining forces. You deal with the other green-headed fog demons. I'll deal with this guy. Feng Luo looked at Zhou Zhou, whose expression had turned serious, and said without turning his head. You're alone? Are you confident? Ruoji was stunned for a moment before asking. I can try. Feng Luo said. Ruoji looked at him hesitantly and finally nodded. After Feng Luo finished speaking, he did not even turn his head. He held his shield in his left hand and his saber in his right. He flew towards Zhou Zhou at an astonishing speed. Zhou Zhou immediately snorted, seeing that the traitor, Ruoji, did not follow but went to stop the other green-headed fog demons from approaching. Even though his slash just now made it feel that this human was a very strong opponent. However, he was too arrogant to dare to challenge him alone. Back then, it could become the Lord of Dark Night Town because it slashed with the Azure Edge Nether Saber in its hand. Otherwise, it would not be the only white platinum tier advance grade green-headed fog demon in the entire Dark Night Town. Zhou Zhou held the Azure Edge Nether Saber with both hands and slashed at Feng Luo. A greenish-black saber energy instantly left the saber and slashed over. Zhou Zhou gripped the Azure Edge Nether Saber tightly with both hands and slashed down, shattering the saber chi. At the same time, Feng Luo also followed closely behind. He rushed in front of Zhou Zhou and slashed at the opposite door. Zhou Zhou twisted his body. Even though he narrowly dodged the saber, he was still touched by the saber energy spreading on the saber. However, its physique was very strong. This slash only cut an extremely shallow wound on its body. Then, Zhou Zhou slashed at Ruoji, but the other party seemed to know the trajectory of the saber and blocked it. Clang, 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 clang. The two of them fought extremely quickly. Streaks of greenish-black or pure white saber energy slashed in all directions. No matter how tall and sturdy a building or city wall was, it could not withstand a single blow from these two white platinum tier experts. In less than a moment, the surrounding buildings and city walls were swept clean by the two of them with their saber chi, leaving only rocks that had been shattered by the saber chi on the ground. The surrounding humans and the green-headed fog demon had long left this place to fight, afraid that the aftershock of their battle would affect them. Everyone was secretly shocked by the strength of these two people. When Nazario and Augusta saw that this human could actually fight to a draw and even suppress this green-headed fog demon lord, they could not help but be surprised that this person's combat strength was so outstanding. No one else could compare to him other than the two heroes, Bai Yun and Wu Xin. Then, the two of them were told by Zhou Zhou not to disturb Feng Luo and were arranged to clean up the surrounding green-headed fog demons. The two pure-blooded dragons naturally obeyed and turned to clean up the surrounding green-headed fog demons. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Luo's battle. What a powerful Feng Luo! Was this the true combat strength to walk his own path as a sword-shield soldier? He could actually fight a regional Scarlet Lord as a sword-shield soldier. As expected of a talent attracted by legendary tier. The reason why he did not let Nazario and the others interfere was because he wanted to use this Scarlet Lord to see his ability as a new legendary tier talent. Now, it seemed that he did not disappoint him. Then, Zhou Zhou shifted his gaze from Feng Luo to the green-headed fog demon lord. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, green-headed fog demon lord Zhou Zhou, regional Scarlet Lord. Strength level, white platinum tier advanced grade. Monster description, the mayor of Dark Night Town, also one of the lords of the green-headed fog demon race. He manages the entire territory of Dark Night Town and has many powerful green-headed fog demon subordinates under him. He has a strong physique, extremely strong physical defense, and is proficient in saber techniques. Loot's drop rate, 50 white platinum tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 30 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade azure edge nether saber, drop rate, 10%, 1 white platinum tier advanced secret manual azure edge saber, drop rate, 5%, 1 white platinum tier advanced grade secret manual green-headed ghost body, drop rate, 5%, 1 fanatic believer scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%, 9 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. It's actually a martial artist type Scarlet Lord. And there are actually believer level Scarlet Crystals. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. There was naturally no need to mention the 2 white platinum tier advanced grade martial arts manuals. If it dropped, it would be upgraded to a diamond tier advanced grade martial arts manual. It was naturally extremely precious and useful to a martial artist like him. As for fanatic tier scarlet crystals, after they dropped, they would become Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals after quality +1. When converted to the shelter of the Goddess of Life, it would become a Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal. This good thing might be able to be exchanged for another death immunity scroll from the God of Death. Or he could try his previous idea. A heroic spirit from the Night Temple. At this price, he might be able to obtain some benefits comparable to resurrecting heroic spirits from the Night Temple. In short, there were many benefits and no disadvantages. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou felt that coming here was the right decision. Otherwise, it would probably be very difficult for him to encounter this Scarlet Lord even after a long time. He immediately ordered Nazario to keep an eye on this regional Scarlet Lord. If Feng Luo showed any signs of losing, they would immediately help him deal with him. However, his instructions were completely unnecessary. In the sky above Dark Night Town, Lord Zhou was still fighting Feng Luo. However, unlike before, at this moment, its entire body was covered in dense saber wounds and greenish-black blood. The one who had caused these wounds was naturally its opponent, Feng Luo. Zhou looked at this human saber technique. The more he looked at it, the more aggrieved and unbelievable he felt. Why do I feel that this person's saber technique is restraining me in every aspect? There's definitely something wrong with his saber technique. Zhou roared in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Luo was still calmly brandishing his saber, unleashing extremely domineering saber techniques to steadily and violently suppress his opponent. He slashed over one after another. It looked like he wanted to shatter both the enemy's saber and also this saber hand. It was his white platinum tier advanced grade saber technique slashing technique. A moment later, while the other party was already dizzy from the beating, Feng Luo suddenly slashed out with his saber, cutting off the other party's right hand that was holding the saber. Then, he slashed across the other party's neck at high speed. Zhou felt the world spin. Then, it saw its corpse. Then, its vision darkened and it could not see anything. Feng Luo let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 284, Race Change Item. Dark Bone Royal Family. A very powerful opponent. Feng Luo nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly felt something and surprise flashed across his eyes. What happened? How does this guy give so much promotion energy? He was a little surprised. At this moment, he even felt that if he could kill a few more regional Scarlet Lords of this level, he would be able to break through to the Diamond Tier Elementary grade. At this moment, he realized that Ruoji was almost done. Only a white Platinum Tier Elementary grade green-headed fog demon was still resisting. He immediately flew over and joined forces with Ruoji to quickly deal with the green-headed fog demon without thinking too much. Where's Zhou? Ruoji immediately asked when he saw that Zhou was gone. Zhou. If you're talking about the Scarlet Lord of Dark Night Town, I've already dealt with it. Let's not talk anymore. I'll continue fighting. With these words, Feng Luo flew back into the battlefield and began to slaughter the other green-headed fog demons. Indeed. Every fog monster gives me a lot more promotion energy than normal. Is this the Lord's ability? Feng Luo looked at the excited expressions of the other soldiers and speculated that he was not the only one who had such a situation. However, even though he had thought of it, he could understand on his behalf. At this moment, he was even more shocked. Could this be the Lord's talent? It's too terrifying. I wonder what the upper limit of this Lord talent is. If there is no upper limit to this method of obtaining promotion energy, the Lord is destined to have countless experts under his command in the future. While he was shocked, he was also a little excited and expectant. Even though he did not like war, he did not resist increasing his strength. At this moment, he felt more and more that he had followed the right Lord. At the same time, Ruoji was standing on the spot, staring blankly at the other party's arrogant battle style on the battlefield. It's resolved so quickly. Why is this human actually so strong? It muttered. Suddenly, bring Zhou's corpse over. Zhou Zhou's voice sounded in its mind. Ruoji jolted and immediately came back to his senses. It immediately responded respectfully in its heart. Then, it came to Zhou's corpse and looked at it with a complicated expression. Ruoji only looked at it for 2 seconds before stopping thinking about it. He collected its corpse and flew towards Zhou Zhou. Behind the battlefield, Zhou Zhou looked at the kill notification in front of him. Your subject Feng Luo has killed the white platinum tier advanced grade green-headed fog demon Lord Zhou, regional Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 80,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject Feng Luo has obtained an additional 320,000 promotion energy points. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Dark Night Town has become an ownerless area. After you obtain the regional token, you can become the regional lord of this area. Special Hint 1, as the territory of Dark Night Town belongs to the Taiyan Kingdom, Kingdom level Scarlet Lord Force, you have opened the diplomatic relations interface. The Taiyan Kingdom has discovered your offensive behavior. Your diplomatic relations with the Taiyan Kingdom have developed from hostile to aggro. Special Hint 2, under aggro diplomatic relations, the Taiyan Kingdom can launch any offensive action against your territory at any time. Please be prepared in time. Tisk tisk. So I've long become enemies with the Taiyan Kingdom. Then it doesn't matter if it increases to aggro. When Zhou Zhou saw the last two lines of notifications, not only was he not nervous, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. True. After all, the lords of all races and the Scarlet Lord were under the opposing forces, the Supreme Resistance and the Crimson Overlord. It was normal for diplomatic relations to become hostile. Since that was the case, his attack on Dark Night Town was even more correct to weaken the power of the Taiyan Kingdom. In that case, I have to do more of these things in the future. The more uncomfortable the Taiyan Kingdom is, the safer the future of my territory. When Liya comes back, tell her about this. The Aurora Kingdom and I can be considered true allies now. We should be able to obtain the Aurora Kingdom's help. Zhou Zhou thought. It would be a waste not to do such a thing. At this moment, Ruoji flew over with Zhe's corpse. Greetings, my lord. After putting the corpse down, Zhe immediately said respectfully. Well done. I'll remember your contribution for today's stop. When you go back, understand our territory's military merit system. I won't disappoint you. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Zhe was looking forward to it. Continue fighting. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Ruoji nodded and turned to rush to the battlefield again. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the corpse. He walked over and placed his hand on it. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots 60 Mist Cores, Diamond Tier, 36 Origin Crystals, 1 Darkbone King Blade, Diamond Tier Advance Grade, 1 Darkbone King Blade Record Martial Arts Manual, Diamond Tier Advance Grade, 1 Darkbone King Body Martial Arts Manual, Diamond Tier Advance Grade, 1 Scarlet Crystals, Holy Spirit Grade, 10 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Green Bronze Tier. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The loots of a White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Regional Scarlet Lord were indeed top grade. A total of 60 Diamond Tier Mist Cores dropped. This amount of gains. It was comparable to killing a Diamond Tier Regional Scarlet Lord. He looked at the other loots. Among them, the Origin Crystals, Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals, and Lord Talent Crystal Fragments were common items. He looked at a black saber that emitted a faint purple light at the edge of the blade. Equipment name, Darkbone King Blade. Equipment grade, Diamond Tier Advance Grade. Equipment effect 1, Bone Essence of the Darkbone King Cultivation Efficiency plus 500% when cultivating the Darkbone King body. Equipment effect 2, Protection of the Darkbone King. The user's bone defense temporarily increases by 200% and the physical defense temporarily increases by 50%. It can be increased to Diamond Tier Advance Grade at most. Equipment effect 3, Blood Drinking Evil Blade. When fighting the enemy, the Darkbone King Blade will absorb the enemy's pure blood energy and restore the user's physical injuries. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. The equipment was not bad. They were all equipment effects that combatants needed the most. However, it was actually an exclusive knife that matched the martial arts manual. This was the first time he had seen such a weapon. He looked at the Darkbone King body. Martial Arts Secret Manual, Darkbone King Body. Secret Manual Quality, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Cultivation Effect 1, Dark Bone Defense. Cultivating the Dark Bone King body will gradually increase the strength of your bones. Flesh-type life forms will increase the defense of your body. Cultivation Effect 2, Undead Bone Spirit. When a martial artist who cultivates the Dark Bone King body is killed, the Dark Bone King will bless his soul to live in his bones and preserve his physical life for a month. During this month, the cultivator of the Dark Bone King body can find a way to revive and try to revive. After a month, the cultivator will die completely and his soul will return to the netherworld. Special Cultivation Effect 3, Dark Bone King Race. When a martial artist who cultivates the Dark Bone King body is killed, if the cultivator has the Dark Bone King blade, they can use the bone essence in the Dark Bone King blade to change their race and become the Dark Bone King race among the undead. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This Dark Bone King body, together with the Dark Bone King blade, could actually become a combination tool that could change races? Zhou Zhou pondered. When the time came, he really could not save his life. Perhaps he could use this. As for now, Zhou Zhou was not interested in them. He looked at the last martial arts manual. Martial Arts Secret Manual, Dark Bone King Blade Record. Secret Manual Quality, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Cultivation Effect, the blade technique inheritance of the Dark Bone King. After learning it, you will automatically master the lifetime blade experience and skills of the Dark Bone King. I can learn this. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Chapter 285, Creating Enhanceable Skill. Chaotic Blade Chi. Zhou Zhou learned directly. The next second, the skill book in his hand instantly disintegrated into countless light spots and fused into his glabella. Zhou Zhou immediately felt a large amount of saber techniques and EXP, as well as some mysterious saber concepts surge into his mind. Unknowingly, he seemed to have experienced the life of a Dark Bone King called Hu Hai. However, it was not a complete life, but a portion of his life experiences when he was with the saber. After a while, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. His gaze gradually became sharp, and his entire body revealed a sharp aura. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and the Dark Bone King blade appeared in his hand. He gently stroked the blade. His gaze was complicated and a little surprised. This was because he had clearly just obtained this blade not long ago, but now, he felt that it had accompanied him for hundreds or thousands of years. At the same time, the blade actually trembled slightly, as if responding to Zhou Zhou. He thought of the inheritance he had just obtained and felt the changes in his body. He heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it's a little affected by the inheritance. But fortunately, it didn't affect me much. It didn't change my thoughts. Zhou Zhou waved his blade a few times on the spot. He looked a little proficient and did not look like a newbie who had just come into contact with the blade. Then, his eyes focused and he suddenly waved his blade into the distance. A chaotic saber chi shot out and directly cut open the waist of a yellow gold tier intermediate grade green-headed fog demon boss 100 meters away. He could not use this diamond tier advanced grade treasure blade above his level. Instead, he held this blade forcefully and used the chaotic energy in his body to unleash the saber energy. The grade of this Dark Bone King blade was still too high. With his white silver tier advanced grade energy level, he could not activate it at all. I'll call you the chaotic blade chi. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he looked at his skill list and indeed saw the name of the chaotic blade chi. Skill name, Chaotic Blade Chi. Skill quality, white silver tier advanced grade enhanceable. Skill description, a saber chi type martial arts skill created by the Lord of the Blazing Sun using the chaotic energy in his body and his understanding of saber techniques. It has a powerful attack ability to cut and decompose. It also causes a certain defense weakening effect on any energy defense type skill. The weakening effect depends on the difference in strength between the user and the enemy. Zhou Zhou was not surprised at all when he saw the words enhanceable. As the creator of this skill, he naturally knew that it could grow. Moreover, the upper limit of growth was not low. This was a skill created with chaotic energy as the energy foundation. The lower limit was too high, and even the upper limit could not be lower. What limited it was only his own strength. He looked at the battlefield. This was because most of the high-level green-headed fog demons on the side of Dark Night Town had already been dealt with by Nazario, Augusta, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, and other experts. As for the remaining green-headed fog demons, they were completely helpless against the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army. This caused a large number of green-headed fog demons to be eliminated at all times. Among them, the 14,000 new violent storm spirits performed the most prominently. Even though they had just entered the battlefield, each of their strength was only at Black Iron Tier elementary grade. However, they were all kingdom-level soldiers after all. Under the influence of the kingdom-level combat talent, the elemental body, and the fact that they were all casting spells under the cover of the sword-shield soldiers, it was almost impossible for the green-headed fog demon, who was good at close combat, to hurt them. All the violent storm spirits were casting to their heart's content. Blue-white violent storms that were 3 to 4 meters tall and 1 to 2 meters in diameter were released from their hands, either directly killing the green-headed fog demon in front of them or causing light or heavy injuries. As the green-headed fog demons were killed one after another, under the influence of the blessing of the war god, a large amount of promotional energy was absorbed by them, and the strength of all the violent storm spirits began to increase rapidly. This also increased the power of their spells again. Zhou Zhou was secretly surprised. He had just seen it with his own eyes. A Black Iron Tier intermediate grade violent storm spirit only used 2 death violent storms to kill a Bronze Tier elite green-headed fog demon alone. As for the other Black Iron Tier advanced grade violent storm spirits, it only used 1 death storm to sweep 20 to 30 green-headed fog demons into the sky. Then, they were forcefully killed by the astral winds and lightning in the violent storm. The performance of most violent storm spirits were also very stunning. There were even many stronger ones. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Kingdom-level soldiers were indeed strong. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he thought about how he had only used a few fanatic believer faith divine crystals to exchange for such a powerful soldier type. He watched as the high-end combatants on the green-headed fog demons side decreased, and the low-level green-headed fog demons died in large numbers under the attack of the violent storm spirits. The scales of victory on the battlefield were tilting towards Zhou Zhou at a visible speed. Victory was only a matter of time. 2 hours later, the battlefield fell silent. Other than the green-headed fog demon that had been instigated by the Insight defection, the remaining green-headed fog demons were all killed by the Blazing Sun Army. At this moment, thousands of green-headed fog demons walked over. Leading them was Ruoji, who had just fought the green-headed fog demon lord. "Greetings, my lord." All the green-headed fog demons knelt on the ground and said in unison, "From today onwards, you are my subjects. Come back to the territory with us later. As for who you belong to, those who are good at fighting will join the monster army. As for the green-headed fog demons of the life profession, just continue with your old profession. The rules of the monster army are very simple. The strongest one has the highest status. If any of you are confident that you are invincible in the monster army, as long as you can convince the masses, you can directly become the Legion commander of the monster army. Just let me know later." Zhou Zhou shouted. Zhou Zhou knew that most of the monster army were aggressive. This was their nature after all. Zhou Zhou did not intend to correct them. Instead, he felt that this personality was not bad in wartime. That was why he had set such a rule. Not surprisingly, all the green-headed fog demons and other monster army soldiers immediately howled excitedly after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Their eyes revealed the flames of ambition. Obviously, this rule set by Zhou Zhou was very in line with their personalities. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he nodded slightly in his heart and said solemnly, "While you can compete to see who's stronger, but you can't kill your comrades in the midst of a competition. This is the bottom line. Those who violate the military law will be punished." "Yes. Listen to the Lord. We won't, my lord. All the soldiers of the monster army and the new green-headed fog demon responded in a mess. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He glanced at the surviving green-headed fog demons. He realized that there were still more than 4,500 left. The others had all died in battle. Fortunately, most of the dead green-headed fog demons were black iron tier and green bronze tier. Most of the green-headed fog demons above the white silver tier were still alive, but they were more or less injured. After being treated by the clergyman of the shelter, they were fine. Insight defection was really a good talent. Zhou Zhou sighed for the umpteenth time when he saw so many green-headed fog demons. Chapter 286, The Performance of the New Lord Talent. At this moment, Ruoji walked up. My lord, I have something to report. It said respectfully. What is it? Zhou Zhou asked. When the Lord attacked Dark Night Town, Lord Zhou of Dark Night Town once sent his subordinates to inform the nearby East Demon City and Red Wasp Town to send reinforcements. However, I was already loyal to the Lord at that time. Therefore, the green-headed fog demons it sent out have already been intercepted and killed by me halfway. The letter asking for help has also fallen into my hands. However, the siege of Dark Night Town by my lord would be known soon. In order to prevent them from attacking, my lord, it's better to prepare early. Ruoji said. Zhou Zhou looked at it in surprise. This guy was quite smart. He actually stopped the letter asking for help. He wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could fight the other party's reinforcements. What are the levels of the Scarlet Lord's territory in the East Demon City and Red Wasp Town? How strong is the strongest person in their territory? Zhou Zhou thought for a few seconds and asked. East Demon City is the territory of the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Scarlet Lord. The Red Wasp Town is the territory of the Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Scarlet Lord. Because the two of them are the closest to Dark Night Town, Zhou wanted to ask them for help. As for the strongest people in these two places, the strongest person in the East Demon City is a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Sickle Fog Mantis Lord, and the strongest person in Red Wasp Town is a White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Red-Eyed Blood Wasp Lord. Ruoji said. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. If the strongest was only at the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, Nazario could still deal with him. The current Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Nazario would have no problem dealing with the Diamond Tier Advance Grade Scarlet Lord. With its hero slot, it could even fight an extraordinary Tier Scarlet Lord. This was also where his confidence lay. But at this moment, Ruoji said, other than the strongest experts in these two places, East Demon City has an army of 150,000 fog monsters, and Red Wasp Town also has an army of 50,000 bee empresses. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Then wouldn't there be 200,000 fog monsters in total? Nazario was not afraid, but if they really fought, his Blazing Sun City soldiers might suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, the thoughts of confrontation in his heart immediately faded. If he had 200,000 soldiers, there was no harm in fighting a dozen reinforcements from these two places. However, if they were at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, instead of fighting head-on, it was better to take a step back and wait. With the growth of his current military strength, 200,000 soldiers could be achieved in a few days, or even surpassed. Wouldn't it be better to fight then? At this moment, Bai Yun also walked over. I've something to report, my lord. I've found the territory stone tablet of Dark Night Town. She said respectfully. Take me there. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and said. Yes. Please follow me, my lord. Bai Yun said. Then, the two of them arrived at the Lord's Manor in Dark Night Town one after another. In a secret room in the manor, Zhou Zhou saw the territory stone tablet. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue in wonder when he saw the endurance of the 3 million yuan stone tablet. Fortunately, Bai Yun was no longer the same as before. She only shot 20 arrows and shattered the territory stone tablet with 3 million endurance. The territory token and region token were revealed from the broken territory token tablet. Zhou Zhou walked over and picked up the territory token. He realized that this was a yellow gold tier advanced grade territory token. With this yellow gold tier territory token, I can upgrade my territory when I go back. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. His main goal in attacking Dark Knight Town was this yellow gold tier territory token. Now, his wish had been fulfilled. Then, he picked up the regional token. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, regional token. Region name, Dark Knight Town, changeable. Regional grade, yellow gold tier. Area, about 10,212 square kilometers. Treasure description, the regional lord of Dark Knight Town. A lord who possesses the regional lord and integrates it into the territory stone tablet can become the regional lord of Dark Knight Town and obtain an exclusive regional treasure chest. More than 10,000 square kilometers. This is comparable to 3 to 4 white silver tier regional territories. Zhou Zhou lamented. Then, he put it away solemnly. After that, he walked out of the room and flew above Dark Knight Town, quietly looking down at the city. It was different from his Blazing Sun city. As a Dark Knight Town that had been established for hundreds of years, the city here was almost 10 times the size of Blazing Sun city. All the building facilities were complete, and there were many yellow gold tier life profession buildings. However, as Zhou Zhou took out the territory token, these buildings had already lost the corresponding building effect and became self-built. What a good place! What a pity! If only I could occupy this place. If I can occupy this place, I won't take the territory token. Zhou Zhou said regretfully. However, he did not regret it. Zhou Zhou had already figured it out. Even though he could fight a kingdom-level faction now. However, this kind of fight was definitely not like occupying an enemy city and fighting a long battle with the various reinforcements or even the main forces of a kingdom. Instead, he should cooperate with the Aurora Kingdom. The Aurora Kingdom would restrain the main forces of the Taiyan Kingdom on the frontal battlefield while he fought the enemy from behind and retreated. The enemy would retreat while he fought guerrilla warfare and plundering. This made it impossible for the Taiyan Kingdom to care about each other. In the end, they would gradually devour the other party. Therefore, he had already decided not to stay here for long, let alone leave any subjects behind. Since that was the case, then he would take the territory token and destroy this place. He would definitely not give the reinforcements from the Taiyan Kingdom a chance to make use of this city again. It would be easier for him to make a comeback in the future. More than an hour later, all the green-headed fog demons' corpses were extracted with loots. At the same time, all the injured and dead soldiers were healed and revived with the combined efforts of the doctors and clergy. Including the more than 4,500 green-headed fog demons that had survived the Insight defection. Not only did his number of subordinates not decrease when he came out to fight this time, but it even increased. After that, Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer. After getting the soldiers to bring all the loots they could take away, he boarded the Black Ghost and prepared to return to Blazing Sun City. This time, Zhou Zhou did not fly around randomly. Instead, he obediently entered the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and passed through the safe passage that the Sandstorm Forbidden Land automatically opened. Then, he returned to Blazing Sun City unimpeded. Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou had just returned when he saw Elder Zheng arranging for someone to register the identity of the new subject. In front of Elder Zheng and the others were 4 long lines, each with more than 200 people. Why are there so many people? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately opened his information notification column. There, he discovered many information notifications that he had ignored previously. Lord Talent hint, you have captured a Black Iron Tier Scarlet Lord's territory. Under the influence of the Lord Talent embrace of the Conqueror, White Silver Tier, 10 professional subjects with Black Iron Tier advanced grade potential have come to join your territory. Lord Talent hint, you have captured a white platinum tier Scarlet Lord's territory. Under the influence of the Lord Talent embrace of the Conqueror, white silver tier, 10 white platinum tier advanced grade professional subjects have come to join your territory. Lord Talent hint, you have captured a yellow gold tier regional territory. Under the influence of the Lord Talent embrace of the Conqueror, white silver tier, 10 yellow gold tier advanced grade professional subjects have come to join your territory. There were many Lord Talent notifications like this. Zhou Zhou counted carefully and realized that there were a total of 76 of them. It was the total number of Scarlet Lord territories and regional territories he had captured. There were a total of 760 professional subjects and professionals in these notifications. Coupled with the refugees attracted by the Lord of Peace and Prosperity's talent today and the normal subjects and professionals recruited by the Gate of Summoning, his territory had gained more than 31,000 subjects today alone. Zhou Zhou pondered. The population of Blazing Sun City was increasing. Why don't he move some population to Sand Gold City? Chapter 287, White Platinum Tier Blessing of the 10 Gods, the Blessing of the War God. Zhou Zhou did not think for long. While a large number of new subjects joined his territory every day, the area of his territory was also expanding day by day. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about the population reaching the upper limit of the territory for the time being. He suddenly thought of something and called Wu Xin, who was closest to him in proximity, over and whispered something into his ear. "All right, my lord. I'll do it now." Wu Xin chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he returned to his lord manor and his room and took out a list of loots. It recorded the details of all the loots they had obtained today after conquering these 6 regional territories and destroying more than 171,000 fog monsters, as well as the increase in the strength of the legionaries. With the enhancement of the title of the King of Loots and the strongest lord, there were a total 4,669 diamond tier mist cores, 41,587 white platinum tier mist cores, 283,523 yellow gold tier mist cores, 394,861 white silver tier mist cores, 548,477 green bronze tier mist cores, 160 origin crystals. There were 205,693 skill books and 253,697 equipment. More than 260 million units of basic materials. 104,120 true faith tier scarlet crystals, 52,127 pious tier scarlet crystals, 14,952 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. 1 Holy Spirit scarlet crystal. 14 Alchemy Pharmacist Recruitment Books. 8 Alchemy Technology Recruitment Books. 18 Mount Contracts. 495 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 1 Yellow Gold Tier Territory Token, 1 White Silver Tier Territory Token, 15 Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens, 52 Black Iron Tier Territory Tokens. 1 Yellow Gold Tier Regional Token. 2 White Silver Tier Regional Tokens. 2 Green Bronze Tier Regional Territories. 1 Black Iron Tier Regional Token. Other than that, there were also a few miscellaneous loot. Zhou Zhou had already seen all these miscellaneous loots when he was looking at the monster information. Most of them were loots like monster materials and were not suitable to be placed in the monster ranch to be produced. What made him happier were the diamond tier mist cores. 4,669 diamond tier mist cores. I'm rich now. Zhou Zhou smiled. With so many mist cores, he could boldly buy the materials to build the Aurora Tower from the Aurora Kingdom. Perhaps he could buy some other valuable treasures. Then, he looked at the improvement of the soldiers. In today's battle, after killing so many fog monsters, a total of 61,424 people had broken through. Among them, 31,927 were promoted to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade. 20,238 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 8,122 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 1,137 people advanced to the Yellow Gold Tier. Bai Yun had broken through to Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. The Spectral Dragon Augusta had also killed a lot of fog monsters. It had already broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou sighed. It was hard to imagine. This little guy had just been born yesterday. It could only be said that it was no longer the same as before. The blessing of the war god and the large number of fog monsters that Augusta had destroyed had created a miracle that it had advanced 2 levels in a short period of time. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. In the future, he would only nurture new subordinates faster and faster. This was naturally extremely beneficial to him as a lord. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the summary of the strength of the soldiers at the bottom of the loot's list. Now, he had a total of 91,596 soldiers from the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army under his command. Among them, there were 31,020 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 41,850 Bronze Tier soldiers. 17,089 White Silver Tier. There were 1,637 Yellow Gold Tiers. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but look happy. After today's series of battles, the strength of his soldiers had more than doubled. The strategy of nurturing battle with battle was indeed very suitable for him. The current him. Even if the enemies brought by the Night Lord back then increased by 10 times, they would probably not be his match. Then, Zhou Zhou took out the 6 regional tokens and fused them into his territory stone tablet. After all of them fused in, the total number of regional territories under his command had reached 16. The number of Lord announcements triggered by the number of territories in the previous sub-region is 10. I wonder how many regions and territories will be triggered next. 20? Or 30? Or more? Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. If only there were 20 of them. Then he would be able to reach it in less than 2 days. However, if that was not the case, he would have to work harder and attack more regional territories. Even though he had been on the entire channel's Lord announcement many times. However, who would complain that there were too many benefits and fame? Then, Zhou Zhou took out all his Lord Talent Crystal fragments and Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. He calculated and realized that he could already upgrade the blessing of the War God to Yellow Gold Tier. Not only that, he still had 14 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. He could still upgrade to the White Platinum Tier after upgrading to the Yellow Gold Tier. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately looked forward to it. He did not waste any time and immediately began to fuse. Zhou Zhou first fused 400 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments into 4 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Then, he used the 59 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals and 10 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments that he had previously synthesized to fuse into 6 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. In the end, he combined them into a Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou opened his Lord Talent interface and muttered to himself to level up. The next second, as the Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal in his hand emitted an even brighter golden light, a text notification appeared. As you have 5 White Silver Tier Lord Talents at the same time, Monster Ranch, Insight Defection, Return to the City, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, and Embrace of the Conqueror, please choose one to advance. I choose the Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God to advance. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt a familiar warm feeling between his eyebrows. Zhou Zhou was already familiar with this. He waited calmly for this process to end. A moment later, the warmth on his forehead gradually disappeared. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your white silver tier Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god, has been upgraded to yellow gold tier Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god. The yellow gold tier Lord Talent effect after your promotion is as follows. Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god, yellow gold tier. Blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god, one of the 10 main gods under the supreme will has blessed you and your combat type professionals. You and your combat type professionals will receive an additional 1000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. F***CK? It directly increased from an additional 400% to an additional 1,000%? This was only an upgrade to the yellow gold tier. What about white platinum tier? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately used 10 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to fuse into a white platinum tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal. Then, he directly upgraded the blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the war god. The details of the upgraded white platinum tier Lord Talent were as follows. Lord Talent, blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god, white platinum tier. Blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god, one of the 10 chief gods under the supreme will has blessed you and your combat type professionals. You and your combat type professionals will receive an additional 2000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened even more after reading it. Good God! Obtained an additional 2000% promotion energy. This effect was too strong. Eliminating one fog monster was equivalent to eliminating 21 fog monsters. From then on, he and his subordinates took off. That was indeed the case. It was indeed not wrong for him to insist on upgrading this Lord Talent. After this Lord Talent is upgraded to the mythical tier, will it obtain an additional 10,000% promotion energy increase? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Chapter 288, Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Territory. Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Summoning Gate. If that was the case, in the future, if his subordinates wanted to increase their strength, they would not have to worry about anything else. They only had to worry about the upper limit of their potential. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Then, he looked at the remaining Lord Talent crystal fragments. After just leveling up, he was left with 74 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 443 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 7 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 3 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 4 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 10 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou shook his head. It would be difficult for him to upgrade it to the diamond tier Lord Talent next. This was because he did not even have a diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragment. If he wanted to use the white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragment to forcefully synthesize it, he would need 100 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to fuse one diamond tier Lord Talent origin divine crystal. It was too far away. However, even so, Zhou Zhou did not mind too much. The white platinum tier blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god was already so powerful that it exploded. Zhou Zhou looked forward to how much his soldiers' strength would increase after cleaning up the monster ranch tomorrow. He would slowly save them to level up again. It would level up one day. After that, he planned to upgrade his territory, so he called the Catgirl sisters, Nazario and Augusta, and walked out of the Lord Manor. Zhou Zhou looked at the building in front of him. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord Manor? Yes. He said. The next second. 12 million units of basic materials, 100 yellow gold tier mist cores, 80 origin crystals, and 1 yellow gold tier territory token disappeared from the territory warehouse. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's residence. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The obviously expanded Lord Manor appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your lord's residence has been upgraded to a yellow gold tier intermediate grade building. There is an additional gaming hall. Your territory has been upgraded to yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Territory token endurance increased to 2 million/2 million. Your territory has expanded to 200,000 m times 200,000 m times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Lord talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy lord faction that you can induce incite defection has been raised to epic tier elementary grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It had just been upgraded yesterday. He leveled up again today. He was quite satisfied with the speed at which his territory increased. The gaming hall was a good place. He could go and play when he was bored in the future. As for the basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier intermediate grade, he would give it to Elder Zhang like before. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the upgrade requirements. Construction upgrade, 5 million units of wood, 5 million units of fine sand, 5 million units of metal, 5 million units of stone, 500 yellow gold tier mist core, 200 origin crystals, 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens. All other resources. I'm just short of 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou pondered. He only knew that a red wasp town was the territory of a yellow gold tier scarlet lord. There must be a yellow gold tier territory token there. As for the rest, he did not know. I'll ask Wu Tu when he comes back. Or ask Ruoji again. There must be many yellow gold tier territories in the Taiyan kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought. He was not in a hurry. After that, he came to the gate of summoning and spent 800,000 units of basic materials, 5,000 white silver tier mist cores, and 500 yellow gold tier mist cores to upgrade it to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been upgraded to a yellow gold tier intermediate grade building. You can summon plus 20 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 20 professionals every day among the subjects. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 3, you can summon 725 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 24 professionals every day among the subjects. And the professional levels of 4 of the professionals will be the same as your territory level. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. However, there were not many waves in his heart. After all, he was not sure about his current territory. After upgrading the Gate of Summoning, the only valuable ones were probably the 4 professional subjects of the same level as the territory. Then, he looked at its upgrade requirements. Construction upgrade, 500,000 units of wood, 500,000 units of fine sand, 500,000 units of metal, 500,000 units of stone, 1,000 yellow gold tier mist core, territory level upgraded to yellow gold tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze. If he wanted to upgrade the Gate of Summoning, he had to wait until his territory level increased. Reporting to my lord. The princess of the Aurora Kingdom is outside the manor. The guard's voice came from outside. Invite them in. Zhou Zhou was stunned before saying. Yes, my lord. The guard replied. Soon. Zhou Zhou saw Liya and the maid, Yu Jiao, walk in together. The 3 of them chatted briefly before the other party told them why he was here. Zhou Zhou, we're here to bid farewell. Liya said politely. Has Elder Zhao built the Aurora Tower? As expected, Zhou Zhou asked. It's already built. That's why we're preparing to bring it back to the Aurora Kingdom. After saying that, she flipped her right hand and 20 territory fusion certificates appeared in her hand. Then, she handed them to Zhou Zhou. This is the territory fusion certificate that my father just sent over. I hope they can help you, she said gently. Why are there so many? Zhou Zhou could not help but be shocked when he saw so many territory fusion certificates. Didn't she say that the Aurora Kingdom only had 300 to 400 territory fusion certificates after so many years? Most of them are just some black iron tier and green bronze tier territory fusion certificates. There's only one white platinum tier territory fusion certificate. This is nothing to our Aurora Kingdom, Leah explained. Thank you very much. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he secretly remembered this favor and took the 20 territory fusion certificates. He took a rough look. Among them, there were 8 black iron tier, 5 green bronze tier, 4 white silver tier, 2 yellow gold tier, and 1 white platinum tier. This could almost fuse all my current territory. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he suddenly remembered something. If I merge all the territories, will it affect me from triggering the entire channel's Lord announcement related to the number of territories in the region? Zhou Zhou suddenly reacted. Chapter 289, Territory Fusion. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. Instead, he tried to ask the Supreme Will. In the end, the Supreme Will really gave an answer. Supreme Will notification, it won't affect. These 3 simple words made Zhou Zhou heave a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, then fuse. Zhou Zhou first took out a black iron tier territory fusion certificate. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use the territory fusion certificate, black iron tier? Yes, he said. The next second, an illusory map appeared in front of him. It was a map of the Blazing Sun Desert and the surrounding territory. There were a total of 4 regions. Other than the Sand Gold City and Thorn Dune, there was also a Black Iron Tier regional territory that he had just conquered that day that was connected to the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. This area not only bordered the Sandstorm Forbidden Land, but it also bordered the Blazing Sun Desert a little. However, this border was extremely inconspicuous on the map. Moreover, because the terrain was complicated and not suitable for marching, Zhou Zhou subconsciously ignored it. He did not expect it to be considered a regional territory that could be fused because of this border. Then wouldn't he be able to fuse all the regions and territories he had just conquered today through the Sandstorm Forbidden Land? At this thought, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He did not think for long because a new text notification appeared. Please choose the regional territory you want to fuse from the following map. Zhou Zhou retracted his thoughts and thought for a moment. He prepared to test the waters first, so he clicked on the Black Iron Tier territory of Thorn Dune. Right on the heels of that, he saw the border between the Blazing Sun Desert and Thorn Dune gradually become blurry and finally disappear. At the same time, rows of new text notifications appeared one by one. You have chosen Thorn Dune, Black Iron Tier region territory, as the target for the fusion of your initial territory. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your initial territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier region territory, has successfully fused with Thorn Dune, Black Iron Tier region territory. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, territory level has increased slightly. The range of your Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, territory has increased. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, territory has perfectly inherited all the territory resources of the original territory and the fusion territory. The desert terrain of your initial territory, the Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, has been slightly improved and has increased in vegetation. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, energy density and energy level have increased slightly. Please continue to fuse regional territories and increase the level of your regional territories. It didn't increase the level of the regional territory. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw the first notification. It seemed that fusing only one Black Iron Tier regional territory was not enough to directly upgrade the Blazing Sun Desert from a Black Iron Tier regional territory to a Green Bronze Tier regional territory. He had to fuse more regional territories. Among the regional territory bonuses after the fusion, the second last one surprised and enlightened him. So increasing the level of the territory can increase the energy density and energy level in the territory. Doesn't that mean that the higher the level of the territory, the easier it is to give birth to experts? There's actually such a use for increasing the level of the territory. Zhou Zhou was surprised. In order for professionals to increase their strength, they could not only eliminate the fog monsters. Through cultivation, absorbing the energy of traveling between heaven and earth could also slowly accumulate promotion energy to increase his strength realm. For example, a martial artist could increase their strength level by cultivating martial techniques. During the training process, their body could spontaneously absorb energy through martial arts moves. Mages could also take the initiative to absorb energy through meditation to increase their strength level. Even soldier-type professionals could let their bodies absorb energy through daily training to constantly become stronger. Compared to leveling up by killing monsters, even though it was not that efficient. However, the advantage was that it was very safe and there was almost no danger. That was also two ways for professionals to increase their strength. If professionals lived in a place with high energy density and level for a long time, their strength would naturally increase even if they did not cultivate hard. If there were professionals who worked hard to cultivate in such an environment, the speed at which their strength increased could be described as 1,000 miles a day. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately became determined to work hard to increase the level of his territory. Who didn't want to become stronger just by lying down? Without any hesitation, he clicked on Sand Gold City and fused its territory into the scorching desert. You have chosen Sand Gold City, Black Iron Tier region territory, as the target for the fusion of your initial territory. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your initial territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier region territory, has successfully fused with Sand Gold City, Black Iron Tier region territory. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, territory level has increased greatly. The Blazing Sun Desert has been upgraded from a Black Iron Tier regional territory to a Green Bronze Tier regional territory. The range of your Blazing Sun Desert, Green Bronze Tier, territory has increased. Your Blazing Sun Desert, Green Bronze Tier, territory has perfectly inherited all the resources of the original territory and the fusion territory. Your initial territory, the Blazing Sun Desert, Green Bronze Tier, has been slightly improved. Some parts have been changed to the Gobi terrain. The energy density and energy level of your Blazing Sun Desert, Green Bronze Tier, regional territory has reached the standard of a Green Bronze Tier regional territory. Please continue to fuse with the regional territory and increase the level of the regional territory. I've advanced to a Green Bronze Tier regional territory. From the looks of it, if I want to upgrade a Black Iron Tier regional territory to a Green Bronze Tier regional territory, I need to fuse 2 Black Iron Tier regional territories. Or can I directly fuse a Green Bronze Tier regional territory? Zhou Zhou guessed. Thinking of this, he first pulled up the information of the regional territory of the Blazing Sun Desert. Area name, Blazing Sun Desert, changeable. Regional grade, Green Bronze Tier. Territory, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Area, about 1,490 square kilometers. Zhou Zhou looked at the last regional territory information and compared it to the other Green Bronze Tier regional territories. He realized that their area was the same. Perhaps the number of territories fused is not the most important. As long as the area of the territory reaches the standard of a Green Bronze Tier regional territory, it can be promoted. Zhou Zhou guessed. After that, he continued to fuse with the surrounding territory. Black Rock Desert, Green Bronze Tier, Silent Wasteland, Green Bronze Tier, Withered Forest Plains, White Silver Tier, Yellow Earth Plain, White Silver Tier. The regions and territories that he had conquered in the past were fused into the blazing sun desert. Towards this, even though Zhou Zhou felt a little emotional, he did not feel any pity. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He did not know what level his blazing sun desert would reach after they were all fused. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the map in front of him and fell silent. Most of the territory on the map had been fused. Only 2 regional territories had yet to fuse. They were the Green Forest and Dark Night Town that had just been conquered today. I'm just short of a White Silver Tier territory fusion certificate. Before I can fuse with Green Forest, then we can fuse with the Dark Night Town that borders it. Zhou Zhou felt a headache coming on. Chapter 290, Li Hui recovered. An extraordinary tier advance grade Tailor Master joined. Zhou Zhou looked at the territory of the blazing sun desert that was already at the yellow gold tier. He thought for a moment and got someone to invite Li Hui. If he did not think of a way to fuse these 2 regions, he would not be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, the other party had yet to leave. Otherwise, he would have to wait for Li Hui to return first. After Li Hui came over, Zhou Zhou chatted briefly and asked her if she could provide him with some more territory fusion certificates. I can buy them with mist cores, Zhou Zhou said. He was not lacking in mist cores. It was naturally best if he could buy them. As for getting the other party to provide the territory fusion certificate for free, Zhou Zhou did not have the face to do so even if Li Hui was willing. Friends were meant to take such conscienceless advantage. Is it not enough? Li Hui could not help but be stunned when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. Then, she asked curiously. I'm missing a White Silver Tier territory fusion certificate. And will probably be needing a lot of them in the future, so I want to buy more. Zhou Zhou told the truth. Li Hui clicked her tongue. She had just provided 4 White Silver Tier territory fusion certificates. Was it actually not enough? It was probably difficult for outsiders to imagine that this handsome lord in front of them had only developed for a short 14 days. Okay. I'll speak to my father when I get back. Li Hui agreed without hesitation. Even though her father wanted to keep those territory fusion certificates and fuse an extraordinary tier regional territory for the Aurora Kingdom after he had accumulated enough, it would increase the foundation of the country. However, now that the Aurora Kingdom was surrounded by enemies on 3 sides, the situation was not optimistic. They could no longer consider such a long-term plan. Under such circumstances, the territory fusion certificate was not so important. Thank you for your help. You can say that I'll use the Diamond Tier Mist Core to buy it when you speak with His Majesty. If not, Extraordinary Tier Mist Core works too, Zhou Zhou said. With the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. Not to mention the Extraordinary Tier Mist Core. Even Legendary Tier Mist Cores could be created for them. However, this matter was too ridiculous, so Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Extraordinary Tier Mist Cores. Li Yu's eyes lit up. A mist core of this level could be considered a top-notch resource for their Aurora Kingdom. She did not expect Zhou Zhou to possess them too. Li Yu suddenly felt that she could not understand Zhou Zhou. He was completely unlike a novice lord, but it was fine. The more she could not understand Zhou Zhou, the more it proved that her judgment was right. Father will definitely agree, Li Yu said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After chatting for a while, Li Yu raised the idea of returning to the Aurora Kingdom. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he sent her out of Blazing Sun City. He only returned to his territory after seeing her follow a group of Aurora Kingdom professionals through a spatial teleportation array. As soon as he returned, he saw someone waiting for him at the entrance of the manor. It was Bao Zhuer, whom he had not seen for a long time. My lord, you're back. Bao Zhuer's eyes lit up. For reasons unknown, Zhou Zhou could actually see a wistful expression in the other party's eyes. Wistful? What was going on? He thought that he had seen something wrong, so he did not think too much about it. Long time no see. What have you been up to these days? Zhou Zhou nodded and smiled. I'm taking care of Teacher Li. I came here today to tell my lord something. Teacher Li has already recovered. She can walk freely now, but not too quickly. Bao Zhu'er said. Teacher Li has woken up. Bring me to her. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Bao Zhu'er nodded and led him to her house. Soon, the two of them arrived at Bao Zhu'er's house. He had just arrived. Zhou Zhou saw Zhang Li supporting a white-haired woman with a kind and smiling face as she walked around the door. It was Li Huiyu, who had recovered. Bai Yuejing also stood at the side. At this moment, he looked at Li Huiyu, who had recovered, with a smile on his face. The three of them soon discovered Zhou Zhou and Bao Zhu'er. Greetings my lord. Zhang Li and Bai Yuejing immediately said respectfully. At this moment, Li Huiyu also realized that the young man in front of her was her benefactor. Even though she had long heard of it, she could not help but be surprised when she really saw Zhou Zhou's appearance. He was too young. She immediately bowed without thinking and said gratefully. Greetings my lord. Thank you, my lord, for saving my teacher's life. You're too kind, Elder One. Zhou Zhou immediately walked forward and helped the other party up. Bao Zhu'er and your disciple, Zhang Li, are very outstanding subjects in my territory. As a lord, how can I not help if I can when their teacher needs help? He smiled and said. My lord. Bao Zhu'er and Zhang Li were quite touched. If not for the fact that the two of them were already dead loyal, their loyalty would definitely have increased greatly. Li Huiyu smiled and nodded. I have nothing to repay you for your kindness. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be a tailor in your territory for the rest of my life and be at your disposal. She said. Zhou Zhou's eyes immediately lit up. This was an extraordinary tier tailor. It was equivalent to a talent attracted by reputation rating at the same level as Bai Yuejing, Qian Zhongsheng, and Luo Feng. Who could refuse such a good thing? Then I'll have to rely on Elder Li for my territory in the future. Zhou Zhou immediately agreed with a smile. I'll do my best. Li Huiyu agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou opened her attribute information and took a look. He realized that Li Huiyu was actually an extraordinary tier advance grade tailor with extraordinary tier advance grade potential. Moreover, her loyalty was actually 95. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had seen such a loyal subject who had just joined the territory. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's upper limit of potential and immediately thought of his bottle of epic tier potential advancement potion. He considered it for a moment but didn't say it. Zhou Zhou was now an experienced lord. There should be evidence for rewards and punishments. It would not be good to give the precious and rare epic tier potential promotion potion to the other party for no reason in front of so many people. It was not too late to wait for the other party to make a contribution. Then, Zhou Zhou and Li Huiyu chatted for a while more before leaving with Elder Bai. It's all thanks to you, Elder Bai, that we were able to save Elder Li and let the territory have the loyalty of an extraordinary tier advance grade tailor. Zhou Zhou and Elder Bai chatted as they walked. My lord, you're too kind. It's not all me. If not for the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies that my lord gave me to use, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do anything about Li Huiyu's illness. Bai Yuejing sighed. This time, it was all thanks to the help of the senior with superb medical skills in essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to do it alone. Unfortunately, that senior's consciousness did not seem to be complete. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to treat Li Huiyu faster and better. Zhou Zhou remembered when he heard this. He remembered that he had released a deal on the exchange a long time ago about buying ancestral statues. He also focused on purchasing the statues of Sun Simiao and Liu Ban. But there was no response. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. After all, not every lord was as abnormal as Zhou Zhou, who could have advanced architects to build high-level buildings like the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the early stages. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly opened the exchange. When he saw the notification from the exchange, his eyes widened. Chapter 291, 2 Ancestral Statues. What a coincidence! Zhou Zhou was in disbelief. The information on the exchange was that someone had sold him a statue of ancestor Sun Simiao. Moreover, it happened to be at the white silver tier. It could be fused and upgraded with the statue of ancestor Sun Simiao in his imperial ancestral temple. And the person who sold this statue was the Green Phoenix Lord he had met once. Zhou Zhou naturally would not forget this beautiful compatriot who had once fought with him on the Lord battlefield. At this moment, the other party sent a message. Green Phoenix Lord, Great Lord, are you there? Lord of the Blazing Sun, I'm here. I didn't expect you to be the first person to trade this statue with me. Green Phoenix Lord, hehe, I saw your deal hanging for a long time without being cancelled. I guessed that no one sold you the ancestor statue. Green Phoenix Lord, it's too normal. To date, I've killed at least 30,000 fog monsters in my territory. Only then did this ancestor statue drop. Green Phoenix Lord, if not for the fact that the architect in my territory isn't at the right level to build the ancestral temple now, I wouldn't have transacted this ancestral statue with you. It's too rare after all. Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes, what price do you want? Green Phoenix Lord, 1,000 yellow gold tier mist cores. This price is not expensive. Even though it's only a white silver tier ancestor statue, there won't be more than 10 in the hands of all the cerulean planet human lords after all. I am not trying to cheat you. Zhou Zhou smiled and agreed. 1,000 yellow gold tier mist cores? Was that considered money? He had obtained more than 4,600 diamond tier mist cores today. He directly obtained 280,000 yellow gold tier mist cores. 1,000 of them was nothing to him. Moreover, the Green Phoenix Lord was right. Even if an ancestor statue was only white silver tier, at this stage its value and rarity were not inferior to a diamond tier equipment. Not to mention that the Green Luan Lord had proposed to trade 1,000 yellow gold tier mist cores. Even if she said she wanted 1,000 diamond tier mist cores, Zhou Zhou would agree after feigning hesitation. On the other side, the Green Phoenix Lord was stunned when she saw that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had actually agreed so readily. Then, she regretted it. She seemed to have asked for too little. Some lords on the World Channel had long said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun might be the richest lord among all the human lords on Cerulean planet. From the looks of it, it seemed to be true. He actually agreed to 1,000 mist cores without bargaining. She wanted to type "Can I increase the price?" but halfway through, she hesitated and deleted the words one by one. Her relationship with the Lord of the Blazing Sun was quite good now. There was no need to ruin his impression of her because of the mist cores. Green Phoenix Lord, then let's trade now. The Green Phoenix Lord no longer hesitated and immediately said. If she didn't say it earlier, she was afraid that she would back out. Lord of the Blazing Sun, all right. After that, the two of them made a deal. After the transaction, both of them were quite satisfied. At this moment, the other party sent another message. Green Phoenix Lord, Big Boss Blazing Sun, do you really not plan to establish an alliance in the future? Green Phoenix Lord, if you establish an alliance in the future, our Green Phoenix Pact will join you. Hehe. Zhou Zhou was stunned. For a moment, he did not know if the other party was joking or serious. Lord of the Blazing Sun, let's see how it goes. Zhou Zhou typed. The Green Phoenix Lord could not help but be a little surprised when she saw Zhou Zhou's reply. This tone. It did not seem to be very resistant to establishing an alliance. Didn't the lords on the World Channel all say that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was a loner? She clicked her tongue in her heart. The Green Phoenix Lord did not dare to imagine what would happen to their cerulean planet Lord after the Lord of the Blazing Sun establishes his own Lord Alliance. After that, the two of them chatted for a while more before saying good night to each other. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou was about to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and fuse the statues of Sun Simiao's ancestors. But at this moment, another transaction message came from the exchange. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he was surprised to discover that this was actually another cerulean planet human who wanted to trade with him for the statue of the cerulean planet's ancestor. However, this person was a person called the Fertile Land Lord. Zhou Zhou did not know him. At this moment, the other party also sent a message. Fertile Land Lord, hello, Big Boss. My name is Nongqinglin. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you don't have to call me Big Boss. Just call me Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Zhou Zhou sat down again and sent him a message. Fertile Land Lord, Big Boss, you're too humble. I'm a farming lord. I even received the buff from your sword of Xianyuan previously. Lord of the Blazing Sun, it's fine. The enhancement of the sword of Xianyuan is meant for all the cerulean planet human lords. Zhou Zhou did not care. Ever since the buff effect of the sword of Xianyuan spread, he had seen many farming lords who expressed their gratitude to him. After all, even though the environment was not good now, there were still many people who knew how to be grateful. There were even lords who wanted to give him some farm byproducts. Zhou Zhou did not want it because he was busy every day. However, even though he did not care, his initial impression of this person was still much better. Fertile Land Lord, thank you. To be honest, I'm also a lord with a lord talent. Moreover, the lord talent is related to agriculture. The production of crops will more or less affect the level and strength of the farmers in our territory. Fertile Land Lord, therefore, with the enhancement of the sword of Xianyuan, the effect of my lord talent is doubled, so I'm very grateful to you. Fertile Land Lord, therefore, with the enhancement of your Xianyuan sword, the effect of my lord talent is doubled, so I'm very grateful to you. Fertile Land Lord, I know Big Boss Blazing Sun needs this, so I want to give it to you. Fertile Plains. Nongqinglin looked at the chat interface in front of him nervously. Actually, he had wanted to give the Lord of the Blazing Sun something a long time ago as a repayment on the enhancement of the sword of Xianyuan. However, what others said was their business. In Nongqinglin's mind, his teacher and family had taught him many human principles since he was young. One of the human principles was, as a person, you have to know how to repay kindness. Don't be an ingrate. As a farming player, Nongqinglin's thoughts were not complicated, so he agreed with this logic. Previously, he also wanted to give him some agricultural byproducts. However, after thinking about it, he felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun might not need such a thing. Therefore, he temporarily put aside the idea of giving gifts. Until today, when he was collecting the loot, he obtained an ancestor statue. The highest level architect in his territory was only at the green bronze tier intermediate grade. He could not build the Imperial Ancestral Temple at all. Therefore, this ancestor statue was temporarily useless to him. But even if it was useful, he also planned to give it to Zhou Zhou. Other than wanting to repay the benefits of the sword of Xianyuan, he also had his own thoughts. He had to find a backer for himself in this chaotic world. Chapter 292, The Fertile Land Lord voluntarily seeking refuge. Ancestor Liu Bei. As a farming lord, it was very difficult for him to survive in this world without a powerful lord as his backer. The final outcome might very well be his farming results and become someone else's wedding dress. He did not feel safe with the other lords. Even though the Lord of the Blazing Sun was feared by the other top-notch lords. However, his reputation was very good among the lower-level lords. Not to mention anything else. Just the large amount of supplies sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sun every day, especially the soldier class change certificates, allowed most low-level lords to reap a lot of benefits. Many low-level lords even had such a saying. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was the Lord talent they relied on to survive in this chaotic world. This was not bragging. Instead, it was the true thoughts of many lords. Nongqinglin had such an epiphany. Many professions in his territory came from buying the class change certificates sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. If not for the military professionals created by these soldier class change certificates, he might not even be able to complete the basic goal of the Lord battlefield activity. That was why he wanted to find the Lord of the Blazing Sun as his backer. In the words he had just said, revealing his Lord talent intentionally or unintentionally also meant to show his ability and value. On the other side, Zhou Zhou was really surprised to hear the fertile landlord's words. The value of a statue of the cerulean planet's human ancestor was needless to say. Even the Green Phoenix Lord would not give it to him for nothing. He did not expect this lord called Nongqinglin to actually give him a thank you gift of this level. Moreover, the lord talent he mentioned attracted Zhou Zhou's attention. Agricultural lord talent? He looked thoughtful. Now, there were more than 100,000 people in his territory. Moreover, this number would increase every day. With so many people, just the daily consumption of food was a problem. Now, his territory was buying food from Sand Gold City to satisfy the daily food needs of the territory's subjects. However, this was not a long-term solution. Provisions moved before troops. Having your own food production channel is a necessary foundation for development. Previously, he had not thought about this for the time being because he was too busy. Now that this fertile landlord had come over himself, perhaps he could try to make him submit to him. He thought for a moment and typed, "Lord of the Blazing Sun, I can't take it for nothing. How about this? I'll give you two choices. Lord of the Blazing Sun, first, I'll give you 1,000 white platinum tier mist cores to buy this ancestor statue of yours. Lord of the Blazing Sun, secondly, I will use the master servant territory contract to turn your territory into my subordinate territory. I will still give you 1,000 white platinum tier mist cores as your territory's development funds. In addition, I will also protect your territory's development and give you some resources that can assist your development. For example, I will rent you land for farming or provide you with seeds that you don't have. Lord of the Blazing Sun, but the price is that you and your territory have to be absolutely loyal to me. Moreover, from now on, the food produced in your territory has to be sold to us at the lowest price given that you have a certain profit." Zhou Zhou did not say anything about giving their agricultural produce to him for free. This fertile landlord was a farming lord who mainly focused on agricultural development. If he took them all for free, he would be letting the other party and his subjects die. Zhou Zhou naturally would not do such a thing. Moreover, Zhou Zhou now had a large number of uninhabited territories under his command. These territories were equivalent to being abandoned. It was better to hand it over to the other party to farm. On the other side, Nongqinglin was immediately overjoyed when he heard the Lord of the Blazing Sun's words. He was still thinking about how to ask the other party to be his backer. He did not expect the Lord of the Blazing Sun to take the initiative to mention it. Just what I want. Nongqinglin did not care about the loyalty the other party mentioned. Even though he had only been in this world for more than 10 days, he had long become accustomed to doing as the Romans do. He was used to loyalty, a term that was unfamiliar to modern people like him. As long as he could live comfortably, he could even sell himself. What more loyalty? He took out 2 items and initiated the transaction without hesitation. Zhou Zhou fell silent when he saw the 2 items. One of them was naturally the statue of the cerulean planet's ancestor statue. The second was a green bronze tier master servant territory contract. Lord of the Blazing Sun. You're already prepared. Fertile landlord, who can refuse to be protected by Big Boss Blazing Sun? He flattered Zhou Zhou, even though it was true. Zhou Zhou was speechless. But he still accepted the deal. He first looked at the statue of the cerulean planet's ancestor statue. It was a 3 to 4 meters tall statue. He was wearing the clothes of an ancient emperor. His ears were on his shoulders, and his hands were above his knees. His eyes were extremely long and narrow, giving people the illusion that they could see his ears. This is Liu Bei. Zhou Zhou was stunned. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Cerulean Planet's ancestor statue Liu Bei. Treasure grade, yellow gold tier. Treasure effect, place it in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and activate the ancestor statue's ancestral enhancement effect on territory, subjects, or lords. Treasure description, Emperor Zhaolai of the ancient Shu Kingdom of China, courtesy name Suand. After Liu Sheng, the Prince of Zhongshan, the founding emperor and politician of the Shu Han. It's really him. I wonder what Liu Bei's ancestral blessing is. Zhou Zhou was a little curious. However, he was not in a hurry to send it into the ancestral temple. Instead, he looked at the green bronze tier Lord Servant territory contract beside him. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use it? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. Please choose the lord you want to sign the Master Servant territory contract with. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he asked for the name of the other party's territory. After knowing, he immediately said, the Fertile Lord of Fertile City. A request to sign a Master Servant territory contract has been sent to the Fertile City Fertile Landlord. Please wait patiently. Zhou Zhou waited. Soon, the text notification appeared again. Fertile City Fertile Landlord has agreed to your Master Servant territory contract request and has officially become your subordinate territory. You have activated the Special Territory Information Column Subordinate Territory Column. A new subordinate territory Fertile City has been added to your subordinate territory column. You have the sovereignty of Fertile City. The Lord of Fertile City and his subjects cannot go against your orders as the Lord of the main territory. At the same time, as the Lord of the main territory, you have to bear the responsibility of protecting your subordinate territory. Your territory has a special building spatial teleportation array, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. You can choose to share the effect of your Lord talent with your subordinate territory. Fertile Landlord, can I call you my Lord now, Big Boss? Lord of the Blazing Sun, sure. Fertile Landlord, then can I bring the matter of me becoming your subordinate territory to the World Channel? Hehe, I want to show off. Even though Zhou Zhou was speechless, he agreed. In any case, he did not intend to treat this matter as a secret. In the future, he would obtain more lords through the Lord Subordinate Territory scroll. It was destined to be public in the future. What he needed to consider now was what talent effect to share with him. According to the text notification, the shared Lord talent effect was only partial, so he had to consider it. A moment later, he made his decision. Chapter 293, Nongqinglan's Agricultural Talent Agricultural Expert. Let's still use the blessing of the war god. Zhou Zhou thought. Didn't the fertile landlord feel that he lacked the strength to protect himself and wanted to find a backer? Then I'll give you the blessing of the war god that can quickly increase the combat strength of your territory. As for sending troops to help them, that was impossible. It was all right to protect his underlings once or twice. Zhou Zhou was not interested in being someone else's nanny. Share this talent with the fertile landlord blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. A text notification appeared. Main servant territory hint, the Lord talent has been shared successfully. Main servant territory hint, you can check the specific effect of the current shared talent and can modify or retract the current shared Lord talent at any time. Zhou Zhou muttered, check. The next second, the specific information of the Lord talent that had been shared appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took a look. Then, he raised his eyebrows. This was because he realized that the shared blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the war god, had actually been reduced from white platinum tier to yellow gold tier. Is this why I can only share a portion of the Lord talent effect? Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. He tried to adjust it, but he realized that he really could not adjust it upwards. He could only adjust it down. It seems that the yellow gold tier blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the war god, is already the limit of what I can share. Can't share any more. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he tried to ask how to increase the effect of the Lord talent. Supreme will notification, raise the level of the Lord talent. Zhou Zhou thought about it. This was in line with his desire to upgrade the blessing of the war god. He then checked the Lord talent effect shared by Linger. In the end, he realized that the blessing of the white silver tier war god was still there. He could only obtain an additional 400% promotion energy. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he directly raised it to 1000%, reaching the limit of the yellow gold tier Lord talent. At the same time, just as Zhou Zhou was sharing the blessing of the war god, the text notification of sharing talents also appeared in front of Linger and Nongqinglin. Your lord of the main territory has shared with you a yellow gold tier Lord talent blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god. You can check the specific information of this Lord talent. After seeing the specific effects of the talent, Nongqinglin and Linger were shocked. Linger only felt that her big brother was really amazing. She also remembered that she had only shared a portion of the Lord's talent effect. Nongqinglin was even more shocked. Obtained an additional 1000% promotion energy. Doesn't that mean that destroying one monster is equivalent to destroying 11 monsters? This Lord talent is actually so terrifying. He muttered to himself. Then, he realized something even more terrifying. According to the notification, the shared Lord talent was only part of the effect of the Lord talent of the Lord's main territory. There were already rumors on the World Channel that the Lord talent of the Lord of the Blazing Sun had already advanced to the mythical tier Lord talent after the novice Lord test. Could it be that the Lord's Lord talent is the blessing of the mythical tier war god? Thinking of this, Nongqinglin gasped. The white platinum tier blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the war master god, was already so terrifying. How ridiculous would the mythical tier talent effect be? At this moment, Nongqinglin was especially glad that he had joined the Lord of the Blazing Sun and become his subordinate territory. This talent, he would definitely dominate a region in the future as long as he did not die midway. It was even possible to fight for the position of the Supreme Lord that even the lords of all races wanted. When the time comes, no matter what, he was a subject of the dragon. At this moment, his information bar suddenly flashed. It was a message from the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Lord of the Blazing Sun, come over through the spatial teleportation array. I'll get the guards to pick you up. Nongqinglin was stunned. However, he did not think too much about it. He only thought that his new lord wanted to meet him face to face and discuss his future development. It was a very reasonable request. He called over a maid and tidied himself up grandly. He put on the most expensive but polite clothes and came to the spatial teleportation array. There was no time to admire the appearance of the spatial teleportation array that had appeared out of thin air in the territory. After knowing how to operate this spatial teleportation array, he immediately teleported to Blazing Sun City. A moment later, when Nongqinglin was led to the Lord Manor and entered the meeting hall, he saw Zhou Zhou and a cute little girl sitting together and chatting. You're Nongqinglin, right? I'm the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. My real name is Zhou Zhou. Take a seat first. Zhou Zhou said when he saw Nongqinglin. Yes, my lord. Nongqinglin sat down nervously. Even though the young man in front of him looked very young. However, as a middle-aged man, he felt a real sense of oppression when facing the other party. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is definitely very strong. It's either white silver tier or yellow gold tier. Nongqinglin was secretly shocked. The promotion energy required for a lord to advance was extremely high. Even with the enhancement of his lord talent, he was only at the green bronze tier intermediate grade after farming non-stop every day. This was already considered not bad among the human lords of the cerulean planet. Nong Chinglin really could not imagine how the other party had increased his strength to such a terrifying level. At this moment, Zhou Zhou stopped talking. He looked at Nong Chinglin and asked, "Can you let me see your lord talent? I'm more curious." Of course. Nong Chinglin immediately agreed and shared his lord talent information with Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked over. Lord talent, agricultural expert, green bronze tier. Talent effect 1, you are born with a special life profession agricultural expert. You also have rich agricultural knowledge and practical ability. Talent effect 2, when you summon your subjects every day, there is a higher chance of summoning a farmer-type life profession. There is also a very small chance of attracting farmers from the outside world to join your territory. Talent effect 3, you and the farmer-type professionals in your territory can obtain promotion energy by planting and harvesting crops, thereby increasing your strength and the level of the farmers in your territory. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised after reading it. Even though this lord talent was only at the green bronze tier, its effect was indeed very practical for farmers. He looked away and said to the two of them, "I invited the two of you over this time because I have something to tell you. You're all my subordinate territory. You should have already seen the lord talent I shared with you, right?" "I see it. Big brother, the lord talent you shared is so powerful." Linger looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration. Big brother? Was she the lord's family? Nong Chinglin was surprised. He immediately decided to be polite to this little girl and give her some gifts later. "I saw it. Thank you, my lord, for sharing my lord talent. With the lord talent you share, my territory will definitely have the ability to protect itself or even develop after a while." Nong Chinglin said excitedly. "How many professionals can fight in your territory now?" Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. Chapter 294, Linger's Development. Reward. My territory has 24,720 military professionals. Linger said proudly. With the class change certificate provided by her brother and the large number of war refugees joining her territory every day, her territory could be said to be developing rapidly. Now, not only did he have so many professionals, but even his territory level had increased to the white-silver tier elementary grade. Let's develop for a while more. She could even attack white-silver tier regional territories and continue to increase the level of her territory. It's going great. Zhou Zhou praised the other party. This development speed and territory strength was no longer inferior to some weaker top-notch lords. Then, he looked at Nong Chinglin. My territory only has 621 military professionals and 142 combat professions. He was a little ashamed and he could not help but look at Linger. They were both lord subordinate territories. The difference was too great. Even though he joined later. Nothing. Linger has been with me for a long time. Your territory can do the same in the future. Like this. In a while, go find my vice city lord and apply for 10,000 basic military class change certificates from him. In the future, if you want another class change certificate, you can use the food you planted to exchange for it. Of course, if you don't need it, you can directly trade for the Mist Core. Zhou Zhou said. He did not lack either the soldier-type class change certificate or the Mist Core. As for Linger, as his little sister, she could come and collect it at any time if she lacked a soldier class change certificate. On the other side, Nong Chinglin was stunned when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. 10,000 class change certificates. The total population of his territory was less than 2,000. He became excited. Was this the rich and imposing lord of the blazing sun? Today, he had truly witnessed what it meant to be arrogant. "Thank you, my lord," he said excitedly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he said, "I want to take something from you." "What is it?" The excited Nong Chinglin was stunned. "It won't harm or affect you at all, but it will be of some use to me," Zhou Zhou said. He was naturally talking about the green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments in the other party's body. Even though there were not many of them. But at least it was better than nothing. It's in me. Nong Jinglin probed. I guess so. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Can I refuse? Nong Jinglin could not help but ask. Even though the Lord said that it would not harm or affect him at all. But to take something from him. He was a little afraid just thinking about it. Sure. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Things are different now. It's just a few green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. When he first obtained the Master Thief's robbery gloves, he might have wanted them very much. However, he could obtain hundreds of yuan from the Scarlet Lord after going out to fight for a day. Therefore, he really did not value the Lord Talent crystal fragment on the other party. Moreover, he understood the other party's concerns. If it were him, he would not easily let others touch him, let alone take the things in his body. When Nong Jinglin saw that Zhou Zhou agreed so easily, he hesitated. After a while, "My lord, take it." He gritted his teeth. "I won't hurt you." Zhou Zhou was speechless when he saw him like this. He did not say anything after that. He put on the Master Thief's robbery gloves and placed them on his shoulder. A text notification appeared. Current items to steal: 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade agricultural theory, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade fertilizer manufacturing, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade skill book, rice cultivation, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade skill book, fruit tree cultivation, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade skill book, fruit forest conservation, stealing success rate, 100%, 1 green bronze tier Lord Talent sphere, stealing success rate, 100%, and 6 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, stealing success rate, 100%. Zhou Zhou's gaze shifted from the other party's green bronze tier Lord Talent sphere to the green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragment. He naturally would not be tempted by his Lord Talent. In any case, the other party was already his subordinate territory. His Lord Talent was equivalent to his Lord Talent. Moreover, with the peace of the country, the other party's loyalty would not be a problem in the future. Since that was the case, he just had to do his best. Then, he ordered in his heart to steal the 6 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. The next second, in his spatial ring, 6 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments appeared out of thin air. After doing all this, he retracted his hand. "All right," Zhou Zhou said to Nong Jinglin, who had his eyes closed and his body trembling slightly. The other party was stunned and opened his eyes in a daze. "That's it. What else? You don't think I'm going to cut a hole in you, do you?" Zhou Zhou smiled. "You can take another 500 Storm Spirit class change certificates when you collect the Soldier class change certificates later," he said. Since the fertile landlord allowed him to obtain his fragment of the Lord Talent crystals, Zhou Zhou naturally would not mistreat him. 500 Storm Spirit class change certificates could be considered a reward for the other party. Even though Nong Jinglin did not know what breed the Storm Spirit class change certificate was, if nothing went wrong, it was most likely good. "Thank you, my lord," he said expectantly. "MHM. You go first. As for choosing a suitable area to rent farmland in my territory, you can talk to the Vice City Lord tomorrow. As for seeds, there's a seed called the Jade Sun tree in our territory. This seed ranges from green bronze tier to white platinum tier. If you want to plant them, you can also buy them from us to sow them," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes. Then I'll take my leave first," Nong Jinglin said respectfully and excitedly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. When Nong Jinglin saw this, he bade farewell to Linger and turned to leave. But halfway through, he suddenly turned around and said expectantly, "My lord, can I say something about what I said today on the World Channel? I'll only say the part about the soldier class change certificates. I won't say anything else. I don't mean anything else. I just want to publicize the Lord's good deeds." Zhou Zhou. He looked at him disdainfully. "You look quite honest. Why do you like to show off so much? Don't mention the Storm Spirit class change certificate. But you can mention the 10,000 basic soldier class change certificates." He thought for a moment and said he would form his own Lord Alliance in the future. Since Nongqinglan wanted to show off so much, then he could attract a group of lords who wanted to join his alliance. "Yes, my lord," Nongqinglan said respectfully and turned to leave. After leaving the Lord Manor, he immediately clenched his fists excitedly. "I came to the right place this time. There's actually such a huge gain." His face was flushed with excitement. Nongqinglan even felt that choosing to rely on the Lord of the Blazing Sun and making him his backer was the wisest decision he had made in his life. "I have to think about how to say it on the World Channel." He was excited for a long time before coming back to his senses. Then, he walked back and pondered. At the same time, in the Lord Manor, in the meeting hall, "Big brother, what's a violent storm spirit?" Linger looked up at Zhou Zhou and asked curiously. "A kingdom-level combat profession change certificate. After he's done, go and get 3,000 books yourself." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Thank you, big brother." Linger was first shocked by the kingdom-level combat profession change certificate. Then, she immediately became excited when she heard Zhou Zhou's words. The current her already understood the value of a kingdom-level combat profession. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the two of them chatted and laughed for a while before Linger skipped away. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou also brought the two newly obtained cerulean planet's ancestor statue to the ancestral temple. Chapter 295, Liu Bei's Ancestral Enhancement. Yellow Gold Tier Sun Simiao's ancestor statue. In the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. 4 10-meter-tall red shrines were neatly placed on the altar. In two of the shrines, there were statues of Sun Simiao and Gong Shiban. The other two shrines were empty. Previously, when the ancestral temple was at the white-silver tier, there were only 3 shrines. Now that the Imperial Ancestral Temple has advanced to the yellow-gold tier, there is now an additional shrine. He didn't think too much about it. He took out Liu Bei's ancestor statue and used the item control technique to carefully place it in the rightmost shrine. The next second, the entire hall shook slightly. An old voice filled with entrustment sounded. "Don't do evil, however small a deed, do good however small a deed. Only virtuous people can convince others." It's actually this proverb. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He could not help but sigh in his heart. These were the words Liu Bei had written to his son, Liu Chan, before his death. Unfortunately, Liu Chan later forgot about it. In the end, the kingdom of Shu was still destroyed. Perhaps on his deathbed, Liu Bei might have already expected his son to be unable to ascend to the job. However, he was not angry at him for not fighting. He just wanted to do his father's last duty and tell Liu Chan to be a kind child in the future. It was enough. His parents were already tired enough. There was no need to pass this pressure on to the children. In the end, it was just that he couldn't stop worrying about his child. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion. Actually, under normal circumstances, he would not have such thoughts. However, the father-son relationship contained in Liu Bei's words was too strong. Anyone who heard it would be touched. At this moment, a new text notification appeared. You have placed a yellow gold tier statue of the ancestor of the cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Shrine Liu Bei. You have activated the exclusive ancestor buff, subdue people with virtue. The current ancestor statue has been updated. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Subdue people with virtue. Zhou Zhou opened the current ancestral enhancement effect. Ancestral enhancement, subdue people with virtue. Grade, yellow gold tier. Buff effect 1, the Lord's benevolence is easier to increase the loyalty of his subjects and will increase the probability of talents coming to invest. Buff effect 2, it is easier for your loyal subjects to give birth to loyal subjects. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. This buff did not seem to be of much use. However, if he could really attract someone to join him in the future, it would be a surprise. Moreover, the number of loyal subjects would affect the number of holy spirits after becoming a god. This was still very useful. The last point was, it could help him increase the loyalty of the people in his territory. In other words, it could speed up the advancement of the Diamond Tier Lord Talent peace and prosperity to the Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt that this ancestral enhancement was quite useful. Then, he opened the Peace and Prosperity Lord Talent and looked at how many subjects in his current territory had loyalty points of 90 and above. Current number, 21,223/1,000,000. There are actually more than 20,000 people. Zhou Zhou was surprised. There were less than 120,000 people in his territory. Nearly half of the subjects had joined in the past 2 days. Under such circumstances, there were actually more than a fifth of the subjects whose loyalty had reached 0 and above 90 points. In the eyes of the other lords, this ratio could already be considered a miracle. After all, many lords on the World Channel felt that a subject with more than 80 loyalty points could already be trusted American Samoa a brother and entrust the territory to him. If he told others about his data, there would definitely be a huge number of lords who would envy him. However, Zhou Zhou was naturally not so bored. After that, he closed the Lord Talent panel and took out Sun Simiao's statue. Under Zhou Zhou's surprised gaze, this statue of Sun Simiao instantly turned into a silver-white stream of light and rushed into the statue of Sun Simiao in the leftmost shrine. The two quickly fused into one and gradually emitted a golden light before slowly disappearing into the statue's body. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your cerulean planet's ancestor statue, Sun Simiao, has officially advanced from the white-silver tier to the yellow tier. The current ancestor statue has been updated. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou first looked at the statue of the current ancestor and realized that the level symbol behind Sun Simiao had changed from white-silver tier to yellow-gold tier. Then, he looked at the current ancestral enhancement. It was because essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies had also advanced to the yellow-gold tier. Treasure name, essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Treasure grade, yellow-gold tier. Treasure effect 1, after healing the injured, there is a chance that all doctor-related professionals in the territory will comprehend more medical theories, increasing the probability of breaking through by 5%. Treasure effect 2, when physician-related professionals with the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies encounter difficult illnesses, there is a chance that they will receive hints from the human ancestor of Cerulean planet, Sun Simiao. Treasure description, human lives are the most important. They are more precious than gold. They are more virtuous than this. Prompt, this treasure is exclusive to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It cannot be worn down, lost, or destroyed. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. There was only one upgrade for essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. That was, the probability of breaking through had increased from 5% to 10%. It did not seem to have increased much. However, it had actually doubled. These 1,000 yellow gold tier mist cores had not been spent in vain. At the same time, just as Sun Simiao's ancestor statue had just been upgraded. In Bai Yuejing's room. At this moment, this old man was studying essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies. Surrounding him were dense medical books. Among these medical books, some were from the high continent, and the other portion were Chinese medical books from the cerulean planet. These Chinese medicine books were what he had heard and recorded from the author after consulting him. The two systems were completely different, but the medical system that came from the same source benefited Bai Yuejing a lot. When he first came to the territory, he was only a diamond tier intermediate grade doctor. Now, his doctor profession level had shockingly reached the extraordinary tier elementary grade. He was not far from the upper limit of extraordinary intermediate grade. It doesn't lose its taste. It doesn't abstain from lust, doesn't abide by emotions, and can relapse after suffering from illness. Even though there's a lot of meat, it can't compare to food. Bai Yuejing read softly while understanding the deeper meaning of medicine. At this moment, the essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold for emergencies in his hand lit up slightly. Bai Yuejing was stunned. Old senior son. He probed. There was no sound from the book. He called out a few more times, but there was still no sound from the book. Bai Yuejing immediately panicked. After spending a long time together, he had long become friends with this old senior in the medical field called Sun Simiao. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to him. Fortunately, Sun Simiao's voice finally came from the book after a while. I'm fine. It's just that I was suddenly awakened by some lost memories and consciousness. My lord must have helped me find part of my lost statue. I have to thank my lord tomorrow. Sun Simiao sighed. Bai Yuejing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then, he could not help but be happy. Then I'll go find the lord tomorrow. Okay. We'll talk about it tomorrow. After I recovered my new memories, I had some new ideas for treating illnesses. Listen to them and let's communicate. Okay. Bai Yuejing was overjoyed. At the same time, after the fertile Earth Lord, Nongqinglin, returned to his territory, he immediately told the World Channel that he had already submitted to the Lord of the Blazing Sun and become the Lord of the Blazing Sun's subordinate territory. He listened to Zhou Zhou's request and only said that he had obtained 10,000 basic soldier class change certificates and that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would protect him. He did not say anything else. But even so, it also attracted the envy of a large number of lords on the World Channel. After all, be it the protection of the Lord of the Blazing Sun or the 10,000 basic soldier class change certificates, they were both things that most lords could only dream of. The former meant safety. The latter meant that the territory strength of the fertile landlord would welcome a huge advancement. That was 10,000 basic soldier class change certificates. One had to know that under the transaction rules specially set by the Lord of the Blazing Sun, every lord could only buy at most 10 soldier class change certificates a day from the transaction he issued. Not even one more. In comparison, this further showed how generous the Lord of the Blazing Sun was to his own people. At that time, a vast number of lords said on the World Channel that they also wanted to be a subordinate territory of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. It was impossible to add him as a friend. Zhou Zhou had long set up that he could not be added as a friend. At most, they could send some transaction information through the exchange to express their request to become a subordinate territory. However, Zhou Zhou had also set up information screening on the exchange. Therefore, unless these people had something Zhou Zhou wanted. Other than that, Zhou Zhou was destined not to be able to see them trying to cozy up to him. When Nongqinglin saw that these lords actually saw him as an envious target, he immediately felt even more comfortable. He did not show off for nothing. This was the effect he wanted. Chapter 296, Hero and Hero Inheritance. Feng Luo's gratitude. On the other side, Zhou Zhou bowed to Sun Simiao and the other ancestors and returned to his lord manor. Zhou Zhou had just returned when he saw a soldier standing in front of his manor. When he saw Zhou Zhou, he immediately ran over and said respectfully, "Reporting to my lord. There's just news from the Night Temple. They want to invite the lord over to talk about something." Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he reacted. They probably knew that he had ascended to the mythical tier advance grade, so they wanted to ask him. He was already prepared for this, so he only nodded slightly and let the other party lead the way. A moment later, in the secret meeting room in the Night Temple, when Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Rob already waiting for him. Other than him, the King of Abyssal Knights Bai He was also present. He was currently sitting on the main seat. After Zhou Zhou greeted the two of them politely, he heard Bai He say, "Sit." He did not stand on ceremony and sat down with a smile. "We already know that you've reached the mythical tier advance grade. We won't ask how you did it. However, we won't turn a blind eye to you bringing glory to our human race. We just held a meeting of the three kings to discuss how to reward you. In the end, we decided to give you another chance to accept the epic tier hero inheritance." Bai He said. After saying that, Zhou Zhou was not the only one stunned. Beside him, Rob was also stunned. Epic tier? F***ck? Wasn't it extraordinary tier? However, he quickly reacted. He looked at Zhou Zhou and could not help but click his tongue. It seemed that the higher UPS of the human race valued the other party more than he had imagined. This human lord in front of him was someone who could stand out from the lords of all races and stand at the top after all. With such an achievement, they should indeed place their bets and nurture him vigorously. Zhou Zhou was also pleasantly surprised. He never expected that not only would the other party not ask, but he would also give him such benefits. Epic tier hero inheritance. Bai Yun only had a hero inheritance of this level. Wu Xin was only at the extraordinary tier. This Lord Talent of the Night Temple was not wasted. Zhou Zhou thought. He did not need the other party's method to nurture knights since they take a long time to be nurtured. However, the gains from having two hero inheritances were not bad. Moreover, this was only a temporary gain. He would definitely be able to obtain more benefits here in the future. This is for you. Bai He flipped his right hand, and two golden tokens appeared in his hand. He threw them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at the two golden tokens. They had the word Sage engraved on the front. On the back were the words Heroic Spirit. With these two Heroic Spirit tokens, you can freely enter and exit the Heroic Spirit Hall with the hero candidates you acknowledge until you use up both of your hero inheritances. You have to remember. The hero inheritance is the most precious inheritance of our human race. You have to seriously choose the candidates to accept the hero inheritance. Don't disgrace these two hero inheritances and our human race's expectations of you. In addition, after the candidate you choose accepts the hero inheritance and has the ability to leave behind the hero inheritance, you must come back and leave behind their hero inheritance. This is our only request. It's also a necessary request for the hero inheritance of the human race. Bai He said seriously. No problem. Zhou Zhou agreed readily. However, he was a little curious. A living hero leaves behind the hero inheritance. When the person who accepts the hero inheritance leaves behind the hero inheritance, won't he be able to create countless heroes? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course not. The hero inheritance is an exclusive inheritance recognized by the Supreme Will. The hero inheritance will only take effect after the hero dies. When the hero is alive, the hero inheritance he left behind is unacceptable to others. Bai He said. Zhou Zhou nodded as he pondered. He hesitated for a moment before telling her about Bai Yun and Nadia. Then why can their hero inheritance coexist? Zhou Zhou asked doubtfully. You actually have such an opportunity. Before Bai He could speak, Rob could not help but exclaim in surprise. Is it rare? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. What's rare is the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. The Hero Inheritance Secret Manual is quite rare. Compared to the Heroic Spirit Inheritance left behind by our Heroic Spirit Hall with the Divine Calming Stone. As a legendary treasure, the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual can preserve the power of the hero inheritance left behind by a hero after his death to the greatest extent. A hero who accepts this power can receive the inheritance of a hero to the greatest extent. Moreover, even if the hero who left behind the hero inheritance is resurrected, it won't be able to deprive him of the hero's fate level slot. That's why their hero fate level slots coexist. Zhou Zhou was surprised. The hero inheritance secret manual actually had such an ability. He was lucky enough to obtain such a treasure back then. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhou bade farewell and left. Then, he arrived at the entrance of the night temple. Just as he was about to call a guard from his territory over, he saw Feng Luo standing at the door. At this moment, he was wearing brand new armor and arms, looking majestic. "Thank you, my lord, for the armor and arms. This is the first time I've used such powerful and suitable armor and weapons." Feng Luo's face was filled with excitement. As he had been wandering around and had no faction to belong to, even though he was already a white platinum tier advanced grade, the equipment he used was still white platinum tier elementary grade. Among them, the armor was yellow gold tier advanced grade. He had also tried to obtain equipment by destroying the fog monsters. However, he realized that it would not drop even if he killed many fog monsters, so he gave up. Until just now. Wu Xin found him and said that the Lord had asked him to bring him to the territory warehouse to pick out a set of white platinum tier advanced grade equipment that fit him. After taking the equipment, he immediately came over to thank him. Zhou Zhou smiled. He could tell that the other party's equipment level was too low, so he told Wu Xin to get a set for him. After all, he was a legendary tier talent, so he naturally could not be too stingy. Moreover, it was only a set of white platinum tier advanced grade equipment. Yellow gold tier advanced grade fog monsters could drop them. He had long accumulated a lot in his warehouse, but no one had used it because its grade was too high. Giving him a set was nothing. Then, he looked at the other party's loyalty. He realized that the other party's loyalty had increased from 89 to 94. This level of loyalty will do, Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at Feng Luo. Equipment is nothing. I have a better gift for you. But if you accept this gift, you'll have to work under me for the rest of your life. Would you like to? He asked seriously. I'm willing. Feng Luo said without hesitation. Even though he had just arrived. However, everything he had seen so far proved that the other party was a benevolent and wise master. There was even a chance of ending this chaotic world. This was exactly what he wanted. Therefore, he was willing to be Zhou Zhou's subordinate for the rest of his life. Okay. Then come with me. Zhou Zhou turned around and left. My lord, where are we going? Feng Luo looked around curiously as he walked. What kind of place is this? Why is it so spectacular? I'll help you choose a hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou said without turning his head. Feng Luo was stunned. Chapter 297, Feng Luo's Hero Inheritance, 1. Hero Inheritance. When Feng Luo heard Zhou Zhou's words, the first thought in his mind was, what nonsense is my lord talking about? What kind of existence was the hero inheritance? How could it be chosen just like that? Then, he reacted and scolded his idea for being a little offensive. Then, he hesitated. What if it's true? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible, so he became more and more excited. Just like that, in anticipation, nervousness, and desire. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the heroic spirit hall. Then, a 3-meter-tall human with purple eyes blocked their path. It was the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Halt! The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea said coldly. Greetings, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Zhou Zhou said respectfully. Feng Luo, who was behind him, quickly reacted and bowed. It's you. Are you here to accept the legacy of the heroes of the heroic spirits? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea looked at Zhou Zhou and said in a less stern voice. Even though he was stationed in the heroic spirit hall all year round, he had also heard that the other party had suppressed the lords of all races and advanced to the mythical tier advance grade. Even though he looked strict on the surface, he actually admired this proud human genius lord, quite a lot. He even regarded him as one of the future pillars of the human race. No. However, I think the person behind me is quite good in terms of potential and strength. Therefore, I want to come over and let the seniors of the heroic spirit hall see if any of them are willing to give him the inheritance of a human hero. Zhou Zhou said. When Feng Luo heard this, he subconsciously straightened his back, not wanting to embarrass his lord. The next second, he felt an extremely pressurizing gaze land on him. This gaze sized him up from head to toe before retracting. Not bad. He should be able to obtain the legacy of an epic tier hero. The Hidden Sea Guardian retracted his gaze and said. He was a little surprised. This kid was really surrounded by talents. The first person he brought over actually had the foundation of an epic tier hero candidate. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked. Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Temple Lord Bai only gave us a chance to obtain an epic tier and an extraordinary tier hero inheritance. But if this subject of mine is recognized by a legendary tier or even higher level heroic spirit senior, will he be able to obtain a higher level hero inheritance? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea looked at Feng Luo, then at Zhou Zhou. Then, he smiled and said nothing. Feng Luo and Zhou Zhou's expressions froze. The two of them immediately understood the meaning behind his smile. Feng Luo would not be recognized by heroic spirits of that level. When the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea saw this, he thought for a moment and explained in order to avoid hurting their confidence. Your subject's potential and bone structure are not bad. It should be more than enough to obtain the recognition of an epic tier heroic spirit. But it's still relatively difficult to obtain the recognition of a higher level heroic spirit. However, if that really happens, our human race naturally won't let a hero waste his talent for nothing. We will temporarily not open the hero inheritance of that heroic spirit and let the heroic candidate accumulate merits in the human race. When we accumulate enough merit points and this person has been recognized by the higher UPS of our human race, we will naturally open that heroic spirit's hero inheritance again and find him to officially inherit the hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This was acceptable. As for the fact that Feng Luo was not enough to inherit the legendary tier or even higher level hero inheritance, Zhou Zhou felt that the other party was not lying to him. After all, this was a human expert that even Rob had to call Lord. His strength should have stepped into God tier. Such an existence had been stationed in the heroic spirit hall for many years and had probably seen countless heroic candidates. His discerning should not be wrong. As for Feng Luo, who was behind him, he did not care too much about whether it was an epic tier or a legendary tier hero inheritance. He felt that it would be good enough if he could obtain the hero inheritance. Why would he be picky? Are you two going in now? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea said. Yes. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea nodded. Then, he waved his right hand and asked the knights on both sides of the door to open the door of the heroic spirit hall. Go in. Don't forget to be careful with your words and actions in front of the heroic spirits of the heroes. He said. Yes. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he walked into the heroic spirit hall with Feng Luo. In the heroic spirit hall, the heroic spirits of more than 300 heroes floated above the divine calming stone with their eyes closed. The faint pressure of their hero slots made Feng Luo, who was behind Zhou Zhou, suddenly tense up. As for Zhou Zhou, as the dragon-slaying king, he still felt nothing when facing their pressure. Wait, don't go. Zhou Zhou suddenly stopped and said. Even though Feng Luo didn't know why, he stood where he was obediently. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the motionless heroic spirits around him and could not help but feel a little regretful. He was also a little smug. It seemed that not everyone had the same aptitude as him. Go ahead. There are a total of 312 heroic spirit consciousnesses in this heroic spirit hall. Next, you only need to stay in front of each heroic spirit for a few seconds. If a heroic spirit feels that you meet the requirements of his hero inheritance, he or she will naturally open their eyes. At that time, you can choose to accept their hero inheritance. Don't be in a hurry to choose. If many heroic spirits choose you, that means that they all acknowledge you as their successor. When the time comes, choose the best epic tier hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou reminded. Yes, my lord. Feng Luo said respectfully. Then, he became a little curious. My lord, you've been here before, right? Then how many heroic spirits has my lord been chosen? Feng Luo couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing Zhou Zhou's words, he naturally knew that the more heroic spirits opened their eyes, the better their aptitude. They're all open. Zhou Zhou walked deeper into the heroic spirit hall without looking back. Only Feng Luo, who was staring at Zhou Zhou with wide eyes, was left. Zhou Zhou came to a heroic spirit. This heroic spirit was none other than Blazing Sun Mage Chongqing, who had an epic tier hero fate level slot but had long been killed by the enemy on the battlefield. I already have a Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Crystal in my hand. After converting it into a Faith Divine Crystal and obtaining some of Chongqing's belongings from the Night Hall, I can go to Carol Moli to revive. But Zhou Zhou frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. If he had not encountered the sky-devouring thunder dragon, he would definitely have done so. However, he had previously encountered the sky-devouring thunder dragon and lost a death immunity scroll. This made him re-evaluate the thought of reviving Chongqing. He wanted to exchange for another death immunity scroll first. That thing could really save his life after all. Thinking of this, he made his decision. It was better not to revive Chongqing yet. He still felt that security was the most important. There was no need to be anxious about reviving the hero and making a deal with the Night Temple. More than an hour later, Feng Luo walked over quickly and stood in front of Zhou Zhou with a faint excitement on his face. My lord! I've found a suitable hero inheritance, he said excitedly. Chapter 298, Feng Luo's Hero Inheritance, 2. Already? It's only been an hour. Have you seen all 312 heroic spirits? How many heroic spirits have opened their eyes? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. I've seen everything. However, I'm far inferior to my lord. I only opened the eyes of 8 heroic spirits. Among them, there are 6 heroic spirits with extraordinary tier hero slots and only 2 with epic tier hero slots. What I value is one of the 2 epic tier hero slots. Feng Luo said. Bring me there. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. Please follow me, my lord. Feng Luo nodded and brought Zhou Zhou to a heroic spirit. He looked at the heroic spirit. This was a middle-aged general wearing a general's uniform and holding a bright saber. Epic tier hero 10 directional martial emperor. Zhou Zhou looked at that person's life. 10 directional martial emperor, respect for me. This was a legendary hero. It was said that this person was originally a beggar. Zunwu, who had been a beggar since he was young, had only secretly learned a few scattered martial techniques in order to survive. Later on, he actually used this opportunity to make a name for himself. After that, he saw that the world was in chaos, so he decided to join the army to quell the chaos. In the end, he really continued to obtain military merits and finally became a great general. However, even though he was a great general in the army, he was different from a normal general. Other generals practiced military combat techniques. He just had to love martial arts moves. Moreover, he had the comprehension ability of a genius martial artist. With the country's resources, he had grasped countless martial arts manuals and various martial techniques at his fingertips. In the end, he even comprehended the hero slot from martial arts. Later on, there was a martial arts conference held by martial artists in the pugilistic world. Many martial artists participated. Zunwu was also very interested, so he chose to hide his identity and participate anonymously. In the end, he actually won the championship and became the leader of the martial arts world. This was because Zunwu often used saber techniques to crack all kinds of martial techniques at the conference. In his eyes, it was as if any martial technique or weapon had flaws that could be easily broken. Therefore, it was called the Ten-Directional Martial Emperor by the people of the pugilistic world. Later on, even though his identity as a great general was exposed, the title of Ten-Directional Martial Emperor was still above that of a great general. Until the other party was later attacked on the battlefield and killed by 3 epic tier heroes. Only then did he end his legendary life. After reading it, Zhou Zhou sighed. At the same time, he realized that the other party's hero ability was indeed similar to Feng Luo's. The Ten-Directional Martial Emperor Zunwu could easily see through the flaws of various martial techniques and could easily break them. Feng Luo had also walked out of his path as a sword-shield soldier. Moreover, among his skills, there were cracking skills like shield break, arrow control, saber slash, and spear break. To Feng Luo, the Ten-Directional Martial Emperor is indeed the most suitable hero inheritance for him. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the other epic tier hero inheritance and was even more certain of this. If that's the case, just accept this senior's inheritance. Zhou Zhou told Feng Luo. Yes. Feng Luo immediately became excited. He stood in front of Zunwu's heroic spirit and looked at him. The next second, a large amount of golden light was released from Zunwu's body. Then, like silk, it wrapped around Feng Luo. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. The hero inheritance of heroic spirits was actually so magical. He did not disturb the other party. Zhou Zhou walked out of the heroic spirit hall and told the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea about Feng Luo. Tisk. To be valued by that proud fellow, Zunwu, your subject is not ordinary. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea said in surprise. There were also differences in the epic tier hero inheritance. Zunwu's hero inheritance was definitely considered a top epic tier hero inheritance. Zhou Zhou told the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea about their similarities. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea immediately pondered. After coming over for a while, he said. In that case, he might be able to surpass Zunwu in the future and walk his own heroic path, obtaining a higher level hero fate level slot. His potential is still a little low. If I can increase my strength, my chances might be higher. Thank you for the hint, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. Zhou Zhou thanked him. It's fine. It was just a passing thought. Moreover, items that can increase one's potential are not easy to obtain. The Guardian shook his head. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The highest bottle he had now was a bottle of epic tier potential advancement potion. This naturally could not increase the potential of an epic tier hero. Epic tier hero. The lowest potential was at the epic tier. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea for a while. After learning from him that inheriting the heroic spirit would take some time, Zhou Zhou did not chat much and quickly left. In the living room of the Lord Manor, Zhou Zhou took out 6 regional treasure chests from his spatial ring. He opened them one by one. In the end, 5 of the region treasure chests were region-exclusive resource packs. Only the region treasure chest in Dark Knight Town was a yellow gold tier territory fusion certificate. It's really difficult to obtain a regional treasure chest like the Golem Lair. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Fortunately, this yellow gold tier territory fusion certificate was not bad. Then, he sent someone to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly over and asked about their improvements. Among them, Mugu's strength had also increased to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade after his territory advanced to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. His various skills had also increased to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Moreover, he could manage 11 monster ranches. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch had increased from 3,000 to 3,500. The upper limit of the monsters that could be nurtured had also increased to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou asked him to build a new monster ranch. As for the types of ranch monsters inside, he naturally chose the violent storm demon spirit that could produce kingdom-level combat class. As Zhang Fugui's mysterious caravan leveled up, the number of mysterious merchant had increased from 200 to 250. The abilities of all the mysterious merchant had also been upgraded to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. The number of mysterious caravan carriages had also increased from 100 to 150. In the end, there were already 200 clergymen, 200 priests, 200 nuns, and 400 life paladins in the shelter of Carol Moley's goddess of life. All the clerics' strength had also increased to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Carol Moley's strength had also increased from diamond tier elementary grade to diamond tier intermediate grade. This meant that the other party could revive any life form below the diamond tier intermediate grade, including heroes. This way, the range of revival heroes that Zhou Zhou could choose had increased again. After understanding all of this, he let the three of them leave and took out a black seed. It was the seed of the sacred blood fruit. Zhou Zhou took a few glances and walked out of the Lord Manor with it. He came to the spatial teleportation array and teleported to the spiritual medicine city. Chapter 299, Watering the Sacred Blood Fruit. After Zhou Zhou came out of the spiritual medicine city's spatial teleportation array, he saw two teams of soldiers guarding here. "Greetings, my lord." The soldiers were shocked when they saw Zhou Zhou. Then, they hurriedly said respectfully. As subjects of a subordinate territory, they naturally knew of the existence of the lord of the main territory, Zhou Zhou. "Where's your lord?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Her lordship is in the city. She should be studying now." The leader of the sword-shield soldiers said respectfully. "Studying?" Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. "Take me there." "Yes," the soldier said. Then, he arranged for the vice-captain to continue guarding the quests. Then, he brought Zhou Zhou to Linger's lord's residence. A moment later. "Lord's residence? Big brother." After the soldier reported, Zhou Zhou quickly saw Linger run out of the residence and hugged him excitedly. Zhou Zhou smiled and stroked her hair. "Have you been studying?" he asked curiously. "Mom said that studying can make you a useful person. That's why I gathered some books at the marketplace that I should read at my age. They were all written down by the lords of the cerulean planet from our memories on the high continent. Those authors are so awesome. They can actually memorize them all," Linger said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Turning their knowledge into books to sell in the marketplace was also a common method for lords to earn mist cores. After that, the two of them entered the residence. After chatting for a while, he told them why he was here. A true god tier advance grade seed. Linger's mouth opened slightly. Then, she looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration. Most of the items and equipment used by the lords were black iron and green bronze tier. Even white silver tier items could be considered precious. Her big brother had actually used a true god tier advance grade item. In a year or two, Big Brother would probably ascend to the throne of the Lord of all races, right? She thought expectantly. "I only obtained this seed by chance. I want to see if your divine herb garden can accelerate its growth." Zhou Zhou saw the other party's admiring gaze and guessed what Linger was thinking, so he explained. "True God tier advance grade. A medicinal herb of this level is not within the talent effect of the divine herb garden." Linger came back to her senses and said in distress. Her divine herb garden could only reduce the growth time of legendary tier medicinal herbs. The true God tier advance grade had already far exceeded this level. "Let's give it a try first," Zhou Zhou said. "Okay." Seeing her big brother's insistence, Linger didn't say anything else and nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them left the Lord's residence and came to the divine herb garden. After arriving, Ling'er took the seed of the sacred blood fruit from Zhou Zhou and planted it personally in the ground. Time passed. However, there was nothing wrong with the place where the sacred blood fruit was planted. Ling'er looked at Zhou Zhou awkwardly. Big brother. Normally speaking, if the ability of the divine herb garden takes effect, a large amount of spiritual energy will immediately gather at the place where the seed is planted. There's no spiritual energy gathered now. It should be because the divine herb garden can't work on this sacred blood fruit. Zhou Zhou nodded calmly. He, who was familiar with the abilities of the divine herb garden, was already prepared for this scene. The reason why he still wanted to give it a try was because he was unwilling. This scene completely dispelled his unrealistic thoughts. Big brother. However, even though the divine herb garden can't work on this sacred blood fruit, but the divine herb garden have an obscure ability. Its soil is suitable for planting any medicinal herb crop. Let it be planted here. Ling'er did not want her big brother to come for nothing, so she hurriedly said. Okay. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding. In that case, this divine herb garden was really a treasure land. There were many medicinal herbs in the world that needed a unique growth environment to grow successfully. Some regional specialties were also formed from this. On the other hand, the divine herb garden could provide a suitable environment for any medicinal herb crop to grow. However, they could gather crops from all over the world and even regional special herbs to grow. Make good use of the benefits this can bring. It was not inferior to the talent effect of reducing the growth time of medicinal herbs. Zhou Zhou's attention returned to the sacred blood fruit. He thought for a moment and took out a white platinum tier advanced grade heart. This shocked Ling'er. However, when she saw the item information displayed on the heart, she heaved a sigh of relief and was a little surprised. Vampire Baron bloodline? Big brother was really amazing. He could always take out treasures that she had seen before. She looked at Zhou Zhou with even more admiration. Zhou Zhou ignored the Fang girl beside him. After taking out the vampire bloodline, he walked to the place where the sacred blood fruit was planted. Just as he was thinking about how to use this vampire baron bloodline to water the sacred blood fruit seed, he suddenly felt that the vampire baron bloodline in his hand was about to leave his hand, as if it was about to rush into the soil buried in the sacred blood fruit seed. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He thought for a moment before letting go. The next second, he saw the vampire baron's heart land on the ground and melt into a pool of blood that fused into the ground. Zhou Zhou and Ling'er behind him looked at this scene in surprise. 4 to 5 seconds later, the two of them saw the soil that the blood had fused into suddenly stir. Then, a golden red tender shoot was extracted from the ground and quickly grew until it became a golden red plant more than half a meter tall. A golden red flower bud slowly bloomed, revealing a golden red fruit that looked like a strawberry. Zhou Zhou looked at the fruit. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Sacred Blood Fruit. Treasure grade, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, after plucking it and consuming it, it can slightly increase the bloodline contained in your body at the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade and below. It will automatically choose to increase the highest level bloodline contained in your body. Treasure description, the legendary sacred blood fruit that can purify one's bloodline. Even most god spirits have only heard of it and never seen it with their own eyes. Prompt, you can choose not to pick it but to continue injecting your bloodline power to increase the grade of the sacred blood fruit, so it can grow directly with bloodline water. Zhou Zhou was speechless. However, he could not be blamed. After all, even God Spirit did not understand this, let alone a lord who had just arrived in the high continent for 14 days. It can only purify bloodlines below White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou pondered. Even though his Chaos Human bloodline was only at the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade, he could not use this sacred blood fruit. This was because he was already 100% a pure-blooded Chaos Human. It could not continue to purify his bloodline. However, he quickly thought of 3 choices. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Nazario. Bai Yun had 14% of the Wood Elves bloodline, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Wu Xin had 3% of the Golden Dragon bloodline, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, in his body. Nazario even had 1% of the Divine Dragon of Destruction bloodline, True God Tier Advanced Grade, in his body. If he could purify these bloodlines and increase the ratio, their combat strength and potential would increase. Therefore, the bloodlines of all three had a high purification value. However, with the current level of the sacred blood fruit, it naturally could not be increased. The level is still a little low. Level up first. Zhou Zhou quickly made a decision. He took out 100 sets of Wood Elves bloodline and fused them into a high-level Wood Elves bloodline. Then, he watered the sacred blood fruit and saw it emit a golden red light. A moment later, when Zhou Zhou looked over again, its level had already become extraordinary tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he sent someone to call Bai Yun over and asked her if she wanted to improve and purify her bloodline. Chapter 300, Improving Bloodline. Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Potential. If you want to upgrade and purify the Wood Elves bloodline, I will first upgrade your Wood Elves bloodline to a high-level Wood Elves bloodline. Then, increase the ratio of high-level Wood Elves bloodline in your body. Zhou Zhou added. Bai Yun hesitated. She naturally knew that improving and purifying her Wood Elves bloodline would be beneficial to her strength. But if you don't want to give up on your human race, I'll maintain the human bloodline in your body at 70%. Zhou Zhou saw that Bai Yun still had concerns, so he said seriously. Since the drop rate of monsters was too low on the high continent, so if a life form contained many bloodlines, as long as the ratio of one bloodline reached 70% or more, he could use this bloodline to determine that the other party was a single-blooded life form. This was because the ratio of 70% to more than 70% of the bloodline would make life forms show very obvious racial characteristics. Under normal circumstances, almost no one would think of him as a half-blood. If a life form had many bloodlines in their body, and the ratio of each bloodline was below 70%, then this life form would become a mixed blood. It could not be treated as a life form of a single bloodline race. If he wanted other living beings to address a specific race, he could only join the corresponding race. But this was only on the surface. The other life form might be called a certain race on the surface, however, in fact, everyone knew that the other party was a mixed blood and could not be considered a true single race. Under normal circumstances, mixed bloods could not become the higher UPS of the races. They might even be discriminated against. Unless he was too strong, so strong that he could break all prejudices. Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief. That was her concern. Even though she also wanted to increase her strength. However, if possible, she still did not want to give up her human identity. Even if this human bloodline was very weak. However, that was also the basis of many of her persistence and reasons. Thank you, my lord. I'm willing to accept the upgrade and purification of the Wood Elves bloodline while maintaining my human bloodline. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Not only did the other party's insistence on the human bloodline not make him unhappy, but he even admired it. After all, not only was he his lord, but he was also one of the lords of the human race. To a certain extent, he was also fighting for the human race. He was naturally very happy that Bai Yun insisted on keeping the human bloodline. He had indeed not chosen the wrong person. Then, he first took out 100 sets of Wood Elves bloodline and fused them into a high-level Wood Elves bloodline. After that, Zhou Zhou let Bai Yun use it. Half an hour later, Bai Yun woke up from her bloodline awakening. At this moment, her skin was even fairer, her legs were slender, and her figure was even taller. Moreover, the vigorous blood energy and mental strength in his body were even more shocking. Clearly, his strength had increased significantly after replacing the high-level Wood Elves bloodline. Zhou Zhou opened her attribute panel and looked at her bloodline column. Human bloodline, white silver tier intermediate grade, 75%, high-level wood elves bloodline, extraordinary tier elementary grade, 18%. Then, he raised his eyebrows. His high-level wood elves bloodline not only upgraded Bai Yun's wood elves bloodline to high-level wood elves bloodline, but the purity of her bloodline had also increased from 14% to 18%. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou hesitated. Should he continue to purify it? If he fed Bai Yun another sacred blood fruit now, would the purity of her bloodline directly exceed 30%? He hesitated for a long time and finally decided to ask the Supreme Will. In the end, the Supreme Will really gave a notification. Supreme Will notification: when a life form uses the sacred blood fruit to purify their bloodline, they can rely on their resistance to sense and control this process of purifying their bloodline. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. So he could still control crowd control? Then there was no problem. Zhou Zhou handed the newly nurtured sacred blood fruit to Bai Yun and told her that the sacred blood fruit could be controlled by crowd control. Just increase the purity of the high-level wood elves bloodline to 25%. Keep the other 5% just in case. Zhou Zhou said. With Bai Yun's hero fate level slot, she could naturally feel the ratio of her bloodline. There was no need for him to give a special hint. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said gratefully. Then, she consumed the sacred blood fruit. She closed her eyes. Soon, Zhou Zhou and Ling Er saw wisps of blood fog that flickered with green light gradually dissipate from the surface of Bai Yun's body and surround her. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that her expression was normal. At the same time, he observed the progress of her bloodline improvement. 19%. 20%, 22%, 24%. Soon, Bai Yun's high-level wood elves bloodline had increased to 25%. At the same time, her figure and appearance were also closer to perfection. At the same time, her blood energy and mental strength were stronger. At this moment, Bai Yun slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Zhou Zhou and suddenly knelt on the ground excitedly. Thank you for your gift, my lord. I feel that I've become stronger. Get up. Just don't let down your potential in the future. Zhou Zhou smiled and helped her up. Then, he looked at her attribute panel. Subject: Bai Yun, Hero Unit. Hero Title: Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Position: Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Strength Level: Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability Overview: a hero with both human bloodline and high-level wood elf bloodline. His body contains powerful energy and he is proficient in elemental archery. He is a hero that can make enemies tremble in fear on the battlefield. Bloodline: Human bloodline, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, 75%, Advanced Wood Elves bloodline, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade, 25%. Skills: Heroic Skill Blood Fire Arrow Rain, Heroic Skill Morale Stability, Heroic Skill Silent March, Epic Tier Advance Grade Life Origin Meditation Method, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Wood Elemental Control, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Fire Elemental Control, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Blood Elemental Control, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Elemental Archery Skill, Wood, Race Talent Plant Affinity, Race Talent Growth, Race Skill Plant Whisperer, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Elemental Archery Skill, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade, Plant Manipulation, Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Elemental Archery Skill. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Hero Biography, 1. Under the blessing of the Human Lord, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the Blood Fire Arrow Elf and became the second-generation Blood Fire Arrow Elf. Hero's Personal Reputation Rating +1, Elf Race Reputation +10,000, High Continent Reputation +5. It was fine for Zhou Zhou to see the front. However, he was a little surprised when he saw Bai Yun's potential. Previously, Bai Yun's potential was only at the epic tier advance grade. Now, it has actually advanced to the legendary tier elementary grade. Can improving my bloodline also increase my potential? Then I have to get more bloodlines in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. Bai Yun and Wu Xin were fine. There was a high chance that the two of them would insist on the human bloodline. The demand for the sacred blood fruit was not very high. However, the divine dragon of destruction bloodline in Nazario's body was not only a true dragon bloodline, but it was also a true god tier advance grade bloodline. Purifying its bloodline to 100% would definitely increase Nazario's strength and potential. Nazario probably wouldn't refuse. However, it was also very difficult to do this. First, he had to think of a way to obtain a large number of bloodlines to water and nurture the sacred blood fruit. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the vampire bloodline and the wood elf's bloodline in his spatial ring. Chapter 301, Nurturing the Sacred Blood Flower. Wu Tu's map. After the consumption just now, he still had 154 white platinum tier advance grade vampire baron bloodlines and 1932 diamond tier elementary grade wood elves bloodlines. He looked a little hesitant before he quickly became determined. The vampire bloodline would be suppressed by the level of a high-level vampire. The wood elves bloodline would also be affected by the divine will of the tree of life. Even though the latter was not very restrictive, it was still a small flaw. It would also be fatal at certain times. Since these two bloodlines had their own flaws, he would water them for the sacred blood fruit. At least with the hint of the supreme will, the sacred blood fruit was safe. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately took out 100 sets of white platinum tier advance grade vampire baron bloodline and fused them with a diamond tier advance grade vampire viscount bloodline. Then, he watered it with the sacred blood flower. After the sacred blood fruit was watered again, it quickly emitted a faint golden red light. A moment later, the light dissipated. A diamond tier advance grade sacred blood fruit appeared as the sacred blood flower bloomed. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change when he saw this. He took out another 100 sets of wood elves bloodline and fused them into a high-level wood elves bloodline before watering the sacred blood fruit. The sacred blood fruit quickly advanced to extraordinary tier elementary grade. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou continued to take out 1000 sets of wood elves bloodline and fused them into 10 sets of high-level wood elves bloodline. Then, he watered them all for the sacred blood fruit. Under Zhou Zhou's expectant gaze, the sacred blood fruit's upgrade to the epic tier intermediate grade stopped abruptly. He frowned slightly. After so many bloodlines, he had only raised the sacred blood fruit to the epic tier intermediate grade? One had to know that any of these bloodlines could be snatched by countless lords on the marketplace. And he had just inserted 1,200 bloodlines. The price of nurturing the sacred blood flower was actually so high. Zhou Zhou wanted to retreat. He understood that it was impossible for him to water a sacred blood fruit that could increase the purity of Nazario's bloodline. Unless he could obtain a large number of high-level bloodlines in the future. The high level here referred to at least the bloodline of a low-tier deity. Or even higher. Otherwise, it would probably be very difficult to nurture a true god-tier advance grade sacred blood fruit. However, he was a little unwilling to give up after paying so much. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and fused 6 more portions of high-level wood elves bloodline. Through watering them, he upgraded the sacred blood fruit to an epic tier advance grade. Then, he called Wu Xin over. After asking Wu Xin for his opinion, not surprisingly, this old general who had fought for the human race for many years was naturally unwilling to abandon his human bloodline. However, he was still very willing to increase his golden dragon bloodline slightly without affecting his human bloodline. After Zhou Zhou found out about this situation, he handed the epic tier advance grade sacred blood fruit to the other party. After Wu Xin ate it, he only opened his eyes after 2 hours. "My lord, my injuries seem to have recovered a little. Moreover, it's still slowly recovering under the influence of the Golden Dragon bloodline. My strength has already recovered to White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Wu Xin was very surprised. Zhou Zhou was also a little surprised. This old general's strength at his peak was at the Diamond Tier Advance Grade. It was only because he had become older and his old injuries had relapsed that he had fallen to the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Later on, he received treatment in the shelter of the Goddess of Life and slowly recovered to White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Now, not only had his injuries recovered a little because of the purification of the Golden Dragon bloodline, but his strength had also returned to the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. This was a White Platinum Tier Advance Grade hero. With his strength and hero fate level slot, he could probably defeat even a Diamond Tier Scarlet Lord. Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. The restoration of Elder Wu's injuries and the increase in his strength was a pleasant surprise to him. He liked such an unexpected surprise. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at his bloodline column. As expected, the Golden Dragon bloodline had already increased to 25%, while the human bloodline had reached 75%. He looked at the other party's potential column again and realized that Wu Xin's potential had already increased from the original Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade to Epic Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It had actually increased by an entire level. As expected of the dragon bloodline. After that, he did not plan to stay any longer. Zhou Zhou looked at Ling. Ling, I'll leave this sacred blood fruit to you. We must send someone to protect it. Zhou Zhou instructed seriously. Okay, big brother. Ling nodded seriously. Zhou Zhou smiled and stroked her hair. Then, he left the Divine Medicinal Gardens and returned to Blazing Sun City through the spatial teleportation array. When he returned to the Lord's Manor, he suddenly saw a familiar young man standing there. The other party also saw Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. Wu Tu said respectfully. Let's go in first. Zhou Zhou smiled. Wu Tu smiled and nodded. Then, the two of them walked into the Lord Manor one after another. In the meeting hall, Zhou Zhou and Wu Tu chatted for a while before Wu Tu reported the situation of his map drawing. My lord, please take a look. This is the summary of the maps drawn by the Heavenly Army during this period of time. Wu Tu solemnly took out a black booklet and handed it to Zhou Zhou respectfully with both hands. Zhou Zhou took it and flipped through it. The first thing he saw was a large map. This large map not only included the situation of all the ownerless territories around Blazing Sun City. Moreover, it included the situation in the kingdom outside the ownerless area. This included the Aurora Kingdom that occupied the west, northwest, and north, the Nether Bark Kingdom that occupied the east, and the Taiyan Kingdom that occupied the south. What surprised Zhou Zhou the most was this map actually contained a complete map of the territory distribution of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the past, Zhou Zhou did not know the regional distribution of the Taiyan Kingdom. Therefore, when he attacked Dark Night Town today, he did not dare to be too careless because he was worried that something unexpected would happen. Therefore, in the end, he did not occupy Dark Night Town. He only destroyed it and left. Now that he saw this map of the Taiyan Kingdom's territory distribution, even though he knew that the Taiyan Kingdom was very powerful, he felt calm. Zhou Zhou looked at the regional map of the Taiyan Kingdom. The more he looked, the more surprised he was about the strength of the Taiyan Kingdom. Normally speaking, he only needed 30 regional territories to build a kingdom to satisfy the requirements of the number of territories. However, the Taiyan Kingdom actually had a total of 54 regional territories. Among them, there was 1 extraordinary tier regional territory, 3 diamond tier regional territory, 11 white platinum tier regional territory, 22 yellow gold tier regional territory, and 17 green bronze tier regional territory. There was not a single black iron tier region. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and had a guess. He had probably fused them all like him. Previously, he also had many black iron tier territories and had already fused them all. No wonder the Aurora Kingdom, which has fighting power, asked me for help. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, he began to observe the distribution of the territory near Dark Night Town. Then he raised his eyebrows. This was because Zhou Zhou realized the main territory of the Taiyan Kingdom was to the west of the Aurora Kingdom, an entire kingdom away from the territory where Blazing Sun City was. The area where Dark Night Town was located was surprisingly in a small-tailed area of the Taiyan Kingdom. There were not many powerful territories nearby. At most, there was only one white platinum tier Scarlet Lord territory. With Zhou Zhou's current strength, it was not impossible to fight against such a Scarlet Lord's territory. After all, with Nazario's current strength and hero fate level slot, as long as the Taiyan Kingdom did not mobilize its heroes, the possibility of them losing was extremely small. According to his understanding, the heroes of the Taiyan Kingdom were currently confronting the heroes of the Aurora Kingdom on the battlefield thousands of kilometers away. There was no way to worry about him. Then I can continue to expand along Dark Night Town. Zhou Zhou immediately thought with excitement. Chapter 302, Zhou Zhou's Decision. Monster Ranch Gains. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Since there were no powerful helpers near Dark Night Town, then continue fighting along Dark Night Town. Even if the last thing they wanted to see happened, the extraordinary tier hero of the Taiyan Kingdom came to them, then they could also retreat strategically with the help of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land and Black Ghost. In short, it was not very dangerous. He could definitely give it a try. Then we'll continue to attack the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom along Dark Night Town tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought. It would be best if he could obtain 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens. Then, he could also upgrade his territory again. Then, he looked at the Nether Bark Kingdom in the east. This kingdom did not have a complete map of the regional territories. It only drew some maps of the peripheral territories. On its right side, there was some information about its kingdom. Nether Bark Kingdom, a kingdom established by the kobolds. It is a religious country. All the kobolds in the kingdom believe in Thanatos, the god of death, and have built a large number of temples. Their pope is also a king. They have a total of 3 extraordinary tier regional territories, 6 diamond tier regional territories. A total of 86 regional territories. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. So this Nether Bark Kingdom was a religious country that believed in Thanatos, the god of death. Moreover, it was created by the kobolds. He could not help but think of the kobold tribe he had once destroyed. It was also from that place that he obtained the Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystal and used it to exchange for the Death Immunity Scroll that saved his life. It was also from that place that he obtained the Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystal and used it to exchange for the Death Immunity Scroll that saved his life. Zhou Zhou felt that it was very likely. What surprised him was, not only did the Nether Bark Kingdom have 86 regional territories, but there were also 3 extraordinary tier regional territories, which was more than the powerful Taiyan Kingdom. This Nether Bark Kingdom is probably even stronger than the Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he continued to read the information about this kingdom and realized that it was also fighting against the Aurora Kingdom. Moreover, the reason was shockingly to spread faith by force. What kind of luck does the Aurora Kingdom have? The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. In the north was the Titan Kingdom, in the east was the Nether Bark Kingdom, and in the west was the Taiyan Kingdom. He was actually sandwiched by 3 kingdoms. It was not easy to survive until now. No wonder Liya was so worried every day. However, he realized that his situation was not too good. As people who were close to the Aurora Kingdom, once the Aurora Kingdom could not withstand the pincer attack of the 3 countries, then he would probably become their next target. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he became determined to attack the area near Dark Night Town again. It would be best if he could join forces with the Aurora Kingdom to deal with the Taiyan Kingdom first. This way, the Aurora Kingdom's pressure would be greatly reduced, and they would be able to deal with the Titan Kingdom and the Underworld Bark Kingdom more easily. He could also increase the strength of his territory during this process and gradually gather the conditions to establish a kingdom. After he built his kingdom, with his Lord talent, it would definitely be easy to deal with the Titan Kingdom and the Nether Bark Kingdom. Well done! I'm very satisfied with this map. Zhou Zhou's gaze shifted from the map to Wu Tu's face. He looked at this young face and nodded in satisfaction. This is my duty. As long as my lord is satisfied. Wu Tu knelt on one knee and said respectfully. However, even so. However, Zhou Zhou could still see an excited smile on his face. Zhou Zhou smiled. Go get your military merits from Elder Zheng. If you can bring me better map information next time, I'll reward you handsomely, he said. As for what the reward was, Zhou Zhou already had an idea. There was also an extraordinary tier hero inheritance that could be inherited from the Night Temple. Originally, he was not sure of the candidate. But now, looking at Wu Tu, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized that he had forgotten about this person who had made many contributions behind his back. Without Wu Tu's map along the way, even though his development would not be much different, he would definitely not be able to reach his current level. Wu Tu's contribution was definitely worth an extraordinary tier hero's inheritance. Yes, my lord. I promise I won't disappoint you, my lord. When Wu Tu heard Zhou Zhou's words, he could not help but look forward to it. After chatting for a while, Wu Tu bade farewell and left. After he left, Zhou Zhou dealt with some territory matters before returning to his room to rest. The next day, early in the morning, in the bedroom, after Zhou Zhou woke up, he washed up briefly and walked out of the Lord Manor to the Gate of Summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou looked at the Gate of Summoning. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. After more than half an hour, only then did 725 new subjects walk out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X7. The 725 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 32 professionals. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Normally speaking, he should summon 24 professionals. This time, he actually summoned 32 people. Which meant he had freeloaded 6 professionals. I like to freeload, he thought. Then, Zhou Zhou began to check their attribute information. A moment later, the inspection was completed. Among the 32 professionals, there was a yellow gold tier intermediate grade blacksmith, a yellow gold tier intermediate grade tailor, a yellow gold tier intermediate grade martial artist, and a yellow gold tier intermediate grade adventurer. There were also 2 yellow gold tier elementary grade sword shield soldiers, 2 yellow gold tier elementary grade wind cavalrymen, and 3 yellow gold tier elementary grade sentinels. The rest were green bronze and black iron tier life professionals and combat professionals. I actually summoned an adventurer. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Then, he did not think too much about it. He handed them all to Elder Zheng and let him make the arrangements. Zhou Zhou went to the golem lair and summoned the 126 golems today. He also asked them to join the monster army. After that, Zhou Zhou led the soldiers to sweep through the time ruins and brought all the legionaries to the monster ranch. After Mu Gu and Zhao Chongshao built it overnight, there was already a new monster ranch of the violent storm demon spirits here. The total number of monster ranches came to 11. A monster ranch had 3,500 ranch monsters. 10 monster ranches were a total of 38,500 ranch monsters. Today, the total number of my soldiers will exceed the 100,000 mark. Zhou Zhou thought expectantly. Then he ordered 90,596 soldiers to start cleaning up the 38,500 ranch monsters. In less than half an hour, all the ranch monsters were wiped out. The soldiers then spent another half an hour extracting the loot from 10 conquerors' blast furnaces. With the effect of the perfect loots and his titles. Other than the +1 quality monster flesh, skill books, potion formulas, equipment, materials, fire demon fog wolf outfits, vitality potion, jade sun tree seed, and other items. A total of 210,226 green bronze tier mist cores, 81,397 white silver tier mist cores, 97,158 yellow gold tier mist cores, and 21,336 white platinum tier mist cores have been obtained. 81,467 soldier type class change certificates. 4,124 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 4,213 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 4,067 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 12,462 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 17,500 Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books. 17,500 Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates. 23,800 Wind Elemental Gems. 16,800 Thunder Elemental Gems. 40 pieces of Proof of Legion. 51,269 kilograms of light drawing crystals. 3,500 Tree Core Gems. Green Bronze Tier, White Silver Tier, Yellow Gold Tier, White Platinum Tier. 16,712 True Faith Tier Grade Scarlet Crystals. 13,167 Pious Tier Grade Scarlet Crystals. 8,621 Fanatic Tier Grade Scarlet Crystals. 2 Yellow Gold Tier Mount Contracts. Zhou Zhou didn't look at other loots, but directly looked at the number of recruitment books in it. He calculated in his mind, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 42,850 recruitment books. As long as they are all summoned from the summoning gate, his number of soldiers will reach 134,446. That was indeed the case. No upgrade of the monster ranch has ever disappointed him. Chapter 303, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Soldier. Feng Luo with a great change in disposition. Zhou Zhou called Wu Xian and brought the 42,850 recruitment books to the Gate of Summoning. Then, he began to summon new recruits. Then, he did not care much and let Wu Xian gather the new recruits here. He opened the marketplace and threw in 80,000 basic military profession change certificates, as well as excess materials, skill books, equipment, and other items. Then, he directly announced the transaction. In less than a moment, this transaction was ranked first on the transaction viewership rankings. Zhou Zhou closed the marketplace interface and quietly waited for the recruitment to end. Half an hour later, 42,850 soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning and joined the Blazing Sun Army.nao. Coupled with the 12 elemental archers recruited from the Time Ruins and the 126 golems in the Golem Lair. At this point, the total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou had officially reached 134,584. Now I have an army of 100,000. The number of soldiers under my command can exceed 200,000 by the day after tomorrow. His eyes lit up. At this rate of development, in less than a month, he could have 1,000,000 troops. When the time comes, he would have the ability to declare war on a kingdom. After a while, Bai Yun walked quickly to him from afar. "I've something to report, my lord. I just finished counting the soldiers' breakthroughs. A total of 81,600 soldiers have broken through this time. 21,617 have advanced to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade amongst them. 33,500 people will advance from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 23,437 people have advanced to the White Silver Tier. 2,882 people have advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 164 people broke through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Our army has a total of 40,370 Black Iron Rank soldiers. 51,913 Bronze soldiers. White Silver Tier, 37,644. 4,355 Yellow Gold Tiers. 164 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. In addition, I just broke through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Maris has also broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He remembered that after clearing the monster ranch yesterday, only 28,000 people had broken through, and none of them had broken through to the White Platinum Tier. More than 81,000 people had broken through today. The number was nearly 3 times more than yesterday. Moreover, 164 people had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. White Platinum Tier Military Professionals. This was already within the strength of a legendary tier talent. Which meant, even if he no longer obtained the reputation rating, at least 100 soldiers would break through to the White Platinum Tier just by clearing the monster ranch every day. It might even be higher in the future. The most important thing was naturally the Lord talent that had been upgraded to the White Platinum Tier level, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God. Yesterday, this Lord talent would only give the combat type professionals under him an additional 400% promotion energy. Now, he would directly obtain an additional 2000% promotion energy. It could be said that he had improved tremendously. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been able to obtain such an improvement today. I'm about to break through to Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou sensed the promotional energy in his body and realized that it was about to break through. He estimated that he would be able to successfully break through after killing a few hundred more monsters. At this moment, the exchange sent out a notification. Zhou Zhou took a look. He realized that he had just completed the transaction. He looked at the transaction results. Trade result, 289,637,136 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. There were nearly 300 million Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This number was within his expectations. The amount of things he sold today was almost twice as much as yesterday after all. After that, Zhou Zhou did not enter the Lord battlefield to begin his ranking. Instead, he came to the Night Temple and fought in front of the Heroic Spirit Hall. "Greetings, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea," Zhou Zhou said respectfully. "There's no hurry. That kid should be out soon." Hidden Sea thought highly of Zhou Zhou and chuckled. He did not have the airs of an expert at all. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, the two of them started chatting. A moment later. Rumble. The door of the Heroic Spirit Hall slowly opened. Then, a mighty man wearing black general armor and holding a tall saber walked out of the door. It was none other than Feng Luo. The current him was completely different from when he first arrived. Feng Luo, who had just arrived in the territory, looked like a downtrodden young man who had been through many wars and had been searching for his dream of peace. Even though he was a sword-shield soldier, he had extremely powerful strength and exquisite saber techniques. This made him look less like a sword-shield soldier and more like a machete man who wanted to change the world. And now, Feng Luo's ambition remains unchanged. However, his aura had already changed. Not only was his gaze more determined and steady than before, but he also had the aura of a great general and the unparalleled chivalry of a martial artist. If one had to use one word to summarize it, that is hero. Subordinate Feng Luo. "Greetings, my lord." Feng Luo came up to Zhou Zhou and knelt on one knee. "Looks like you've grown a lot." Zhou Zhou lamented. She helped him up. "Thank you, my lord, for giving me the chance to accept Senior Zunwu's hero inheritance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Feng Luo stood up and said gratefully. Zhou Zhou smiled. He didn't say anything. How alike. It's just that he lacks the aura of the martial Dao Supreme that Zunwu had back then. However, he is him and you are you. There's nothing wrong with that. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea laughed. Thank you, Senior. Feng Luo cupped his fists. Zhou Zhou nodded. The two of them felt that the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea was right. Zunwu was Zunwu, and Feng Luo was Feng Luo. If Feng Luo only wanted to imitate Zunwu and walk down his old path, he would only be at a disadvantage. In the end, he might not even be able to reach Zunwu's height back then. If Feng Luo could persevere and walk his own path, he might even reach Zunwu's level or even surpass him. I might have completely accepted Senior Zunwu's inheritance, but I still feel that the saber path I've grasped so far has not reached the end of the saber path. If there's a chance in the future, I might really use the saber and shield combination technique to test the heroes of the world. Feng Luo smiled. Naturally, he was not imitating. Instead, he was walking his own path. It was just that it coincidentally had the same thoughts as Zunwu back then. What's so hard about that? The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea pointed at Zhou Zhou and said, Your Lord's ambition is to be at the peak of the Lords of the myriad races. In the future, follow your Lord well and fight for him in the Supreme Continent. At that time, the heroes of the Supreme Continent will naturally become your whetstone. Zunwu's martial arts conference back then was only an empire-level martial arts conference. If you can conquer an empire or even a divine kingdom for your lord, what would be so difficult about surpassing Zunwu and reaching the end of the saber path? Chapter 304, 10-Directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo. Lord Father. Thank you, Senior. That's exactly what I was thinking. Feng Luo said seriously. I'm willing to fight for the Lord until the last drop of my blood. He said respectfully and firmly to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he opened his personal information. Subject, Feng Luo, Hero. Hero title, 10-Directional Martial Emperor. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Strength Level, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, originally a wandering sword shield warrior with good talent in the saber path. His dream was to open up a peaceful place for living beings who had suffered from war. Later, he joined Blazing Sun City and was recognized by the city lord of Blazing Sun City. He was given the hero inheritance and became a hero. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Epic Tier Advanced Grade, 100%. Skills, Hero Skill 10 Directions Martial Arts, Hero Skill 1 Blade Ultimate, Hero Skill Martial Suppression of 10 Directions, Talent Saber Intent Illumination, High Level Deity Intermediate Level Extreme Emperor Heavenly Saber, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Emperor Heavenly Saber Bone, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Emperor Heavenly Saber Chi, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Emperor Saber Energy, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Emperor Heavenly Saber Shield Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Heavenly Saber 13/ White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Saber and Shield Combination Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Shield Combat Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Arrow Combat Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Saber Combat Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Spear Combat Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Extreme Emperor Combat Body. Loyalty, 100, Dead Loyal. Potential, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Hero Biography, 1. Feng Luo wandered around the countries of the human race and rescued some suffering human beings. He was somewhat famous in some kingdoms of the human race. Hero Individual Legendary Tier Rating +1, Human Reputation +500. 2. Under the blessing of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, he obtained the hero inheritance of the 10-directional martial emperor and became the second-generation 10-directional martial emperor. Hero individual legendary tier rating +1, human reputation +10,000, high continent reputation +5. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad. His foundation was not much weaker than Bai Yun and Wu Xin. Then, he looked at the other party's 3 hero skills. Hero skill 10 directional martial arts, Feng Luo had grasped a vast number of martial arts inheritances. Any seemingly perfect attack was flawed in his eyes. Moreover, he could calculate a way to crack the other party's attack at any time. This skill could be said to be a 1v1 divine skill. The longer Feng Luo fought an opponent of the same level, the more he would understand his opponent's fighting style and countermeasures. The less likely his opponent's chances of winning would be, and he would almost certainly lose in the end. If he wanted to defeat Feng Luo, he could only rely on real strength or realm suppression to prevent Feng Luo from exerting his advantage in technique. Hero Skill 1 Blade Ultimate, a single target attack type hero skill. Any swing would contain all of Feng Luo's martial arts comprehension. It would also be Feng Luo's most powerful slash. Its power could be strengthened as Feng Luo's understanding of the saber path deepened. Hero Skill Martial Suppression of 10 Directions, Battlefield Type Hero Skill. When Feng Luo is on the battlefield, the more enemies surrounded him, the more he would be stimulated by the pressure he felt. He would constantly obtain enhancements in defense, offensive ability, and long-term combat ability. This skill could give Feng Luo a huge advantage in group battles, but it was also a hero skill that danced on the edge of a knife. If he survived, he would be able to attain legendary tier. However, there was a high chance that he would die in an army of 10,000 if he was not careful. It was a hero skill that allowed one to fight to the death. However, the battlefield was not a solo battle after all. It was not very dangerous to use it with the army providing support at the back. After that, Zhou Zhou and Feng Luo bade farewell to Hidden Sea and left the Night Temple. After leaving, Zhou Zhou let Feng Luo return to the Blazing Sun army before he went to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. In front of the ancestral altar, Zhou Zhou looked at the altar and realized that the upper limit of the offerings on the altar had become 50 offerings below the value of yellow gold tier mist cores. He placed 50 yellow gold tier mist cores without hesitation. Soon, the altar lit up slightly. Then, the 50 yellow gold tier mist cores on it disappeared. A text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Fight to the Death, Special War Enhancement. Fight to the death, special war enhancement. After the subjects under the Lord enter combat state, they can ignore the fear of death in their hearts and fight the enemy to the death. Duration, 6 hours. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Fight to the death. A new ancestral blessing. Moreover, this ancestral blessing looked quite effective. Everyone had the fear of death. Zhou Zhou, who had mastered many Lord talents, was no exception. What more his soldiers? On the battlefield. When he first arrived in the high continent, he often saw some soldiers who were so afraid that they could not fight and even turned around to escape. Towards such soldiers fleeing on the battlefield, Zhou Zhou only got someone to carry out relatively harsh physical punishments. But he did not kill them directly. At that time, they were all recruits after all. He still had a lot of tolerance for the performance of the recruits. But fortunately, with the appearance of the Lord Talent of Peace and Prosperity, the subjects became more and more loyal to him, indirectly causing fewer and fewer soldiers to escape on the battlefield. Later on, he won every battle. In addition to the appearance of heroes like Bai Yun and Wu Xin, the morale and military appearance of the soldiers were gradually nurtured, and there were even fewer soldiers escaping. He rarely saw soldiers escaping on the battlefield now. Thank you, ancestors. Zhou Zhou offered incense to the 3 ancestors respectfully before leaving the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He came to the army base and saw that all the soldiers were ready to fight. He did not hesitate and told them to prepare to enter the Lord battlefield. Then, he opened the Lord Battlefield option and began to match. Matching with your queuing opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. After the world changed. Zhou Zhou looked at the world in front of him. This was a vast snow plain. Heavy snowfall fell from the sky. Under the sharp cold wind, it landed on people's faces like a cold stone. He looked into the distance. A technological mechanical barrier stood there. Floating silver-white robots and silver-white technological weapons were quietly arranged there. An acquaintance. Zhou Zhou was surprised. At this moment, a text notification appeared. You have entered the mythical tier advance grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical tier advance grade battlefield Snow God Plains. Your opponent is Lord of the Machina race Lord Father. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. What a pity. It's not the Black Radium Lord from back then. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had rarely lost on the Lord battlefield. The Black Radium Lord of the Machina race was one of the battles he lost. At that time, he wanted to see if he could quickly increase his ranking with his Dragon Slayer Lord talent. The first half of the battle was pretty good. He smoothly scored. In the end, he quickly encountered a Machina race Lord without any bloodline. The Dragon Slayer advantage could not be used at all and was defeated. Even though the Machina race Lord in front of him was not the Black Radium Lord. It was a stronger Machina race Lord. It was ranked 6th on the Myriad Races Lord battlefield and was the strongest Lord among the Lords of the Machina race. Moreover, it was the strongest Lord with a mythical tier Lord talent. It's a tough battle. But I will still win. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. Things are different now. He was no longer the Lord who had relied on the Dragon Slayer Lord talent. Chapter 305, Lord Father's Mythical Tier Talent. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and began to recruit people. He first recruited Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Nazario, Augusta, Maris, and the others. Then, he recruited another 100,000 soldiers. As for the remaining soldiers, they stayed in reality to protect Blazing Sun City. After all the soldiers appeared, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others began to calmly arrange their positions. Zhou Zhou looked at Lord Father City in the distance. At this moment, the Lord Father had already summoned his Machina race subject. More than 60,000 Machina race subjects were lined up neatly, looking like cold machines. When the Lord Father saw his subjects, he nodded slightly. The 60,000 Machina race subjects were all combat-type mechanical race. Among them, there were 30,000 Black Iron Tier Machina race members. There were 20,000 Green Bronze Tier Machina race members. There were 9,500 White Silver Tier Machina race members and 500 Yellow Gold Tier Machina race members. As a Lord Father type intelligent life form, it had even reached the White Platinum Tier advance grade. There were two ways for the Machina race to advance. Firstly, he could increase his energy core level by hunting fog monsters and absorbing promotion energy. When the energy core level was upgraded, he could officially advance to the next level. As for the second method, it was to directly use a large amount of mechanical materials and energy cores to create and increase the level of the Mechanostriders. There was no need to mention the mechanical materials. The energy core was the modified mist core. It could be said that, as long as there were enough materials and energy cores, the Machina race could continuously create Machina people. More than 50,000 of the 60,000 Machina race people in front of Lord Father were made by consuming a large amount of mechanical materials and energy cores. Especially the Yellow Gold Tier Machina race. All of them were created by him. Otherwise, it would already be good enough to advance to the White Silver Tier at this time by absorbing promotion energy to increase his strength level. As for why he could reach the white platinum tier advanced grade, it was a mechanical invention he created through his mythical tier unique Lord talent, the ultimate algorithm. He controlled the computational power of all the Machina race. This mechanical invention could allow him to put the intelligent core of his subjects under his own program and turn them into his mechanical clone. This way, the promotion energy they obtained when destroying the fog monsters would all be circulated to Lord Father. Lord Father used this method to gather the promotion energy of some mechanical subjects to quickly increase his strength until he reached the white platinum tier advanced grade. Start launching the Apocalypse satellite. Lord Father ordered. Executing the order. The elemental energy sailboard is normal. The core program environment is normal. Prepare to launch the Apocalypse satellite. 10,9,8, 6,5, 1. Launch successfully. Program information gathered from all directions and was accepted by his intelligent core. At the same time, a huge silver-white satellite also shot into the sky, turning into a silver light spot before disappearing. Lord Father looked at this scene calmly. The Apocalypse satellite was another mechanical invention he had created with the ultimate algorithm. It had a high-altitude attack ability and had an extremely wide range. It was extremely powerful. Even the yellow gold tier regional Scarlet Lord had once died to the Apocalypse laser. It could climb all the way to the mythical tier advance grade on the Lord battlefield. The Apocalypse satellite had contributed greatly. Then, he turned to look at Blazing Sun City in the distance. Looking at it this way, he immediately frowned. The human lord is the lord of the Blazing Sunday. Why does he have so many subjects? Is it an opportunity he saw in reality or a lord talent effect? The other party has high energy creatures. And there's more than one. So many high energy creatures. Lord Father was shocked. As a super intelligent life form, it naturally had something similar to emotions. However, it was different from life's interpretation of emotions. The Machina race believed that emotions were a high-precision calculation reaction that had been super-compressed. After a long evolution, life condenses this computational response into instant or lasting emotions. The Machina race worshipped the evolution of such life forms and called it a computational miracle. This was also why the Machina race had always wanted to transform into a mechanical life form. To the Machina race, life was the end of Machina evolution. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. Zhou Zhou looked at Lord Father City in the distance. He knew that the Machina race was planning to fight a positional battle, seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving the city. He was not afraid at all. Just as he was about to send troops out to fight, a white laser descended from the sky and shot straight at Zhou Zhou's head. Zhou Zhou reacted immediately. However, before he could defend, the next second, Feng Luo, who was standing beside him, had already jumped high into the air. He flew in the air, his eyes calm. He held the saber with both hands and suddenly slashed down at the white laser. Emperor Heavenly Saber Chi. A golden saber energy shot out and collided with the laser 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. Right on the heels of that, the laser was crushed by the Emperor Heavenly Saber Chi without any suspense. Then, it shot in the direction of the satellite and finally disappeared into the sky. Zhou Zhou looked up at this scene. His sixth senses was astonishing. He could clearly see that the Emperor Heavenly Saber Chi could not continue forward after flying more than 7,000 meters because its energy was exhausted and it collapsed in the air. The height of the Apocalypse satellite was 15,000 meters. Feng Luo also saw this scene. That thing is like a sword hanging in the sky. We can't let them live. He looked at the Apocalypse satellite, and a sharp golden saber light appeared in his eyes. Then, his entire body turned into a huge golden saber. The huge golden saber appeared in midair and suddenly shot into the sky. Heavenly Saber Shield Technique. Lord Father seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed slightly. He immediately asked the Apocalypse satellite to move its position while letting it shoot 40 to 50 Apocalypse lasers at the Golden Saber. Facing these Apocalypse lasers, the Golden Saber did not even dodge and rushed straight towards the Apocalypse satellite. The 40 to 50 apocalyptic lasers quickly landed on the surface of the Golden Saber. However, what made Lord Father's expression change was that this huge Golden Saber actually seemed to be invincible. These apocalyptic lasers could not even break through its defense. They were shattered by the saber energy on the surface of the Golden Saber and disappeared into the air. The next second, rumble. After the Golden Saber approached the Apocalypse satellite, it immediately restored to Feng Luo's appearance. Heavenly Saber 13 slash. He slashed 13 more slashes that were even sharper and more domineering dark Golden Saber chi that landed on the Apocalypse satellite. There was a loud bang. The Apocalypse satellite immediately exploded into countless fragments and fell to the ground. Feng Luo casually waved a few saber chi and crushed these fragments into powder. Then, as if he had done something insignificant, he flew down calmly and landed beside Zhou Zhou. "My lord, the threat from the sky is resolved," Feng Luo said respectfully. Chapter 306, Terrifying Greedy Wolf Avatar. Well done. Zhou Zhou was not stingy with his praise at all. Then, he looked in the direction of Lord Father City with a cold gaze. "Bai Yun, Wu Xin. I'm here. Lead our troops to attack and capture Lord Father City." "Yes," the two of them said in unison. Then, they immediately led an army of 80,000 out of Blazing Sun City, leaving only 20,000 poison crossbow soldiers in charge of guarding the city. Zhou Zhou was not idle either. He took out the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter and used half of the energy in his body to summon 50 White Silvertier Advance Grade Sand Cavalrymen. Then, under the Desert Protection effect of the scepter, these 50 White Silvertier Advance Grade Sand Cavalrymen were all upgraded to Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Then, he used a quarter of his energy to summon a White Silvertier Advance Grade Chaos Tree Demon Boss. Zhou Zhou looked at the Chaos Tree Demon Boss. This Chaos Tree Demon Boss was more than 100 meters tall. It was completely grayish-black and was surrounded by chaotic fog. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared and disappeared in the chaotic fog, looking quite terrifying. However, Zhou Zhou could feel that when the other party's gaze landed on it, its eyes were immediately filled with extremely pure loyalty. He nodded slightly in his heart. Then, when he felt the energy contained in the other party's body, he was immediately shocked. The feeling that the other party gave him was not inferior to a White Silvertier Advance Grade Regional Scarlet Lord. It had clearly far exceeded it. According to Zhou Zhou's experience, this Chaos Tree Demon Boss was probably not inferior to a Yellow Gold Tier Regional Scarlet Lord. "Go on. Follow my army and destroy the enemies in front." Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and ordered the Chaos Tree Demon Boss and 50 Sand Cavalrymen. They silently accepted the order and left Blazing Sun City, following the army towards Lord Father City. Just as they were about to approach Lord Father City, Wu Xin, who was riding on the blinding light and standing at the front of the soldiers, suddenly took out a blood wolf totem. It was the Greedy Wolf totem. He looked at the Greedy Wolf painting. After 2 days of practice, he could use it freely. "Activate the array. Greedy Wolf Moon Howling Array." Wu Xin immediately ordered. Under the influence of the hero skill, desired military morale, the soldiers began to change their formation rapidly after receiving the order. In the blink of an eye, 80,000 soldiers arranged themselves in a vivid Greedy Wolf posture on the snow. "Up!" Wu Xin shouted. Blood-colored military formation murderous auras formed by essence, chi, and spirit flew out of the bodies of the 80,000 soldiers. The murderous aura of the blood-colored military formation gathered in the sky and finally formed a blood-colored divine wolf. It was 300 to 400 meters tall. Its entire body was blood-red and there were blood-colored stars flickering faintly in its body. It was wearing blood-red ferocious armor, and its eyes were actually dark silver, revealing a high and mighty feeling of ignoring life forms. It was the greedy wolf avatar. Moreover, because the soldiers forming it were all extraordinary and the number of soldiers had reached 80,000, its strength had shockingly reached the limit of the extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Extraordinary tier intermediate grade was the upper limit of the strength that the greedy wolf totem could reach. Otherwise, with the strength of these 80,000 soldiers, they could form an extraordinary tier advance grade greedy wolf avatar. However, it was no longer important. Even if it could only reach the extraordinary tier intermediate grade, it was also enough to make it impossible for the yellow gold tier advance grade Nazario and the yellow gold tier elementary grade Augusta to resist. Not to mention Lord Father. However, this Lord Father did not give up easily. He did not want to fall from his ranking so easily. All Machina race soldiers. All of you, leave the city and kill the enemy. Prepare to fire the 4 phases origin cannon. Divine armament energy shield activated. He quickly conveyed his orders to his 60,000 Machina race subjects. Rumble. The door of Lord Father's city automatically opened. 60,000 Machina race soldiers walked out of the city in an orderly manner and rushed towards greedy wolf avatar. While charging, all kinds of high-tech arms appeared on their bodies and they shot at the greedy wolf avatar. Countless high-energy bullets and cannonballs tore through the sky towards the greedy wolf avatar. However, it floated and stopped a few meters away from greedy wolf avatar. The greedy wolf avatar did not even need to spend any effort to defend. The invisible and qualitative pressure on its body alone was enough to isolate these attacks below white platinum tier. The next second, on the city wall of Lord Father's city, 100-meter-tall silver-white cannon slowly raised the barrel. Then, it began to condense yellowish-brown, aqua-blue, sky-blue, and scarlet energy at the mouth of the cannon. It was the 4 phases origin cannon. This was also an invention created by Lord Father through the ultimate algorithm. Even though it was only a white platinum tier advance grade cannon, it could crush any life form below the extraordinary tier level. 3 seconds later, these 4 energies gathered into a 4-colored ball of light. With a buzzing sound, the 4-colored ball of light shot towards greedy wolf avatar. In just an instant, it flew in front of the greedy wolf avatar. The greedy wolf avatar opened its bloody mouth calmly and swallowed the 4-colored ball of light under Lord Father's shocked gaze. It smacked its lips and opened its mouth again. A ball of blood-red army extermination light ball condensed in its mouth and shot towards Lord Father's city. In the blink of an eye, it hit the supreme barrier of Father's city and quickly broke it. Right on the heels of that, it hit the divine armament energy barrier again. This was also a city defense invention created by Lord Father with the ultimate algorithm. It could withstand diamond tier energy attacks at most. However, it only lasted for a second before shattering with a bang and crashing into Lord Father's city against this blood-red army extermination light ball. Rumble. It was as if lightning had destroyed the world, and light and darkness alternated. The ground shook violently. Lord Father was obliterated in the terrifying military explosion before he could even react. When the Machina race soldiers who had just left the city looked back, blood-red ruins were already everywhere. Where's my home? Where's my F***ing big Lord Father city? All the Machina race soldiers were stunned. Zhou Zhou was also stunned. F***ck. This greedy wolf totem was actually so powerful? This was a top lord of all races ranked number 6th after all. His home was actually destroyed by the greedy wolf avatar cannon? Ridiculous. Only then did Zhou Zhou realize. What kind of shocking treasure did he exchange from the King of Eternal Silence and his wife? At the same time, even though Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others were also shocked by the combat strength of the greedy wolf avatar, they quickly came back to their senses and immediately controlled greedy wolf avatar to sweep through the Machina race soldiers wantonly. Its casual strike could kill dozens or hundreds of Machina race soldiers. Occasionally, a large amount of violent storm would spew out of its mouth, causing the Machina race soldiers to suffer heavy losses. In addition, Nazario, Augusta, Maris, and the others were killed at the side. In less than half an hour, all the remaining Machina race soldiers fell on the battlefield. During this slaughter, Zhou Zhou had also successfully broken through to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. A text notification appeared. You have defeated the Machina race Lord Father, mythical tier advance grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have obtained 45 ranking points. Ranking system notification, your current ranking score is 45. Please continue ranking and obtain ranking scores to increase your ranking. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your ranking score will drop. Chapter 307, The Warning from the Extreme Venerable Lord. That's it. Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield in front of him and the greedy wolf avatar standing proudly in the sky with surprise in the depths of his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This greedy wolf avatar gave him too much of a surprise. Originally, he thought that his greatest trump cards were the yellow gold tier advance grade Nazario and the 2 growing armies other than the Dragon Slayer Will. He did not expect the greedy wolf avatar to have such power. This strength had already far exceeded Nazario's power. Other than the Lord talent of the dragon-slaying hometown that could not be used, the greedy wolf avatar could already be considered the strongest method he had mastered and could be used normally. At this moment, Bai Yun walked over and reported the situation to him. Then, Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised to know that no one had died in this battle. Not a single person was injured. The soldiers were at most a little tired. Then, Bai Yun told Zhou Zhou the reason. This was because when the soldiers used the greedy wolf moon howling array and when the greedy wolf avatar appeared, the soldiers who set up the array would be protected by it. The damage from the outside world could not hurt the soldiers in the greedy wolf avatar at all. The only way to hurt the soldiers who set up the array was to break the greedy wolf avatar. Once the greedy wolf avatar was broken, as the provider and foundation of the greedy wolf avatar, the soldier's spirit and body would be injured at the same time. As for the size of the injuries, it depended on the strength and number of soldiers. The stronger the soldiers were, the fewer injuries they would suffer and vice versa. A greedy wolf totem could accommodate up to 200,000 soldiers to form the foundation of an array. Even though he only used 80,000 soldiers to reach the strongest strength of the greedy wolf avatar, another 120,000 people could also increase the duration of the greedy wolf avatar's battle. This greedy wolf totem. If only there were a few more. Zhou Zhou could not help but think after hearing Bai Yun's report. This military formation that could use a large number of soldiers was simply too suitable for a lord like him, who could increase the number of soldiers every day. If he had 8 to 10 greedy wolf totems, he would not have to worry about the arrangements of the recruited soldiers for a long time. Unfortunately, there was only one. Then, he opened the rankings and looked at his ranking. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade, 45 points, Battlefield ranking, 70h. This ranking had already surpassed Lord Father, who was now in 8th place. The 9th was still the Extreme Venerable Lord of the Extreme Dragon Race. As for the person ranked in front of him, it was a Great Dream Lord from the Void Race. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. After all, it had directly increased by 2 ranks. After that, he led the soldiers out of the Snow God Plains and rested for half an hour. After letting the soldiers recover their spirit, he continued to rank. However, he waited for about an hour. The second ranking took a long time. You have entered the Mythical Tier Advance Grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the Mythical Tier Advance Grade battlefield Sun Furnace. Your opponent is Extreme Dragon Race Lord, Extreme Venerable Lord. Condition to defeat the enemy: kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking score -20. Those with insufficient ranking score, rank -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Zhou Zhou looked at the world in front of him. This was a huge black-red space. The air flickered with flames that could barely illuminate the place. An extremely intense heat spread throughout the surroundings. Even the soldiers under his command, who were soldier-type professionals, could not help but sweat. He looked above his head. The more it looked, the more he thought about it, the more it felt like a black and red lid. Coupled with the name of this Lord Battlefield, Zhou Zhou suddenly had a bold guess. Could this be inside a place called the Sun Furnace? He looked into the distance. A silver-white dragon nest that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters tall stood there. A silver dragon more than 1,500 meters tall flew in the air and looked at Zhou Zhou calmly. Zhou Zhou also looked at him. Human race. You must be the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The extreme venerable Lord said telepathically. Yes. Zhou Zhou was not surprised that the other party knew mental communication. Such a high-level bloodline existence. He was not surprised by any abilities. It's rare for a low-level race to reach the mythical tier advance grade. Your excellence is enough to attract the attention of all races. Even I'm not surprised. Zhou Zhou initially thought that the other party was praising him. However, its next words let Zhou Zhou know that he was wrong. I can remind you on account that there are members of my dragon race among your subjects. I think you're probably able to reach this position because of your mythical tier unique Lord talent. Your Lord talent should be quite outstanding among the many mythical tier Lord talents. But, it's useless. The Lord talent you rely on is actually nothing to us top lords of all races. For example, our extreme dragon race is the top pure-blooded dragon race among the dragons. The many dragon civilization inheritances that we awaken as our strength increases. Any core inheritance we take out is comparable to the mythical tier Lord talent of some low-level races. Our bloodline alone is comparable to the top bloodline of the mythical tier unique Lord talent. Another example is the original spirit race. They were born with a small world that could constantly grow. It could be said that they were born with the resources of an entire small world. As long as they reached adulthood, they could become a world lord, which was the true god tier level of the high continent. Another example is the Chaos Gods race. From the moment they were born, their sea of consciousness had nurtured a Chaos Godhead. The foundation to become a god had long been established. As long as they grew step by step, they could break through to the true god tier without any suspense. Even the Machina race lord you just defeated Lord Father. His life core also has the inheritance of a super technology civilization that has developed for hundreds of thousands of years. As long as he satisfies the requirements to activate the level authority, he will be able to use the technology inside at will. He can completely recreate the Machina race's super technology civilization in the high continent in a short period of time. This far exceeds the so-called mythical tier unique Lord talent. The extreme dragon race had a rather profound inheritance of the dragon race civilization and could casually tell the secrets of many top lords of the myriad races. Or rather, it was a semi-open fact among the top lords. Just as he said. As lords of a top race, the inheritance and foundation they had were not something that a simple mythical tier lord talent could compare to. Zhou Zhou listened quietly. Even though he was unwilling to admit it. But he had to admit that these top-notch lords were indeed much stronger than him. However, his expression did not change at all. Seeing him like this, the extreme venerable lord thought that he still could not recognize the situation. He shook his head and said calmly, "You might be able to lead them by a few points now. But as time passed, what will you do when the top lords of all races gradually master the civilization power of their respective races again? In the end, you can only dominate within your race. You might even die at the hands of the lords of other races halfway. Recognize the situation, human lord." The extreme venerable lord looked down at him and said. Chapter 308, the divine dragon will eventually bloodbath. An ant can turn the sky. Zhou Zhou looked at him quietly and suppressed the restlessness of the Dragon Slayer King's will in his mind. He suddenly smiled. So what? He said calmly. The extreme venerable lord was stunned. I know that in the eyes of you high-level races, we, life forms of the normal race, might really be like ants. But what does that mean to me? Whether we are a low-level race or a high-level race like you, our fate has been destined ever since we stepped onto this battlefield. We have to kill each other on this lord battlefield until the final lord of all races is decided. This is the only choice between you, me, and the other lords. We have no way out. You, extreme venerable lord, are the same as me. Zhou Zhou said calmly. The same. Do you think you can fight for the lord of all races? The extreme venerable lord smiled disdainfully. Then do you think it's possible for you? Zhou Zhou asked. The extreme venerable lord's expression darkened and he stopped talking. He had fought the top 3 lords of all races. However, it was precisely because they had fought before that he understood how terrifying they were. He looked at Zhou Zhou while using the extremely terrifying dragon might of the extreme dragon race instantly pressed down on him. Zhou Zhou looked at it calmly as if he did not feel anything. Look, you and I are the same. Still, the divine dragon will eventually bleed. Even ants can overturn the sky. If you can take the position of lord of all races, I, the lord of the blazing sun, can also sit on it. Lastly, thank you for your reminder. Leave. Lord Father is not my match. You won't be either. Zhou Zhou said. The extreme venerable lord looked at him quietly. A moment later, the extreme venerable city behind him gradually disappeared from the lord battlefield along with him. Extreme Dragon Race Lord Extreme Venerable Lord has surrendered. You have defeated the Extreme Dragon Race Lord Extreme Venerable Lord, Mythical Tier Advance Grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 ranking points. Ranking System Notification, your current ranking score is 65. Please continue ranking and obtain a ranking score to increase your ranking. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your rank will -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He did not feel happy. He might have easily won this ranking, but the other party's words did cause a huge wave in his heart. Over the past few days, he had continuously won and his rank had increased. Even though he did not show anything on the surface, he still felt a little proud. This was also inevitable. However, the words of the extreme venerable lord made the pride in his heart disappear. He valued these top lords again. A temporary lead is nothing. To be able to lead to the end and become the lord of all races is a true winner. I still have to continue becoming stronger. Even if these top lords of all races completely master the civilization power of their race in the later stages, I have to be able to resist them or even surpass them. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. After that, he left the Lord battlefield with the soldiers and looked at his ranking. After the extreme venerable lord surrendered without fighting, his ranking increased again to 6th place. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and continued to rank. Taking advantage of the ranking period, Zhou Zhou opened the battlefield shop and spent 300,000 battlefield points to exchange for the mythical tier master servant territory contract and the index of all races, Book 10. At this point, he had exchanged for all the most valuable treasures in the battlefield shop. The remaining goods were nothing more than some territory rebirth tokens and resurrection tokens. He could slowly exchange for these things in the future. After that, he took out the index of all races from the 1st to the 10th volume. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse it into the complete index of all races? Copy. Copy. Zhou Zhou pondered. When he first obtained the index of all races, copy, he remembered that it said that only the first lord to collect all 10 volumes could obtain the complete mythical tier treasure, the index of all races. From the looks of it, the original should have been redeemed. The first lord to collect all 10 volumes should be the original spirit race's true lord who has occupied the first place in the lord battlefield of all races. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even though he felt that it was a pity, he could not change anything. That party was the first to collect the complete 10 volumes after all. He stopped thinking and chose to fuse the 10 volumes. The next second, the 10 volumes of the index of all races in front of Zhou Zhou fused together, forming a thick black gold book. Zhou Zhou looked over. Treasure name, Index of all races, copy. Treasure grade, mythical tier. Treasure effect, a copy of the mythical tier treasure, Index of all races. It records the detailed information of the races that are born and destroyed at all times in the myriad worlds. It can be used to search for the race information you want to know. Treasure description, it was copied from the Index of all races by the Supreme Will. There is only slightly less detailed information about the race than before. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Even though it was only a copy, it was at least a mythical tier treasure. Even though there might be less detailed information about the race recorded than the original, it was not unacceptable. He put away the Index of all races, copy. At the same time, the news of the Lord of the Blazing Sun increasing his ranking on the Lord battlefield of all races spread on the World Channel again. Other than lords who were hostile to the Blazing Sun, most of the lords were excited and expectant. They really wanted to know what rank the Lord of the Blazing Sun from the Cerulean planet would eventually advance to. They did not dare to think about getting first place. But what about the top 3? All the lords were guessing. Someone even specially placed a bet for this. The World Channel became quite lively because of this matter. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhou looked at the ranking that had yet to begin and could not help but feel speechless. What were the other top lords of all races doing? He still wanted to encounter the top 3 lords. Zhou Zhou looked at the sky. It was almost noon. Seeing this, he gave up on continuing to rank. Let's queue tomorrow. In any case, it was only the 5th day today. There were still 5 days before the end of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. It was enough for him to continue increasing his ranking. Then, Zhou Zhou came to the shelter of the Goddess of Life and converted the Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals in his hand into a Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. Then, he took the Faith Divine Crystal and left Blazing Sun City with all his soldiers. Then, he headed straight to the original territory of Thorn Dune. The territory where the original Thorn Dune was. It was now a part of the Blazing Sun Desert. After Zhou Zhou brought his men here, he immediately arrived at the God of Death Temple. In front of the statue of the God of Death, Thanatos, Zhou Zhou placed the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal on the altar of the God of Death. Lord God of Death, I abided by our agreement and brought this Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. Lord God of Death, please accept it. He said respectfully. Chapter 309, The Reward of the God of Death. The temple was still quiet after a long time. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change as he continued to wait quietly. At this moment, a deep and familiar voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's mind. You're not bad. 2 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals, and the faith inside is actually so pure. It's been a long time since I've seen a Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal of this quality. The God of Death, Thanatos, sighed. Greetings, God of Death. I'm happy as long as the God of Death is satisfied with the Faith Divine Crystal I offer. Zhou Zhou said respectfully. Very good. What reward do you want? The God of Death, Thanatos, said. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change. He was a little surprised. Previously, when he offered the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal, the other party had no intention of communicating at all. He threw down the death immunity scroll and left. He did not expect him to be willing to talk to him this time. It seemed that he had indeed satisfied the other party by giving him 2 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals in a row. I would like to have another Death Immunity Scroll. He stopped thinking about it and said his needs. Easy. The God of Death, Thanatos, said lightly. The next second, a black scroll with Thanatos' figure engraved on the surface appeared on the altar out of thin air. It was the Death Immunity Scroll. I'll give you another small gift. After the God of Death Thanatos finished speaking, 2 points of black light lit up in the eyes of the God of Death statue. Then, they turned into 2 black lights and shot out, shooting straight at Soul Reaper Maris, who was outside the temple. Maris stiffened. However, he did not dare to act rashly. As time passed, the aura on his body became even more mysterious and dignified. Moreover, the God of Death scythe in his arms also emitted a pitch-black luster. A moment later, Maris' aura gradually dissipated, and the light emitted by the God of Death scythe in his arms was also retracted. Thank you for your gift, Your Excellency. He suddenly knelt down to the God of Death, Thanatos. Thank your Lord. The God of Death, Thanatos, said calmly. Then, he said to Zhou Zhou, a small lord under the supreme will. The fact that you have a member of my Soul Reaper army among your subordinates means that there's still some fate between us. Are you willing to believe in me and become the candidate Holy Son of my God of Death Church? As long as you are willing to become a candidate Holy Son of my God of Death Church, you can mobilize the resources of countless God of Death churches in the High Continent and even the myriad worlds. When the time comes, you will have a chance to really compete with the top lords of all races. You might even be able to fight for the position of the Lord of all races. You're only a human lord after all. The foundation of the race civilization is still too shallow compared to those top lords of all races. I'm sure you've felt the difference during this period of time. If you're willing to believe in me and become my candidate Holy Son, you don't have to worry about foundation. The God of Death, Thanatos, said. Zhou Zhou could not help but fall silent. He did not expect the God of Death to make such a condition. He only wanted to come over in exchange for a Death Immunity Scroll, okay? However, it had to be said that the conditions offered by this Master God tier made him quite tempted. In terms of the foundation of the race civilization, he was indeed inferior to those races that had developed for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. These top-notch races could probably carry out interstellar wars in the starry sky. Before he came to the High Continent, the cerulean planet could not even emigrate to a planet in outer space to live. The difference was ordinary. He was silent for a long time before finally saying, faith can't be achieved overnight. Otherwise, it will be a false belief. That will be an insult to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please let me consider it seriously. Okay. Zhou Zhou said. All the gifts given by fate had been priced early on. He did not believe that such a good thing would come without a price. Moreover, Zhou Zhou did not want to believe in any god spirits for the time being. Even he wanted to be a god spirit. Therefore, it was better not to become a believer in this excellency. Fine. Let's not talk about faith for the time being. Remember to send more fanatic believer or god tier faith divine crystals in the future. The God of Death, Thanatos, said. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. He could not take out the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal again. However, he still had a lot of fanatic believer faith divine crystals. However, he had just given him a Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal. If he were to turn around and say that he still had the fanatic believer's faith divine crystal, it seemed like he was being secretive. He would give it to him the next time he needed it. The God of Death, Thanatos, nodded and did not say anything else. A moment later, after confirming that the will of the God of Death, Thanatos, had left, Zhou Zhou walked forward and put away the Death Immunity Scroll on the altar. Then, he bowed to the god of death and walked out of the temple to Maris. "Greetings, my lord," Maris said respectfully. "Does it feel different?" Zhou Zhou asked. "His Excellency the God of Death has upgraded my potential from Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade to Diamond Tier Advance Grade. There's nothing else," Maris said. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Being upgraded to Diamond Tier Advance Grade did not seem to be a lot, since many of the experts under him had reached the Extraordinary Tier, Epic Tier, and even the Legendary Tier and Mythical Tier after all. However, Maris was a Divine Kingdom soldier type Soul Reaper. As long as he reached a certain level of strength, he could instantly kill an expert of a certain level. This was because Maris had such a soul-killing method. Therefore, its efficiency in killing enemies was astonishingly high on the battlefield. Zhou Zhou had long taken the Extraordinary Tier Potential Advancement Potion, wanting to try to increase the other party's potential level. In the end, it reminded him that Maris' soul and soldier type were special. The Potential Advancement Potion could not increase his potential at all. For this reason, Zhou Zhou even specially asked the Supreme Will what to do, but the Supreme Will did not give him any hints. He did not expect that coming over to give the God of Death a Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal would actually give him such a pleasant surprise. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He was quite satisfied with his gains this time. He did not stay any longer. He boarded the Black Ghost with the two armies and left. After they left, in the God of Death Temple, the Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal that Zhou Zhou had just handed over appeared out of thin air in front of the God of Death statue. Trieste's aura. "I miss it." The God of Death, Thanatos, sighed. Then, the temple fell silent again. After Zhou Zhou led the two armies onto the Black Ghost, he did not go to Dark Night Town immediately. Instead, he began to conquer the non-kingdom territories around the Blazing Sun Desert. These non-kingdom regional territories were controlled by the Scarlet Lord. Among them were 7 Black Iron Tier regional territories, 5 Green Bronze Tier regional territories, and 2 White Silver Tier regional territories. There was not a single regional territory above Yellow Gold Tier. With the help of the Black Ghost, Zhou Zhou and the others quickly marched proudly through the regional territories of the various non-kingdoms. In the end, they only used less than 3 hours to capture and occupy all 14 regional territories. At this point, there were no other ownerless territories around Zhou Zhou's territory other than the regional territories controlled by the kingdom. After that, he did not stay any longer and headed straight for Dark Night Town. Chapter 310, Taking Back Dark Night Town. In the Black Ghost, Zhou Zhou looked at the map in his hand. This map was drawn by Wutu's Heavenly Army. It recorded in detail the distribution of all the regions and territories in the entire Taiyan Kingdom. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the territory near Dark Night Town. There were 5 regional territories closest to Dark Night Town. Other than the White Platinum Tier Scarlet Lord's territory East Demon City and the Yellow Gold Tier Scarlet Lord's territory Red Wasp Town that Ruoji mentioned. There were also 2 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord territories and 1 White Silver Tier Scarlet Lord territory. Let's deal with these 3 Bronze and Silver Scarlet Lord territories first. It saves them from sending reinforcements when they attack East Demon City and Red Wasp Town. Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, they arrived at the old site of Dark Night Town. In the Black Ghost, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the other higher UPS of the army were looking at the virtual screen in front of them. The virtual screen displayed the scene of Dark Night Town. Dark Night Town, which had already been captured and destroyed by them, actually gathered a large number of fog monsters again. These fog monsters were mainly divided into 2 types. One was a black-grey mantis-shaped monster. The other was a huge scarlet bee-shaped monster. In addition, there were some fog monsters of other races that were being driven by them to build city walls. It looked like it was about to be completed. It's the sickle fog mantis of the East Demon City and the red-eyed blood wasps of Red Wasp Town. Are they taking over Dark Night Town? Ruoji, the current leader of the monster army, said in surprise when he saw the two fog monsters. It suddenly thought of something and immediately understood. Then, it nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Dark Night Town is a yellow gold tier regional territory after all. The district is vast. The Scarlet Lords of East Demon City and Red Wasp Town will definitely not leave it alone. If we can use this place, we can produce a large number of fog monsters every day to increase their strength after all. Zhou Zhou and the others listened to him and agreed. As a lord under the Crimson Overlord, the Scarlet Lord naturally had needs for the territory. They naturally would not leave such a huge piece of fat meat like Dark Night Town alone. Even though the regional token here had been taken away. However, Zhou Zhou had not sent an army to guard this place after all, so they naturally thought that this place could be used. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the virtual screen again. He narrowed his eyes slightly, which seemed a little cold. He had indeed not sent troops to guard this place yesterday, but since he had taken the regional token here, he had already treated this place as his territory. He was naturally not too happy to see this place being occupied. Wen Yi. Lower the spaceship. Bai Yun, Elder Wu, Feng Luo. Destroy these enemies who occupy Dark Night Town. Not everything can touch my territory. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes, my lord. Everyone said in unison. Their expressions did not change at all. There were only about 20,000 fog monsters in the city of Dark Night Town after all, and their strength was very ordinary. On their side, they had an army of 100,000 and many experts. It was naturally easy to defeat these fog monsters and take back Dark Night Town. Don't destroy too many buildings in Dark Night Town. I'm going to occupy this place. Dark Night Town will be our city in the future. Our subjects will have to live here in the future. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. If it was yesterday, he might not have made this decision. At that time, he did not feel that he had the strength to occupy a Scarlet Lord city for a long time after all. However, after witnessing the power of the greedy wolf avatar in the Lord battlefield this morning, Zhou Zhou's thoughts changed. With this greedy wolf avatar with extraordinary tier intermediate grade strength, he already had the strength to fight an extraordinary tier Scarlet hero head-on. The strongest force in the Taiyan Kingdom was only an extraordinary tier Scarlet hero. In addition, the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom were fighting on the main battlefield, so they could not send too many forces to deal with him. Under such circumstances, he was already invincible as long as the Taiyan Kingdom did not have any overly powerful trump cards. Since that was the case, he could completely occupy Dark Night Town. Not only could he occupy Dark Night Town, even Red Wasp Town, which was also the territory of the Yellow Gold Tier Scarlet Lord, or even the even more prosperous White Platinum Tier Scarlet Lord's territory, East Demon City. He could also occupy it. It was time to show his fangs to the true national forces on this continent. Zhou Zhou thought. His emotions surged. Previously, he had always been very cautious about the Taiyan Kingdom. This was a kingdom-level faction that could suppress the Aurora Kingdom after all. Now, he could finally let go of himself a little. Don't be arrogant. Even though we can officially attack the Taiyan Kingdom, but we have to be careful. Who knows what trump cards this Taiyan Kingdom has? Zhou Zhou felt his thoughts were a little inflated and immediately reminded himself silently. Yes, my lord. On the other side, when everyone heard Zhou Zhou's order, they did not say anything and carried out the order even though they were a little surprised. Bai Yun and the other human generals arranged for the soldiers to alight from the spaceship with anticipation in their eyes. Even though Blazing Sun City and Sand Gold City were also developing quite well and had all kinds of buildings, it had only developed for a short period of time and was far inferior to Dark Night Town in terms of the scale of the city. If they completely occupied Dark Night Town, their power and foundation would definitely increase greatly. Not to mention anything else. At the very least, he could immigrate a portion of his increasing subjects in the territory here. Soon, the black ghost landed on the ground. Right on the heels of that, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo and the others led a 100,000 strong army and surged out. Right on the heels of that, Wu Xin activated the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array and summoned his Greedy Wolf avatar to attack Dark Night Town. Nazario and Augusta flew above both sides of the Greedy Wolf avatar. Maris followed the Greedy Wolf avatar towards Dark Night Town. The defenders of Dark Night Town only realized that an enemy was attacking when the Greedy Wolf avatar, which was more than 400 meters tall, appeared and advanced towards Dark Night Town. They immediately put down their work and gathered together, preparing to rely on the newly built city wall to resist the attack of the Greedy Wolf avatar. When the Greedy Wolf avatar saw this scene, disdain flashed across its eyes. Among the 20,000 fog monsters, the strongest was only a white platinum tier advanced grade sickle fog mantis and a white platinum tier elementary grade red-eyed blood wasp. The other fog monsters were all below the yellow gold tier. With this strength, they could easily capture this place without activating the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array if not for the fact that they wanted to maintain 0 casualties. It opened its bloody mouth and a blood-red army extermination light ball condensed in it. The next second, this army extermination light ball instantly shot out and rushed to the city wall of Dark Night Town in the blink of an eye, instantly obliterating more than 1,000 fog monsters. Moreover, under the precise control of the Greedy Wolf avatar, it did not even destroy the city wall under their feet. Soul Reaper Maris also left the body and flew out with the God of Death scythe in his hand. Soon, he arrived at Dark Night Town and began to silently harvest the lives of the fog monsters guarding Dark Night Town. Maris, whose potential had increased greatly, had already reached the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. He could easily deal with any fog monster below the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. On the city wall of Dark Night Town, in the blink of an eye, a large number of fog monsters fell to the ground lifelessly under the terrified gazes of the other fog monsters. Their souls had already been taken away by Maris, leaving behind only a soulless corpse. Nazario and Augusta also began to release their dragon might. Then, they began to slaughter the fog with their own methods. They were completely destroyed in less than 15 minutes. Bai Yun led the army and quickly took control of the city again. Then, she brought good news to Zhou Zhou. My lord! Dark Night Town was installed with a yellow gold tier advance grade territory token by the fog monster garrison. Now, all the buildings in Dark Night Town have been restored to their original functions. Bai Yun reported excitedly. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face became even more obvious. What a good person! Zhou Zhou sighed. Not only was it to build the city wall, but it was also to give a yellow gold tier territory token to revive Dark Night Town. Where else could he find such a good person? Chapter 311, Specialty Blood Honey. Zhou Zhou walked into Dark Night Town and realized that the buildings here had indeed restored the architectural effect of their original blueprint buildings. A smile appeared on his face. There were at least tens of thousands of buildings in Dark Night Town. There was no lack of silver and yellow gold tier life profession buildings. For example, a blacksmith shop, tailor shop, jewelry workshop. So many lifestyle structures could accommodate a large number of lifestyle professionals subjects to live and develop here, allowing them to show their strengths. Originally, the number of life professional buildings in his territory could no longer satisfy the needs of all the lifestyle professional subjects because of the increasing number of lifestyle professional subjects. Now that Dark Night Town has returned to normal, this problem could be resolved. Even yellow gold tier Dark Night Town is so good. I wonder what the white platinum tier East Demon City looks like. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. At this moment, he thought of the 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens needed to upgrade his territory. Then I'll obtain the 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens from the yellow gold tier territory of Anon Kingdom. Otherwise, it would be a pity to give up 2 cities for 2 yellow gold tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhou pondered. Now, he already had the strength to protect the territory. Naturally, he did not have to give up on this place like before. Of course, there was another important reason. Regional territories needed cities to guard them. This way, he could also mine the resources of the territory through the city. For example, basic resources, meat resources, water sources. There were even some rare minerals and treasures. Precious mineral resources like adamantine, mithril, and elemental gems. They could all be mined from regional territories. The higher the level of the regional territory, the higher the probability of various resources and treasures being born. Otherwise, they occupied regional territories but did not use them by building cities. That would be a waste. It was no different from not occupying it. He didn't think too much about it. There were specialties in every field. He would leave this matter to Elder Zheng when he returned. He did not need to waste his brain. Then, he came to the Lord Manor and chose to occupy Dark Night Town in front of the territory stone tablet. This was because there was a new territory token inside. Therefore, he needed to occupy it again. After that, Zhou Zhou did not stay any longer. He led the army onto the Black Ghost again and conquered the other territories of the Taiyan Kingdom. He planned to occupy the 2 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord territories and the White Silver Tier Scarlet Lord territory first. As for East Demon City and Red Wasp Town, he planned to save them for the final solution. More than an hour later, the 3 regional territories were all conquered by Zhou Zhou's 2 armies. Then, he planned to head to the Red Wasp Town closest to his current location. At this moment, a scout suddenly came to report that he had seen a team of about 500 Wasp Empress soldiers rushing towards them. They were not far away now. It seems that the Red Wasp Town already knows about the Lord. This group of soldiers from the Wasp Empress soldiers are probably here to gather information about the Lord. Ruoji guessed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhou had the same guess. After that, he ordered Ruoji to lead the monster army to destroy this group of Wasp Empress soldiers and ask them for information. Ruoji received the order and left. After a while, it returned to Zhou Zhou. Reporting to my lord. I've already eliminated that team of Wasp Empress soldiers and interrogated them for some information. The Lord of East Demon City and the Lord of Red Wasp Town do know about us. They have already sent out some teams to find the location of our army. I just destroyed one of them. However, they don't intend to look for us directly. Instead, they plan to guard the city and wait for us to take the initiative to go over. Ruoji said respectfully. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. A white platinum tier regional Scarlet Lord and a yellow gold tier regional Scarlet Lord did not take the initiative to look for him, a human lord who had only developed for more than 10 days. They were either cautious or they were very sure that he would take the initiative to look for them. He had to admit. They were right. Zhou Zhou would indeed take the initiative to look for them. With the greedy wolf avatar in his hands, in addition to the 2 dragons, 4 heroes, and 1 divine kingdom soldier type, he was naturally not afraid of attacking a city. Not to mention that he still had 50 mist energy cannons specially used to attack. To Red Wasp Town. Zhou Zhou immediately made a decision. Yes. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others immediately obeyed. Then, they immediately led the 2 armies onto the Black Ghost and headed for Red Wasp Town. 5 minutes later. Red Wasp Town. There was a huge red beehive building here. It was 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall and more than 5,000 meters long and wide. It was densely covered in hexagonal nests of all sizes, looking like a wonder. When Zhou Zhou and the others first saw this building, they were shocked. They did not expect Red Wasp Town to be built in such a special method. Only Ruoji's expression was normal. It was obvious that he had long known what Red Wasp Town looked like. At this moment, a buzzing sound sounded from the huge blood-colored beehive. It was still very weak at first. However, as time passed, the buzzing became even louder and noisier. At the same time, red-eyed blood bees with a pair of huge red compound eyes and a 3 to 4 meter long black poisonous needle at the end flew out of the huge red beehive. In the end, More than 50,000 red-eyed blood wasps flew out. They were all members of the Red Wasp Town's Wasp Empress. At this moment, these Wasp Empress members all looked up at the black ghost in the sky. An extremely obvious malice seeped out of their compound eyes. Zhou Zhou looked at them. His gaze casually landed on a green bronze tier intermediate grade red-eyed blood wasp. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, red-eyed blood wasp. Strength level, green bronze tier intermediate grade. Monster description, fog subject of the Taiyan Kingdom's Red Wasp Town. They are famous in the Taiyan Kingdom for being able to produce specialties blood honey. They have the extremely poisonous red blood poison spike as their attack method. In addition to their flying ability and living habits as a group, even the powerful fog monster lord doesn't dare to provoke them casually. Loot's drop rate, 4 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 kg of green bronze tier intermediate grade blood honey, drop rate, 20%, 1 green bronze tier intermediate grade equipment, red blood poison spike, drop rate, 10%, 1 shallow faith tier scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%. Specialty. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Until now, he had only come into contact with one specialty other than the blood honey in front of him. That was the Jade Sun Tree Seed. It not only has the function of a windbreaker and sand fixation, but also of reversing desert soil and water and ecological environment. Moreover, the Jade Sun fruit it produced could replenish vitality and recover from injuries. There were many benefits. Ever since he knew the benefits of the Jade Sun fruit, he really hoped to obtain other useful specialties. However, he had never encountered it again. He did not expect there to be new specialties in the Taiyan Kingdom. He had come to the right place. Zhou Zhou thought. Chapter 312, Killing the Red-Eyed Blood Wasp King. Bee Nest Core. Zhou Zhou looked at the other red-eyed blood wasps. He realized that the loots of the black iron tier and bronze tier red-eyed blood wasps were similar. However, the red-eyed blood wasps above the white silver tier would drop a dessert and recipe called blood honey sweet cake. It was obvious that this was a dish made from blood honey. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He had also dropped recipes before. However, this was the first time he had seen a special recipe with specialties as ingredients. What does it smell like? Zhou Zhou thought. At this moment, a dignified and low hum sounded from the huge red beehive. Then, a huge red-eyed blood wasp that was more than 50 meters tall flew out of the beehive. My lord, this is the lord of Red Wasp Town. Red-eyed blood wasp King Mize. Ruoji said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the red-eyed blood wasp king. Monster information appeared. Monster name, red-eyed blood wasp King Mize, Regional Scarlet Lord. Strength level, white platinum tier intermediate grade. Monster description, Taiyan Kingdom Lord of Red Wasp Town. He controls the entire territory of Red Wasp Town and is famous in the Taiyan Kingdom for the specialties that his territory can produce blood honey. The poisonous needle at the end has an extremely poisonous red blood poison. His personality is xenophobic. He doesn't have a good relationship with the officialdom of the Taiyan Kingdom, but he is extremely loyal to the king of the Taiyan Kingdom. Loot's drop rate, 60 white platinum tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 100 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 100 kilograms white platinum tier intermediate grade blood honey king, drop rate, 20%, 1 kg white platinum tier intermediate grade blood honey king cake, drop rate, 6%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade blood honey king cake recipe, drop rate, 5%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade wasp king blood stinger equipment, drop rate, 3%, 1 white platinum tier intermediate grade special architectural blueprint red-eyed blood beehive, drop rate, 2%, 1 bee nest core, white platinum tier intermediate grade, drop rate, 1%, 1 fanatic believer scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%, 9 black iron tier Lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Lower the spaceship. Destroy them. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and ordered. Yes, my lord. Everyone said respectfully. Then, the black ghost quickly descended and quickly landed more than 100 meters above the ground. Just as they were about to fly down the spaceship, the red-eyed blood wasp king in the distance suddenly let out an urgent buzzing sound. Right on the heels of that, the more than 50,000 red-eyed blood wasps flew towards the black ghost as if they had received an order. The distance between the two closed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Nazario flew out of the black ghost first. It looked at the more than 50,000 red-eyed blood wasps flying over and the red-eyed blood wasp king flying at the front. There was no fear in its scarlet dragon eyes as it only looked at them coldly. Seeing that these red-eyed blood wasps were about to reach its, Nazario willed. A wall of magma more than 500 meters tall appeared between the two sides out of thin air, isolating these red-eyed blood wasps, Black Ghost and Nazario. The red-eyed blood wasp King Mize reacted extremely quickly and immediately changed from charging forward to flying into the sky, narrowly avoiding the magma wall. However, the red-eyed blood wasps that followed it in its rapid charge were unlucky. The sudden appearance of the magma wall made it impossible for them to dodge. Pu, 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 pu. It was like a stone falling into the water. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 to 4,000 red-eyed blood wasps rushed into the magma wall and were quickly burned to charcoal, finally becoming a part of the magma. The air suddenly filled with the fragrance of honey. Nazario and the soldiers who were gradually landing in the spaceship behind it could not help but swallow. At this moment, the red-eyed blood wasp King Mize also saw the tragic state of his subjects. It buzzed angrily. Then, the remaining red-eyed blood wasps circled around the wall of magma and attacked Nazario and the soldiers behind it. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars sounded. It was Nazario and Augusta, who had just come out, who released their dragon might at the same time. An overwhelming dragon might poured out of the 2 pure-blooded dragons and landed on these red-eyed blood wasps in the blink of an eye. The might was so strong. Even the red-eyed blood wasp king froze and looked at the 2 pure-blooded dragons in fear with its red compound eyes. Seeing this, Nazario and Augusta flew into the red-eyed blood wasps with ferocious gazes and began to slaughter them. The soldiers behind them had also summoned their greedy wolf avatars under Wu Xin's orders and began to slaughter these red-eyed blood wasp kings. Half an hour later, more than 50,000 red-eyed blood wasps were all eliminated. Even though the red-eyed blood wasp king had the strength of a white platinum tier intermediate grade, it still died at the hands of Nazario, who only had the strength of a yellow gold tier advance grade. Your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction Nazario has killed the red-eyed blood wasp King Mize, Regional Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 40,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God. Your pet Nazario has obtained an additional 800,000 promotion energy. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Red Wasp Town has become an ownerless area. After you obtain the regional token, you can become the regional lord of this area. Zhou Zhou looked at the 800,000 promotion energy points in the notification and smiled. It felt good to use 2000% of the additional promotion energy obtained. A moment later, Bai Yun came in front of Zhou Zhou. Reporting to my lord. I just brought people into the huge red beehive and realized that there are still some red-eyed blood wasp cubs that have yet to hatch. Should we get rid of them too? Bai Yun asked. How many are there? How's the incubation state? Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and asked. About 11,000 of them. More than 3,000 of them are in a half-hatched state, and the rest are unhatched. Bai Yun was already prepared. Get rid of the dangerous ones first. Let's not worry about the rest for now. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. He thought of the bee nest cores in the loots of the red-eyed blood wasp king. The young red-eyed blood wasps might be useful. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun received the order and left. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou looked at the corpse of the red-eyed blood wasp king that had just been sent over. He walked over and placed his hand on its red transparent wings. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 72 Diamond Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 120 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 120 kilograms of Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Blood Honey Royal Jelly, drop rate, 20%, 1 kg of Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Blood Honey Royal Cake, drop rate, 6%, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Blood Honey Royal Cake Recipe, drop rate, 5%, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Wasp King Blood Stinger, drop rate, 3%, 1 Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade Special Architectural Blueprint Red-Eyed Blood Beehive, drop rate, 2%, 1 Bee Nest Core, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade, drop rate, 1%, 1 Fanatic Believer Scarlet Crystal, drop rate, 1%, 11 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou began to check the loots one by one. Chapter 313, Blood Honey Royal Jelly. Blood Honey Royal Cake. He ignored the usual mist cores, origin crystals, scarlet crystals, Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, and Lord Talent Crystal Fragment and looked directly at the Blood Honey Royal Jelly. Specialty name, Blood Honey Royal Jelly. Specialty level, Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. Specialty Effect 1, after consumption, it can greatly replenish your blood and chi, allowing your physical state and appearance to gradually return to their youngest peak. Specialty Effect 2, every kilogram of Blood Honey Royal Jelly consumed can restore the user's basic lifespan by 5 years. Specialty Description, a special honey that can only be produced by the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. It has a magical effect that can allow life forms to recover to a young state and restore a small portion of their lifespan that has been consumed. Note, the amount of basic lifespan increased by consuming the Blood Honey Royal Jelly cannot exceed the total basic lifespan consumed by the user. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. This Blood Honey Royal Jelly actually had the effect of restoring youth and extending lifespan. This effect was useless to him, who was still young. However, to those living beings who were already on the verge of death, it was definitely a treasure that could be said to be a treasure. If he took it out to exchange with those life forms, he would definitely be able to obtain huge benefits. Then, he thought of Elder Wu. Even though Elder Wu was gradually recovering his strength, his old age and body that had already entered his later years were ultimately obstacles to his strength growth. If he could give this Blood Honey Royal Jelly to Elder Wu to consume and let him return to his youth, perhaps it could speed up Elder Wu's recovery and even allow him to take another step forward. I'll find an opportunity to give it to Elder Wu. Zhou Zhou thought. He had always been generous towards people who were dead loyal to him, especially those who had made many contributions. As for the upper limit of the lifespan increased by the Blood Honey Royal Jelly, it was actually not a big flaw. After all, for those who were about to die, even if they could only obtain a year of lifespan or even a day of lifespan, it was enough to make them go crazy for the Blood Honey Royal Jelly. He looked at the introduction of the specialties. His gaze landed on the name Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. Is it a fog monster with a higher level bloodline than the red-eyed blood wasp? Zhou Zhou pondered. Suddenly, he looked at the huge red-eyed blood beehive in the distance and thought of the uses of the young red-eyed blood bees living inside. I can nurture the red-eyed blood wasp in the monster ranch. The blood honey and blood honey sweet cake produced by the red-eyed blood wasps shouldn't be much different from the blood honey royal jelly and blood honey royal cake, right? If it's really not much different, this specialty is simply a huge treasure. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he immediately called over a soldier and asked him to bring over the corpse of a white silver tier intermediate grade red-eyed blood wasp boss. He extracted it and successfully obtained a yellow gold tier intermediate grade blood honey and a yellow gold tier intermediate grade blood honey sweet cake recipe blueprint. Zhou Zhou looked over. Specialty name, blood honey. Specialty level, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Specialty effect, consuming it for a long time can replenish a portion of your blood and qi, allowing your appearance to slowly recover to its youngest peak. Specialty description, a special honey that can only be produced by red-eyed blood wasps. It has a special effect that can slowly allow life forms to recover their young appearance. Zhou Zhou frowned. This effect was actually so much inferior to the blood honey royal jelly. Not only did he need to take it for a long time to slowly recover to his youthful appearance, moreover, it did not restore the physical state of the user. Which meant, only when his appearance could recover to its youngest peak while his body essentially remained that of an old person. Most importantly, the blood honey actually did not have the effect of increasing the lifespan of the blood honey royal jelly. Then its value would be greatly reduced. Zhou Zhou frowned and thought for a few seconds. Then, he looked at the recipe for the blood honey sweet cake. Recipe name, blood honey sweet cake. Recipe grade, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Dishes effect 1, the blood honey sweet cake has a sweet but not greasy edible effect. Most people who eat it will like this sweet delicious food. Dishes effect 2, eating the blood honey royal cake can greatly replenish your blood and qi, allowing your physical state and appearance to gradually return to their youngest peak. Recipe 5 kg of blood honey, yellow gold tier intermediate grade, 1 kg of red-eyed blood wasp blood, yellow gold tier intermediate grade, 1 spring return flower, yellow gold tier intermediate grade, 1 withered flower, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Dishes description, a delicious dessert created with the blood honey produced by the red-eyed blood wasps as the main ingredient. High-level blood honey sweet cake is often given to the king of the Taiyan kingdom as a gift by the red-eyed blood wasp King Mice. It is one of the favorite gifts of the king of the Taiyan kingdom. Learning requirement, only chefs can learn. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. This blood honey sweet cake could only replenish more blood qi than the blood honey. While it could not increase his lifespan, its value was higher than the blood honey, but not much higher. However, it could be sold publicly on the high continent or in the marketplace precisely because it was not very valuable. As for the blood honey royal jelly that could increase one's lifespan, this thing was too valuable. It was easy to attract the covetous eyes of true experts. Zhou Zhou did not dare to sell it yet. It could be circulated internally, sold or given to his close friends. Then, he looked at the blood honey royal cake. Recipe name, blood honey royal cake. Recipe grade, diamond tier intermediate grade. Dishes effect 1, the blood honey royal cake is extremely delicious, surpassing most delicacies in the world. Most life forms will never forget it as long as they eat it once. Dishes effect 2, eat a portion of blood honey royal cake and your physical state and appearance can immediately recover to your youngest peak. Dishes effect 3, every serving of blood honey emperor is high enough to increase the consumer's basic lifespan by 20 years and 10 additional years. Recipe 5 kg of blood honey royal jelly, diamond tier intermediate grade, 1 kg of blood jade wasp emperor blood, diamond tier intermediate grade, 1 unaging flower, diamond tier intermediate grade, 1 withered branch, diamond tier intermediate grade. Dishes description, a super delicious dessert created with the blood honey royal jelly produced by the blood jade wasp emperor as the main ingredient. Not only can it immediately restore a life form to its youngest peak state, but it can also increase a life form's lifespan. Note 1. The number of basic lifespan restored by consuming the blood honey royal cake cannot exceed the number of basic lifespan that the user has consumed. Learning requirement, only chefs can learn. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened when he saw the effect of the blood honey royal cake. A portion of blood honey royal cake could actually immediately restore a life form to its youngest peak state. Moreover, he could live for another 30 years? This is a true treasure. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. However, he thought of something and frowned slightly. He remembered that there did not seem to be a diamond-tier intermediate grade chef in his territory. The highest seemed to be a yellow gold-tier chef. A chef of this level could not learn a recipe of this level. But soon, Zhou Zhou relaxed his eyebrows. Even though he did not have a diamond-tier intermediate grade chef yet, this red-eyed blood wasp king dropped a portion of blood honey royal cake. This could be used directly. He sent someone to call Wu Xin over without hesitation. Chapter 314, Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Bee Nest. Bee Nest Core. Greetings my lord. Wu Xin soon came in front of Zhou Zhou and said respectfully. Elder Wu, you've worked hard. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. We won the battle, and no soldier under our command was injured or sacrificed. I don't feel tired at all. Elder Wu chuckled. He felt a little happy. He achieved 0 casualties while taking down a yellow gold tier regional territory. Even when he was at the peak of his service in the Aurora Kingdom, he had never achieved such results. Today, he could be considered to have established his new record. Thinking of this, he was even more grateful to the Lord for giving him the Greedy Wolf Totem. This Greedy Wolf Totem not only improved his ability to command, but it also made him rarely see the lives of his soldiers. Moreover, he had vaguely unearthed a new direction in military formations. Wu Xin was a master of military formations to begin with. He also had a unique hero skill like desired military morale that controlled the morale of the army. He had a faint feeling. If he could comprehend more of the mysteries of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array, perhaps he could set it up with his own ability even if he did not use the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array in the future. However, he only had some clues about this matter and had yet to achieve any concrete results. Therefore, Wu Xin did not plan to tell his lord for the time being. It would not be too late to tell the lord when he could bring out the true results. He thought. At this moment, Wu Xin saw his lord flip his right hand and take out a palm-sized golden box. As soon as he took it out, an extremely alluring fragrance of honey emitted from the box. Wu Xin's nose could not help but twitch. However, he actually felt that his body had some youthful vitality after taking 2 breaths. Wu Xin was shocked. He immediately realized that there was probably some important treasure in this box. Then, he saw his lord hand the box to him. Elder Wu. This is for you. This thing is called the Blood Honey Royal Cake. After eating the entire portion, not only can you immediately restore your appearance and physical state to your most youthful state. Moreover, it can restore 20 years of your basic lifespan and increase your lifespan by an additional 10 years. I'll bring it back to eat tonight. Don't tell anyone and don't spread this blood honey royal cake. Zhou Zhou said. Wu Xin's eyes widened. He looked at the box in his hand in disbelief. He did not expect there to be such a treasure in this box. Restoration of youth and increasing one's lifespan. This was something that only god spirits could do in some myths and legends. He did not expect his lord to have such a method. Wu Xin looked a little hesitant before saying reluctantly. My lord. This treasure is too precious. I've already taken the hero inheritance given to me by my lord. How can I be so greedy to take such a treasure again? Moreover, as a general, even though I'm already old, my body is still quite strong. If my lord doesn't need such a treasure, it's more suitable to give it to Zheng Yuankai, Bai Yuejing, and the others. Of course, this is just a small suggestion. I'll leave everything to you, my lord. Elder Wu, just accept it. You've been fighting with me for a long time and have made many contributions. The hero inheritance is nothing. That only represents the reward for the contribution you established some time ago. There will naturally be new rewards for the new contributions during this period of time. This blood honey royal cake is like this. As for Elder Zheng and the others, Elder Wu, you don't have to worry. In the future, none of them will lack this. Zhou Zhou smiled. He already planned to put the red-eyed blood wasps into the monster ranch to nurture. In the future, when the level of the monster ranch increased and the level of the red-eyed blood wasps increased, they would naturally be able to produce treasures like the Blood Honey King and even the Blood Honey Royal Jelly and the Blood Honey Royal Cake. When the time comes, Zheng Yuankai, Bai Yuejing, Qian Zhongsheng, and the other elders could naturally recover to their youngest states. It was even possible for him to live forever. Wu Xin was speechless. Thank you for the reward, my lord. I'm willing to die for my lord. He knelt on the ground and said fanatically. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. If everyone could really have such a treasure in the future, there was nothing for him to be shy about. Zhou Zhou smiled and helped him up. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Wu Xin left. After Wu Xin left, Zhou Zhou continued to look at the other loots. It was a blood-red spike with a grip at the end. The overall style looked a little like the Western sword on the Cerulean planet. Equipment name, Wasp King Blood Stinger. Equipment grade, Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. Equipment effect 1, Bee Emperor Blood Poison. The Wasp King Blood Stinger contains the highly toxic venom of the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. Flesh life forms injured by it will immediately be poisoned by the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor blood poison. Flesh life forms below the diamond tier will die immediately if they come into contact with it. Flesh life forms above the diamond tier will also lose some of their lifespan after being scratched. Equipment effect 2, Wasp King Blood Stinger. Hold the Wasp King Blood Stinger and inject energy into it to condense the Wasp Emperor poison spike. From there, release it and kill the enemy from afar. Equipment effect 3, Poison Gathering. Stab the Bee Emperor blood poison into something poisonous. It can absorb venom at the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade and below to increase the toxicity of the blood poison in the Bee Emperor blood poison spike. It can increase the toxicity to the Extraordinary Tier Elementary grade at most. Good equipment. Zhou Zhou looked at the equipment and praised it. Unfortunately, the grade was too high and he could not use it. This was also a blissful distress on Zhou Zhou. If other lords obtained a treasure that exceeded their current level, they would not be vexed even if they could not use it. Instead, they would treasure it and put it away. They would use it when their strength increased in the future. However, Zhou Zhou had already seen too many treasures that exceeded his current level through the mythical tier lord talent, the King of Loots. Therefore, he was more troubled than excited. Fortunately, he had an abnormal lord talent like the blessing of the war god. The strength of Zhou Zhou and his subordinates was rapidly increasing. Treasures or equipment that he had obtained but could not use in the past. It could gradually be used now. He did not have to worry about not using it. He put away the equipment. Then, he looked at the special building blueprint and bee nest core of the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. Construction blueprint name, Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. Blueprint quality, Special Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. Construction effect, after learning it, you can build a Diamond Tier Intermediate grade special building Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. After completion, you can obtain 10 kilograms of Blood Honey Royal Jelly every day and 1 serving of Blood Honey Royal Cake every 10 days. Construction materials, 100 million units of wood, 100 million units of fine sand, 100 million units of metal, 100 million units of stone, 1 million units of forged stainless steel, 1 million units of light silver, 1 million units of adamantine, 1 million units of mithril, 10,000 units of each of the 4 basic elemental gemstones, 10,000 diamond tier mist cores. Building description, the nest of the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor. It can produce rare specialties, Blood Honey Royal Jelly and Blood Honey Royal Cake. Learning requirement, only architects can learn it. Treasure name, Bee Nest Core. Treasure grade, Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. Treasure effect, place it at the core of the beehive below the Diamond Tier Intermediate grade. You can become the lord of the beehive and completely control all the life forms and resources in the beehive. Treasure description, from the red-eyed blood wasp King Mises beehive core. I was right. This bee nest core can indeed be used to control the beehive. Zhou Zhou thought. However, this was indeed not difficult to guess. He could roughly guess a thing or two from the name bee nest core. Chapter 315, Using the bee nest core. Red-eyed blood beehive. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the blood jade wasp emperor beehive. He looked at the building materials of this special building and frowned slightly. So many materials were actually needed? Moreover, there was no lack of high-level materials like adamantine, mithril, and elemental gems. However, Zhou Zhou immediately understood when he thought about how this building was a special diamond tier intermediate grade building. It was normal for a diamond tier intermediate grade special building to require so many building materials to be built. Not to mention that after it was built, it could regularly provide treasures like the blood honey royal jelly and the blood honey royal cake. I do have the basic materials in the mist core. But there's not enough forged stainless steel, light silver, adamantine, mithril, and elemental gems. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and opened the marketplace to set up a transaction to buy materials other than the basic materials. He had previously understood the price of materials like forged stainless steel, light silver, adamantine, mithril, and elemental gems from the marketplace. Therefore, the price set was relatively reasonable. Among them, forged stainless steel and light silver could be bought according to green bronze tier materials. One green bronze tier mist core could buy 10 units of forged stainless steel or 10 units of light silver. Mithril and adamantine were bought according to white silver tier materials. One white silver tier mist core could buy 10 units of forged stainless steel or 10 units of light silver. As for the price of elemental gems, they were bought according to yellow gold tier materials. One yellow gold tier mist core to buy 10 units of basic elemental gems. The setup was completed and the transaction was announced. Then, he ignored it. This time, he had bought a lot of materials. Moreover, it involved yellow gold tier elemental gems. Only top-notch lords could come into contact with materials of this level in the early stages. It would probably take at least a day or two to gather them all. After that, he called Bai Yun over and followed her into the red-eyed blood beehive. Then, he took many turns and arrived at its core hive. This hive was 100 meters long and its interior was blood red. After walking in, Zhou Zhou immediately smelled a rich fragrance of blood honey. This was the residence of the red-eyed blood wasp King Mice. He took a rough look and quickly discovered a territory stone tablet and a blood-red rectangular object that looked like an altar in the center of the hive. Zhou Zhou walked closer and first walked to the territory stone tablet. After he asked Bai Yun to shatter the territory token, he only took the regional token inside and did not take the territory token. Then, he chose to occupy Red Wasp Town. Before long, this territory token would naturally return to its original state and wrap around the territory token again. At this point, the red-eyed blood beehive in front of him and its regional territory belonged to Zhou Zhou. Then, he walked to an altar-like thing at the side. Then, he saw a hexagonal groove identical to the shape of the bee nest core on the altar. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou took out the bee nest core he had just obtained and placed it in the groove. There was a click. The bee nest core was perfectly embedded in the groove. The next second, rumble. The entire hive shook slightly. Bai Yun's expression immediately changed. The expressions of the surrounding soldiers in charge of guarding also changed. Don't panic. I did it. At this moment, his lord's voice sounded. His calm tone made everyone relax even though he was a little surprised. At the same time, 2 rows of golden words appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Prompt: you have used the bee nest core, diamond tier intermediate grade, and successfully mastered a red-eyed blood beehive, white platinum tier intermediate grade. Prompt: you can check the related building information of this special building. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately chanted to retrieve the building information of the red-eyed blood beehive. The next second, a building panel appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Building name: Red-eyed blood beehive. Building level: Special White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Building Function 1, you can obtain 100 kilograms of blood honey and 5 servings of blood honey sweet cake every day. Building Function 2, it can be used to nurture red-eyed blood wasps and store blood honey and blood sweet cake. Current number of red-eyed blood wasps, 8,136, incomplete hatching, maximum number to be breed, 100,000. Current amount of blood honey, 10,234 kilograms, maximum storage, 1 million kg. Current number of blood honey sweet cakes, 112 servings, maximum number of stockpiles, 100,000. Construction upgrade, lacks a red-eyed blood wasp king above the white platinum tier intermediate grade. Unable to upgrade. Building description, the beehive of the red-eyed blood wasps. It can produce specialty blood honey and blood honey cake. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. Even though it could only provide blood honey and sweet cake. But it was not the blood honey royal jelly and blood honey royal cake. However, what was given for free was better than nothing. Zhou Zhou did not care about the diamond tier intermediate grade bee nest cores consumed for this. There was no point in keeping that thing. After all, he did not know which higher level beehives could be occupied by the bee nest cores. Since that was the case, he might as well use it directly. If he encountered a beehive below the diamond tier intermediate grade in the future, he would tear it down again at most. Half an hour later, all the red-eyed blood wasp corpses had their loots extracted by the 10 yellow gold tier advance grade Conqueror's blast furnaces. After that, Zhou Zhou left 2,000 monster army soldiers here and led the others onto the Black Ghost again, heading straight for the East Demon City. A moment later, in the sky above East Demon City, in the Black Ghost, Zhou Zhou and the others looked at the virtual screen in front of them. It displayed the city face of East Demon City. The cities in East Demon City were much more normal compared to the red-eyed blood beehive. Not only that, it was also 3 to 4 times larger than the previous Dark Knight town. Even though the architectural style still did not match the aesthetic standards of the human race, at least it could still be used. Moreover, all kinds of buildings were available, and there was no lack of yellow gold tier and white platinum tier life profession buildings. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw these white platinum tier buildings. There were also some white platinum tier lifestyle professionals in his territory. However, because there were not many white platinum tier architects in the territory, many of these white platinum tier lifestyle professionals did not have their own workplace. Everything would be fine now. He could capture East Demon City. At that time, the white platinum tier professionals in the territory would have an official workplace. Zhou Zhou continued to observe the buildings in the city. Occasionally, he nodded slightly, and sometimes, he frowned and said nothing. The reason for his frown was, many sickle fog mantis were walking around in the buildings of this East Demon City. At a glance, there were probably no less than 200,000 of them. Of course. According to Ruoji, among so many sickle fog mantises, only 150,000 were members of the East Demon Army. The rest were only the sickle fog mantis subjects under the East Demon City Lord. These sickle fog mantises were extremely weak compared to the members of the East Demon Army's sickle fog mantis. It was basically equivalent to the difference between professionals and normal subjects. After observing for a while, Zhou Zhou ordered Wenya to lower the spaceship. Soon, the spaceship landed more than 100 meters above the ground and began to release the soldiers. In less than a moment, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Nazario, Augusta, and the members of the two armies all alighted from the spaceship. At the same time, on the city wall of the East Demon City, the sickle fog mantis guards in charge of patrolling also discovered Zhou Zhou and the others. I'll report it to Lord East Demon. If the other party has any new movements, immediately send someone over to inform us. The captain of the patrolling guards said. Then, he immediately ran down the city wall and rushed towards the City Lord Manor. Chapter 316, Insight Defection Again. In the city Lord Manor, the sickle fog mantis Lord East Demon was swallowing and spitting scarlet fog to cultivate. It was wearing a red cloak and had a calm expression. Just by looking at its expression, it looked like a monk who had comprehended the Zen. However, if anyone saw the 6 silver-grey sharp arm blades exposed and the faint black murderous aura on its body, they probably would not think so. At this moment, a yellow gold tier elementary grade sickle fog mantis boss rushed in. Reporting to Lord East Demon. A guard just reported. That human lord is already here. It's outside the city. It reported respectfully. It's finally here. The sickle fog mantis Lord East Demon slowly opened its blood-red eyes. The next second, its body suddenly disappeared. On the city wall of the East Demon City, the sickle fog mantis Lord suddenly appeared here. Greetings, Lord East Demon. When the surrounding sickle fog mantis saw this scene, they were not surprised. Clearly, they were already used to this scene. Who in the entire East Demon City did not know that their lord had the ability to teleport anywhere? Lord East Demon nodded. Then, he looked into the distance. It immediately saw Zhou Zhou and the others. After observing for a while, its expression gradually became serious. This was because it could actually sense no less than 200 white platinum tier auras from the other party's army. But how was this possible? Didn't the information say that the other party was only a lord of all races who had just arrived in the high continent? How could there be so many white platinum tier experts in such a short period of time? He owned the entire East Demon City and only had more than 20 white platinum tier sickle fog mantis subordinates under him. Even so, it was considered one of the top 5 lords among the 11 white platinum tier regional territories in the Taiyan Kingdom. The sickle fog mantis lord suddenly had an idea that he was unwilling to believe. It might not be able to defeat this human lord. East Demon was silent for a few seconds before a determined and ruthless expression appeared in his eyes. We can't give up just like that. I don't have any reinforcements behind me, and I have no other way out. If we escape from here, we'll die faster. Moreover, victory on the battlefield is not determined by the difference in strength between the two sides. If I fight to the death, I might really be able to survive. He thought for a moment and called over an elite white silver tier elementary grade sickle fog mantis. I need you to do 2 things. The first thing is to quickly write a new letter to His Majesty and tell him the situation here and the strength of the human lord opposite. Tell him that we need reinforcements. Secondly, call for all subjects in East Demon City to fight this human lord together later. Tell the subjects that we have to do our best to obtain victory in this battle. Otherwise, none of us can survive at the hands of that human lord if we can't win. He said. Yes, my lord. I'll do it now. After the sickle fog mantis lord heard this, it hurriedly agreed while secretly shocked. The other party was actually so strong? It did not dare to waste any time and immediately turned around to do it. At this moment, it suddenly saw that after the humans set up a mysterious array, they actually released a military formation murderous aura above its head. Then, they condensed into a blood-colored divine wolf that was more than 400 meters tall. He felt an aura from the blood-colored divine wolf that made him tremble. East Demon gritted his teeth. Everyone in the East Demon army, listen up. Everyone, attack. Kill that enemy. He realized. At this moment, guarding the city was probably useless. The other party might be able to easily deal with the defense of his city. Since that was the case, it was better to send all their forces out of the city to deal with the other party. This way, he could unleash his military advantage. Perhaps their chances of winning would be higher. Yes, my lord. The Legion commander of the East Demon Army, Yan Zhou, immediately accepted the order. Then, he immediately ordered all the members of the army to rush out of the East Demon City and attack the greedy wolf avatar that was also running towards the East Demon City in the distance. At the same time, A large number of sickle fog mantis subjects also rushed out of East Demon City with the East Demon army and charged at the greedy wolf avatar. Even though they were very weak, they had no way out now. They could only use their lives and ruthlessness to fight for a chance to survive. Behind the battlefield, Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised when he saw the sickle fog mantis surging out of the city gate in the distance and charging towards them like a tide. The other party was going all out. However, his expression quickly calmed down again. At this moment, even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the number of experts on their side far exceeded the other parties. In addition, with the greedy wolf avatar, Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, Soul Reaper Maris, and other subordinates were also helping the greedy wolf avatar. Therefore, he was not worried about losing at all. Moreover, the more troops the other party mobilized, the better it would be for him. Zhou Zhou extended his right hand calmly and aimed his palm at them. White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 200,000 sickle fog mantises. The next second, more than 17,000 sickle fog mantises froze. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They turned around and attacked their companions from the East Demon army beside them without hesitation. At this moment, the East Demon army, which was originally attacking unanimously, suddenly fell into chaos. The greedy wolf avatar, Nazario, and the others naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately increased the speed of his charge and rushed in front of the East Demon army in the blink of an eye. The greedy wolf avatar charged into the East Demon army without hesitation. It began to wantonly destroy the sickle fog mantises that were hitting it as if it had entered an uninhabited place. Nazario and Augusta also released their dragon might at the same time. Then, they used their own methods to quickly kill these sickle fog mantises. Feng Luo also rushed into the East Demon army and used his exquisite saber techniques and escape techniques to kill wantonly among the sickle fog mantis. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's side clearly had the least number of people. However, they were the ones who occupied the initiative and advantage on the battlefield. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent notification: a total of 8,239 black iron tier sickle fog mantises, 5,639 green bronze tier elite sickle fog mantises, 2,662 white silver tier elite sickle fog mantises, 1,057 yellow gold tier sickle fog mantis bosses, and 4 sickle fog mantis bosses have betrayed their lord faction and become your loyal subordinates. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. 1 Insight Defection. He directly obtained more than 17,000 subordinates. Even though it could not compare to the Monster Ranch, it could also become his second source of subordinates other than the Monster Ranches. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Taiyan Kingdom, which was fighting the Aurora Kingdom on the main battlefield. Liya once invited me to go with her to see the war between them and the Taiyan Kingdom. There will definitely be more soldiers from the Taiyan Kingdom on the main battlefield. If I use Insight Defection on the main battlefield, won't I be able to recruit more fog monsters subordinates with more experts? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this possibility. Chapter 317, Sickle Fog Mantis Lord East Demon. Spatial Lock Blade Seal. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it as he pondered. If he really had a chance to be brought to the main battlefield of the Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom by Liya, he might really be able to give it a try. At the same time, East Demon was also stunned when he saw the sickle fog mantis soldiers and his subjects suddenly fighting among themselves. Why are they fighting? Then, he quickly reacted and looked gloomily at the greedy wolf avatar that was more than 400 meters tall in the distance and the black spaceship in the sky. It must be the doing of this lord of all races. It was not a strange skill, probably some special lord talent or tool. As he pondered, his gaze wandered between the greedy wolf avatar and the black spaceship. Finally, his gaze locked onto the black spaceship. That black spaceship is standing quietly in the air. The life form inside must be an important figure of the Lord of all races. Perhaps it's the Lord himself. If I can kill my way in, capture or kill him, I might be able to resolve this dangerous situation. East Demon quickly thought. He had also wondered if there were important figures in the greedy wolf avatar. But so what if there was? The greedy wolf avatar in front of him was a complete extraordinary tier existence. Moreover, from the aura emitted by the other party, it even had the aura of a hero. Which meant there was a high chance that there were heroes among the humans who summoned this greedy wolf avatar. Under such circumstances, even if they called their Taiyan Kingdom's extraordinary tier Scarlet Hero over, it would probably be on par with the greedy wolf avatar. As a diamond tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord, if he dared to take the initiative to approach it, it would be no different from taking the initiative to have a death wish. He naturally would not do such a stupid thing. East Demon did not hesitate. Its body flashed and disappeared from the spot, heading straight for the black ghost. At the same time, Feng Luo suddenly sensed something. Emperor Heavenly Saber Chi. He turned around and swung his saber without hesitation. A golden saber energy nearly 1,000 meters long suddenly cut across the sky and slashed into the air. Boom! The space trembled slightly. A figure appeared out of thin air without warning. It was Lord East Demon. It looked at Feng Luo in shock. He did not expect his teleportation to be forcefully used by the other party. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was on the black ghost, also saw this guy. It actually knows a method similar to teleportation. You want to deal with me directly? Good idea. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He was not worried. This was because the Black Ghost was a spaceship that contained space technology. The space technology included not only folding space technology, but also spatial lockdown technology. Spatial lockdown technology was science and technology that specialized in restraining spatial mobility. The interior of the Black Ghost was constantly maintaining a spatial lockdown. It was to prevent an existence like East Demon from teleporting directly into the spaceship to assassinate the captain. In addition, it was fine even if the other party could teleport in front of Zhou Zhou. He had not learned the skills for nothing after all. Not to mention that he still had the death immunity scroll he had just obtained from the god of death. All kinds of methods. It was enough to ensure his safety. Zhou Zhou looked at the sickle fog mantis lord. A monster notification appeared. Monster name, Sickle Fog Mantis Lord East Demon, Regional Scarlet Lord. Strength level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, Taiyan Kingdom Lord of East Demon City. He controls the entire territory of East Demon City and is also one of the bosses of the Sickle Fog Mantis race. The Sickle Fog Mantis race has 6 extremely sharp saber arms. They are born a saber expert. East Demon is even the best among them who has experienced thousands of battles. Its close combat suppression is extremely famous in the entire Taiyan Kingdom. Loot's drop rate, 50 diamond tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 300 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 diamond tier elementary grade skill book, 1000 saber annihilation slash, drop rate, 20%, 1 special equipment, 6 armed scythe, drop rate, 10%, 1 special equipment, shadowless wings, drop rate, 6%, 1 special equipment, spatial teleportation, drop rate, 2%, 1 frenzy tier scarlet crystals, drop rate, 1%, 4 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments, drop rate, 0%. Fanatic believer scarlet crystals. Then wouldn't it be another faith divine crystal after killing it? Zhou Zhou looked at the other loots calmly. However, his eyes immediately lit up when he saw the fanatic believer scarlet crystals. This thing could only be chanced upon by luck. Previously, he had used it to exchange for a death immunity scroll at the God of Death Temple. He thought that it might be a long time before he obtained another Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystal. He did not expect to encounter it again after so long. Zhou Zhou immediately thought of the Heroic Spirit Hall. As long as he obtained this fanatic believer Scarlet Crystals, he could also revive one of the heroes in the Heroic Spirit Hall. At that time, he would exchange benefits with the Night Temple. With the reputation and class of the Night Temple, that benefit was most likely not much inferior to the Death Immunity Scroll. What was going on? He should be able to exchange for another hero inheritance, right? In midair, Feng Luo flew in front of East Demon with a saber in one hand and a shield in the other and looked at him coldly. East Demon narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. This was because he could feel that the other party's strength was only at the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. A White Platinum Tier Advance Grade human could actually fight a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Regional Scarlet Lord out of space? He was in disbelief. But soon, he sensed the faint pressure of a high slot from the other party. This made him even more shocked and he understood. So the other party was a hero. That made sense. Other than high-level bloodline existences and other special life forms. Perhaps only a hero, a high-level existence recognized by the Supreme Resistance, could easily fight it above his level. However, even so, the East Demon did not give up on his idea. He narrowed his eyes slightly and used teleportation to disappear into the air again. Feng Luo shook his head. He picked up the treasure saber that the Lord had given him and drew a golden cross in the air. The golden cross quickly fused into space and disappeared. After the golden cross fused into the space, the next second, East Demon actually bounced out of space again. This is the spatial lock blade seal I recently comprehended. Specially used to deal with enemies like you who can hide in space. How's it going? The effect is not bad, right? Feng Luo smiled. After he accepted Sun Wu's 10-directional martial emperor hero inheritance, the vast martial arts manuals that Sun Wu had once mastered appeared in his mind. He had just developed this move after 2 days of focused research. He did not expect it to come in handy today. He could only say that this Sickle Fog Mantis Lord was not very lucky. He might not be able to stop East Demon if he did not study martial arts moves to deal with enemies who were good at escaping. Chapter 318, Feng Luo's Breakthrough. Special Equipment and Special Skills. You made me do this. When East Demon saw this, he also realized that if he did not deal with the human hero in front of him, it was absolutely impossible for him to hurt the big shot in the spaceship behind him. With a ferocious expression, he flapped his wings and flew towards Feng Luo at high speed. The distance between the two disappeared in an instant. After East Demon arrived in front of Feng Luo, the 6 sickle-shaped sabers on its body immediately slashed out countless silver-grey saber lights that enveloped Feng Luo like a violent storm. Feng Luo was not afraid at all. He calmly used the extreme saber and shield combination technique. As he defended against the other party's attack, he found an opportunity to counterattack. The more East Demon fought, the more shocked he became. To be able to become a lord of a White Platinum Tier regional territory, he was naturally someone who had experienced thousands of battles. In addition, his race could control 6 main body arm sabers at the same time. Therefore, his suppression in close combat was very famous even in the entire Taiyan kingdom. However, he, who was good at close combat, actually felt that the other party's defense was too perfect when facing this human hero's defense. He could not find a chance to win in one strike. Not only that, he also felt that the other party was gradually familiarizing itself with his attack tempo. If he completely grasped the rhythm of his offensive, he would not be far from death. He had encountered an expert. East Demon thought to himself. He gritted his teeth and suddenly slashed the other party away. Then, he instantly retreated more than 100 meters. Right on the heels of that, all 6 of its arm blades were aimed at Feng Luo. Then, it waved them repeatedly, releasing hundreds or thousands of silver-grey saber chi. These thousands of silver-grey saber chi covered Feng Luo like a rain of saber chi in the blink of an eye. Rumble! A violent explosion sounded. Feng Luo was already drowned in the explosion caused by more than 1,000 saber energies accompanied by scorching light and heat slash. Where? Where? East Demon panted as he looked at the explosion in the distance. A few seconds later, his expression gradually relaxed. He should be dead, right? Even though he's a hero of the human race, his strength is only at the white platinum tier advance grade after all. He shouldn't be able to withstand my full strength strike. It looked coldly at the center of the explosion and flew towards the black ghost. The spatial lockdown was not over yet. He could not use teleportation yet. Where are you going? At this moment, Feng Luo's voice sounded. The next second, an extremely fast golden saber beam suddenly shot out from the center of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, it passed through East Demon's body and arrived behind him. When the light dissipated, Feng Luo's figure appeared. East Demon's eyes widened. Then, he lowered his head trembling and looked at the bloody hole the size of a wash basin in his chest. He seemed to want to say something. However, before he could say another word, his head was beheaded by Feng Luo. Sickle Fog Mantis Lord East Demon. Die. The next second, Feng Luo suddenly felt an extremely astonishing promotion energy surge out of the other party's body and rushed into his body. Boom! An invisible air wave instantly shot out from his body, even sweeping away the clouds within a 5-kilometer radius. The terrifying pressure of a hero slot was released from Feng Luo's body. Feng Luo was stunned. He realized something. He seemed to have broken through. I've broken through to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. His eyes gradually lit up as he felt the even more astonishing strength and physical fitness in his body. Then, Feng Luo recalled the majestic promotional energy that had surged from East Demon's body when he had just killed him. He could not help but click his tongue. How much promotion energy did I absorb just now? My lord's lord talent is really too abnormal. He sighed. Then, he retracted his sword shield and waved his hands to freeze the corpses of East Demon that were about to fall to the ground. Then, he controlled them to fly back into his hand and fly towards the spaceship. Your subject, 10-directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo, has killed the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Sickle Fog Mantis Lord East Demon, Regional Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 200,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your subject, 10-directional Martial Emperor Feng Luo, has obtained an additional 4 million promotion energy. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. East Demon City has become an ownerless area. After you obtain the regional token, you can become the regional lord of this area. Zhou Zhou looked at Feng Luo, who had broken through to the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, flying towards the black ghost and looked at the kill notification in front of him. He could not help but sigh. This guy killed a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Sickle Fog Mantis Lord. It's equivalent to killing 21 similar monsters and obtaining 4.2 million promotion energy. It's ridiculous. Fortunately, this Lord talent belongs to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would already have a strong opponent if it landed in the hands of others. After a while, Feng Luo came in front of Zhou Zhou and gently placed East Demon's corpse on the ground. My lord. This guy is the lord of East Demon City and intends to assassinate you. I've already dealt with it. He said respectfully. Feng Luo also knew that his lord liked to personally retrieve his lord's loots, so he specially sent East Demon's corpse over. I've already seen it. Well done. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. This is my duty. Feng Luo said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them did not say anything else. Feng Luo left to continue the Black Ghost and joined the battlefield again to continue destroying the other Sickle Fog Mantises. The Sickle Fog Mantis Lord was dead, but there were many sickle fog mantis left, they had many group attacks on their side, so it was naturally not difficult to deal with them. It could be said that victory was set. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the specific corpse in front of him after Feng Luo left. He walked forward and placed it on the surface of the other party's corpse to retrieve the other party's loot. Lord Talent notification: your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint: your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent notification: you have obtained Perfect Loots 60 Extraordinary Tier Mist Cores, drop rate 100%, 360 Origin Crystals, drop rate 100%, 1 Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, 1000 Blade Annihilation, drop rate 20%, 1 Special Skill Book, Spatial Teleportation, drop rate 5%, 1 Special Equipment, 6 Armed Scythe, drop rate 3%, 1 Special Equipment, Shadowless Wings, drop rate 3%, 1 Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystals, drop rate 1%, 5 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate 0%. Whoosh! The corpse of the Sickle Fog Mantis Lord instantly turned into ownerless loots. Zhou Zhou first looked at the 60 mist cores emitting blue light. It was the Extraordinary Tier Mist Core. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. He had synthesized this Extraordinary Tier Mist Core through the Heavenly Mist treasure bag before. However, this was the first time he had obtained it by destroying the fog monsters in reality. Zhou Zhou did not take another look and put away the 60 Extraordinary Tier Mist Cores, Origin Crystals, Holy Spirit Scarlet Crystals, and Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Then, he looked at the other items. Among them, there was no need to look at the 1000 Blade Annihilation. It was the ability used by the Sickle Fog Mantis Lord just now. His moves looked quite gorgeous, but they didn't seem to be of much use against Feng Luo, but it was at least a good ability to attack in groups. He could reward Feng Luo or other saber experts later. In the future, they could learn it when they reached the extraordinary tier. Or he could keep it for himself. After all, he had previously inherited the Darkbone King's saber technique inheritance, so there was naturally no problem with using the saber. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the other two special equipment and the special skill. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Loots with the word special were rare. Chapter 319, 6 Armed Scythe. Shadowless Wings. Spatial Teleportation. Zhou Zhou first looked at the half-body armor with 6 bright silver saber arms. It looked a little like the East Demon Lord's 6-armed scythe, but he could clearly feel that it was much higher level than the arm blade. This should also be the effect of the +1 loots. Even though it was a special grade loot, the quality had still increased greatly. Equipment name, 6-armed scythe. Equipment grade, special. Equipment effect 1, after wearing this equipment, the user can automatically master the skill of controlling the 6-armed scythe on the equipment. Equipment effect 2, 1000 Saber Annihilation / after wearing this equipment, the user can accumulate Destruction Saber Chi inside the equipment or release 1000 Saber Annihilation / through it. The specific power depends on the user's strength level. It can release at least 10 Destruction Saber Chi at the same time and 10,000 Destruction Saber Chi at the same time. Every level of Destruction Saber Chi is equivalent to the user's full strength attack. The total power cannot exceed the epic tier. This 10,000 blades destruction / is interesting. But accumulation. How do I accumulate them? Zhou Zhou was a little curious. Then, he tried it and understood the true usage of this thing. It turned out that after wearing this half armor, he could inject energy into its 6 arm blades every day to form and accumulate the Destruction Saber Chi. It could create up to 10,000 destructive saber energy by injecting energy. The total power would not reach or exceed the epic tier. Which meant it could release an attack at the extraordinary tier limit at most. However, it could only be used once. After using it, he would have to inject energy into it again if he wanted to release the 10,000 blades destruction slash again. Good stuff. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. To others, this was a treasure that could be used to fight above their level. But to him, it was also a life-saving treasure that he could counterattack when he encountered an enemy's sudden attack. 4 things that could save his life. Zhou Zhou had always liked it very much. He looked at the 6 bright silver arm blades behind him. Under the support of the 6 bright silver arm sabers, his body even floated in the air. Moreover, these 6 bright silver arm sabers were also quite sharp. The sharpness of each arm saber was not inferior to an extraordinary tier saber arms. Then, Zhou Zhou tried to use a few of the Darkbone King's saber techniques through it. In the end, he realized that it was also very smooth. There was no jerky feeling from the first time he used it. Just as its equipment description said. He could use the 6-armed scythe as long as he wore it. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou kept familiarizing himself with its control method. The more he used it, the more he clicked his tongue. The name 6-armed scythe sounds quite easy. But it's extremely practical for sabermen. For a saber master like me. With this 6-armed scythe, I can completely use it in my pair of arms to use 8 saber techniques at the same time when facing the enemy. When the time comes, who can defeat me at the same level? Even if it's Feng Luo, I'm confident that I can exchange 100 moves with him. Zhou Zhou thought. As for defeating Feng Luo, it was impossible. Zun Wu, the hero he had inherited, could comprehend the existence of the hero slot from the vast martial arts. The title of martial emperor lived up to its name. Zhou Zhou naturally did not feel that he could defeat Feng Luo just because he had obtained the saber technique inheritance and the 6-armed scythe. It usually affects wearing this 6-armed scythe. Zhou Zhou thought. With a thought. The next second, the 6 bright silver arm blades around him immediately shrunk to palm-sized mini tools and stuck to the belt at his lower back. Zhou Zhou had a feeling. As long as he wanted to use the concept of the 6-armed scythe, this 6-armed scythe would immediately be activated, allowing him to become a super saberman who could use 8 saber techniques at the same time. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. Then, he looked at the next special equipment, Shadowless Wings. It was a bright silver spinal-shaped item. The equipment information appeared. Equipment name, Shadowless Wings. Equipment grade, Special. Equipment effect 1, after wearing this equipment, the user can fly by using it. Moreover, it can erupt with the maximum flying speed of an extraordinary tier. Equipment effect 2, Shadowless Wings. When the user uses this equipment to fly, they will be able to hide in space. In this concealment state, only living beings who can sense the space can discover the user. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This special equipment was also a top-grade item. The former could give him flying speed comparable to the limit of the extraordinary tier. The latter could allow him to fly invisibly. This is simply invincible when used to escape. Zhou Zhou lamented. Then, he placed it on his waist without hesitation and began to use it. The next second, his entire body floated up and quickly disappeared into the air. The door of the black ghost suddenly opened extremely abruptly and closed again. A minute later, the black ghost opened and closed the door again. Zhou Zhou's figure appeared and landed on the ground. He flipped his right hand, and a regional token appeared in his hand. It was the regional token of East Demon City. There was a smile on his face. He had just used the flying speed of the Shadowless Wings to quickly walk around East Demon City in front of him and found the territory stone tablet in a short period of time. After using the destruction saber chi to shatter the stone tablet, Zhou Zhou took out the East Demon City regional token inside. Zhou Zhou naturally would not take the white platinum tier intermediate grade territory token. Instead, he chose to occupy it. The war outside was not over yet, but the East Demon City was actually already his. The new wind ceremony can be retired with these Shadowless Wings. Zhou Zhou looked at this special outfit and thought. Zhang Li had personally knitted this new wind ceremony and given it to him a long time ago. However, as his strength increased, this shirt gradually could not catch up to the speed at which his strength increased. Even though he could look for Zhang Li and ask her to upgrade his clothes, Zhou Zhou had been busy, so he had forgotten about this. Now that he had this shadowless wings, he did not have to think about the new wind ceremony anymore. The shadowless wings was much faster than the new wind ceremony. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the regional token in his hand. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, regional token. Regional name, East Demon City, changeable. Regional grade, white platinum tier. Area, about 35,146 square kilometers. Treasure description, the regional token of the East Demon City. A lord who possesses the regional token and fuses it with the territory stone tablet can become the regional lord of the East Demon City and obtain an exclusive regional treasure chest. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of a white platinum tier area, it occupied more than 30,000 square kilometers alone. This area was already comparable to the size of some provincial cities in China. He put away the regional token and took out the spatial teleportation skill book. Skill name, spatial teleportation. Skill quality, special. Skill description, after learning it, the user can first sense the existence of the spatial elemental and can control it to teleport within a certain distance. The exact distance depends on the user's strength and understanding of the spatial elemental. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up again. Chapter 320, Zhou Zhou's ambition. Previously, he had thought that spatial teleportation was only a normal displacement skill. He did not expect this skill to be able to help people sense the existence of the spatial elemental. This meant that once he mastered this skill, not only could he perform spatial displacement, he could also learn to master the mysteries of the spatial elements. As long as his understanding and application of spatial elementals gradually deepened in the future, not only could he gradually teleport further away, moreover, he might be able to naturally master spatial abilities like spatial sealing, spatial stagnation, and opening space in the future without the need for the corresponding skill books. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately learned this skill. The skill book in his hand turned into silver light and surged into his glabella. Soon, Zhou Zhou sensed the existence of the spatial elementals. It was different from elementals like earth, water, wind, and fire. Professionals with some talent in spell casting could sense these basic elementals. However, the spatial elemental was completely different. Its existence among the many elementals was extremely obscure. Moreover, because of the characteristics of the spatial elementals, these spatial elementals would sometimes even appear in strange phenomena. It was as if the spatial elemental was teleportation. Even though Zhou Zhou could sense the existence of the spatial power, he still needed to focus to discover them teleporting frequently. He sensed for a while before withdrawing from this focused state of observing spatial elementals. If you have nothing to do in the future, observe the movement patterns of these spatial elementals. My understanding of spatial elementals should be able to gradually deepen by observing their movements. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he did not say anything else. He sat down first and asked Wenya to bring him a drink. Then, he drank it while watching the live broadcast of the battle. Half an hour later, the battlefield returned to calm. All the enemies of the sickle fog mantis were eliminated. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and sent the corpses to the conqueror's blast furnaces to retrieve the loots. Zhou Zhou alighted from the spaceship. He had just alighted from the spaceship. He saw a large group of sickle fog mantis walking towards him. Soon, a white platinum tier advance grade sickle fog mantis boss walked in front of him and crossed his two arm blades on his chest. He said respectfully, "Subordinate Feng En greets my lord. How many companions do you have left? How strong are you?" Zhou Zhou looked at the sickle fog mantis behind him and realized that there were at least a third fewer of them than when he had incite defection. His heart sank slightly, but he asked calmly on the surface. After this battle, a total of 11,396 companions survived, including me. Among them are 4,179 black iron tier sickle fog mantis, 4,796 green bronze tier elite sickle fog mantis, 1,536 white silver tier elite sickle fog mantis, 881 yellow gold tier sickle fog mantis bosses, and 4 white platinum tier sickle fog mantis bosses. In addition, 8,672 sickle fog mantis are all combat members of the original East Demon Army. The remaining 2,724 are all professional subjects in East Demon City. Feng En was already prepared for this. He immediately reported respectfully. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, most of the people who died were black iron tier sickle fog mantis. Most of the bronze tier and above sickle fog mantis survived. In particular, the 4 white platinum tier sickle fog mantis bosses of Insight Defection had all survived. Not bad. Take all the sickle fog mantis combat members behind you to look for Ruoji. From now on, join the monster army and serve me. As for the lifestyle profession sickle fog mantis, let them go back to their homes. Zhou Zhou made arrangements. Zhou Zhou had no intention of bringing these sickle fog mantises that were originally from the East Demon City to Blazing Sun City. After all, their home was here. There was no benefit in moving back and forth. Instead, it was quite troublesome. Since that was the case, let them stay here and serve him. Thank you, my lord. Feng En was delighted and said gratefully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Soon, all the sickle fog mantis looked at Zhou Zhou gratefully as his order spread. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene as usual. Even though they were still enemies with each other previously. However, he was used to this after using Insight Defection too many times. He looked at the sickle fog mantises behind Feng En and was very satisfied. With the addition of these 11,396 sickle fog mantis combat members, the total number of soldiers under his 2 armies had broken through again, reaching 143,256. They were not far from the 200,000 strong army. A moment later, Zhou Zhou, Wu Xian, Bai Yun, and the others stood on the city wall of the East Demon City. They looked at the dense buildings in the city wall and thought about the number of buildings in Blazing Sun City. They could not help but sigh. Blazing Sun City was already developing very quickly. However, it was still far inferior to an old city like the East Demon City that had been established for hundreds of years. If all the buildings in this city can be used, they can accommodate at least 1 million citizens. Wu Xian sighed. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi nodded in agreement. My lord, what do you plan to do with this city? What do we need to do? Bai Yun asked curiously. This city will naturally be occupied as planned. However, it won't be long before the Taiyan Kingdom finds out that we've occupied their East Demon City. It's a white platinum tier city after all. Even if they have a big business, they definitely won't suffer such a loss. They'll probably send troops over soon. They might even send Scarlet Heroes over. We have to be prepared to face these incoming enemies. Zhou Zhou said calmly. With his current strength, it was already enough for him to calmly face the attack of a kingdom. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, while Bai Yun's expression was solemn, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she was eager to give it a try. When Wu Xian heard that the Scarlet Hero would appear, he subconsciously touched his wound. But soon, his expression became determined. If a Scarlet Hero comes, I hope it's the one who injured me back then. I really want to fight that guy again and see who wins this time. He said calmly. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi could not help but look at Wu Xian. In their hearts, Wu Xian was rarely moved by external matters. To be able to say those words just now, it could be seen how much damage the Scarlet Hero had done to Wu Xian back then. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. As Wu Xian's disciple, Bai Yun understood very well why teacher Wu Xian said these words. After all, if not for the injuries that the Scarlet Hero had caused Wu Xin back then, he might still be the great general in the Aurora Kingdom. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Scarlet Hero had shattered the future that Wu Xin had thought of back then. The three of them chatted about East Demon City for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and called Feng Luo over. Feng Luo, return to Blazing Sun City through Augusta and bring Jing Hengzi over, he said. Jing Hengzi. He was the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Array Master he had recruited with the Array Master Recruitment Book. This elder Zhang from the Immortal World's Little Sky Formation sect had been building spatial teleportation arrays for Blazing Sun City and various territories ever since he arrived. Currently, 4 teleportation arrays have been built. Among them, one was built in Blazing Sun City, one in Sand Gold City, and one beside Fish Spring Town. In addition, another was built in Zealer City, the boss of the Ox Demons, Atu. Now that Zhou Zhou had called him over, he wanted him to build a spatial teleportation array in East Demon City to transport troops and supplies so that it would be easier to fight a long battle with the Taiyan Kingdom and prepare for the future attack on the Taiyan Kingdom. From now on, the East Demon City would be his springboard to attack the entire Taiyan Kingdom in the future. He would use this as an official starting point to build his own kingdom on this foreign land. Chapter 321, Human Lord in the Jail. After a while, Zhou Zhou and the others saw Feng Luo standing on Augusta's dragon's back and flying into the sky. Finally, he turned into a dark green light spot in the sky and disappeared. At this moment, a soldier suddenly walked over and whispered something to Wu Xin. Wu Xin was stunned. Then, he walked in front of Zhou Zhou and said respectfully, "My lord, I have something to report." "What happened?" Zhou Zhou asked casually. He was just thinking that he had to go back later. One was to fuse the regional tokens he had obtained today into his territory stone tablet. The second was to convert the Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals he had obtained today into Faith Divine crystals. Then, he would go to the Night Temple to discuss resurrecting the hero. The third thing was that Leah was coming back tonight. She would bring back more White Platinum tier honorable subjects and let herself extract Diamond tier Aurora crystals to build more Diamond tier elementary grade Aurora towers. To the current him, every Diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Kingdom tower could be used as his trump card. Zhou Zhou naturally had to do such an important matter personally before he could be at ease. "My lord. Just now, a soldier reported that a dungeon was discovered in East Demon City. Many people of foreign races are imprisoned in that dungeon. Moreover, these people of foreign races seem to be lords of all races." Wu Xin naturally did not know what Zhou Zhou was thinking. He respectfully told his lord what the soldier had just told him. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Bring me there," he said. "Yes, my lord." Wu Xin nodded. Then, the three of them followed the soldier to the southeast corner of the East Demon City. There were almost no private residences here, only a black prison and a few normal buildings scattered here and there. After the three of them entered the prison, they saw that it was completely controlled by the soldiers and guarded everywhere. "Greetings, my lord." "Hello, my lord." Zhou Zhou and the others arrived at a remote prison corridor. Then, he saw life forms of different races lying in the cells on both sides of the corridor. Most of them were covered in injuries and their clothes were tattered. After hearing footsteps, some did not move at all, and some looked at them. Their gazes were either cold, numb, or filled with hatred. Obviously, they had suffered a lot here. Zhou Zhou also looked at them. Then, he was shocked to discover that these guys were actually lords of the people of foreign races through this information. Zhou Zhou was both shocked and delighted. He looked at these people of foreign race lords and realized that most of these people of foreign races had lord talent crystal fragments. However, there was not a single lord with a lord talent. Zhou Zhou shook his head. However, he still did not give up and continued to check as he walked. Along the way, he suddenly saw something and immediately stopped. A deformed human lay in the prison like a corpse. His body was covered in injuries, and some of his internal organs had even fallen out. A stench emitted from the surface of his body. Clearly, he was not far from death. Zhou Zhou looked at him. Then, he realized from the information he saw that the other party was actually their cerulean planet's human lord. "Open the cell door," Zhou Zhou said. When the soldier beside him heard this, he immediately took out a bunch of keys and opened the cell door. Zhou Zhou and the others walked in and realized that this person was indeed about to die. "Call a life priest over. Tell him to be fast," he said to the soldier who brought them over. "Yes." The soldier nodded respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Soon, a young life priest quickly walked over. "Greetings, my lord. Tier 4 life priest Laura is at your service," Laura said respectfully. Tier 4. It meant she was at the yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou glanced at him and realized that she was a yellow gold tier intermediate grade life priest. "Heal him." He pointed at the lord of the cerulean planet lying on the ground. "It's a human." Laura nodded and came in front of him. She looked at the other party's injuries and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then, she did not say anything and began to use the divine art with the scepter in her hand. After using the limb restoration divine art, the other party's broken arms and legs returned to normal. She then used the life healing technique. The injuries on the other party's body and internal organs had returned to their original state, revealing his intact skin. After the last appeasement, the pain on the other party's face quickly disappeared. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead," Luo Chen said blankly. "You almost died. But you were saved by my men." A voice suddenly sounded. Luo Chen stood up with a pale face like a frightened animal. "I don't want to go to the animal arena. Spare me," he said in despair. "Animal arena?" Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun nodded slightly. "There is indeed a large animal arena in the east of East Demon City. That's a self-built building. It's useless. It seems to be just an entertainment building facility that the sickle fog mantis prepared to pass the time. Originally, we didn't know what beasts that animal arena used to fight. I didn't expect it to be like this," she whispered. Zhou Zhou did not say anything, but his eyes became even colder. When he looked at the human lord again, his expression returned to normal. Luo Chen finally saw the guy standing in front of him. He was not the escort from the animal arena in the past, but a human who looked similar to him. He looked at the other party standing there calmly in disbelief. He did not look like he was in danger at all. At this moment, the other party said something even more unbelievable. Moreover, he spoke in the cerulean planet's language, the Chinese language of his motherland that he was most familiar with. "Get up. I've already captured this place. You're free. But be careful in the future. It's not like someone will come and save you every time." Zhou Zhou extended his right hand. Luo Chen opened his mouth, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He thanked him and reached out to be helped up by Zhou Zhou. When he was helped up, Zhou Zhou also used the Master Thief's robbery gloves to extract the 6 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments from the other party's body. This could be considered his repayment for saving him. At this moment, Luo Chen stood up. He looked at his body in surprise. He clearly remembered that his limbs had been shattered by a lord of the people of foreign race before he fainted, and his body was also in ruins. Why did his injuries heal and even his shattered limbs return to normal when he woke up? He could not help but look at Zhou Zhou. Could this be the method of this human lord in front of him? He looked normal and not surprised at all. That should be the case. Thinking of this, Luo Chen became even more curious about the identity of the person in front of him. "Excuse me, can you tell me your name?" Luo Chen asked nervously. "Just call me the Lord of the Blazing Sunday," Zhou Zhou said. "Lord of the Blazing Sun?" You're the strongest lord of our cerulean planet's human race. Luo Chen's eyes widened as he asked in surprise. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. He was indeed qualified to call himself the strongest lord on the cerulean planet in terms of ranking alone in the lord battlefield. His battle results were real after all. Luo Chen looked a little excited. He had only heard of the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the World Channel in the past. Occasionally, he would buy some soldier-type class change certificates from his dealings. At that time, he felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was really powerful. He did not expect them to meet in reality. However, the scene was a little awkward. This prison was really not a good scene to meet. Zhou Zhou noticed the expression on his face. Let's go out and talk. He smiled. Okay. Luo Chen looked at Zhou Zhou gratefully. Then, the two of them, Bai Yun, and Wu Xin walked out of the prison. Chapter 322, Mythical Tier Lord Talent. It's finally out. Luo Chen looked at the sun outside and was so excited that his body trembled. He had come out before. It was just forcefully dragged out by the sickle fog mantis of the animal arena. Then, he would return half dead. At that time, his greatest fear was to leave this prison. Even though he had also walked out of the prison, and he was free now, this feeling was naturally completely different from then. How did you get captured here? At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. Luo Chen immediately came back to his senses. Big Boss Blazing Sunday. I was originally a lord in Green Forest. In the end, about 6 days ago, a group of red-eyed blood wasps suddenly appeared at the entrance of my territory. They destroyed my territory and killed all my subjects. They even brought me to this place and took pleasure in watching me fight the lords of other races. If Big Boss Blazing Sun hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid I would have died in this prison. Even though Luo Chen had already been saved by Zhou Zhou. However, fear still appeared on his face when he recalled his past memories. Zhou Zhou nodded. So it was the people of the Taiyan Kingdom who took the initiative to look for him. At this moment, he was extremely glad that his initial territory was only a Black Iron Tier regional territory. Moreover, this Black Iron Tier regional territory was close to a human kingdom like the Aurora Kingdom. Otherwise, if the territory where the initial territory was actually close to a Crimson Kingdom like Luo Chen, even if he had the legendary Tier Lord talent, survival would probably be quite difficult. Not to mention reaching his current achievement. However, he was a little puzzled. How could the red-eyed blood wasp bring lords like Luo Chen and the others here? After that, Zhou Zhou understood what had happened as Luo Chen continued to tell him. So, not just Red Wasp Town. All the regional territories near East Demon City had been ordered by the Lord East Demon to destroy the lords of the territories around the Taiyan Kingdom and bring them back to fill the vacancies in the animal arena. This was how the lords of the people of foreign races, including Luo Chen, came about. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. According to the Supreme Agreement, kingdom level and above factions in the High Continent could not take the initiative to harm the lords of all races who had just arrived in the High Continent. Unless the lords of all races had a death wish to provoke kingdom level and above forces, they could not attack. However, the East Demon City could actually send troops to surround them and even capture captives for fun. There were only two possibilities for this situation. First, the kingdom level and above factions mentioned in the Supreme Will only included the factions favored by the Supreme Will. The Lord faction favored by the Crimson Overlord was not within this restriction. Secondly, all of this was the spontaneous actions of the East Demon. It had nothing to do with the Taiyan Kingdom, so it could do such a thing. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and tried to ask the Supreme Will which of his two guesses was right. The next second, a line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Supreme Will notification: the Crimson Overlord has also acknowledged the existence of the Supreme Agreement. The Supreme Will did not answer directly. However, Zhou Zhou also understood. The Crimson Overlord would not casually break the agreement. even though kingdom level and above forces would not take the initiative to attack these lords of all races. However, if their subordinates had their own thoughts, this supreme agreement probably could not interfere. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. In that case, that would really be disadvantageous to lords of all races like them. After pondering for a while, Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. No matter what kind of danger he faced, it would not be wrong to develop his territory with all his might. When the time came, he would deal with whatever came his way. What are your plans next? Zhou Zhou looked at Luo Chen. Big boss Blazing Sun, can you take me in? My territory has been destroyed, and I can't return to the Cerulean planet. I'm already homeless. Luo Chen said gloomily. Sure. Then from today onwards, you are a subject of Blazing Sun City. When we return, the officials of Blazing Sun City will arrange a specific place for you to live and work. As for what you want to do in the future, it depends on you. Zhou Zhou agreed without hesitation. Such a small matter did not cost him much effort. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. I knew that you were a good person from the moment you sold those soldier-type class change certificates. Luo Chen said gratefully. It's nothing. You and I are compatriots. Zhou Zhou smiled. As long as there was no competition, he was naturally willing to take care of his fellow Cerulean planet citizens. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Luo Chen was taken away by the other soldiers. He would follow this soldier back to Blazing Sun City and begin his new life. Zhou Zhou returned to the prison again and continued to check if there were any lord talents in these lords' bodies. In the end, after checking more than 200 people of foreign races, he actually did not find any lord talent. Even though he was already prepared, he still felt a little helpless in the face of such a thing. Zhou Zhou did not say anything on the surface. He only continued to look at the remaining people of foreign race lords. At this moment, he came to the prison of a people of foreign race lord. This was a separate prison, and the arrangements inside were relatively clean and tidy compared to the other prisons. There was a monster more than 3 meters tall inside. Its surface was covered in green scales, and there were rows of ferocious sharp teeth in its mouth. There was a single horn raised to the sky on its head. It was different from the other numb and terrified lords of the people of foreign races. This guy did not show much fear other than vigilance when he saw him. Zhou Zhou looked at it curiously. Then, he looked at its interface information. Then, his eyes immediately widened. This. He looked a little shocked, but he was more surprised. Name, Russell. Class, Adventurer. Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Race, Demon Horn Crocodile Race. Introduction, he was once a lord of the Demon Horn Crocodile race. Later, his territory was destroyed by the sweeping East Demon Army and he became an adventurer. Loot drop rate, 8 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book Continuous 9-star Arrow, drop rate, 10%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book Shield Bash, drop rate, 8%, 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book Summon Firebird, drop rate, 5%. 1 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Skill Book Landslide, drop rate, 3%, 1 Mythical Tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 1 Mythical Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and sized up the fellow in front of him again. This guy was actually a Mythical Tier Lord Talent holder. Normally speaking, there was no natural Mythical Tier Lord Talent holder among lords. The highest was a natural Legendary Tier Lord Talent holder. Zhou Zhou only knew of one method to upgrade the owner of the Legendary Tier Lord Talent to the Mythical Tier Lord Talent. That was to become the strongest Novice Lord in the Novice Lord test and obtain the Mythical Tier Lord Talent Promotion Origin Crystal. Only then could he use it to upgrade his Legendary Tier Lord Talent and become a Mythical Tier Lord Talent. This was where his King of Loots came from. Which meant This adventurer called Russell in front of him was once the strongest lord of their demon horn crocodile race? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou looked at him strangely. Chapter 323, Fog Spirit Race. The second Lord Talent Sphere. Zhou Zhou had fought a lord with the mythical tier, the only Lord Talent. For example, the Machina race's Lord Father, the extreme venerable of the extreme dragon race, and some of the stronger people of foreign races lords he had encountered when upgrading the Lord battlefield. Perhaps it was because his Lord Talent was stronger, but even though these lords also had the mythical tier unique Lord Talent, they could not defeat him. However, even though he had encountered many of the strongest lords of the people of foreign races on the Lord battlefield and had come into contact with their mythical tier the unique Lord Talent, this was the first time he had come into contact with it in reality. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's dismal expression and could not help but shake his head. Different people had different lives. They were both mythical tier, the owners of the unique Lord Talent. He could be said to be developing very well now, but the other party was living like this. He had even lost his status as a lord. In comparison, his luck was really good. At the same time, the demon horn crocodile race, Russell, was still looking at Zhou Zhou warily. He was powerful and had performed very well in the animal arena, so the cells he arranged were much cleaner and neater than the cells of the other prisoners. Moreover, he did not encounter any special treatment and did not have any injuries on his body. He was just a little weak. During the animal arena, he had seen many big shots of the East Demon City. Even the city lord of the East Demon City had seen him personally a few times. But even so, he had never seen this life form in front of him before. He wanted to see the other party's information, but because of the existence of the void mask, no information appeared. This made Zhou Zhou's identity even more mysterious in his eyes. However, one thing was certain. The other party was not a fog creature and was a lord of all races. This could be seen from the fact that the other party's eyes had not turned scarlet. "May I ask who you are?" he said carefully in the common language of the High Continent. Russell observed the other party's completely different form from the sickle fog mantis as he asked. He suddenly had an idea that he was not sure about. Could it be that East Demon City had been occupied by the other party? Otherwise, how could a lord of all races like him stand there so naturally? Thinking of this, Russell's expression did not change, but killing intent arose in his heart. He had once used his previous strongest Lord Talent to possess many combat skills. If he could control the Lord of all races in front of him, he might be able to escape from this god-forsaken place. At that time, even if he lost his status as a lord, he would not be a nameless person. However, he was very weak now. There would only be one chance to succeed. He had to succeed in one go. "Me? I'm the lord here." Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and said as usual. The moment the other party's killing intent appeared, he sensed it with the powerful six senses of the chaos human bloodline. The other party probably thought that he did not know anything. "Isn't this the territory of the East Demon City Lord?" Russell asked curiously. At the same time, he seemed to have involuntarily moved closer to Zhou Zhou because of his curiosity. All of a sudden, he exploded and pounced on Zhou Zhou at an astonishing speed. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he wanted to succeed in one strike. But in the next second, spatial teleportation. Zhou Zhou's figure suddenly disappeared and arrived behind Russell, causing him to miss. Russell was stunned on the spot. He turned to look at Zhou Zhou with a look of disbelief. That was spatial teleportation. Wasn't that the ultimate skill that made the city lord of the East Demon City famous? Why did he know it too? Before he could think further, a monstrous hero pressure came from both sides, making him unable to move. They were Bai Yun and Wu Xin. At this moment, they glared at Russell. They did not expect this guy to launch a sneak attack on their lord in front of them. Fortunately, the lord avoided it. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to absolve themselves of the blame if anything happened. After the two of them took down Russell, who had a blank expression on his face, Bai Yun and Wu Xin escorted him to Zhou Zhou and said shamefully, "I'm guilty for causing my lord to be in danger. What danger can a white silver tier advance grade little guy be in? If not for the fact that I can't be bothered to do anything, I could easily deal with this guy myself." Zhou Zhou shook his head nonchalantly. He had yellow gold tier elementary grade skills and many life-saving abilities after all. Facing a white silver tier advance grade lord of the people of foreign race whose skills he had seen through, it could be said that he was not in danger at all. This could be seen from the warning that his powerful sixth senses had not sent him that he was in danger. This foreign race lord who had once grasped the mythical tier, the only lord talent, was indeed quite strong among opponents of the same level. But he was stronger. And it was not just a little stronger. Even though Bai Yun and Wu Xin heaved a sigh of relief, they were still filled with guilt. Zhou Zhou did not care what the two of them were thinking and continued to look at the other people of foreign race lords. In the end, he really saw a second lord with a lord talent. The other party's entire body was in the form of white fog, gathering and dissipating formlessly. It looked quite strange. However, the cell where the other party was imprisoned was clearly specially designed for it. No matter how the other party wanted to crawl out through the crack of the cell door, as soon as he came into contact with it, he saw a blood-colored light flash past the cell door. The other party seemed to have been electrocuted and retreated repeatedly. The corner he was in looked like a marshmallow. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's message. Name, Team Star. Combat class name, Mist Elemental Mage. Strength level, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Race, Fog Spirit Race. Introduction, he was once a lord of the Fog Spirit race. Later, his territory was destroyed by the sweeping East Demon Army. He became a Fog Elemental Mage with an Elemental Mage class change certificate. Loot's drop rate, 2 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade Skill Book, Cloud Technique, drop rate, 10%, 1 White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Water Wave Technique, drop rate, 8%, 1 Gradeless Elemental Mage Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 5%, 1 Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Race Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0.0001%, 1 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 3 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Drop rate, 0%. There's actually a racial skill book and a racial talent sphere. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He had seen more than 200 lords of foreign races just now. However, they were all like normal races. They did not have racial skills or racial talents. Even the lord of the Demon Horn Crocodile race, Russell, who had the mythical tier lord talent, did not have these two things. It could be seen how rare racial skills and racial talents were. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and noted down this fellow's location. Then, he continued to look at the cells of the other people of foreign race lords. Chapter 324, Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Fighting God Full-Time Master 2. A moment later, Zhou Zhou finally finished reading the loots of all the people of foreign race lords. There were a total of 317 people of foreign race lords. Among them, only Russell of the Demon Horn Crocodile race and the Fog Spirit race had lord talents. The others were all lords without lord talents. Get rid of them all. Then bring me the corpses of the Demon Horn Crocodile Lord and the Fog Spirit Lord. Zhou Zhou instructed Bai Yun. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun nodded. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he looked at the people of foreign race lords calmly one last time before walking out of the prison. Soon, the screams of these people of foreign race lords came from behind him. Zhou Zhou's back was facing the prison. His expression did not change at all when he heard the voice. His pity was only effective on lords of the same race or lords who were on good terms with him. As for these people of foreign race lords, those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. Zhou Zhou agreed with this sentence. Therefore, he would not pity them if he did not recruit them into the territory and was affected by the peace and prosperity Lord Talent. Be good and become my Lord Talent Sphere and Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. A moment later, the cell behind him gradually fell silent. Soon, Bai Yun and Wu Xin brought the two corpses to Zhou Zhou. They were the corpses of Russell of the Demon Horn Crocodile race and the Fog Spirit race. Russell's eyes widened with shock and anger. The cluster star also turned into a motionless cloud. They never expected this. He thought that even though his previous life was like hell, at least there was life to live. However, if another lord of the people of foreign race came over, he would actually kill them all. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After the two of them left to deal with the corpses of the other lords, Zhou Zhou walked in front of the two corpses and placed his hand on the Fog Spirit race. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 2 yellow gold tier mist cores, 1 white silver tier intermediate grade skill book, Great Mist Technique, 1 yellow gold tier elementary grade skill book, Furious Wave Technique, 1 gradeless elemental mage class change certificate, drop rate, 5%, 1 extraordinary tier elementary grade race talent sphere, 1 green bronze tier lord talent sphere, 3 bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou began to check the loots. There was naturally no need to mention the mist cores and the green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragment. Among them, the Great Mist Technique was a spell that could summon a large amount of fog to form a maze-like fog environment to trap the enemy. The Furious Wave Technique was a pure water element attack spell. The Elemental Mage Class Change Certificate was a high-level combat class certificate. After Zhou Zhou had the Violent Storm Spirits Class Change Certificate, his standards had become a little higher. He no longer looked up to class change certificates of this level, not to mention that there was only one. There was no way to nurture it through the Monster Ranch. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not interested in it and casually put it away. Then, he looked at the green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere expectantly. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Fighting God Full-Time Master 2. Treasure grade, green bronze tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the green bronze tier Lord Talent Fighting God Full-Time Master 2. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a green bronze tier Lord Talent Fighting God Full-Time Master 2. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and stopped thinking about it. He chose to absorb it. The next second, the text notification appeared again. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Sphere, green bronze tier? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, this green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless bronze-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had a strange feeling. He looked at his body and felt that some restriction or shackles on his body had been unleashed at that moment. This should be the effect of the Lord Talent, right? Zhou Zhou thought as he opened the Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, King of Loots, Mythical Tier, Unique, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, White Silver Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier, Return to the City, White Silver Tier, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold Tier, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary Tier, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, White Platinum Tier, The Shelter of the Goddess of Life, White Platinum Tier, Night Temple, Extraordinary Tier. Dragon Slaying Hometown, White Platinum Tier, Gift of the Machina, green bronze tier, Embrace of the Conqueror, white silver tier, Fighting God full-time master 2, green bronze tier. My 15th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Fighting God full-time master 2, green bronze tier. Specific talent effect, you can have 2 additional combat class. Combat God hint, once an additional class is chosen, it cannot be changed. Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised after reading it. Normal professionals could only have 1 combat class at most. He could take on many class roles. He did not expect this Lord Talent to be able to break through the restrictions of this combat-oriented class and give professionals 2 additional combat classes. In addition to the original combat class martial artist, wouldn't I be able to have 3 combat class at the same time? Zhou Zhou immediately thought about which class was suitable for him and became really vexed. With a kingdom-level combat class like the Violent Storm Spirit in front of him, Zhou Zhou really could not think of a better combat class to take on. However, Zhou Zhou was really unwilling to choose the Violent Storm Spirit because he wouldn't be able to regret it if he encountered Empire-level battles against class or even Divine Kingdom-level battles in the future. After thinking for a long time, he decided to put it aside for the time being. In any case, there was no hurry. He would find a suitable one in the future. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on this neighboring talent again. He thought for a moment and speculated. A bronze tier Fighting God full-time master 2 can have 2 additional combat classes. What about higher level ones? White silver tier should be the Fighting God full-time master 3. Yellow gold tier should be the Fighting God full-time master V. Then the mythical tier should be Fighting God full-time master X. If it really follows this pattern, wouldn't one person be able to have 11 combat classes at the same time? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. No wonder it was called the Fighting God. If he could master all 11 top combat class abilities, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the Fighting God. Zhou Zhou thought for a while before extracting another corpse. It was the corpse with the mythical tier with the unique Lord Talent. The mythical tier Lord Talent is already high enough. Is there a Lord Talent stronger than the mythical tier Lord Talent? Zhou Zhou was really looking forward to it. Chapter 325, Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Lord Shop. Zhou Zhou began to retrieve Russell's loot. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots 10 yellow gold tier Mist Cores, 1 yellow gold tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Rainform Archery Skill Book, 1 yellow gold tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Earth Shield Bash, 1 yellow gold tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Fire Fist Deo, 1 yellow gold tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Summoning Demon Flame Sparrow. 1 yellow gold tier Advanced Grade Skill Book, Earth Collapse, 1 mythical tier Advanced Grade Unique Lord Talent Sphere, 1 mythical tier Advanced Grade Lord Talent Fragment. Zhou Zhou looked at the mythical tier Unique Lord Talent Sphere that had not changed at all, and a look of helplessness flashed across his eyes. Looks like the mythical tier is indeed the highest level. I can't increase quality by another level. Zhou Zhou quickly composed himself. Even though it could not be increased, it was also a mythical tier, the only Lord Talent with real value. He had already obtained a huge opportunity. Zhou Zhou did not look at the other loots and looked directly at the mythical tier Unique Lord Talent Sphere. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Lord Shop. Treasure grade, mythical tier Unique. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the mythical tier Unique Lord Talent Lord Shop. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a mythical tier Unique Lord Talent. Lord Shop. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and chose to absorb it without thinking too much. The next second, the text notification appeared again. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent sphere, mythical tier unique? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, this mythical tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into countless seven-colored light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately looked at the details of the talent expectantly. Lord Talent, Lord Shop, mythical tier unique. Specific talent effect, your territory has a Lord Shop that belongs solely to you. This Lord Shop will randomly refresh 2 to 3 goods every day. The range of the goods includes abilities, talents, bloodlines, equipment, and everything else owned by the territory subjects. You can choose to spend mist cores and territory tokens to buy them. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened after reading it. Which meant, if his subjects had any abilities, he had a chance of exchanging for any abilities from this Lord Shop. Zhou Zhou thought of the dead Russell. No wonder that guy's skills were mixed. So it was bought from the Lord Shop. He thought for a while more, then became more and more excited. In that case, could he exchange for Nazario's various super abilities through this Lord Shop? Regarding the abilities that Nazario had mastered, Zhou Zhou had been coveting it for a long time. Especially the other party's epic tier elemental immunity and epic tier physical immunity. Zhou Zhou had long envied the other party for having such a thick-skinned skill. As for the other party's divine dragon of destruction bloodline, Zhou Zhou was not very interested. His chaos human bloodline might not be much inferior to its divine dragon of destruction bloodline. It might even have higher growth potential. In my territory. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and decided to go back later. Bai Yun and the others were sorting out the overall gains today. It would not be too late to go back after they finished summarizing. Then, he looked at the other loots. He first looked at the extraordinary tier elementary grade talent sphere of the fog spirit race. Just now, he could not help but want to see the effect of the Lord Talent sphere first, so he ignored it. Treasure name, Race Talent Sphere Fog Spirit Body. Treasure grade, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Treasure effect, after using it, you can have the ability to transform into a Fog Spirit body. In the state of the Fog Spirit, your aura will completely disappear. Other life forms will only feel that the white fog is ordinary. At the same time, any physical attack that cannot reach the level of obliteration will not cause any damage to life forms in the state of the Fog Spirit body. Treasure description, the racial talent of the Fog Spirit. After using it, you will possess the racial talent of this race. This talent is not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. It was needless to say that it was an excellent obscure ability to make one's aura completely useless. In addition, physical attacks at the obliteration level were also very difficult to achieve. Typically, only extraordinary tier or even epic tier experts could unleash destructive physical attacks. This skill was definitely a divine skill for him at this stage in front of some enemies. However, its ability was also very flawed. That was, it could only defend against physical attacks and not elemental attacks. This could be seen from the fact that it was trapped in the cell and could not come out. It was restrained too tragically by the prison door made of elemental attack methods. Other than the experts who specialized in physics skills, a slightly stronger extraordinary tier would take the initiative to master 1 or 2 elemental skills to make up for their shortcomings in attack methods. But even so, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and chose to learn it. In any case, it would be a waste not to learn. After learning it, he willed. The next second, his entire body quickly turned white and transparent. Soon, he collapsed into a large amount of white fog that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. The wind blew gently. The white fog floated higher and higher into the sky with the wind. After flying 100 meters high, Zhou Zhou restored his main body and activated his shadowless wings to fly back to the ground. Putting aside whether or not the skill is useful or not, it's pretty fun. Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with novelty. Then, he looked at Russell's other loots. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Skill, Rainform Archery. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Skill, Earth Shield Bash. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Skill, Fire Fist Deo. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Skill, Summoning Demon Flame Sparrow. Other than that, there were also more than 10 Yellow Gold Tier skills. They were all pure attack skills. In addition, their grades were relatively high, so Zhou Zhou only glanced at their attack effect before putting them away. He could learn it when his strength increased to Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade in the future. With the White Platinum Tier Blessing of the War God, this time would not be long. A moment later, Bai Yun brought a summary list to Zhou Zhou and handed it to him. Zhou Zhou took it and immediately read it. Today, they have conquered a total of 19 regional territories. Among them, there were 7 Black Iron Tier regional territories, 7 Green Bronze Tier regional territories, and 3 White Silver Tier regional territories, 1 Yellow Gold Tier regional territory, and 1 White Platinum Tier regional territory. They had eliminated more than 200,000 sickle fog mantises in the White Platinum Tier territory East Demon City alone. In addition to the 50,000 red-eyed blood wasps in Red Wasp Town and the fog monsters in the other 17 regional territories, they had eliminated a total of more than 310,000 fog monsters. With the enhancement of the title of the King of Loots and the Strongest Lord, there were a total 60 Extraordinary Tier, 240 Diamond Tier, 102,367 White Platinum Tier, 629,873 Yellow Gold Tier, 904,628 White Silver Tier, 168,796 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 364 Origin Crystals. There were 625,239 skill books and 756,932 equipment. More than 690 million units of basic materials. 316,902 True Faith Tier Scarlet Crystals, 162,978 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystals, 36,912 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals. 1 Holy Spirit Tier Scarlet Crystal. 22 Alchemy Pharmacist Recruitment Books. 16 Alchemy Technician Recruitment Books. 32 Mount Contracts. 16 Intermediate Grade Combat Class Thunder Knight Class Certificate. 2 Advanced Combat Class Wind and Rain Knight Class Certificate. 702 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 2 White Silver Tier Territory Tokens, 15 Green Bronze Tier Territory Tokens, 99 Black Iron Tier Territory Tokens. 1 White Platinum Tier Territory Token, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Regional Token. 3 White Silver Tier Regional Tokens. 7 Green Bronze Tier Regional Territories. 7 Black Iron Tier Regional Tokens. Then, he looked at the improvement of the soldiers. Chapter 326, Lord Announcement. Void Detection Technique. A total of 102,466 people had broken through after killing more than 310,000 fog monsters in a day. Among them, 42,396 had advanced to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 30,238 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 22,156 people advanced to the White Silver Tier. 15,031 people advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 2,645 people had broken through to the White Platinum Tier. In addition, Bai Yun had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Soul Reaper Maris had broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Spectral Dragon Augusta had broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. Zhou Zhou looked quite satisfied after reading the breakthrough list. As expected of the White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Blessing of the War God. With this Lord Talent, even though they seemed to have only eliminated more than 310,000 fog monsters, in fact, it was equivalent to 6.51 million fog monsters. After obtaining promotion energy equivalent to 6.51 million fog monsters, it was very normal for their strength to break through to this level collectively. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the summary of the strength of the soldiers at the bottom of the loot list. Now, he had a total of 143,256 soldiers from the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army under his command. Among them were 46,057 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 54,782 Bronze Tier soldiers. 23,692 White Silver Tier. There were 15,912 Yellow Gold Tier. There were 2,813 White Platinum Tier. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but smile. After destroying so many fog monsters, the overall strength of his soldiers had increased several times. Especially the White Platinum Tier soldiers, which directly increased from 164 to 2,816. The White Platinum Tier blessing of the 10 gods, the blessing of the War God, was really too strong. With so many White Platinum Tier soldiers around, it would probably not be long before would give birth to the first Diamond Tier expert among his soldiers. After that, he first changed the name of East Demon City to Kingdom Beginning City. The meaning was very simple. This would be the starting point of his kingdom establishment. Then, he told Bai Yun and the others to guard Kingdom Beginning City and guard against the attack of the Taiyan Kingdom that might appear at any time. Then, he returned to Blazing Sun City through return to the city. Blazing Sun City. In the Lord Manor. Zhou Zhou took out the 19 regional tokens he had obtained today and fused them into his territory stone tablet. The total number of regional territories under his command had reached 35 after all of them fused. Zhou Zhou waited for a moment. A familiar Lord announcement appeared on the entire channel. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first regional Lord to officially own 30 regional territories. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. A Lord announcement can really appear on the entire channel with 30 regional territories. Then what's the next time? 50? 80? Or 100? Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. He opened the World Channel. Not surprisingly, the lords on the World Channel were all discussing the number of his territories. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was developing too quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. After that, he looked at the supreme treasure chest that had appeared out of thin air in front of him. He opened it and found a skill book inside. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. Skill name, Void Detection Technique. Skill quality, Special. Skill description, through this detection technique, you will not be discovered by other life forms. There is also a certain chance of seeing through the hidden information on the other party. Void detection technique? It's actually such a skill. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked at the information of this skill and immediately remembered that he had peeked at Big Boss Bai He's specific information at the Night Temple last time. In the end, he was discovered by the King of Abyssal Knights and even kindly reminded him not to casually check the information of experts. If he had this skill back then, perhaps he would not have been discovered when he first obtained the other party's information. Not to mention that this skill had a certain chance of seeing through the other party's hidden information. Good skill. Zhou Zhou immediately learned. Then, he went next door and looked at Aliyah and the Atli sisters. Zhou Zhou did not bring the two sisters to the battlefield because their strength was average. Instead, he stayed in the manor and was in charge of helping him deal with daily matters. My lord. The two sisters stood up and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at Atli's message, but there was nothing hidden in her message. Then, he looked at Aliyah's message. Subject, Aliyah. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Combat class name, Martial Artist. Class, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, a member of the Catman race, a martial artist. She is now the maid of the Lord of Blazing Sun City. She is in charge of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's daily life and assists in daily matters. Skills: White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Martial Arts Manual, Earth Splitting Claw Technique, Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Martial Arts Manual, 7-Star Steps, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Martial Arts Manual, Mystic Essence Shield, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade Martial Arts Manual, Gust Blade. Loyalty: 100, Dead Loyal. Potential: White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Obstruction Information 1, Aaliyah likes her lord. Obstruction Information 2, Aaliyah likes Wind Stats Martial Arts Manuals. Zhou Zhou. He looked at Aaliyah. Right. You're actually craving my body. Zhou Zhou shook his head in his heart and did not mind. He did not want to think about romance now. Go find a special shopping center in the territory. You might not be allowed to enter that special mall, but it's fine. Just tell me when you find it. Zhou Zhou said to them. Yes, my lord. When the cat girl sisters heard this, they immediately accepted the order and left the room. Zhou Zhou also returned to his room. He took out the 19 regional treasure chests. Among them were 7 black iron tier region treasure chests, 7 green bronze tier region treasure chests, 3 white silver tier region treasure chests, 1 yellow gold tier region treasure chest, and 1 white platinum tier region treasure chest. Zhou Zhou opened them one by one. Among them, the black iron tier, green bronze tier, and white silver tier regional treasure chests opened 6 black iron tier regional exclusive resource packs, 5 green bronze tier regional exclusive resource packs, and 1 white silver tier regional exclusive resource pack. There was also 1 black iron tier, 2 green bronze tier, and 2 white silver tier. A white platinum tier intermediate grade red-eyed blood wasp lord pet egg appeared in the yellow gold tier regional treasure chest. After hatching, he could directly obtain a white platinum tier intermediate grade red-eyed blood wasp lord pet. Zhou Zhou immediately thought of the red-eyed blood beehive in Red Wasp Town. There was no lord leading and protecting the red-eyed blood wasp younglings there. After it hatched, he could arrange it there. As for the white platinum tier regional treasure chest, it directly gave him 100 special equipment, shadowless wings. Zhou Zhou was overjoyed. There was finally something good. If this shadowless wings was arranged for Wutu's heavenly army, he would be able to come and go without a trace to investigate the enemy in the future. It could be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, "My lord, we're back." The voices of Aaliyah and Atli came from outside. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised and immediately called them in. "My lord, we've already found the shopping center you mentioned," Aaliyah reported. "You found it so quickly?" Zhou Zhou said in surprise. "Because it's beside the Lord's manor. That's why we saw it as soon as we walked out of the manor," Atli explained with a smile. "So close? Then bring me there," Zhou Zhou immediately said. "Yes, my lord." Then, the 3 of them did not waste any more time. They walked out of the Lord Manor and walked towards the Lord Shop. Chapter 327, 3 Goods, 1. The 3 of them soon arrived at a building. Still. This is the Lord Shop. Zhou Zhou looked at the building blankly. This building was only 4 to 5 meters tall and was only 7 to 8 meters long and wide. It looked less than the size of a roadside shop and could not be seen at all. At this moment, in a seat in the Lord Shop, a middle-aged old man with a little bald head, reading glasses, and a thin black sweater seemed to have sensed the guest's arrival. He put down the needlework in his hand and stroked his reading glasses. Then, he stood up and went to the black counter at the entrance of the shop. He looked at Zhou Zhou, who was among the 3 of them. "Greetings, my lord." He chuckled. "Are you the boss here?" Zhou Zhou asked. "That's right. I'm the owner of this Lord Shop. My name is Zhou Jinmin." "My lord, you can call me Old Zhou." Zhou Jinmin smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he let the two sisters return to the Lord Manor before coming to the opposite side. I want to see my goods today. He went straight to the point. Okay. Zhou Zhenmin smiled and nodded. Then, he took out 3 boxes from the counter below and opened them one by one. The first box contained a golden heart, and the faint roar of a dragon came from inside. There was a purple jade in the second box and a skill book in the third box. Zhou Zhou looked over. The first golden heart came from Wu Xian's epic tier advance grade Golden Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline name, Golden Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline level, epic tier advance grade. Bloodline effect, the user can obtain an epic tier advance grade Bloodline Golden Dragon Bloodline. After absorbing it, the user will gradually awaken some Golden Dragon race abilities during their growth after fusing with this bloodline. The second purple crystal came from Xiao Xian's top talent Celestial Appearance. Talent, Celestial Appearance. Talent effect, a life form with celestial appearance has an extraordinary charm. When life forms of any race see a living being with celestial appearance, they will see a beauty that suits their aesthetic standards. The third was Nazario's most lethal single-target dragon magic Blazing Explosion. Skill name, Blazing Explosion. Skill quality, enhanceable. Skill description, extremely condensed fire elemental power, forming an extremely lethal and penetrating elemental fire pillar. Then, it is released and instantly destroys anything in the path of the elemental fire pillar. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened as he looked at the 3 goods. Good God! None of the goods were given for free. He thought that some very trashy goods might randomly respawn. He did not expect it to be so awesome and exciting. Was this the mythical tier, unique Lord talent? Are all the goods randomly refreshed every day like this? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. Our shop has just opened today, so the probability of randomly obtaining desirable goods today has been slightly increased. Not in the future. Zhou Zhenmin shook his head. Zhou Zhou was immediately disappointed. But in the next second, Zhou Zhenmin changed the topic. Still, this shopping mall is here to assist the Lord to become the strongest Lord. Therefore, no matter how bad the randomly refreshed goods are, at least one good that is useful to the Lord will appear. Therefore, my Lord, you don't have to worry. All the goods that appear are useless goods. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was the mythical tier, unique Lord talent. Then what's the price of these 3 goods? He asked. The Golden Dragon Bloodline is worth 10 epic tier mist cores and 1 epic tier territory token. Talent Celestial Appearance is a top-notch talent. It requires 10 legendary tier mist cores and a low-tier deity level territory token to buy. As for Blazing Explosion, even though its potential is astonishing, its growth period is too long after all. It doesn't have much combat strength in the short term. Therefore, it's only worth 10 diamond tier mist cores and 1 diamond tier territory token. Zhou Zhou. He looked at the other party's responsible and slightly smiling face and wanted to ask. How can I exchange for any of these goods? The prices are too ridiculous. Especially Xiao Xian's celestial appearance. This talent was indeed top-notch. But wasn't it just an appearance talent? What was he thinking, that it was worth 10 legendary tier mist cores and a low-tier deity level territory token? I don't have any that I can sell. The mist core is still alright. How can I obtain that epic tier or even low-tier deity level territory token with my current development stage? Zhou Zhou could not help but complain. I can offer you a loan. My lord, you can owe us the territory token first. You can take it back and repay the loan when you obtain the corresponding level of the territory token in the future. Zhou Zhenmin smiled. There's interest, right? Zhou Zhou looked at him warily. That's natural. This shopping mall can't make a loss either. As for the interest, it's... Zhou Zhenmin was about to speak when Zhou Zhou raised his hand to stop him. Don't say anything else. I won't take the loan. He said decisively without hesitation. Why? Zhou Zhenmin was stunned. He had yet to say anything. I don't borrow anything. Zhou Zhou said firmly. It was not a good habit to like to borrow money. Especially for people who were not rich to begin with. Fine. Zhou Zhenmin could only stop mentioning this topic seeing how Zhou Zhou rejected him so many times in a row. Is there really no other way? Zhou Zhou could not help but ask. There is indeed an easy way. That is to exchange the territory token for the corresponding mist core. For example, a low-tier deity-level territory token can be exchanged for 10 legendary tier mist cores. An epic tier territory token can be exchanged for 1 epic tier mist core. A diamond tier territory token can also be exchanged for a diamond tier mist core. And so on and so forth. Zhou Zhenmin said. That's a good idea. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. It was just a little wasteful of the mist core. He could not help but look at all the mist cores in his heavenly mist treasure bag. Then, he calculated how many he would have to turn them all into legendary tier mist cores. Soon, Zhou Zhou came to a conclusion. 27. After all the mist cores he had obtained during this period of time were converted into legendary tier mist cores, he could exchange them for a total of 27 legendary tier mist cores. There was still a little left, but he could not gather a legendary tier mist core. Zhou Zhou pursed his lips and suddenly felt a little unwilling. These were 27 legendary tier mist cores. If it was the black iron tier mist cores, it would be a total of 2.7 billion black iron tier mist cores. If this wealth was taken out, he could definitely be considered the richest person on the cerulean planet. However, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and finally decided to take them out to buy these 3 items with difficulty. The mist cores could not multiply even if he were to keep them. He had to spend what needed to be spent. I want the other 2 goods other than blazing explosion. Zhou Zhou gritted his teeth. Chapter 328, 3 goods, 2. Zhou Zhou did not lack offensive methods. He also had many growth-type attack skills. For example, the chaotic blade chi. Therefore, there was no need to exchange for this blazing explosion. As for the other 2 goods, they had to be exchanged. The celestial appearance talent was the most expensive commodity. Even though Zhou Zhou did not know why its price was so high, his lord talent would definitely not cheat him. There must be a reason. On the other hand, the golden dragon bloodline could be absorbed to increase the level of his chaos human bloodline. This was naturally very important. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Zhou Zhenmin could not help but look at his lord in surprise. He did not expect the other party to be able to take out so many mist cores at this stage. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that following this lord would at least make him rich. The total price is 20 legendary tier mist cores and 11 epic tier mist cores. Zhou Zhenmin said. Then, he handed the purple crystal of the golden dragon bloodline and talent celestial appearance to Zhou Zhou and placed the blazing explosion in the box before returning to the counter. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he communicated with the heavenly mist treasure bag and controlled it to begin synthesizing the mist cores. What will happen to these goods that I didn't buy? Will they be refreshed? They won't. These remaining goods will always be on my list of goods. You can buy them when the Lord wants to buy them. Zhou Zhenmin said. Zhou Zhou was even happier. This was undoubtedly the best thing for him. Even if he encountered goods he wanted to buy but could not in the future, there was no hurry. He would buy them when he saved up enough mist cores. Wait. At this thought, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized something. Lord Shop. A shopping mall. Generally speaking, it referred to a place that sold a large number of all kinds of goods. Could the name of this Lord Shop be hinting that there would be a large number of goods that he could not afford in the future? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou hurriedly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, the Lord of the Blazing Sun, will never lack mist cores in my life. At this moment, the heavenly mist treasure bag shook slightly, indicating that he had condensed the mist core. Zhou Zhou took out 20 legendary tier mist cores and 11 epic tier mist cores and handed them to Zhou Zhenmin. He looked at the heavenly mist treasure bag that had shrunk by 3/4 and his heart was trembling. However, he did not show any reaction on the surface. He only calmly put away the golden dragon bloodline and celestial appearance talent crystal and asked, "When will there be new goods tomorrow? I'll open for business on time every morning. That's about the time the sun rises. When the time comes, my lord, just come over." "Okay." Zhou Zhou nodded. He was about to leave when he thought of something and said to Zhou Zhenmin, "Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Welcome to becoming my subject." He had to go through the fixed procedure. "My pleasure." Zhou Zhenmin was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. Zhou Zhou nodded and turned to walk towards his Lord Manor. In the Lord Manor. In Zhou Zhou's room. In the living room. At this moment, Zhou Zhou was sitting on the sofa. He had already calmed down and was thinking about summarizing what had just happened. The goods that randomly appear in the Lord's shop depends on what my subjects have. It seems that I have to invite more powerful or special talents to join my subjects in the future. This way, there will be a chance that the abilities they are most proud of will belong to me. When I gather the strongest abilities of all the subjects, then I'm probably the most perfect lord in the world. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou finally realized what Zhou Zhenmin meant by the strongest lord. This lord shop was indeed prepared to create the strongest lord. With this lord shop, not to mention the green phoenix immortal body and the gluttonous demon body. Even if it was a mythical tier unique physique, he might be able to match or even surpass it after he grew up. Currently, the premise was that he could develop this lord shop to the greatest extent and let it grow into a true strongest lord. However, even if it was not developed well, at the very least, he did not have to worry about being labeled as weak lord. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking about it. He took out the 2 boxes and took out the golden dragon bloodline and talent celestial appearance crystal. He first picked up the golden dragon bloodline and took a look. Then, he was surprised to discover that there was no notification of bloodline optimization at the bottom of the golden dragon bloodline. Of course, this did not mean that the golden dragon bloodline was the strongest. After all, there were many higher level bloodlines above the golden dragon bloodline. There were even stronger bloodlines like the divine dragon of destruction bloodline, extreme dragon race bloodline, yellow gold tier divine dragon bloodline, and the radiant divine dragon bloodline among the dragons. There was no optimization notification for the golden dragon bloodline, which meant that this bloodline had no obvious flaws and did not need to be optimized for other points. He stopped thinking and chose to absorb it. As the heart turned into a large amount of golden blood and surged into the surface of his body. Soon, a text notification appeared. You have absorbed one portion of the golden dragon bloodline, epic tier advance grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to yellow gold tier advance grade. Your sixth senses ability has been strengthened. You have awakened the yellow gold tier advance grade chaos human race talent dragon transformation. You have awakened the epic tier advance grade golden dragon race talent gold elemental control. You have awakened the epic tier advance grade golden dragon race talent dragon might. Your racial talent dragon might, epic tier advance grade, has mutated under the influence of the chaos human bloodline. It has mutated into chaos intimidation, epic tier advance grade. You have awakened the epic tier advance grade golden dragon race talent dragon breath. Your racial talent dragon breath, epic tier advance grade, has mutated under the influence of the chaos human bloodline. It has mutated into chaos breath, epic tier advance grade. You have grasped the inheritance of the dragon race's common sense. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the dragon race. You have mastered the epic tier advance grade racial skill dragon language proficiency. You have mastered the epic tier advance grade racial skill golden dragon armor. You have mastered the epic tier advance grade racial skill immortal golden dragon body. You have mastered the epic tier advanced grade racial skill Golden Dragon Slumber. You have mastered the epic tier advanced grade racial skill Legendary tier physical immunity, awakening rate 5%. A large number of memories and inheritances surged into his mind. Zhou Zhou could not help but close his eyes. After more than an hour, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His expression was weak. He did not look expectant at all. This dragon race has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It's too much. I can't accept even common sense and secret dragon inheritances now. Fortunately, the remaining inheritance is now sealed in the depths of my memories. When my strength increases and my soul level increases in the future, I can accept the remaining inheritances again. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he did not immediately look at the various abilities of the race that his bloodline had just awakened. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested on the bed for about half an hour. Then, he got up and began to check those racial talents and racial skills. Chapter 329, Racial Talent. Racial Skill. Zhou Zhou first looked at the only awakened Chaos Human Race Talent Dragon Transformation. Racial Talent Name, Dragon Transformation. Talent Level, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent Description, your Chaos Human bloodline has absorbed the bloodline power of the dragon race. You can use this bloodline power to temporarily transform into a pure-blooded golden dragon with yellow gold tier elementary grade strength and possess all its bloodline abilities. Talent Hint 1, as your physical strength increases, the strength of the pure-blooded golden dragon you transform into will also increase. Talent Hint 2, you can absorb more pure-blooded dragon talents to increase the level and number of bloodlines and types of dragons transformed into. From there, you can trace back to the oldest bloodline power of the dragon race. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised when he saw this skill. As the owner of 2 pure-blooded dragon pets, he naturally knew very well how powerful pure-blooded dragons were. The extreme dragon race could occupy a place even in front of the strongest races like the original spirit race and the chaos gods race. According to the common sense inheritance of the dragon race and the secret inheritance of the dragon race that he had just obtained, while the extreme dragon race was indeed a top-notch dragon bloodline among the various dragon bloodlines, it was far from it in terms of the top bloodline. Legend had it that the top ancient dragon bloodline could not even form a race because there were too few of them. There might only be a dozen of them in a generation, 2 or 3, or even 1. For example, the Time Divine Dragon, the Fate Divine Dragon, the Star Devouring Demon Dragon, the World Dragon. There was also the Yellow Golden Holy Dragon that would only give birth to 1 in a generation and was also known as the Dragon God Professions by the dragon race. These were the top ancient dragons of the dragon race. Which meant, if he could continuously absorb dragon bloodlines in the future, not only could he increase the level of his chaos human bloodline, but he could also increase the realm of the dragon transformation and transform into an even more top-notch ancient dragon. Perhaps one day, even the Fate Divine Dragon, the Time Divine Dragon, the Star Devouring Demon Dragon, the Yellow Gold Tier Divine Dragon, or other ancient dragons might be able to materialize. This dragon transformation race talent could be said to have huge potential. Still, he already had the will of the Dragon Slayer King, but now, he had gained the dragon transformation ability. Has the Dragon Slayer finally become an evil dragon? Zhou Zhou's expression was strange. He sensed the Dragon Slayer King's will in his mind and realized that this will did not affect his Chaos Human bloodline. Well, his Chaos Human bloodline was only at the Yellow Gold Tier Advanced grade. It was far from reaching the level of a high-level bloodline race. Naturally, it could not trigger the will of the Dragon Slayer King. However, he did not know how the Dragon Slayer King's will would react when his Chaos Human bloodline advanced to the high-level bloodline level in the future. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he did not think of anything and stopped thinking about it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There was no need to think about what would happen in the future. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou looked at the race talents behind him. Race talent name, Gold Elemental Control. Talent level, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, the Chaos human bloodline in your body controls the power of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. You are very sensitive to the metal elemental energy in the universe. Moreover, you are naturally good at controlling metal elemental energy and developing metal elemental related abilities. Race talent name, Chaos Intimidation. Talent level, Epic Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent description, the Chaos human bloodline in your body makes you unafraid of any level of bloodline pressure. Moreover, when a life form releases hostile bloodline pressure to you, you can passively or take the initiative to release the Chaos human bloodline pressure to intimidate the other party. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw the Chaos Intimidation. In the past, he had the Dragon Slayer King's will and relied on it to face the bloodline pressure of other high-level races. Now that he had this chaotic intimidation, he could allow the Dragon Slayer King's will to continue hiding and let the chaotic intimidation face the bloodline pressure of other high-level races. This could also reduce the possibility of the dragon slaying will being exposed. As for the dragon race's common sense inheritance and the dragon race's secret inheritance, as the name suggested, it was the knowledge about the common sense and secrets of the dragon race recorded in the Golden Dragon bloodline. Even though they were all things similar to encyclopedias and history books, that was still an encyclopedia and history accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. To a lord like Zhou Zhou, who had a relatively shallow foundation of the race, it was much better than giving him a pile of powerful combat skills. The simplest benefit was that, for example, if he encountered a race he did not know in the future, he would be able to recognize it without even flipping through the index of all races as long as it was not too rare. If he encountered opportunities like natural treasures or treasures he did not know, he might be able to directly recognize their origins and easily obtain them. In addition, this inheritance could also allow Zhou Zhou to be more calm and confident when facing all living beings in the future. Then, he looked at the racial skill behind him. Racial skill name, Draconic Mastery. Skill quality, Special. Racial skill description, you are naturally good at communicating, reading, and writing in Draconic. After learning Draconic magic, you can also use this to cast Draconic magic. Racial skill name, Golden Dragon Armor. Skill quality, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Racial skill description, you can use the power of the Golden Dragon's bloodline to condense a Golden Dragon armor on the surface of your body to protect yourself and fight. Racial skill name, Undead Golden Dragon Body. Skill quality, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Racial skill description, you have the power of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Even if your body is shattered, you can recover from your injuries by absorbing metal elemental energy or substances with metal elemental energy. You can even undergo blood rebirth. Prompt: the more complicated the shattering of the body, the longer the restoration will take. If you use the Undying Golden Dragon Body, which is almost equivalent to resurrection, it will greatly consume the bloodline foundation of the Golden Dragon bloodline and you will fall into a long period of enfeeble. You need a large amount of replenishment of gold elemental energy or substances with gold elemental energy to gradually replenish it. Racial skill name, Golden Dragon Slumber. Skill quality, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Racial skill description, you can use the power of the Golden Dragon's bloodline to sleep in the center of an underground metal mine for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. During this slumber, your body will spontaneously absorb the surrounding energy to speed up the repair of your injuries and slowly increase your strength. Racial skill name, Legendary Tier Physical Immunity, Awakening Level 5%. Skill quality, Legendary Tier Advanced Grade. Racial skill description, you have the bloodline power of the Golden Dragon. Your body is incomparably powerful from birth. Even without any defense cultivation, your physical strength can gradually obtain the Legendary Tier Physical Immunity ability as your strength increases. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. As expected of the bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon. even golden dragons that were not famous among the dragons. The series of racial talents and racial skills it awakened were also much stronger than the bloodline awakening abilities he had absorbed previously. Chapter 330, Celestial Appearance. Liya returns. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the other purple jade. It was a jade stone that represented talent celestial appearance. Activate. Zhou Zhou picked it up and muttered in his heart. The next second, the purple jade turned into wisps of hazy purple fog and fused into various parts of his body. Zhou Zhou felt his entire body heat up slightly. Then, he felt nothing else. That's it. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He emptied more than half of his wallet and spent a total of 20 legendary tier mist cores in exchange for this change. He did not believe it and took out a mirror from his spatial ring to look at himself. At first glance, he felt that it was nothing. He was still very handsome. He was already very handsome before he used the celestial appearance after all. Taking a closer look. He did seem to be a little better looking than before. This forehead, this brow, this chin. Originally, Zhou Zhou could not see any flaws in them. But now, it was as if the ratio, nuance, and matching of the various organs were more perfect. Zhou Zhou looked at his entire body again. He realized that he also had a warm, handsome, but unyielding, and bold temperament, a little like Erlang God1. Zhou Zhou was instantly satisfied. He did not care about the price of 20 legendary tier mist cores. Becoming stronger was only a matter of time after all, but being handsome or not, was a matter of a lifetime. This money was worth it. Then, he looked at his skill column. As expected, he saw the words Talent Celestial Appearance at the front of the skill column. Zhou Zhou opened it and thought that he would see the same talent information as before. He did not expect there to be a line of talent notifications. Talent hint: you will need to spend a long time to accept the adjustments made by your talent to your figure, appearance, and temperament to achieve the final celestial appearance. Current adjustment progress, 5%. Zhou Zhou's eyebrows could not help but tremble. Only 5%? Wouldn't he be oh so handsome if it hit 100%? I didn't spend the mist cores in vain. Zhou Zhou closed the skill column and said calmly. However, the corners of his mouth that could not help but curl up revealed the joy in his heart. After a long time, he opened the marketplace and set up a transaction. He placed 500,000 skill books and 500,000 equipment inside. These equipment were obtained from destroying more than 310,000 fog monsters today. However, Zhou Zhou removed the white platinum tier and white platinum tier equipment inside, leaving only yellow gold tier and below. This equipment happened to be the equipment that the lords of the cerulean planet needed the most at this stage, so it was also the easiest to sell. He believed that it would not take long to sell them. Now that his wallet was mostly empty, he had to earn some back. Otherwise, he might not even be able to afford the goods from the Lord's shop tomorrow. At this moment, Alia's voice sounded outside the door. My lord! The princess of the Aurora Kingdom, Liye, and her maid, Yu Jiao, request an audience. Invite them in. Zhou Zhou reacted and immediately said. Liye had indeed returned. He had forgotten to ask if Liye had returned. Soon, Liye and Yu Jiao were brought in by Alia. Zhou Zhou, I'm back. Liya smiled when she saw Zhou Zhou. Then, Yu Jiao and her were stunned at the same time. Liya subconsciously looked at Zhou Zhou for a few seconds before realizing what she was doing. She lowered her head with a red face, not daring to look into Zhou Zhou's eyes. Yu Jiao, who was beside him, blushed and wanted to bury her head in her clothes. I haven't seen you in a day. Zhou Zhou, why do you look better? Liya whispered. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's appearance was like seeing a prick or even several pricks that poked at the man she yearned for the most in her heart. It tempted her. She was originally a person who was dedicated to her country and had no intention of getting involved in love. However, because of Zhou Zhou's 5% celestial appearance, she actually yearned for romance. Beside her, Yu Jiao also agreed with her princess's thoughts like a chick pecking at rice. There's an old saying in my hometown. It's called one's spirit is refreshed when there's a happy occasion. I might look better because I'm happy. Take a seat first. Zhou Zhou smiled. He did not mention the celestial appearance. However, he still felt that it was quite interesting looking at the other party's embarrassment. At the same time, he was even more amazed by the power of the celestial appearance. What a godly flirting skill! At this moment, Li Ya's expression gradually became more natural as a princess, and she was no longer as embarrassed as before. She sat down and chatted with Zhou Zhou for a while before telling him the good news she had brought. I brought the honorable subjects and the territory fusion certificates you need, she said. How many are there? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. Before that, I want to ask something, Li Ya said hesitantly. What is it? Just say it. Zhou Zhou looked at her in surprise. I remember you saying once that you have a way to obtain a large number of aurora crystals, right? Li Ya asked. Zhou Zhou quickly recalled. That seemed to be before the novice lord test. Li Ya's attitude towards him was not bad at that time and was quite helpful. In order to return the favor, Zhou Zhou said something. He did not expect the other party to still remember. Right. Zhou Zhou nodded and admitted it. What is it? Can you tell me? This method is very important to our Aurora Kingdom. I can buy this method from you on behalf of the Aurora Kingdom, no matter the price. Li Ya said anxiously. The Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower had already been recognized by the higher UPS of the Aurora Kingdom as a strategic weapon second only to extraordinary tier heroes. As a result, they needed Diamond Tier Aurora crystals very much. However, they did not have a 100% drop rate like Zhou Zhou, so the efficiency of using the Honorable Subject's corpse was very low. If they could obtain Zhou Zhou's method and create a large number of Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower support stations, the Aurora Kingdom's disadvantage on the battlefield would be greatly relieved. It was even possible to reverse the situation. However, Zhou Zhou slowly shook his head under her expectant gaze. This method concerns the secrets of our territory. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Li Ya immediately fell silent. I'm sorry, I was rude. I shouldn't have. However, I can help if you need a large number of high-level aurora crystals. Zhou Zhou said immediately before she could finish. Li Ya's pink lips parted slightly. Then, she reacted and was pleasantly surprised. Really? How can I spout nonsense about such a thing? However, I need a large number of high-level honorable subject corpses if I want to use this method. Zhou Zhou smiled. I brought them. This time, I didn't just bring 200 territory fusion certificates from Black Iron Tier to Diamond Tier. I also brought along the corpses of 10,000 honorable subjects. 9,000 of them are White Platinum Tier honorable subject corpses. In addition, there are 1,000 Diamond Tier honorable subject corpses. Is this enough? If it's not enough, I'll return to the kingdom immediately and apply to my father again. I can bring the remaining honorable subject corpses over. Li Ya immediately said. That's enough, enough. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said. Good God! They are probably going to move the treasury of their Aurora Kingdom's honorable subjects over if he didn't stop them. Chapter 331, White Platinum Tier Blazing Sun Desert. Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Potential Advancement Potion. When Li Ya heard Zhou Zhou's words, her expression relaxed and she smiled again. Zhou Zhou also reacted at this moment. You came prepared. He smiled. Sorry, I had no choice. The power of the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower is indeed astonishing. But there's only one. It can't play an obvious role in the entire battle in the end. But there aren't many Diamond Tier Aurora crystals in the country, so I thought of what you once said. Li Ya apologized. It's nothing. I've indeed said this before. I won't refuse to obtain aurora crystals for you. Then let's talk about the price. Zhou Zhou said. Okay. Li Yi nodded. This was not an obligation to begin with, so Li Yi did not feel that anything was wrong with Zhou Zhou negotiating the price. We will naturally provide the corpses of the honorable subjects. No matter how many aurora crystals you give us in the end, I'll give you all the 200 territory fusion certificates I brought. How about that? As for the 200 territory fusion certificates, among them are 80 black iron tier, 50 green bronze tier, 30 white silver tier, 20 yellow gold tier, 15 white platinum tier, and 5 diamond tier. It should be enough to satisfy your needs for the development of your territory in a short period of time. After Li Yi finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. What a huge sum! Ever since the Aurora Kingdom was established, there were only 300 to 400 territory fusion certificates left. He was actually given 200 territory fusion certificates. Moreover, there were 5 diamond tier territory fusion certificates. This was definitely the highest level territory fusion certificate in the Aurora Kingdom. There were a total of 220 territory fusion certificates in addition to the previous 20. It was already half of the Aurora Kingdom's treasury. Giving him nearly half of the territory fusion certificate was almost equivalent to cutting off his kingdom's hope of advancing to an empire-level lord faction in the future. It seemed that the situation in the Aurora Kingdom was indeed not optimistic. Otherwise, he would not have made such a desperate move. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. This was also because he had a good relationship with Li Yi. Otherwise, if it was another lord faction, he might be able to take advantage of the situation as long as he had some strength. However, he naturally would not do such a thing. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed immediately. When Li Yi heard this, joy immediately appeared on her face. She immediately took out a large stack of territory fusion certificates from her spatial equipment and handed them all to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's sixth senses was extremely shocking. As soon as he took it, he knew that there were indeed 200 territory fusion certificates inside. He did not take a closer look. He still trusted Li Yi. Where are the honorable subjects' corpses now? Zhou Zhou asked. In a spatial ring in my residence. Put it at the territory warehouse. I'll get someone to take care of it. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be able to obtain the aurora crystals tomorrow. Zhou Zhou said. Li Yi's eyes lit up. She immediately asked Yu Jiao to go home and retrieve her things. Then, she sent them to the warehouse immediately. After she left, Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said, Actually, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Li Yi said in surprise. I've been attacking the southern territory of the Taiyan Kingdom in the past 2 days, which is Dark Night Town. As soon as Zhou Zhou finished speaking, Li Yi immediately opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. Why? With the strength of the Taiyan Kingdom, won't you fall into great danger if it sends troops to attack your territory? In her eyes, even though Zhou Zhou's lord faction in Blazing Sun City was already developing very quickly, however, it should still be far from being able to go against a kingdom, right? That was a kingdom that had developed for hundreds of years after all. How could a lord faction that had developed for a little more than 10 days deal with it? Not really. My territory already has some strength. It shouldn't be a big problem to touch the Taiyan Kingdom. At the moment, I've already sent troops to capture and occupy Dark Night Town, Red Wasp Town, and 2 other green bronze tier regional territories to the south of the Taiyan Kingdom, a white silver tier regional territory, and a white platinum tier regional territory, East Demon City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Li Yi's eyes were blank. She definitely wouldn't believe it if someone else said that. She would even think that he was a braggart and unreliable person. From now on, she wouldn't even be close to him. However, the person who said this was the Lord of the Blazing Sun, Zhou Zhou. This made her hesitate. In her impression, her friend was extremely steady and never did anything that he was not confident in. Could it be that he was really confident in facing the anger of the Taiyan kingdom? I have 2 armies under me now with more than 140,000 professionals in total. It's true. I have no reason to lie to you. Zhou Zhou looked at the hesitation in the other party's eyes and simply told him the truth. At this rate, he would have them after the monster ranch was cleaned up the next day. You already have so many professionals. This was also the first time Li Yi knew of Zhou Zhou's military strength. She was immediately stunned. This number was already 1/8 of the total military strength of the Aurora Kingdom. Chapter 332, White Platinum Tier Blazing Sun Desert. Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Potential Advancement Potion. It did not look like much, but how long had the Aurora Kingdom been developing for, and how long had Zhou Zhou's Lord faction in Blazing Sun City developed for? Li Yi was really surprised precisely because she knew about this. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. So the matter you wanted to discuss with me is? Li Yi was a little puzzled. I hope your Aurora Kingdom can attack more fiercely on the main battlefield. I will also speed up the offensive on my side. Both of us attacking will be able to allow the Taiyan Kingdom to disperse their forces on 2 battlefields. This is good for both your Aurora Kingdom and my Lord faction in Blazing Sun City. Of course. Pretend I didn't say anything. If your Aurora Kingdom has your own considerations and it's not convenient for you to change your strategy. Zhou Zhou said. With his current strength, even if the Aurora Kingdom did not involve the main forces of the Taiyan Kingdom on the main battlefield, he was also confident that he could use Kingdom Beginning City as a springboard to gradually devour the entire Aurora Kingdom. The time required would not exceed a month. Sorry. It's not that we don't want to help, but we really can't do it. Our Aurora Kingdom has a total military strength of about 1.2 million. At this stage, we need to defend against the attacks of the Titan Kingdom in the north, the Taiyan Kingdom in the west, and the Nether Bark Kingdom in the east. It's already very difficult for us to defend when the 3 kingdoms attack our Aurora Kingdom together. We really don't have any extra troops to take the initiative to attack. Li Yi said. How could she not want to help Zhou Zhou? But this was the big picture. Her father wouldn't be able to deliver if she wanted his help. Zhou Zhou was not too disappointed. Instead, he felt a strange feeling. Does that mean I am their only hope of breaking out of the situation? Zhou Zhou shook his head in his heart and did not think too much about it. It doesn't matter. I have other ways to deal with it. He said. That's good. Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief. By the way, Li Yi, can you bring me along when you return to the Aurora Kingdom? I want to go to your main battlefield and see the strength of the main army of the Taiyan Kingdom. Can I? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course. Li Yi immediately nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them chatted for a while more. She then left with Yu Jiao when Yu Jian returned. After they left, Zhou Zhou took out the 200 territory fusion certificates that Li Yi had given him. With so many territory fusion certificates, I can integrate all the territories into the Blazing Sun Desert. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he began to fuse Green Forest, the White Silver Tier territory that he had not been able to fuse last time. Green Forest, Dark Night Town, Red Wasp Town. As regional territories were integrated into the Blazing Sun Desert one after another, the area of the Blazing Sun Desert was also rapidly increasing. Soon, it officially advanced to a White Platinum Tier regional territory. Until it fused with the last Kingdom Beginning City. You have chosen Kingdom Beginning City, White Platinum Tier regional territory, as the target for the fusion of your initial territory. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your initial territory, the Blazing Sun Desert, White Platinum Tier regional territory, has successfully fused with Kingdom Beginning City, White Platinum Tier regional territory. Your Blazing Sun Desert, White Platinum Tier, territory level has increased slightly. The range of your Blazing Sun Desert, White Platinum Tier, territory has increased. Your Blazing Sun Desert, White Platinum Tier, territory has perfectly inherited all the territory resources of the original territory and the fusion territory. Your Blazing Sun Desert, White Platinum Tier, energy density and energy level have increased significantly. Please continue to fuse regional territories and increase the level of your regional territories. It didn't advance. Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed to see that the Blazing Sun Desert was still a White Platinum Tier regional territory. However, he was not disappointed for too long. Because he could feel that it would probably be able to advance to Diamond Tier if he fused another regional territory. When the time comes, as long as he advanced to an extraordinary tier regional territory, he would have completed 2 of the 3 conditions to establish a kingdom. As for the last 30 regional territories, they were the easiest. At that time, it would be easy to conquer some low-level ownerless territories. He could officially establish his own kingdom. He looked at the Blazing Sun Desert's current stats information. Area name, Blazing Sun Desert, changeable. Regional grade, Green Bronze Tier. Territory, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Area, about 76,583 square kilometers. Zhou Zhou nodded. More than 70,000 square kilometers. This had already far exceeded the area of a White Platinum Tier territory. Kingdom Beginning City only had more than 30,000 square kilometers. Zhou Zhou estimated. When the area of the Blazing Sun Desert reached 100,000 square meters, it should be time for it to advance to a Diamond Tier regional territory. This was not difficult at all. He just had to conquer another Yellow Gold Tier regional territory. Then, Zhou Zhou walked out of the Lord Manor with the 22 alchemy technician recruitment books and 16 alchemy pharmacist recruitment books he had obtained today. He came to the gate of summoning and threw all these recruitment books into it. After they all came out, Zhou Zhou checked their attribute information as usual. Originally, he did not care too much. This was because when he was summoning these alchemy technicians and alchemy pharmacists in the past, the alchemy technologies and alchemy potions they had mastered were useless or unorthodox alchemy technologies and alchemy potions. They were not very useful to the development of his territory. Therefore, he casually sent those alchemy technicians and alchemy pharmacists to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop to help after that. However, this time, when he checked their attribute information, he realized that something was different. Moreover, it was a different place that surprised him. Zhou Zhou looked at the woman in front of him. Subject, Luo Li. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Life profession, alchemy pharmacist. Class, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, an alchemy potion master from the Gnome Kingdom. He is one of the honorary vice presidents of the Gnome Kingdom's Alchemy Potion Association. He has mastered many alchemy potion formulas and pioneered many new alchemy potion formulas. He is one of the respected alchemy potion masters in the alchemy world. Skills, Talent Potion Master, Alchemy Potion Potential Advancement Potion, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Alchemy Potion Life Potion, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Alchemy Potion Energy Potion, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade, Alchemy Potion Disintegration Potion, Special Grade. Loyalty, 89. Potential, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Potential Advancement Potion. Zhou Zhou looked at the words Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Potential Advancement Potion in the other party's skill list and his eyes lit up. He immediately looked at the specific information of this potion. He realized that it could indeed increase its potential like the Potential Advancement Potion in the past. Moreover, it could be upgraded to Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade at most. This potion came at the right time. Zhou Zhou was excited. The subjects in his territory needed a high-level Potential Advancement Potion the most. After all, the previous Potential Advancement Potion could only be upgraded to the Bronze Tier. With the White Platinum Tier Lord Talent, Blessing of the 10 Gods, the Blessing of the War God, the strength of his subjects increased rapidly and began to approach the limit of their potential. Currently, many of the soldiers of the two armies under his command had already reached the limit of their potential, so much so that they could not advance anymore. In the past, Zhou Zhou had no choice but to leave it for the time being. Now that he suddenly saw that this yellow gold tier advance grade potential advancement potion could increase their potential to yellow gold tier advance grade, how could he not be excited? He immediately chatted with her politely for a while. Then, he personally arranged for her to stay at the gnome alchemy workshop and let her focus on making the potential advancement potion here so that those who had exhausted their potential could exchange for it. He did not buy medicinal herbs from the marketplace. Zhou Zhou no longer needed to do such a thing himself. With Linger in charge of this matter, she would use the territory's funds to buy from the marketplace. Then, she would nurture these in the divine herb garden and finally use the finished medicinal herbs to make completed potions. At the same time, in the palace in the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, the king of the Taiyan Kingdom was also discussing with his subjects about the sudden invasion of their kingdom's territory by the nameless lord in the south. Chapter 333, Black Wind Demon Spear Zhou Zhou attacks. Xiao Xian tries to return. The king of the Taiyan Kingdom, Taiyan, was sitting high above on the throne, looking down at the subjects below. Your Majesty, I don't think there's anything to discuss about this. Just let a general lead troops to destroy them. A mere lord of all races has only been in the high continent for half a month and dares to send troops to our Taiyan Kingdom. I'm afraid he doesn't know what the value of life is. In that case, let us teach him a lesson. A fog monster covered in scarlet fog and wearing a scarlet official uniform with a blood-colored horn on its head and 3 eyes stood up and snorted. He was one of the military affairs ministers of the Taiyan Kingdom. In its early years, it had conquered many territories for the Taiyan Kingdom and had worked hard. Later on, he was severely injured before retiring and becoming a civil servant. I think so too. Why should a mere lord of the inferior human race worry us so much? We can just kill them casually. We can't underestimate him. Since that human lord could defeat East Demon City and kill the East Demon Lord head-on, he has at least 200,000 troops under him. Moreover, the strongest among them should have reached the diamond tier. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. If we want to eliminate this disaster, we have to be serious. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the army to destroy them. Your Majesty, let me do it. Your Majesty, let me deal with him. Facing a small human lord, none of the Scarlet Generals felt that the other party was very difficult to deal with. They took the initiative to volunteer. Taiyan nodded slightly. His gaze swept around and finally landed on a 3-meter-tall general with a green and ferocious face and fangs in his mouth. He was wearing black armor. Zhou Zhou, I'll let you deal with that little lord. Taiyan said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even the black-armored general was a little surprised. Many Scarlet officials looked puzzled. This was because the Zhou Zhou that King Taiyan was talking about was not any other normal Scarlet general. It was one of the 3 extraordinary tier heroes of the Taiyan Kingdom, the Black Wind Demon Spear Zhou Zhou. Of course, it also had a simple title because the other party would appear too crazy once they started killing on the battlefield. Mad Spear Zhou Zhou. Let a Scarlet hero that was like a pillar of the country deal with a lord of the human race who had only developed for half a month? What was His Majesty thinking? Wasn't he thinking too highly of the other party? Your Majesty, the battle on the main battlefield is not over yet. Even though the Aurora Kingdom is about to die, they still have the strength to breathe. General Zhou Zhou will stay in the capital. He can still provide support on the front battlefield if the battle in front changes. There's no need to use General Zhou Zhou to deal with a lord of all races of the human race, right? A green-faced old man whose body was trembling slightly walked out and said respectfully. He was one of the 2 prime ministers of the Taiyan Kingdom. His name was Han Sa. Because he often gave advice to the king and plotted against the state, he was deeply trusted by the king. Therefore, he was privately respected by his subjects as the elderly lord of His Majesty, Tian. However, at this moment, this elder Yu's words in the past did not make his king change his mind. No need. The battle at the front line is not so tense. The Aurora Kingdom is surrounded by enemies on 3 sides now. There's nothing they can do. It's fine to let General Zhou go. Moreover, in comparison, that lord of all races of the human race rose too suddenly. This king feels that something is wrong. In order to avoid accidents, it's better to be serious. Tian waved his hand and said. When the ministers heard this, they wanted to say something to persuade the king to change his mind, but after thinking about it, they realized that there was nothing wrong with His Majesty's words. In the end, they could only say nothing. Your Majesty, then what should I lead? How many soldiers should I lead? Seeing that no one said anything, Zhou asked his own question. In the Tian Kingdom, other than some generals who could train special soldier types independently, the other generals did not have military power. More than 90% of the military power was in the hands of King Tian. Therefore, even though Zhou was a scarlet hero, he still had to ask the king for help when sending troops out to conquer. The Faceless Corpse King army is still idle in the army outside the capital. Bring the Faceless Corpse King army to deal with the enemy. The king of Tian pondered for a few seconds and said. The ministers were surprised again. The Faceless Corpse King Corpse army had a total of 500,000 Faceless Corpse soldiers. Using so many soldiers to deal with a mere human lord, no matter how sudden the other party's rise wasn't he too careful? However, thinking about how it was said that His Majesty had some precognition ability, perhaps he cared so much about the other party because the other party was really strong in His Majesty's precognition, so he sent so many soldiers. Thinking of this, they originally wanted to persuade him, but they stopped. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll go now. Zhou did not think too much about it and immediately accepted the order. Go on. The king of Tian nodded. When Zhou heard this, he did not hesitate at all. After bidding farewell to the king, he turned around and left the palace. Blazing Sun City. After Zhou Zhou sent Master Luo Li to the gnome alchemy workshop, he walked towards the warehouse while thinking about what else he had not done. Suddenly, he thought of something and muttered to himself. My Blazing Sun Desert is already a white platinum tier regional territory. It's almost a diamond tier regional territory. It seems a little inappropriate to call it the Blazing Sun Desert again. Let me think. Let's call it Blazing Sun Territory. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately opened the regional information of the Blazing Sun Desert and changed it to the Blazing Sun Territory. After changing his name, he had unknowingly walked to the warehouse. Zhou Zhou asked the warehouse manager if someone had sent something over just now. After knowing where it was, Zhou Zhou entered the warehouse and successfully obtained the storage ring containing the corpses of 10,000 honorable subjects. His consciousness entered and realized that this ring was a total of 1,000 cubic meters. The corpses of the 10,000 honorable subjects were neatly arranged inside. Moreover, the white platinum tier and diamond tier corpses had already been separated nnea.cm. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou first walked out of the warehouse and called over 1,000 soldiers. Then, he took out 10 yellow gold tier advance grade Conqueror's blast furnaces and placed them on a flat ground. Then, he took out the corpses of the 10,000 honorable subjects from his spatial ring and began to use the Conqueror's blast furnace to retrieve the loots. He was busy for about 2 hours. All 10,000 honorable subject corpses had been extracted. Zhou Zhou successfully obtained 9,000 diamond tier aurora crystals and 1,000 extraordinary tier aurora crystals. Zhou Zhou's face was almost crooked from smiling when he saw so many aurora crystals. One had to know that 10 diamond aurora crystals and corresponding auxiliary building materials could build a diamond tier elementary grade aurora tower. Among so many diamond tier aurora crystals, he could forge a total of 900 diamond tier elementary grade aurora towers as long as there were enough other materials, even if the extraordinary tier aurora crystals were excluded. This was comparable to 900 extraordinary tier combatants. However, the materials were a problem. Materials that could forge the diamond tier Aurora Kingdom Tower were quite rare. Even if he had the marketplace behind him, he might not be able to gather too many sets of building materials in a short period of time. This was easy to say. In any case, he was going to the Aurora Kingdom tomorrow. At that time, he would just sell it to the Aurora Kingdom. He would not ask for much. 10 sets of 8 would be enough. He would slowly save the rest at the marketplace. The things sold at the marketplace were cheaper after all. But it's troublesome without the white platinum tier Aurora crystal. Looks like I can only give Leah 1000 diamond tier Aurora crystals tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought. My lord. At this moment, an excited voice sounded in the distance. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He looked towards the source of the sound. 2 figures, one big and one small, were rushing towards him. They were Xiao Xian and Luo Feng. Chapter 334, Xiao Xian's Blessing of the God of Fortune. Violet Cloud Divine Technique. My lord. My master and I just returned from outside. After little Xiao Xian ran over, he immediately held Zhou Zhou's hand and said affectionately. Did you have fun? Zhou Zhou smiled and stroked little Xiao Xian's hair. He also liked this little guy with the celestial appearance very much. They were the only 2 people with the celestial appearance in this territory after all. Zhou Zhou now felt like a hero cherishing a hero. My lord, why do I feel like we have similar auras? Just like we're as close as family. Xiao Xian looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. I'm your lord and your most trustworthy big brother. Of course we're very close. Zhou Zhou smiled. Xiao Xian thought for a moment and nodded seriously. At this moment, Luo Feng also walked in front of him. Greetings my lord. Luo Feng said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at him in surprise. You've advanced? Yes, I'm already a diamond tier intermediate grade martial artist. Luo Feng looked a little unnatural, but he still nodded. What happened? Why did your strength suddenly increase so quickly? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to my disciple, Xiao Xian. He accidentally brought me into the cave abode of an extraordinary tier martial artist. My strength advanced by leaps and bounds with the enlightenment left behind by that extraordinary tier senior. It increased from white platinum tier advanced grade to diamond tier intermediate grade. In addition, I also obtained that senior's martial arts inheritance. His martial arts strength is no longer the same as before. These items, including the inheritance and the martial arts inheritance, should have belonged to Xiao Xian. However, that senior Violet Cloud's inheritance had the strength requirements and inheritance time requirements. At the very least, it could only be accepted by white platinum tier martial artists. Xiao Xian could not obtain it at that time. If he did not take it, the ruins would quickly close permanently. In the end, I could only take it for him. Zhou Zhou nodded. His 6 senses was astonishing, and his perception was already extraordinary tier. He could sense that the other party was indeed not lying. Moreover, if there was really a strength requirement and time limit, this inheritance was indeed useless to Xiao Xian. It was good that Luo Feng accepted it. They were all on the same side anyway. Since you have benefited from Xiao Xian, you have to protect and guide Xiao Xian in the future. Otherwise, I'll be letting you down with your strength and martial arts inheritance. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. He was a proud person. Originally, he would not feel too burdened about teaching Xiao Xian no matter how talented he was. However, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure on his shoulders because of this matter. Don't feel pressured. Just focus on teaching. Zhou Zhou knew what he was thinking when he saw him like this. He looked at the other party's weapon. He realized that it was still the white platinum tier advanced grade weapon from before. Therefore, he flipped his right hand, and a sharp weapon that looked like a sword and a saber appeared in his hand. It was the Wasp King Blood Stinger he had obtained from the red-eyed Blood Wasp Lord. This is a diamond tier intermediate grade weapon. It's suitable for you to use at this stage. Take it. Protect and teach Xiao Xian well in the future. Towards the end, Zhou Zhou could not help but remind him again. This was a talent with potential at the true god tier. He was really a little worried. If not for the fact that he was usually too busy, he would have wanted to keep him and teach him himself. Yes, my lord. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Little Xiao Xian stood between the two of them at this moment, his eyes shining as he listened to the two of them speak. He did not make any sound. After Zhou Zhou sent Luo Feng away, he looked down at Xiao Xian. He could not help but laugh when he saw his obedient appearance. How was your lessons with Luo Feng? Master is very good to me. Moreover, the master can be very handsome and righteous sometimes. Xiao Xian said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He agreed that there was a sense of justice. It was just that he was a little arrogant towards outsiders. However, his arrogance did not seem to have any room to play against him and Xiao Xian. In the future, you shouldn't just learn martial arts. You should also be educated. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to Elder Zheng's place. Elder Zheng will specially take out an hour every morning to teach you human morals and knowledge. Can I not go to school? In terms of martial arts, I already feel that there are many things I can learn that I can't even learn. Xiao Xian immediately felt guilty. Elder Zheng was once the Prime Minister of a country and is now the Vice City Lord of our Blazing Sun City. Many people want to join him and become his disciple. Why are you showing off? Zhou Zhou glared at him. Then, he looked at the other party's young face and said gently. I know you're extremely talented in martial arts. But martial arts is not the only thing in a person's life. I hope you can become a person with both civil and military skills. Then you'll see more in your life. At that time, my cultivation for you will not be in vain. I'll learn from Grandpa Zheng. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Xian was talented, intelligent, and sensible. He could naturally hear the serious concern in Zhou Zhou's voice. This made his heart warm, and he immediately nodded seriously in agreement. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he saw him take out a spatial ring and hand it to him. My lord. This is the description of that senior's martial arts manual and his wealth. I already have the martial arts manual, and I don't need the mist core, so I want to give it to my lord. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. However, he still took it with a smile. He took a rough look. The martial arts manual was the Violet Cloud Divine Technique. It was an epic tier advanced grade martial arts manual. It was considered the highest level martial arts manual Zhou Zhou had ever seen. Beside him was a thick stack of Dan Yuanzi's notes. Just as Xiao Xian had said, it recorded Dan Yuanzi, who was the owner of the Violet Cloud Divine Technique, annotations to the Violet Cloud Divine Technique and some other martial arts cultivation experience. Lastly, there were 700 to 800 extraordinary tier mist cores and 5 to 6 epic tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This gift was really quite a lot. I'll accept this gift. Zhou Zhou did not refuse. This martial arts manual was indeed useful to him. He thought for a moment and took out 1 6-armed scythe, 1 shadowless wings, and 10 portions of blood honey sweet cake for Xiao Xian. The first 2 were both practical and could be played as toys. The latter was a top-grade dessert. A child of Xiao Xian's age should like it. He still had the blood honey royal cake. However, that dessert was even more useful and it was not good to give it to him now. As expected, Xiao Xian's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this gift. His gaze stopped when it landed on the 6-armed scythe and the shadowless wings. Take it and play with it. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, My lord. After Xiao Xian took it, he immediately went to play. Little Xiao Xian has talent blessing of the god of fortune. Letting him travel around with Luo Feng every day seems to be a good choice now. I can let him learn martial arts from Feng Luo after he becomes a yellow gold tier martial artist. Zhou Zhou thought as he watched him leave. Then, he walked towards the shelter of the goddess of life. He naturally did not forget that he still had a Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals. Chapter 335 Violet Cloud Divine Technique. Zhou Zhou looked at the Violet Cloud Divine Technique again as he walked. Martial Arts Manual, Violet Cloud Divine Technique. Secret Manual Quality, Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Cultivation Effect 1, Purple Chi from the East. The deeper the realm of the Violet Cloud Divine Technique cultivator, the younger their appearance. Moreover, they can eliminate all illnesses and be immune to all poisons, making their bodies healthier. Cultivation Effect 2, Violet Cloud True Gust. The true Chi in your body can be converted into Violet Cloud True Gust. The Violet Cloud True Gust is incomparably fierce. When it enters a life form's body, it can shatter their internal organs. Even if you don't die for a while, if you can't remove the remaining Violet Cloud True Gust in your body in 3 days, the enemy will definitely have their internal organs destroyed by the violent Violet Cloud True Gust and die. Cultivation Effect 3, Violet Cloud Divine Technique Protection. When a cultivator of the Violet Cloud Divine Technique encounters an enemy's attack, the True Gust in his body can automatically protect him. His body can be invulnerable to swords and spears. At the same time, he will not be affected by low-level elementals. When he is injured, he can circulate the Violet Cloud Divine Technique and quickly recover from his injuries. Cultivation Effect 4, Violet Cloud Flying Immortal. A cultivator of the Violet Cloud Divine Technique can release Violet Cloud True Gust under his feet and form a Violet Cloud Astral Cloud to fly. The speed and weight depends on the number and strength of the Violet Cloud True Gust released. Cultivation Effect 5, Purple Chi 3000 km. A cultivator of the Violet Cloud Divine Technique can release Violet Cloud True Gust from afar and turn into an endless purple Chi to attack enemies in the distance. The distance and damage depends on the strength and number of Violet Cloud True Gust's output. It can extend one's lifespan, delay aging, make one immune to all poisons, prevent illnesses from happening, treat injuries, fly, protect one's body, and fight. It's an all-rounded good cultivation technique. Zhou Zhou praised. Little Xiao Xian was indeed a talent with his true god tier potential. Even though he had yet to reach the true god tier, he had already begun to give back to him. Then, he did not think too much about it and learned it directly. A moment later, Zhou Zhou arrived at the shelter of the Goddess of Life and successfully converted the Holy Spirit level Scarlet Crystals in his hand into a Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal. After that, he went straight to the Night Temple. With the Heroic Spirit token given by Temple Lord Baihe, Zhou Zhou successfully entered the Night Temple. Then, he quickly found Rob, who was working at his office through asking others. "Why are you here? Why? Do you want to use the other hero inheritance on you?" Rob said in surprise when he saw Zhou Zhou. "I might have a way to revive a hero by consuming some treasures. Therefore, I thought of the heroic seniors of the Heroic Spirit Hall. That's why I wanted to come over and discuss it with you first." Zhou Zhou went straight to the point. Rob was already stunned. "You said that you can revive a hero in some way now." He was surprised. His expression was a little strange. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "Where did you hear this method from? Don't tell me you were deceived. Even the price of reviving ordinary people is quite high, let alone an existence with a fate recognized by the Supreme Will." Seeing that Zhou Zhou was not joking, Rob straightened his mentality and frowned slightly. "Don't worry, I'm not deceived. If you don't believe me, you can give me a relic of a heroic spirit below the diamond tier intermediate grade. I need it as a medium to revive heroes. We'll know if it's true after giving it a try," Zhou Zhou said. Rob looked at Zhou Zhou and did not speak for a moment. He still did not believe it. No choice. Even their night temple could not revive a hero. Yet a new human lord who had just arrived in the high continent suddenly ran in front of him and said that he could already do something that they could not do for tens of thousands of years. Who would suddenly believe this? However, Zhou Zhou's identity was a little special after all. Rob thought for a moment and decided to try to believe him for once. You have to be responsible for what you said. Rob stood up and said. Why should I take responsibility? I'm not here to harm you. If you really don't believe me, I'll just revive the human heroes from other places. It's not easy to find the hero inheritance, but isn't it easy to find the relics of heroes? Zhou Zhou said fearlessly. Rob could not help but raise his eyebrows seeing how confident he was. I'll go find the temple lord. Sit here for a while. After saying that, Rob walked out of the office. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry. He found a place to sit down and sized up the place where Rob worked. The windows were bright and clean, and there were a few well-tailored green potted plants. It looked a little refreshing. A moment later, Rob was back. Come with me. The teacher is waiting for you in the conference room. He said. Okay. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them went all the way to the meeting room. Then, they saw Bai He quietly standing by the window with his back facing them, looking at the scarlet night sky outside. Teacher, I brought the Lord of the Blazing Sun over. Rob said. Bai He nodded and turned around to look at Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Bai He was different from the first time Zhou Zhou saw him. He was not wearing the black ferocious armor. Instead, he was wearing a white robe, looking like a Confucian general. Greetings, Temple Lord. Zhou Zhou said respectfully. You said you have a way to revive the hero? Can you tell me in detail? Bai He smiled. There's the shelter of the goddess of life in my territory. There's a cardinal in the shelter. She can release the great resurrection spell to revive life. Zhou Zhou said. There was nothing to hide. It was not like he was cheating. Bai He and Rob immediately fell silent. Neither of them was an ordinary person. They naturally knew how high a cardinal who mastered the great resurrection spell was in the eyes of the goddess of life. The great resurrection spell was the most famous ability of the goddess of life. Among the countless divine arts mastered by the gods, there were only a few that were comparable to the great resurrection spell. It was no exaggeration to say that a cardinal of the goddess of life who had mastered the great resurrection spell was almost equivalent to a holy son or holy maiden of a sect. He did not expect such an existence to be hidden in this lord's territory. There's a price, right? After a moment of silence, Bai He asked. Yes, the price is one Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal and a large number of mist cores. I also worked hard and expended countless efforts to obtain it. Zhou Zhou said. His words were naturally fake. Even though the number of Holy Spirit faith divine crystals he obtained was almost small, he did not deliberately search for them and obtained 3. As for the mist core, he had casually made it up. His goal was just to exchange for more benefits for himself. Bai He and Rob did not suspect anything. The two of them knew how precious the Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal was. Coupled with the mist cores, they might really be able to get the goddess of life to revive a hero. Can any hero be revived? Rob could not help but ask. Now, we can only revive heroes who were diamond tier intermediate grade or below when they were alive. My strength will increase in the future. Zhou Zhou said. The conference room was silent for a while. What do you want? Bai He asked. Just give me some more heroic spirit inheritance. 1 or 2 isn't too little, 8 or 10 isn't too much. Zhou Zhou said shamelessly. Chapter 336, Immortal Divine Medicine Dr. Lucaiter. Lucaiter and Bai He. Zhou Zhou's expression immediately made Bai He and Rob speechless. 1 or 2 isn't too little, 8 or 10 isn't too much. Did he think that the heroic spirit inheritance was cabbage? The heroic spirit inheritance needs to be discussed. Whether it works or not depends on the outcome of the meeting. But I promise you, as long as you can really revive the hero, I will give you a reward equivalent to the epic tier hero inheritance at the very least. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "Okay." Zhou Zhou agreed decisively. He felt that this was already very good. If he asked for more, he felt that he would go for wool and come home shorn. Then let's go to the heroic spirit hall now. The three of them looked at each other and he said in a low voice. Zhou Zhou and Rob nodded. The three of them immediately rushed towards the heroic spirit hall. In front of the heroic spirit hall, when Zhou Zhou and the others arrived, they still saw the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea guarding this place conscientiously. "Greetings, Temple Lord." When the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea saw he immediately bowed to him. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou and Rob in surprise. "Why, are you here together?" he asked doubtfully. "Open the door." He did not explain and said directly. The Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea did not say anything else, seeing he's calm expression. He immediately asked the soldiers behind him to open the door of the hall. After the three of them walked in, he led the two of them for a while before arriving at a heroic spirit. This heroic spirit was a young female hero. She had fair skin and looked cute, looking like a young girl. Even though she was wearing a white coat, it could not hide her proud figure. It was as huge as a loli. This thought subconsciously appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Then, he quickly chased this thought out of his mind. "Can you revive her?" He asked solemnly. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he looked at her life. Epic tier hero Immortal Divine Medicine Doctor. Immortal Divine Medicine Doctor Luciair. It was said that this person had a phenomenon when she was born. When she was born, all the medicinal herbs in their herb garden emitted a medicinal fragrance. Moreover, many medicinal herbs that should still be growing rapidly matured. Later on, she displayed a strong interest in pharmaceutical science. Her family was quite extraordinary. Seeing that his daughter had such hobbies and talents, they sent her to the Night Temple's medical department without a word and made her become the disciple of an epic tier elementary grade doctor. Luciair did not disappoint. Soon, the great doctor unearthed her doctor talent. It was said that not only could Luciair accelerate the growth of the medicinal herbs through careful care of them, she also seemed to have a divine-level talent in pharmacology. She learned all the prescriptions and understood them in no time. Moreover, other doctors memorized by rote learning, but Luciair could directly understand the pharmacology inside the prescription. She could also modify them according to her knowledge reserves to perfect the prescription. Later on, she only studied for a year before she reached the yellow gold tier and created many very useful prescriptions. After that, Luciair chose to join the Night Temple and fight for the human race at the border of the abyss to treat the injured soldiers at the border of the abyss. During this period, Luciair's improvement was even more visible to the naked eye during this period. In less than a year, she had reached the diamond tier elementary grade. Moreover, she had developed an extremely powerful talent. She used this opportunity to master the hero slot and become a hero. That talent was to be able to write extremely targeted personal prescriptions according to the illness and injuries of the patient or injured. Which meant, at this moment, she had completely broken free from the restrictions of books and reached the realm of a great doctor. Everyone knew that she was only lacking promotional energy to become an epic tier doctor. As long as there was enough promotion energy, she could advance to an epic tier doctor with a thought. However, just as such a genius doctor was about to rise, an accident happened. During the process of treating the injured on the battlefield, a formless demon disguised as a human injured person suddenly revealed killing intent when Luciair approached and wanted to save it. It crushed her heart with its claw and killed her. Even though this formless demon was burned to ashes by others after that, Luciair was still dead. The human race had lost a talent. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder after reading it. A life profession hero. Such a life hero was extremely rare even in the entire heroic spirit hall. Finally, he looked at Lucaier's strength before she died. Diamond tier elementary grade. It was within the range of resurrection. She can be resurrected. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. But we need relics. It's fine as long as there are relics of Lucaier's aura when she was alive. He added. He flipped his right hand, and an exquisite emerald green jade brush appeared in his hand. He handed it to Zhou Zhou. This is Lucaier's favorite brush when she was alive. It's also the brush she often used to write prescriptions. It should be able to be used as a medium for resurrection. He said. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it twice before putting it away. Then, he nodded at Bai. I'll go back and let that cardinal take a look. He said. Okay. Bai nodded, his usually calm light red eyes actually filled with anticipation. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. However, he was too embarrassed to gossip. The three of them did not stay any longer and walked out of the heroic spirit hall. After Bai left, Zhou Zhou could not help but ask Rob. Temple Lord Bai seems to have a deep relationship with Lucair. Don't let your imagination run wild. Rob glared at Zhou Zhou before carefully turning to look in the direction where Bai had left. After seeing that Bai had completely disappeared at the end of the road, he secretly sent a voice transmission. Teacher is indeed related to Lucair, but this is not important. What's important is that teacher is related to Lucair's teacher. Originally, Lucair was handed over to teacher to be cared for, but she died on the Abyss battlefield. Even though it's normal for accidents to happen on the battlefield, her teacher hasn't seen teacher since. Teacher has always felt guilty about this. For a long time after that, teacher tried to find a way to make up for it, but it was useless. I didn't expect you to be able to revive Lucair. What's the best way to make up for it? Of course, it's to let her beloved disciple come back to life and stand in front of her again. In addition, Lucair is indeed a little medical genius of the human race. Resurrecting her is a good thing for the entire human race. Did you see the smile that flashed across teacher's face just now? Teacher never smiles like that. Go and revive her now. As long as you can really revive her. Teacher won't disappoint you. Rob said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He was looking forward to it. Then, he bade farewell to Rob and rushed straight to the shelter of the Goddess of Life. Chapter 337, Lucair Resurrected. In the shelter of the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou found Carol Molly and told her what had happened. Carol Molly nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou handed the medium to her. Carol Molly took the medium and brought Zhou Zhou to the statue of the Goddess of Life. My lord, I'll be carrying out the Great Resurrection spell ceremony next. During this process, Her Excellency the Goddess's gaze will descend. At that time, don't do anything to offend her. The divine might is immeasurable. Even I can't interfere with the actions of the goddess. There's more. The goddess's soul will is extremely terrifying. My lord, don't sink into it. However, my lord, you don't have to worry too much. With your soul willpower, you shouldn't fall so easily. Carol Molly said solemnly. Okay. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Carol Molly nodded too. Then, her gaze landed on the jade brush placed on the stone bed. She raised the scepter in her hand with both hands, closed her eyes, and muttered something. At first, Zhou Zhou did not feel anything. But gradually, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared around him. This pressure was different from the bloodline pressure. It did not come from a high-level bloodline creature, but seemed to come from some pressure of the world. It was the pressure of a god spirit. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Then, Zhou Zhou saw the surface of the statue of the Goddess of Life behind Carol Molly suddenly emit a gentle and rich golden light. This golden light was so strong. In the blink of an eye, the entire temple was enveloped by this golden light. Accompanied by the golden light was the extremely intense pressure of the God Spirit law. Zhou Zhou's face could not help but turn pale under the pressure of the God Spirit nomological laws. Even though he had the Dragon Slayer King's will and the Chaos Will ability at the same time, these two abilities were actually targeting the pressure of the bloodline. They were useless against the nomological pressure that the God Spirits brought with them. In his daze, he seemed to see the statue of the Goddess of Life behind Carol Moley's eyes light up. A pair of usually rigid stone eyes suddenly seemed to have feelings at this moment. He seemed to be looking at Zhou Zhou with pity, or rather, at all the living beings in this world, making the life forms feel weak and powerless. They subconsciously wanted to accept the protection of this God Spirit. Zhou Zhou had a similar feeling at that moment. However, he had the Chaos human bloodline with astonishing potential and had many abilities on him. He quickly came back to his senses from this illusion and could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was so terrifying. Was this a God Spirit? Even the will that was unintentionally released was enough to make life forms swoon? This was also because his soul foundation was deep and he had many skills, bloodlines, and talent enhancements. If other life forms with weak soul foundation came here, they would probably have already become a believer of the Goddess of Life after this set of methods. At this moment, the ceremony of the Great Resurrection spell was still continuing. After Zhou Zhou calmed down, he waited for a moment. Finally, the will of the Goddess of Life completely descended. Zhou Zhou remembered Carol Moley's words and did not offend her. He did not even look up at her. He just lowered his head and waited silently. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity killed the cat. Zhou Zhou repeated to himself. During this period, Zhou Zhou felt a terrifying gaze land on him, but it quickly left. After a long time, the terrifying God Spirit will finally disappeared in Zhou Zhou's perception. The moment this will disappeared, the golden light that covered the entire shelter disappeared. "My lord, it's over." A feeble voice sounded. It was Carol Moley. Zhou Zhou immediately looked up and saw the pale Carol Moley and the beautiful body of the woman lying quietly on the stone bed in front of her. Zhou Zhou ignored Lucair on the bed. Instead, he went straight to Carol Moley and supported her. "How are you?" Zhou Zhou asked with concern. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after resting for a day." Carol Moley barely squeezed out a pale smile. "Where do you live? I'll send you there." Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. "My lord, there's no need. Take a look at the resurrected person first. She'll wake up soon." Carol Moley shook her head. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He took out a white blanket from his spatial ring and covered the other party's smooth body. Then, he ignored what Carol Moley said and asked her where she lived before bringing her to rest before returning. When he returned, he saw a petite and cute young girl wearing a white blanket sitting there in a daze. When she heard the sound of him walking, she immediately looked at Zhou Zhou. When she realized that the person who came was a man, she immediately exclaimed in a low voice. Then, she grabbed the blanket on her body tightly, trying her best to expose less of her body. However, her figure was too good, looking even more lusty with it half hidden. Zhou Zhou could not help but gulp. He stopped on the spot and used the object control technique to throw a white dress that he had long prepared. At this moment, he bought it from the ancient clothing shop opened by other players on the marketplace. The clothes had been slightly modified, which was in line with the aesthetic standards of the humans of the high continent. "Put on the clothes first. Then I'll tell you everything," Zhou Zhou said. With that, he turned around. Lucair took the clothes and saw Zhou Zhou turn around. Her frightened face immediately relaxed. She looked at Zhou Zhou's back and was no longer nervous. She sized up Zhou Zhou and this place curiously before putting on the clothes unhurriedly. "I'm done," Lucair said. Her voice was a little delicate and innocent. Zhou Zhou turned around and saw her standing there quietly in her new clothes. She looked at him curiously, as if she was a little fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. This was how professionals and hero slots were. Her physical fitness had been baptized by the power of her class and the hero slot. Be it her appearance, figure, or temperament, they had all far exceeded ordinary people. Of course, it still could not compare to Zhou Zhou's celestial appearance. Celestial appearance was a top-notch appearance talent recognized by the Supreme Will. It made Zhou Zhou's appearance, figure, and temperament a level higher than the other party. Moreover, as it was modified, this difference would become wider and wider. Zhou Zhou came in front of her. He looked at her. Attribute information appeared. Chapter 338, Hero Skill Creation of Herbs. An astounding hero skill. Subject, Lucaiter, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Immortal Divine Medicine Doctor. Position, Epic Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, None. Strength Level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, a natural medical immortal. She has astonishing talent in medicine and pharmacology. She can master any prescription at a glance and become proficient in it after a while. She can see through the other party's illness at a glance and quickly give a cure. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade, 100%. Skills, Talent Medical Immortal, Talent Medicine Lady, Hero Skill All Life Restoration Method, Hero Skill Creating Herbs, Hero Skill Suspension of Life, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Medical Theory, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Surgical Theory, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Surgical Practice, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Healing Technique, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Life Potion, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Soul Restoration Potion, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade 7-Day Life Fixing Pill, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Healing Technique, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Limb Continuation, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Soul Fixing Technique, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Tranquilization Technique, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Painless Technique, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Disease Removal Technique. Loyalty, unable to check. Potential, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Hero Biography, 1. Joined the human race's Night Temple and became a disciple of the Holy Light Medical King. Human race reputation plus 1000. 2. Gradually understood the path of medicine in practice and walked the hero path of the immortal divine medicine doctor. Human race reputation plus 10,000, high continent reputation plus 10. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Human Bloodline. As expected of a genius recognized by the entire human race. While Zhou Zhou was looking at her, Lucaiter was also looking at him. She looked at Zhou Zhou and suddenly blushed. Why was this person so good looking? It was as if he was born according to her aesthetic standards, making her unable to help but want to look at this guy. This was the charm of the celestial appearance. No matter what race or life form it was, they could find points that matched their aesthetic standards from the appearance, figure, and temperament of the owner of the celestial appearance. This was also the reason why the owner of the celestial appearance was fascinated by countless life forms. Zhou Zhou quickly noticed her gaze. However, he did not think too much about it. I was invited by the Night Temple to revive you as a lord of all races. He said. What's a lord of all races? Lucaiter asked in surprise. The so-called lord of all races. Zhou Zhou also knew that the other party had died before the lord of all races appeared, so he patiently explained everything to her. After a long time, Lucaiter, who knew everything, was filled with surprise. So much has happened since I died. She subconsciously touched the place where her heart was. The memory of the formless demon shattering her heart with a claw was still fresh in her mind. However, she revived in the blink of an eye. This feeling was really strange. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he heard her words. At the same time, he felt a little strange. Even though what he said was the truth, the other party really believed everything he said. She was really naive. Zhou Zhou sighed. However, being naive was not a bad thing. According to Bai He, simple-minded was indeed one of the important reasons why many young heroes could comprehend the hero slot. Perhaps it was because of this innocence and sincerity towards the path of medicine that the other party could become a hero at such a young age. He looked at the other party and then at his ability. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Can you treat someone for me?" he said. "Yes." Lucainer agreed without thinking. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He did not make any requests, nor did he say what payment he would give the other party after he was cured. However, Lucainer agreed without hesitation. This meant that patients were the priority in her heart. She was a true doctor. He did not say anything else and brought her to Wu Xian. "Greetings, my lord. And this is?" Wu Xian immediately said respectfully when he saw Zhou Zhou. Then, he looked at Lucainer, who was beside Zhou Zhou, in confusion. "This is the doctor hero I invited. Immortal Divine Medicine Dr. Lucainer. I asked her to take a look at your injuries." Zhou Zhou said. "Thank you, my lord." Even though Wu Xian did not know the name Immortal Divine Medicine Doctor, he still nodded. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Such a hero actually died in the abyss without even knowing a great general like Wu Xian, who had once held power. Fortunately, he had revived her. Perhaps this was the meaning of resurrection. Lucainer had already arrived in front of Wu Xian while they spoke. "I'll have to trouble the Immortal Divine Medicine Doctor to take action," Wu Xian said politely. "It's my duty to treat illnesses and save people." Lucainer smiled. Then, she sized him up, her eyes emitting seven-colored light. A moment later, the light dissipated. "You were injured by a scarlet hero, right?" "A scarlet hero with a gun?" Lucainer asked. "Yes." Wu Xian was a little excited. As expected of a doctor hero. She could tell at a glance that he was injured by the Scarlet Hero even without doing anything and could even tell that the other party's weapon. "Can it be cured?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Easy." Lucainer said. "Hero skill creation of herbs." She stretched out her right hand, and wisps of rainbow-colored smoothness appeared in her hand. Then, these seven-colored lights condensed into items that looked like herbs. After a long time, the light dissipated. More than 10 real medicinal herbs that emitted the smell of medicine floated in her palm. Zhou Zhou and Wu Xian were stunned when they saw this. "This is creating something out of thin air? What kind of astonishing ability is this?" If this was in front of some living beings with low standards, they would probably think that this was a creation godlike method. Cook these medicinal herbs 3 times and consume them in the morning, noon, and night. This elder one's injuries will completely recover in a day. Lucainer said. Zhou Zhou and Wu Xian were pleasantly surprised. It would only take a day for him to recover. Is this what a doctor hero was like? It is indeed much more effective than ordinary treatment methods. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, medical immortal." This decrepit will remember the kindness of the Lord and the medical immortal. Wu Xian said gratefully. "It's my duty to save people. Moreover, your Lord just saved my life, so you don't have to thank me." Lucainer smiled. "I still have to thank you," Wu Xian insisted. After that, the three of them chatted for a while. Lucainer told Wu Xian some prescriptions to nourish his body. Then, she and Zhou Zhou left Wu Xian's residence. "This is for you. Consider it a consultation fee." Zhou Zhou took out 100 diamond tier mist cores and 1 white platinum tier advance grade blood honey king cake for the other party. The former was naturally a reasonable consultation fee for a diamond tier hero. The latter was the loot dropped by the yellow gold tier advance grade red-eyed blood wasps. Zhou Zhou had a lot of this blood honey king cake. Even though the effect was slightly inferior to the blood honey royal cake, it was still a top-grade dessert. I don't want it. You've already saved my life. Lucaiter refused to accept this gift. The Night Temple will pay the price for saving you. That's another matter. Zhou Zhou said. Lucaiter declined many times. Seeing Zhou Zhou's insistence, she finally accepted it helplessly. When she found out that the blood honey king cake was a dessert, she could not help but open the box on the spot and taste it. In the end, her eyes lit up. It's so sweet. This is so delicious. If you like it, you can come to my place often in the future. Zhou Zhou smiled. Really? Lucaiter's eyes lit up. Of course. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. He was still very willing to befriend such doctor heroes with powerful healing abilities. Come with me to the Night Temple. Temple Lord Bai and the others are waiting for you. He said. Okay. Lucaiter nodded. Then, the two of them walked towards the Night Temple one after another. Chapter 339, Empire Tier Combat Class Army Extermination Night. Night Temple. In the meeting room. Rob's eyes widened when he saw Lucaiter. Even the usually calm Bai he was in a daze. Then, he came back to his senses. It's good that you're revived. Your teacher, I, and many others miss you very much. Bai he smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Thank you, the Holy Temple, for paying such a huge price to revive me. Lucaiter thanked him. Then, she finally couldn't help but ask, how's my teacher? When your teacher first found out about your death on the battlefield, she was very depressed. She hasn't seen anyone during this period. It was 4 or 5 years before she began to interact with outsiders. Even though we can't see any impact now, we can all tell that she still misses you very much. Bai he said. Lucaiter could not help but open her mouth slightly. During her death, her consciousness floated in the river of time in a daze. She did not know how much time had passed. In the outside world, even though she had been dead for a long time, she felt that she had only slept for a while before waking up personally. Therefore, she did not expect her teacher to be so sad because of her death. She did not think so before, but she immediately became anxious now that she heard Bai He's words. She wanted to go back immediately to see her teacher and tell her that she had come back to life. Teacher Bai, I want to go back to teacher. Lucaiter said anxiously. Okay. I'll bring you back. Bai he agreed without hesitation. Then, he walked to an empty space and pulled out the blood-colored sword on his back. Then, he suddenly slashed the space in front of him. Whoosh! The next second, a spatial gap that was more than 10 meters long was cut open by his sword. Then, it was fixed on the spot and slowly repaired at an extremely slow speed. Let's go. Bai he turned to look at Lucaiter. Lucaiter nodded and was about to run over when she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhou Zhou. I'll be back. With that, she ignored the stunned Zhou Zhou and ran straight to Bai He's side. Then, she walked into the spatial rift with Bai He and disappeared. After the two of them disappeared, the spatial rift quickly repaired and returned to its original state. Tisk tisk. It seems that even though the two of you haven't been together for long, she values you quite a lot. Rob walked to Zhou Zhou's side and teased. I just revived her. How much can she value me? Zhou Zhou rolled his eyes. Rob thought that it made sense and did not say anything else. Come with me. Teacher has already prepared the benefits you want. Rob changed the topic. What benefits are they? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. There are 2 of them. The first benefit is an inheritance slot for an extraordinary tier hero. As for the second one, just come with me. Rob smiled mysteriously. Zhou Zhou looked forward to it even more. He did not say anything and followed the other party. After a while, they arrived at a venue. This venue seemed to be a place to train knights. It was very vast and almost endless. Zhou Zhou looked over and saw many trainee knights and knight mentors training them. At this moment, Rob brought him to a white-haired old man. Lord Sangbo. Rob said respectfully. Zhou Zhou had also seen this elder one before. When he first came to the Knight Temple, Rob had once brought him to the Knight Training Center and met 6 Knight mentors representing the 6 major Knight sects. This elder one was one of the mentors of the 6 Knight sects. Zhou Zhou remembered. The other parties seemed to represent the Knight mentors of the main sect. Greetings, Lord Sang Buletin. He didn't think too much about it. Zhou Zhou bowed to Rob. Sang Buletin nodded calmly. A long blood-colored scar cut across his eyelid, making his face look a little ferocious. He looked at Zhou Zhou and the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a more friendly ferocious smile. The Lord of the Blazing Sun, right? I remember you. I've heard about you. I didn't expect a lord like you, who has only been in the High Continent for half a month, to do something that our human race hasn't done for tens of thousands of years. Tisk, how's that little girl Cair now? He asked. She's very good. She's already followed Temple Lord Bai back to see her teacher. Zhou Zhou said politely. It's time to go back. Sang Buletin sighed. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou. Perhaps the Supreme Will might really have made the right choice to bring you lords of all races to our world. He shook his head with a calm expression. Then, he did not say anything else and brought the two of them to a corner. 105 to 6 meters tall human knights wearing blood-colored armor and holding meteor mace stood neatly. Greet your future lord. Sang Buletin looked at the knights and said calmly. Greetings my lord. The 100 knights roared in unison. There were clearly not many people, but their furious roar shook the entire venue, causing everyone present to involuntarily attract their gazes. When they saw that it was these people, they retracted their gazes enviously and helplessly. Zhou Zhou was also stunned by their voices. Then, he reacted. Could this be the second benefit Temple Lord Bai gave him? Just 100 knights? Who are they looking down on? You might as well give me an epic tier hero inheritance. However, when he saw the information of the 100 human knights, he immediately couldn't move his eyes away. Subject, Zhang Chen. Territory, Knight Temple. Combat class name, Army Extermination Knight. Strength level, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Ability overview, Empire level combat class from the Knight Temple Army Extermination Knight. Their race is the Virtuous Titan race. They have been adopted and trained by the Knight Temple since they were young. They have a condescending physique, an indomitable will, and invincible lethality on the battlefield. Every Army Extermination Knight is an incomparable meat grinder on the battlefield. Skills, Talent Virtuous Titan race, Empire Tier Combat Talent Iron-Blooded Combat Body, Empire Tier Combat Talent War Madman, Empire Tier Combat Skill Indestructible Blood, White Advanced Grade Titan Mace Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Self-Restoration, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Diamond Physique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Spirit Resistance, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Physical Damage Immunity, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Elemental Damage Immunity. Loyalty, 85. Potential, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at the attribute information of the other 99 people. He realized that these Army Extermination Knights were all White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade and their potential was also Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou was completely shocked. Oh my god! What kind of handiwork is this? They directly took out 100 knights with Epic Tier Elementary Grade potential and gave them to him. The potential of a normal reputation rating talent was only Diamond Tier Extraordinary Tier. Talents with Legendary Tier potential were already very rare. This time, Bai He had actually given him 100 Empire tier combat professionals with epic tier elementary grade potential. Moreover, all of their strength was at the white platinum tier advanced grade. I'm sorry, Big Boss Bai. I was wrong. I take back what I said earlier. I really like these 100 knights. Zhou Zhou was delighted. Chapter 340, Construction of the Triumphal Arch. Zhao Changshao's advancement. At the same time, Sang Buletin also saw the expression on Zhou Zhou's face. These 100 army-breaking knights are empire-level combat professionals carefully nurtured by our Knight Temple. The investment in them alone has reached hundreds of millions of white platinum tier mist cores. You have to know that there are only 10,000 army breaker knights in all the Knight Temple encampments. They were nurtured with fixed responsibilities. But because of you, we specially sent 100 people to you. How's it going? These 100 army extermination knights and that extraordinary tier hero inheritance. Do you feel like you've suffered a loss in this deal now? Sang Buletin asked. It's not a loss. I've never felt like I've suffered a loss. Zhou Zhou smiled. If he were to say that he had suffered a loss now, would it not be slapping their faces in front of them? They were his future subordinates after all. He had to give them some face. Moreover, they were indeed worth this price. In that case, if there are still resurrection spots in the future, remember to prioritize our human race. I won't waste my breath on righteousness. I won't give you so much pressure. It's just that heroes are indeed one of the important factors in measuring the strength of a race. If we humans have more heroes, we can also survive better in this dangerous world in the future. Sang Buletin said. His expression was filled with worry, as if he did not seem to be optimistic about the future. Zhou Zhou did not show anything on the surface and only nodded calmly. If I can revive heroes in the future, I will definitely prioritize reviving human heroes. He was also a human. He was willing to bear this responsibility. Moreover, the Knight Temple had indeed taken care of him a lot because of the dragon-slaying will. If he could help the Knight Temple in the future, he naturally had to help them. Sang Buletin looked at Zhou Zhou and nodded in relief. After that, the three of them did not say anything else. After Zhou Zhou bade farewell to Sang Buletin and Rob, he left the Knight Temple with the 100 army extermination knights and found Bai Yun, asking her to get them to join the Blazing Sun army. In the future, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others would be in charge of commanding them to charge. Then, Zhou Zhou returned to the Lord Manor. When he returned to the entrance of the manor, he saw Wu Tu waiting for him. Come in. Zhou Zhou knew without thinking that the other party was here to give him the latest map. Then, the two of them walked into the Lord Manor and went straight to the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Zhou Zhou looked at the map in his hand. This map depicted the newly discovered regional territory led by Wu Tu and the Heavenly Army. The regional territories discovered this time were not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, but the geography of some wilderness territories around Dark Knight Town, Kingdom Beginning City, Red Wasp Town, and other places. This included 6 Black Iron Tier regional territories, 3 Green Bronze Tier regional territories, 2 White Silver Tier regional territories, 2 Yellow Gold Tier regional territories, and 1 White Platinum Tier regional territory. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He could subdue all these territories tomorrow. After that, he chatted with Wu Tu for a while before Wu Tu left. After Wu Tu left, Zhou Zhou thought about it and confirmed that he had not left anything behind. Then, he returned to his bedroom to rest. At the same time, outside Blazing Sun City, a majestic and tall new golden city gate stood here. It was 500 to 600 meters tall and more than 100 meters wide. Above the city gate was a golden statue. The statue was of a handsome heavenly soldier riding a luxurious heavenly horse carriage, galloping valiantly through the clouds. This triumphal arch has been built after all. As expected of a building of the race. I've benefited a lot from this construction. In front of the triumphal arch, more than 10,000 people were gathered here. Among them were architects, blacksmiths, carpenters, engravers, soldiers, and all kinds of professionals. In front of them, Zhao Chongshao looked tired, but his eyes were shining as he looked at the race building. Ever since the Imperial Ancestral Temple, this was the second race building he had handled. The construction time between the two was only a few days apart. It had to be said. As an architect, it was very satisfying to be able to build 2 race buildings in a row. He looked at his stats information. He realized that he had already been upgraded from a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Architect to a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Architect. I wonder if I can step into the Extraordinary Tier domain before I die. Zhao Chongshao thought to himself. Then, he thought of his lord who could surprise him repeatedly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he might really be able to achieve this ambition. The next day, Zhou Zhou had just woken up when he found out that not only had Zhao Chongshao successfully built the Triumphal Arch, but his architect level had also increased to Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. I heard 2 pieces of good news when I woke up early in the morning. Really good, Zhou Zhou said in satisfaction. Then, he immediately found Zhao Chongshao and asked him if he could do anything about the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower. I've already made some progress towards the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower. But I still need a day or 2 to study it. Zhao Chongshao did not guarantee anything. But even so, Zhou Zhou could not help but look forward to it. The Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower could create the lethality of an extraordinary tier. What if it was a Diamond Tier Advanced Grade? Wouldn't it be able to cause damage to extraordinary tier heroes or epic tier experts? He did not say anything else and only gave Zhao Chongshao 2 portions of Blood Honey King Cake. These 2 portions of Blood Honey King Cake were enough to allow Zhao Chongshao to return to his peak physical state and appearance. It would also increase his basic lifespan by 10 years and 4 years. It could be considered a reward for Zhao Chongshao to build the Triumphal Arch. Thank you, my lord. When Zhao Chongshao found out about the effect of the Blood Honey King Cake, he was immediately shocked. Then, he was so grateful that he wanted to kneel down. Zhou Zhou hurriedly supported him. Elder Zhao, you don't have to do this. You've worked hard and deserve this reward, he said seriously. In terms of who was working the hardest in the entire territory, other than Zhang Yuankai and Elder Zhang, who were in charge of daily administrative matters, it would be the person in front of him, Zhao Chongshao. Not to mention anything else. Elder Zhao was in charge of the construction planning of the entire Blazing Sun City alone. Elder Zhao was also making arrangements for the new city construction plan that was being carried out recently. This attitude meant that he had to do his best until he died. However, Zhou Zhou did not want his great contributor to die suddenly from exhaustion, so it was necessary to give him 2 portions of Blood Honey King Cake. After that, Zhou Zhou and Elder Zhao chatted about the construction plan for a while before arriving at the Gate of Summoning to summon today's new subjects. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou looked at the Gate of Summoning in front of him. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of subjects walked out. After more than half an hour, only then did 725 new subjects walk out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X7. The 725 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou said. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 30 military professionals. Among them were 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade architect, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade blacksmith, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade merchant, and 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade engraver. There were also 3 yellow gold tier elementary grade tailors, 2 yellow gold tier elementary grade martial artists, and 3 yellow gold tier elementary grade adventurers. The rest were green bronze and black iron tier life professionals and combat professionals. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. even though he did not summon as many professionals as yesterday. However, it was not much different. At this moment, a light lit up in the distance. It was the light of the teleportation array. Bai Yun and the others were back. I can test the effect of the triumphal arch. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 341, The Shocking Effect of the Triumphal Arch. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately rushed to the location of the spatial teleportation array. Soon, he arrived at the location. At this moment, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the others were managing the soldiers. Groups of soldiers landed from the black ghost above the spatial teleportation array and took the initiative to arrange their formation. 100,000 odd soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army had already lined up neatly in no time. "Greetings, my lord." Bai Yun and Wu Xian walked over and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and looked at Wu Xian. A smile quickly appeared on his face. At this moment, Wu Xian's hair was pitch black, his eyes were black and white, and he was bright and energetic. There were no wrinkles on his face at all. He was full of energy. How could one say that he looked old at all? He was clearly a young man. Moreover, his body was filled with aura. Clearly, his previous injuries had mostly healed and his strength had recovered. Zhou Zhou looked at Wu Xian's strength. As expected, he realized that his strength had already recovered to Diamond Tier Advance grade. This strength. It was Wu Xian at his peak. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. A Diamond Tier Advance grade hero. This strength was already enough to fight and even kill extraordinary tier normal experts head-on. Looks like I have to call Elder Wu Brother Wu in the future. Zhou Zhou said deliberately to Wu Xian. My lord, if you want to call me that. Wu Xian laughed heartily. Then, he cupped his fists and said respectfully. Thank you, my lord, for the blood honey royal cake. That pastry is really magical. Not only is it delicious, but it can also make an old man like me return to my youngest peak. Wu Xian sighed with emotion. Originally, when he first came to Blazing Sun City, he only wanted to use this place as a retirement place. He did not expect to recover his youth. With this kindness, he naturally could not still harbor the thoughts of retirement he had in the past. Otherwise, he would feel that he had let his lord down. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. Brother Wu, how are your injuries? Since Wu Xian himself agreed, Zhou Zhou would really call him Brother Wu. Moreover, it would be a little awkward for him to address a young man as Elder Wu. It's basically healed. I should completely recover after eating the medicine left behind by the divine medicine doctor, Luciair. When the time comes, I can obtain promotion energy normally and advance my strength. Wu Xian sighed. Previously, he could not even obtain promotion energy to advance by killing fog monsters because of the injuries in his body. Now, after his injuries completely recovered, he could continue to advance again. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He was looking forward to it. Wu Xian was now at Diamond Tier Advance grade. Once he advanced again, he would have the standard combat strength of an extraordinary tier hero. In other words, it was a top-notch kingdom-level combat power. When the time comes, even if the Taiyan kingdom sent extraordinary tier heroes over, Wu Xian could also rely on his own strength to fight it alone. How's the situation in Kingdom Beginning City? Did the Taiyan kingdom send troops over? Not yet. Bai Yun shook her head. Don't let your guard down. Kingdom Beginning City was once one of the important territories of the Taiyan kingdom. The Taiyan kingdom won't give it up so easily. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. Bai Yun and Wu Xian said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. You just got back and don't know yet. Elder Zhao has already built the triumphal arch. He turned around and smiled. The two of their eyes lit up. The two of them had long heard about the triumphal arch from Zhou Zhou. They knew the effect of the triumphal arch and had been thinking about when it would be built. Now, it was finally built. Bring the soldiers and follow me through the triumphal arch outside the city gate. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Yes. Bai Yun and Wu Xin were filled with anticipation. Then, they immediately led the soldiers out of Blazing Sun City and arrived in front of the triumphal arch. Everyone looked up at this building of the race and praised its majesty in their hearts. Zhou Zhou was no exception. Even though he had already seen it yesterday. However, it was nighttime at that time. The night more or less affected the feeling it gave off. The sunlight during the day shone on the surface of this building, making the triumphal arch look like a god or a saint, making it look even more eye-catching. As the Lord of Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou was the first to walk into the triumphal arch. Unfortunately, perhaps because he had just advanced to the yellow gold tier elementary grade and the promotion energy in his body had yet to accumulate to 80%, he did not trigger the 50% chance of directly obtaining the promotion energy that was lacking and directly obtaining the strength to break through. However, Zhou Zhou did not mind. He turned around and looked at the more than 100,000 soldiers behind him, asking them to start walking into the triumphal arch. The time limit for the triumphal arch was 1 month. Which meant, as long as he and his military professional subjects passed through the triumphal arch within a month after returning victorious from the battle, there was a chance of triggering the construction effect of the triumphal arch. If more than a month passed, there was no way to trigger it. It was less than 24 hours since he took down Kingdom Beginning City and the other regional territories yesterday. He could naturally trigger the triumphal arch. Soon, the first 1,000 soldiers walked in front of the triumphal arch and walked past it with anticipation and nervousness. Just as they passed the triumphal arch, auras continuously erupted from these soldiers immediately. These soldiers felt their strength and realm slightly and were immediately overjoyed. I've broken through to the green bronze tier intermediate grade. I'm already a yellow gold tier advanced grade. My strength has also broken through to the white silver tier elementary grade. I'm white platinum tier elementary grade. Many of the soldiers cheered. However, they were very disciplined. Even though they were happy about the breakthrough, they did not do anything overboard. They obediently passed through the triumphal arch and stood neatly in the distance, waiting for the other brothers to trigger the triumphal arch. Teams of 1,000 soldiers passed through the triumphal arch, accompanied by more soldiers breaking through. Half an hour later, all the soldiers walked through the triumphal arch. Even Augusta, Maris, Wu Xin, and Bai Yun made a trip. In the end, only Nazario did not pass through the triumphal arch. Zhou Zhou and the others looked over. Nazario slowly flew to the triumphal arch and flew over without hesitation. The next second, an invisible airwave erupted from its body and swept in all directions. Then, surging and scorching fire elemental energy spewed out of its body. In the blink of an eye, the world turned fiery red. Everyone could vaguely see that there seemed to be an illusory reflection in the sky. In the illusory reflection, a fire mountain range appeared. In the middle of the fire mountain range was an extremely tall active volcano. The hot and sticky magma flowed inside and outside the volcano, revealing a bright red color. In the center of the active volcano, there was also Nazario bathing in magma. At this moment, changes happened again. Hundreds of fire elemental rivers that looked like large rivers were born out of thin air. Then, they surged into Nazario's body like rivers returning to the sea. During this process, Nazario's aura became more and more astonishing, and its body was rapidly growing. 200 meters. 300 meters. 400 meters. 500 meters. In the end, Nazario's body grew from more than 120 meters to more than 570 meters before stopping. It threw its head backwards and roared towards the sky, as if announcing to the world that it had become stronger again. Chapter 342, Nazario's Advancement. Proof of Legion. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your pet, Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, has broken through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's Magma Dragon Breath has been strengthened. The Dragon Might of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has been strengthened. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has comprehended the Growth Type Draconic Spell, Extraordinary Tier Fire Elemental Control, from Draconic Magic Mastery. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has comprehended the Growth Type Draconic Spell, Meteorite Descent, from Draconic Magic Mastery. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has awakened Summoning Magma Dragon Slave from the Inheritance of the Dragons. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction has awakened the Volcano Territory from the Inheritance of the Dragons. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction's Epic Tier Elemental Immunity and Epic Tier Physical Immunity awakening rate has increased from 30% to 50%. Nazario has also advanced. Zhou Zhou could not hide the joy on his face. Nazario had always been the strongest combatant under his command, and he was also a hero with a low-tier deity level hero fate level slot. It had broken through to the White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Its combat strength was probably comparable to or even surpassed those normal race heroes at the Extraordinary Tier. At this moment, Nazario flew over and expressed its intimacy and excitement to Zhou Zhou. The surrounding people looked at this 500-meter-tall behemoth with surprise in their eyes. Many people could not help but feel fear in their eyes. No choice. It was too big. A mountain suddenly landed beside them with a bang. Who wouldn't be afraid? Fortunately, they all knew that Nazario was one of them, so even though they were a little afraid, they did not flee in all directions. Zhou Zhou could not help but smile when he saw how excited Nazario was. He flew up and came in front of Nazario, touching its forehead. "You'll be even stronger in the future." Zhou Zhou smiled. Nazario growled in agreement. After a while, Bai Yun walked over with a list. "My lord, this is the specific data of this soldier's breakthrough. Please take a look." She handed the list to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. This trip to the Triumphal Arch. Other than Nazario's breakthrough, there were also 21,345 people who had advanced to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 32,341 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to Green Bronze Tier. 23,659 people advanced to White Silver Tier. 10,023 people advanced to Yellow Gold Tier. 1,196 people had broken through to White Platinum Tier. He now had a total of 143,256 soldiers under his command. Among them, there were 35,061 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 43,464 Bronze Tier soldiers. 38,672 White Silver Tier soldiers. 24,739 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. And 4,008 White Platinum Tier soldiers. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this triumphal arch was really not bad. It was almost comparable to the effect of the Monster Ranch. Then, he led his men to clean up the time ruins, went to the golem lair to recruit 126 golems for the day, and finally led his men to farm the Monster Ranch. After spending half an hour using 10 Conqueror's blast furnaces to retrieve the loots. With the effect of the perfect loots and his titles. Other than the +1 quality monster flesh, skill books, potion formulas, equipment, materials, Fire Demon Fogwolf outfits, Vitality Potion, Jade Sun Tree Seed, and other items. He obtained a total of 226,479 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 91,233 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, 57,326 Yellow Gold Tier Mist Cores, and 18,369 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores. 102,312 Soldier Type Class Change Certificates. 4,013 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books. 4,112 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 4,321 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 13,169 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 17,500 violent storm spirit recruitment books. 17,500 violent storm spirit class change certificates. 23,800 wind element gems. 23,800 thunder elemental gems. 30 proof of legion fragments. 60,983 kilograms of light drawing crystals. 3,500 tree core gems. Green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier, white platinum tier. 21,301 true faith tier scarlet crystals. 10,963 pious tier scarlet crystals. 7,912 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. 6 white platinum tier and yellow gold tier mount contracts. In addition, the soldiers had already used the triumphal arch to break through. Therefore, there were not many things that allowed his strength to break through again after cleaning up the monster ranch. Even so, 30,000 to 40,000 people had also been promoted. Even though they were all black iron, green bronze, and white silver tier soldiers, it was already very good. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the recruitment books and he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Another 43,499 recruitment books were thrown into the gate of summoning and he obtained 43,499 new recruits. Just one more day before the soldiers under him would officially break through to 200,000. No. Perhaps he would not need to wait until tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought of his agreement with Li Yi. He would be going to the main battlefield of the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom with Li Yi. At that time, as long as he found an opportunity to use incite defection on the main battlefield once and instigate 10,000 to 20,000 fog monsters, the soldiers under him would be able to break through to 200,000. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou wished he could look for Li Yi immediately. However, he quickly calmed down. I'm not done with the territory yet, he thought. Then, Zhou Zhou called Bai Yun over and handed the 43,499 recruitment books to her, asking her to bring people to recruit new soldiers. He took out the 102 proof of legion fragments he had accumulated in the past 3 days. He looked at the fragments. A text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse? Fuse. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. The next second, the 100 fragments of the proof of legion suddenly emitted a faint white light, enveloping all the fragments. After a long time, the white light dissipated. A red certificate and 2 fragments of the proof of legion appeared in Zhou Zhou's hand. Zhou Zhou looked at the red certificate. Treasure name, proof of legion. Treasure grade, extraordinary tier advance grade. Treasure effect, certificate to establish an official army. You can use this to create an official kingdom-level army formation and activate the enhanceable army buff effect. Treasure description, certificate to establish an official kingdom-level army. In the High Continent, only kingdoms with official kingdom-level armies are qualified to establish themselves among many kingdom-level forces and compete for supremacy. Do you want to use the proof of legion? Zhou Zhou took a few more curious glances and said, use. The next second, the proof of legion in his hand instantly disintegrated into countless light spots and condensed a line of red words in front of him. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level army. Blazing Sun Army. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. As for the monster army, he would think about it the next time he saved up a second proof of legion. The army name, Blazing Sun Army, has been confirmed. Please confirm the Legion Commander, Deputy Commander, Logistics Chief, Machinery Chief. More than 20 military positions appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. However, Zhou Zhou did not panic. As a lord, he naturally knew the basic information of his army. He calmly filled in the gaps one by one. After confirming, a text notification appeared. You have created your Black Iron Tier Army. Lord, the Army function has been officially activated. Black Iron Tier Army Enhancement Braveness has been activated. You can increase the level of your army by collecting battle points, thereby obtaining higher level army buffs and other army benefits. Chapter 343, Function of a Kingdom Level Army. Zhou Zhou's Surprise. Army Function. Legion Enhancement. Zhou Zhou was curious. He searched and quickly found the Army Function panel beside the Lord Battlefield icon. Zhou Zhou opened it. Soon, an Army green interface appeared in front of him. It showed many functions. This included the basic information function of the Army, the military merit system function, the Army warehouse function, the Army buff function, the Army battle point function, and more than 10 other functions. Zhou Zhou looked at the basic information panel and realized that it was exactly the same as the basic Army information he had just set. Other than that, he could also search for the specific information of any member of the Blazing Sun Army on this panel. He no longer needed to find this person before he could see his information. This was undoubtedly much more convenient for him. Then, he looked at the military merit system. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this military merit system was actually similar to the military merit exchange system currently implemented in his territory. All members of the Blazing Sun Army could record their military merits through this military merit system. They could even record in real time how many enemies they had killed on the battlefield and how many military merits they had obtained. He could even specially issue military merit quests to a certain unit or a specific soldier of the army through the military merit system. As long as he completed the mission, he could distribute military merits in real time. As for how to use the military merits, it was very simple. Soldiers could apply to increase their army titles by consuming military merits. They could even directly exchange for military merit items. As for where the items came from, that would involve the function of the Army warehouse. The higher UPS of the Army could store items in the Army warehouse. Then, the soldiers could spend military merits to exchange for the items in the Army warehouse. This was also much more than the items needed by the soldiers to look for military officials and then go to the warehouse to exchange for soldiers. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the army buff. At this moment, there was only a lone Black Iron Tier army inside. The other buffs were still in an inactive state and could only be activated by increasing the level of the army. Zhou Zhou looked at the buff. Army Enhancement, Courage. Buff Level, Black Iron Tier. Buff Effect, your legionaries will be even braver when fighting on the battlefield. At the same time, your overall strength will receive a 10% enhancement. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Let's not talk about whether he was brave or not for now. It was already very strong for his overall strength to obtain a 10% enhancement. It involved an entire army's group buff after all. Most importantly, this was only the Black Iron Tier Courage enhancement. What happened next? When the Blazing Sun Army became a Green Bronze Tier, White Silver Tier, and even a Mythical Tier army, this enhancement would probably increase to a terrifying level. Zhou Zhou opened the Army's Battle Point function panel as he thought. He looked at the words displayed at the top. Blazing Sun Army, Black Iron Tier Army. Current maximum number of soldiers accommodated, 167,886/1 million. Current battle points, 0/100. Prompt: you can obtain the corresponding battle points by completing the battle. When there are enough battle points, you can increase the level of the army and unlock more army functions. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Did he have to complete a specific battle to obtain battle points? That was easy. After the Lord Battlefield event was over, he could send the Blazing Sun Army to conquer other ownerless territories to give it a try. He just did not know how the specific battle points were distributed. He did not think too much about it and continued to look at the other branch functions of the function of the army. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied after reading them all in detail. This army interface was indeed a function that could become a fixed lord option. It was indeed powerful to increase the combat strength and efficiency of the soldiers under the Lord. Not to mention anything else. The military merit function alone could greatly increase the efficiency of their army and the combat strength of the soldiers. It could be said that an army without an official army was completely different from an army with an official army. At this moment, Bai Yun and Wu Xian quickly walked over. "My lord, we just..." Bai Yun was about to speak when she saw Zhou Zhou smile. "Did you discover that you have your own army interface?" "Yes. The Supreme Will notification said that I'm now the Legion Commander of the Blazing Sun Army. And Teacher is the Deputy Commander of the Blazing Sun Army. In addition, we also asked the other soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army and realized that they also have their own army interface." Bai Yun was slightly excited. Wu Xian, who was beside him, was no exception. Both of them were smart. He naturally knew that the appearance of this army interface was extremely beneficial to the development and future potential of the Blazing Sun Army. "I have just obtained an official kingdom-level army structure for our Blazing Sun Army through a treasure called the Proof of Legion. In the future, our Blazing Sun Army will be an official kingdom-level army recognized by the Supreme Will." Zhou Zhou smiled. Proof of Legion. Bai Yun was still a little surprised that there was actually a magical treasure like the Proof of Legion. Wu Xian was already exclaiming. He looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Sometimes, I really feel that my lord is protected by the Supreme Will. In the past, when I was working in the Aurora Kingdom, His Majesty the King at that time always wanted to form an official kingdom-level army for his army. But he couldn't achieve it. Therefore, when I was in office, I never knew what an official kingdom-level army was. I only heard the diplomacy envoys of other countries mention it. I didn't expect the Lord to do something that the Aurora Kingdom's dozen kings haven't been able to do for hundreds of years in just half a month." Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. The Aurora Kingdom actually didn't even have an official kingdom-level army? Really? He thought for a moment and understood. Well, to obtain something like the Proof of Legion. Not only did he need a designated monster that would drop the fragment of the Proof of Legion, but he also needed an excellent drop rate. He had a mythical tier lord talent like the King of Lutes. It took him 3 days to barely collect 100 fragments of the Proof of Legion and fuse them into an official kingdom-level Proof of Legion. It was naturally very difficult for the Aurora Kingdom to have a Proof of Legion and establish an official kingdom-level army of its own when they had nothing. He didn't say anything else on the matter and said, "We have an official army at the moment. Bai Yun, Wu Xian. Make the best use of your time to send people to record our military merit system into the army's functions. Then, exchange military merits for items to fill the army's warehouse. Let's strive to let the soldiers enjoy the benefits of the Legion panel as soon as possible." Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, my lord." The two of them said excitedly. At this moment, they were looking forward to what the Blazing Sun Army would become in the future. "By the way, my lord, I've just recruited all the new recruits. There are a total of 186,893 soldiers in the Blazing Sun Army and in the Monster Army," Bai Yi reported. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. With another 13,000 soldiers, his soldiers would officially exceed 200,000. Thinking of this, he immediately looked forward to it. Chapter 344, 2.2 billion Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Then, the three of them chatted about the development of the army for a while before Bai Yun and Wu Xian left to prepare for the Lord Battlefield event later. Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and set up a transaction after they left. He then took out 100,000 soldier-type class change certificates and excess materials, skill books, equipment, and other items from the loots he had obtained from the Monster Ranch before he directly announced the transaction. Then, he looked at the other two transactions. The first transaction was the one Zhou Zhou had set up to collect building materials to build the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. Zhou Zhou took a look and smiled. After spending more than a day, the collection was finally completed. All the corresponding building materials cost a total of 81 extraordinary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he felt his balls ache. The materials were not very expensive. However, the key was that he still needed another 10,000 diamond tier mist cores. That was a total of 10,000 diamond tier mist cores. It was already equivalent to 10 legendary tier mist cores. It was not even enough to empty Zhou Zhou's pockets if he wanted to build it. However, he really wanted to build the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. This special building could steadily produce rare dessert resources like the Blood Honey Royal Jelly and the Blood Honey Royal Cake that could restore one's youth after all. Many professionals in his territory were already old but talented. They really needed a treasure like the Blood Honey Royal Cake. Therefore, if the Blood Honey Royal Cake could be produced steadily, it would be very important to the talents in Zhou Zhou's territory. As for using the Monster Ranch to nurture the red-eyed blood wasps and produce the Blood Honey Royal Cake, it was temporarily impossible. This was because the Monster Ranch was only at the Yellow Gold tier intermediate grade. If he wanted to produce Blood Honey Emperor Cake that could only be produced by the Diamond tier intermediate grade Blood Jade Wasp Emperor, he had to at least reach the White Platinum tier intermediate grade in Monster Ranch. This would definitely not be achieved in a short period of time. Therefore, he still had to pin his hopes on the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou placed his hopes on the second deal. This transaction was also set up by him yesterday. At that time, he had placed a total of 500,000 skill books and 500,000 pieces of equipment in this transaction. After more than a day of selling, Zhou Zhou had yet to see the specific transaction results even though the items had been sold out. Thinking of this, he looked at the transaction results expectantly. 2,221,208,550 black iron tier mist cores. His eyes widened. Oh my god! More than 2.2 billion black iron tier mist cores. Wasn't that equivalent to 22 legendary tier mist cores? This was the most he had ever made on a single transaction. The Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive? Construct. Just construct it. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. The 500,000 skill books and 50 equipment did not disappoint him. Zhou Zhou immediately went to the warehouse and threw all the building materials he had bought from the marketplace into it. Then, he spent 1.1 billion black iron tier mist cores to create 11,000 diamond tier mist cores through the heavenly mist treasure bag. Then, he sent Zhao Chongshao over and prepared to tell him the supplies in the warehouse. Then, he would hand the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive blueprint to him and let him do whatever he wanted. Even though this Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive blueprint was a special diamond tier intermediate grade building blueprint, Zhao Chongshao had already become a diamond tier advanced grade architect. It could naturally be built. Soon, Zhao Chongshao came over. Having already consumed the Blood Honey King cake, his physical state and face had already returned to their youngest peak state. At this moment, his eyes were bright and he was full of energy. It was as if he had really returned to his former young self. After Zhou Zhou told him what had happened, Zhao Chongshao immediately looked pleasantly surprised. He was just worried about how to break through to the extraordinary tier elementary grade architect bottleneck. I didn't expect the Lord to give me a diamond tier intermediate grade special building construction quests. Even though the Blood Jade Wasp Emperor Beehive was only a diamond tier intermediate grade special building, be it the uniqueness of the special building or its nature as a building of the people of foreign race, it could allow Zhao Chongshao to draw parallels and find the key to breaking through to become an extraordinary tier elementary grade architect. To Zhao Chongshao, wasn't this giving him a pillow as soon as he fell asleep? He looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. The Lord was indeed a benefactor in his life. My Lord, leave it to me. I'll definitely complete this mission. Zhao Chongshao said respectfully. I believe in Elder Zhao. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Zhao Chongshao had made many contributions to the development of his territory. Many buildings in the territory, including the Imperial Ancestral Temple, were built by him. In addition, the other party was his dead loyal subject. He was naturally willing to believe him. Zhao Chongshao was even more touched. To be able to hand such a huge project and resources to him without reservation. It could be seen how much trust the Lord had in him. He could not let down the Lord's trust in him. Zhao Chongshao said firmly to himself. The two of them chatted for a while. After Zhao Chongshao left, Zhou Zhou happened to realize that the deal he had just announced about the loots from the monster ranch had been completed. That was fast. He was slightly surprised. Then, he looked at the transaction results. Results: 350,212,961 black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He obtained another 3.5 legendary tier mist cores. He extracted all the mist cores from the marketplace and placed them in the heavenly mist treasure bag. Then, he checked the heavenly mist treasure bag and calculated how many mist cores he had now. In the end, he realized that if all of them were converted into legendary tier mist cores, he still had about 32 of them. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly, finally feeling confident again. Money emboldens people. Our ancestors did not lie to me. Then, he walked towards the Lord's shop. In front of the Lord's shop. Old Zhou. I'm here to buy something. Zhou Zhou said to Old Zhou, who was reading the newspaper. He felt a little strange. Yesterday, Old Zhou was still doing his needlework. Today, he began to read the newspaper that had the aura of the cerulean planet. He shook his head. Forget about the strange feeling in his heart. There was also a film hall and a game hall in his Lord Manor. Especially in the gaming hall, where even a game like Super Mario could be played. Compared to that, reading the newspaper was nothing. You're here. Old Zhou put down the newspaper and walked over slowly. He went to the counter and took out 4 black boxes from under it. Zhou Zhou knew that in one of the boxes was the blazing explosion that he had not bought last time. Zhou Zhou did not know what was in the other 3 boxes for the time being. Old Zhou did not hesitate and opened the 3 boxes, revealing the goods inside. The first box contained a golden card that displayed a faceless life form. There was a purple jade in the second box. Zhou Zhou was very familiar with this purple jade. It was a commodity that officially represented talent. Zhou Zhou had even used it to awaken the top talent, the celestial appearance, yesterday. He did not know what talent today's talent goods was. There was still a skill book in the third box. Zhou Zhou looked at the specific information of the 3 goods. Chapter 345, Talent Eye of Time. Elementary Grade Kingdom and Intermediate Grade Kingdom. Zhou Zhou first looked at the Faceless Life Form's golden card. Treasure Name, Specified Subject Commodity Card. Treasure Grade, Special Tier. Treasure Effect, after using it, you can specify an ability, talent, bloodline, equipment, and other things owned by a subject to appear in the Lord's shop the next day as a commodity. Treasure Description, a special item from the mythical tier unique Lord Talent Lord shop. It has the mystical ability to obtain the goods of a designated subject. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw this product. This designated subject commodity card was very useful. The first thing he thought of was the 5 top-notch talents that Xiao Xian had. Talent 9 Aperture's Heavenly Heart. Talent Celestial Appearance. Talent Immortal Martial Sacred Body. Talent Blessing of the God of Fortune. Talent Danger Prediction. He had already obtained the talent Celestial Appearance and had already experienced its effect. It had to be said. Even though it did not look very useful, the personal experience was really good. If he could obtain Xiao Xian's other 4 talents, it could be said that he was not inferior to obtaining a legendary tier Lord talent. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately made a decision. No matter how expensive this designated subject commodity card was, he had to buy it. However, even though he thought so, he did not buy it immediately. Instead, he looked at the talent crystal. Talent Eye of Time. Talent effect. Creatures with this talent have a special ability given to them by the river of time. When observing ancient things, there is a certain chance of seeing some traces of time left on their bodies. It's actually this talent. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this a talent that archaeologist Zhou Zhou had? The last time he went to the Kingdom of Eternal Silence, the scene of Zhou Zhou using this talent left a deep impression on him. At some special moments, this talent might actually have an unexpected effect. He could also buy this. Zhou Zhou nodded to himself. Then, he looked at the last skill book. Skill name, Flesh Preservation. Skill quality, Gradeless. Skill description, it can keep the flesh of a life form fresh for a long time. It can also prevent the corpse from turning into fog and dissipating for 7 days. Zhou Zhou. **T. Zhou Zhou cursed in his heart. Wasn't everyone under his command good with this skill? Why did he give him such a trash skill? However, thinking of what old Zhou had said yesterday, Zhou Zhou gradually calmed down. Yesterday, old Zhou said that at least one good that was useful to the Lord would appear out of the 2 to 3 goods that would be refreshed every day. 2 of the 3 goods were useful to him now. It could be said to be very good. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked up and asked. Old Zhou, how much are these 2 goods worth? He pointed at the cards and talent crystals. The designated subject commodity card is worth 10 legendary tier mist cores and 1 legendary tier territory token. The talent crystal is worth 5 epic tier mist cores and 2 epic tier territory tokens. Zhou Zhenmin looked at the 2 goods and chuckled. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth could not help but twitch. It was really expensive. However, he still did not hesitate and took out 11 legendary tier mist cores and 7 epic tier mist cores and handed them to the other party. Thank you for your care. Zhou Zhenmin took them with a smile and handed the 2 goods to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else after taking it. He turned around and left. Come visit often when you're free. Zhou Zhenmin's voice sounded from behind. Let's talk about it with the mist core. Zhou Zhou's face twitched. This transaction directly shrunk his assets by another third. This lord's shop was indeed a huge source of spending. He returned to his lord manor and took out these 2 goods. Then, he first looked at the designated subject commodity card. A text notification appeared. Do you want to use it? Use. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Please choose the subject goods you want to specify. Zhou Zhou entered Xiaoxian Talent Danger Prediction. After entering it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He naturally wanted all 4 of Xiaoxian's other talents. However, there was only one subject commodity card. He had to choose from these 4 talents. Talent Immortal Martial Sacred Body and Talent Blessing of the God of Fortune. Zhou Zhou, as a lord, would not often take action personally, so he was temporarily not of much use. Even though the latter looked good, Zhou Zhou had the Lord Talent, King of Lutes. The effect more or less overlapped with the blessing of the God of Fortune. Therefore, there was no need to buy it for the time being. Talent The 9 Apertures Heavenly Heart could allow life forms comprehension to reach the extreme. They could easily master any knowledge and ability. They could even draw inferences and master more knowledge and abilities. Zhou Zhou was very tempted. However, it was slightly inferior to the Talent Danger Prediction. No matter what, Zhou Zhou's need for life-saving abilities was his number 1 priority. Therefore, he chose Xiaoxian's talent without much hesitation. At this moment, a text notification appeared. You have chosen subject Xiaoxian's Talent Danger Prediction. This talent will appear in the Lord's shop tomorrow as a commodity. Please buy it in time. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He looked at the talent crystal of the Heart of Time, picked it up, and used it directly. The next second, The purple jade turned into wisps of hazy purple mist and fused into his glabella. Right on the heels of that, Zhou Zhou felt that his perception seemed to have suddenly become more subtle. He seemed to be able to see something deeper from them. However, this observation ability was not of much use when looking at some normal items. This was because there was no ancient history on these normal items. Only when he observed some ancient items did his eye of time have a chance of seeing some traces of time left on their surface. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out a diamond tier territory fusion certificate from his spatial ring. This territory fusion certificate had been preserved in the Aurora Kingdom for hundreds of years. The eye of time should be able to see some traces of time. After observing carefully for a while, suddenly, an illusory image appeared from the territory fusion certificate. It was an old human elder one. At this moment, he was wearing a golden royal robe and looking at the diamond tier territory fusion certificate in his hand. At this moment, a young voice sounded. "Father, what are you looking at?" A little boy in a royal robe ran over and hugged the elder one's thigh. He looked at him curiously. "Yuan Gan is here. Father is looking at this diamond tier territory fusion certificate. With this diamond tier territory fusion certificate, our kingdom might be able to fuse 2 more extraordinary tier regional territories in the future. At that time, our kingdom will be able to advance from a beginner kingdom to an intermediate grade kingdom." Towards the end, the old man's eyes were filled with anticipation and ambition. Even though he was old, the fire of ambition remained ignited within him. The little boy nodded in confusion. After that, the two of them started chatting again. However, Zhou Zhou could no longer hear what they were saying. At the same time, the image began to gradually fade before completely disappearing. "Yuan Gan. Isn't that the name of Li Yu's father, the current king of the Aurora Kingdom? This is actually the scene of Li Yuan Gan's time when he was young. In addition, it seems that the ability of the Eye of Time is also limited. I can't keep watching." "That's true. If I can really keep looking, it won't be called the Eye of Time. It can be called the Divine Eye of Time," Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he put away the diamond tier territory fusion certificate while deep in thought. Then, he put away the diamond tier territory fusion certificate while deep in thought. It seems that after advancing to a kingdom, advancing to an empire can't be done overnight. Instead, it has to be done step by step. The number of extraordinary tier territories should be one of the important conditions to increase the level of the kingdom. Zhou Zhou summarized his gains and losses. This time, he had gained something from using the Eye of Time. Then, he took out some items that might have an ancient aura from his spatial ring. Chapter 346, Talent with Reputation Rating Lu Sheng. Aurora Kingdom Artillery. Some of these items could trigger the Eye of Time, while others could not. But in general, Zhou Zhou still felt good using this new talent. After this curiosity passed, he stopped using the Eye of Time reluctantly. He could not play anymore. He still had business to do. Zhou Zhou reminded himself. He first found Xiao Xian, then brought him to Zheng Yuankai and told him about Xiao Xian's problem. He hoped that he could take some time out every day to teach Xiao Xian and let him understand more about how to do things. Towards this, Zheng Yuankai had always liked Xiao Xian, a child with celestial appearance. He immediately agreed with a smile. Seeing that Zheng Yuankai had agreed, Zhou Zhou also took out his school fees. They were 2 portions of blood honey king cake. After Zheng Yuankai consumed it, not only could he recover his youth, but he could also increase his basic lifespan by 10 years and 4 additional years. After Zheng Yuankai found out, he immediately felt that this thing was too precious and was unwilling to accept it. After declining many times, Zheng Yuankai only accepted this gift seeing that his lord was determined. "In the future, I'll leave this kid to you, Elder Zheng." Zhou Zhou smiled. "Just leave it to me. I promise I won't disappoint you, my lord." Zheng Yuankai nodded seriously. Zhou Zhou smiled and looked down at Xiao Xian. Learn from Elder Zheng. Don't be naughty with Elder Zheng. No. Xiao Xian immediately swore. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After that, he left without staying any longer. His lordship is so good to you. You have to repay my lord well in the future. Zheng Yuankai turned to Xiao Xian and said seriously after the lord left. I was born without parents. Why don't I acknowledge my lord as my father? I'll be called Zhou Xian from now on. Xiao Xian had an idea. Zheng Yuankai was caught between laughter and tears. However, there was also a trace of love in his gaze when he looked at Xiao Xian. An orphanette. What a pitiful child. Thinking of this, he immediately felt that he had to teach this child well. On the other side, Zhou Zhou had just found Bai Yun and the others and was about to carry out Lord Battlefield activities when a soldier suddenly came to report that an artilleryman who claimed to be from the Aurora Kingdom wanted to join the Blazing Sun territory. Artilleryman of the Aurora Kingdom? Could it be that the talent attracted by my reputation rating is here? Zhou Zhou thought. He asked the soldier to bring the person over. Soon, a dark-skinned but bright-eyed young man was brought over. I'm Liu Sheng. Greetings my lord. He bowed respectfully. Get up. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, my lord. Liu Sheng said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he checked his personal information. Subject, Liu Sheng. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type class name, Aurora Kingdom Artillery. Class, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Ability Overview, Liu Sheng has lived at the border of the Aurora Kingdom since he was young and has always suffered from the war. At the same time, he has also seen the powerful power of the Aurora Cannon during his chaotic life. When he grew up, he joined the Aurora Kingdom and finally became the King of Cannons. Liu Sheng firmly believes that caliber is justice, and range is the truth. His dream is to use justice and truth to blast out true peace. Skills, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Master Gunner, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Artificial Stabilization, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Cannon Theory, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Cannon Repair Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Energy Replenishment Technique, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Deadly Strike, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Artillery Training. Loyalty, 90. Potential, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was actually a professional Aurora Kingdom gunner in charge of using the Aurora Kingdom cannon. He looked at the other party's skill. When he saw the last skill, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Aurora Kingdom Artillery Training, his eyes lit up. There were more and more Aurora cannons in his territory. This morning, there were already 2 Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora cannons. However, the professional gunners did not. It had always been soldiers taught by Elder Zhao who came to control the Aurora cannon at the last minute. Even though it could barely be used. However, it was hard to say how accurate it was. Everything would be fine now. With this former Cannon King here and the other party having mastered the method to train the Aurora Kingdom's artillerymen, as long as the other party trained a batch of Aurora Kingdom artillerymen, wouldn't the Aurora cannons in his territory be used by specialized people? This could definitely greatly increase the combat strength of his territory. There are many Aurora cannons in my territory. Since you used to be the king of cannons, then join my Blazing Sun army and be in charge of training the Aurora Kingdom's artillerymen. Zhou Zhou immediately made arrangements. Yes, my lord. Liu Sheng naturally had no objections. This was what he relied on to make a living. Oh yes. Since you were the king of cannon previously, you should be treated very well, right? Why did you suddenly think of joining my Blazing Sun territory? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. A bitter smile appeared on Liu Sheng's face. He raised his right arm and rolled up his sleeve. A silver mechanical arm appeared on his arm. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened slightly when he saw the arm. F***CK. Cyber prosthesis. 2 days ago, when I was fighting the enemy of the Taiyan army on the battlefield, it was accidentally cut off by a demon blade soldier who rushed into the artillery camp. Even though the people of the kingdom saved me immediately and installed this mechanical prosthetic limb from the Machina race, I know that my skills are no longer comparable to before I lost my right arm. So I took the initiative to retire. My superior didn't ask me to stay back then, so after I left, I suddenly thought of the recent news about the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower. I came here to make myself useful. Liu Sheng said. Then, he hurriedly added on. But don't worry, my lord. Even though my gunnery skills are not as good as before, I'm still confident in training the artillery. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He came to a realization. The key to the other party's matter was probably the words "my boss didn't ask me to stay," right? Tisk tisk. He was a cannon king after all. Even if his skills were not as good as before after losing his right arm, he was still training the artillery. Was he going to let him leave without hesitation? At least give a few hypocritical words of advice. It seemed that even though the other party was once the king of cannons, their relationship in the palace did not seem to be so good. He didn't think too much about it and smiled at him. Your broken limb is fine. Our Blazing Sun territory has the technical ability to use limb restoration. As long as you make enough military merits, you can just go straight to limb restoration. Really? Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. Their expressions were faintly excited. Of course it's true. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly, my lord. Liu Sheng knelt on one knee without hesitation. Zhou Zhou smiled and reached out to help him up. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou brought him to the Blazing Sun Army's base and began to rank. Chapter 347, Lord of the Blazing Sun vs Heaven Chasing Lord. Matching with your queuing opponent. Zhou Zhou looked at the line of words and did not care much. He headed straight for the Imperial Ancestral Temple. According to his past experience, he would definitely have to wait for a period of time after starting the ranking before he could successfully match up with his opponent. There were only a few top-notch mythical tier advance grade lords after all. It was impossible to rank on the Lord battlefield at all times. Since that was the case, he would use this time to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and ask for a war enhancement. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou looked at the 4 shrines in front of him. 3 of the shrines had already been occupied by the ancestor statue. They were Sun Simiao, Yellow Gold Tier, Lu Ban, Green Bronze Tier, and Lu Bei, Yellow Gold Tier. Only the 4th one was still empty. He did not think too much about it and placed 50 Yellow Gold Tier mist cores on the altar in front of the shrine. Soon, the altar lit up slightly. Then, the 50 Yellow Gold Tier mist cores on it disappeared and a text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Arms Firepower, Yellow Gold Tier War Enhancement. Arms Firepower, Yellow Gold Tier War Enhancement. The destructive power and lethality of weapons controlled by a lord increases by 100%. Duration, 4 hours. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the ancestral blessing. The lethality of the weapons increased by 100%. Then his Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Kingdom Tower could already cause damage to extraordinary tier experts. It increased its power by another 100%. Wouldn't that be able to cause damage to extraordinary tier heroes? Good war enhancement. It's just a little too short. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips. The duration was only 4 hours. It could only fight 2 lord battlefields at most. None of them could work in the subsequent battles. Then, he shook his head. Why would he complain about free ancestral enhancement? After that, he offered incense and bowed to the 3 ancestors before leaving. Just as he had expected. From the time he obtained the ancestral blessing until he returned to the base of the Blazing Sun Army and the Monster Army, this ranking system had yet to give him a match. In his boredom, Zhou Zhou opened the Lord Battlefield function and looked at his ranking. In the end, he realized that his ranking had decreased from 6th to 7th. As for the Extreme Dragon Race Lord Extreme Venerable, who had previously surrendered to him without fighting, quietly climbed to 6th place. Lord Father came in 5th place. The ranking points of the other lords had more or less increased by dozens of points. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Were they really so bored? All of them were actually secretly scoring points behind his back? Especially Lord Father and Extreme Venerable. Could it be that he was ranked the entire day yesterday while he was out fighting? Zhou Zhou was helpless. It seemed that as the myriad races Lord Battlefield approached the later stages, all the top lords of the myriad races began to work hard to score. He had to continue increasing his ranking too. He had nothing to regret. If he had also split them all yesterday, the two possessors of top-grade talents, Lord Shop and Fighting God Full-Time Master 2, might have died in East Demon City after all. He would have missed these two top-grade talents. He didn't think too much about it. After Zhou Zhou closed the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield ranking, his gaze landed on the grey icon, the final battlefield. Today is the 7th day. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The function the final battlefield had existed since the opening of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event. It showed that the final battlefield would only open 7 days later. Today was the 7th day. Which meant the final battlefield function would officially be activated the next day. What exactly is the final battlefield? Zhou Zhou muttered. His 6 senses were astonishing. He vaguely felt an ominous aura from this name. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a text notification appeared. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. Zhou Zhou's body suddenly became illusory before quickly disappearing. The next second, the world in front of him suddenly changed and he arrived at a city in the sky. The city in the sky floated in the sky. It was hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The surrounding blue sky was clear and cloudless. The ground of the city was paved with jade, looking extremely extravagant and gorgeous. On both sides of the Sky City stood 2 cities. One of them was Blazing Sun City under Zhou Zhou's feet. On the other side was a golden castle that looked like a god or a saint. A living being in a white robe that emitted golden light floated above the castle and was looking at him from afar. Even though it did not move, the golden light on its body was filled with a pressure that was like the might of the world. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly as he looked at the golden light on its body and the obvious pressure. He had felt this feeling in the shelter of the goddess of life. That was the power of the laws. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Zhou Zhou forcefully suppressed the restless dragon slayer King Will in his body and looked over. You have entered the mythical tier advance grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical tier advance grade battlefield nameless ancient city. Your opponent is Shepherd's God Race Lord Heaven Chasing Lord. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking score -20. Those with insufficient ranking score, rank -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted. His gaze landed on his opponent's name. Shepherd's God Race Lord Heaven Chasing Lord. The top lord of all races ranked 3rd on the rankings of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. He actually encountered it. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm and there was no fear in his eyes. Just as well. He could test the methods of the top 3 lords before the final battlefield began. Then, he did not immediately deploy. Instead, he used the void detection technique to look at the other party's attribute information. In the end, he did not see any obscure information other than normal information. Then, he took out the index of all races, copy, and looked at the other party's racial information. Shepherd's God race, a peak race from the Divine Court universe. The Shepherd's God race innately contains 108 Divine Court realm apertures that can store the power of laws. As the Shepherd's God race grows, these Divine Court realm apertures can gradually accommodate the power of laws, allowing the Shepherd's God race to control the power of laws in advance and unleash the strength of a near-God spirit even if they have not become a god. After the Shepherd's God race completely grows up, the 108 Divine Court realm apertures their bodies will grow into a small divine world. Moreover, each small divine world will produce a small god spirit to rule the small divine world and respect the Shepherd's God race. The Shepherd's God race will use this name and use it to become a god. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Another terrifying race like the original spirit race and the chaos gods race. As long as they fully matured, they would definitely become a god. No wonder it could compare to the two abnormal lords, the true Lord and the Great One. He did not think too much about it and began to deploy his subordinates. At the same time, in Heaven-Chasing City, the Heaven-Chasing Lord watched from afar as the other party calmly began to recruit subordinates and was slightly surprised. This was because most mythical tier advance grade lords knew that they would lose when they encountered a top-notch lord like him who could occupy the top 3 of the myriad races lord battlefield ranking. Therefore, they would directly admit defeat and surrender to avoid wasting time so that they could start the next round early. It had been a long time since he had encountered a lord who recruited subordinates so calmly like Zhou Zhou. He should be the lord of the blazing sun who suddenly rose recently. Interesting. A mere human lord can actually ascend to the mythical tier advance grade and compete with us. Looks like you're quite capable. But to me, you're just free points. The lords also began to deploy calmly. Chapter 348, Rare Shepherd's God Race People. Law Gravity. As one of the top 3 lords, Heaven-Chasing Lord's strength was almost the same as the True Lord and the Great One Lord. They were almost 2 completely different strengths from the 4th and the lords after that. Therefore, it was extremely proud. To him, the Blazing Sun territory was just a rising star with some characteristics. It did not think that it would lose at all. 10 minutes later, the deployment of both sides was completed. A text notification appeared in front of the 2 lords. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. On Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at Heaven-Chasing City in the distance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and the other generals behind him were also using alchemy binoculars to look at the situation in the distance. This alchemy telescope was made from a gradeless alchemy technology blueprint he happened to obtain when he conquered regional territories not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom. Its effect was to observe the scene in the distance by injecting energy. He could observe the scene 30,000 meters away. This observation distance was already quite good for a gradeless alchemy technology product. At the moment, it was already produced and used through the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. The alchemy telescope in Bai Yun and the others' hands was the first batch of products. Is the other party planning to rely on the advantage of the city wall to wait for them to exhaust themselves? Bai Yun put down the alchemy telescope and said in surprise. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had already told them the information of the shepherd race. Even though everyone was amazed at how terrifying the shepherd's god race was, they were not afraid of the upcoming battle. However, Bai Yun was a little surprised that the other party had such a powerful background but did not take the initiative to attack them. I'm afraid the other party disdains to take the initiative to attack. It wants us to take the initiative to attack and see what despair is. Wu Xian also put down the alchemy telescope and smiled. How confident! Feng Luo sighed. He did not say that the other party was arrogant. The other party's strength, race talent, and unknown lord talent indeed gave him confidence. Since the other party has already taken the initiative to signal, then let's attack. Zhou Zhou said calmly. The other party was confident. Wasn't he the same? He was no longer the same person as yesterday. Yes. Everyone accepted the order. Then, Bai Yun and Wu Xian left 50,000 poison crossbow soldiers and elemental archers to defend the city. Then, they led the other 100,000 soldiers to form the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array. They summoned their Greedy Wolf avatar and ran towards heaven-chasing city. Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, and Maris followed on both sides of the Greedy Wolf avatar. When the heaven-chasing lord saw this scene, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. His expression immediately became serious. His gaze landed on the Greedy Wolf avatar and Nazario, who was flying beside him. An array spirit with extraordinary tier extreme strength. There are also pure-blooded dragons with white platinum tier elementary grade strength. How did this guy do it? The heaven-chasing lord knew very well how difficult it was for high-level bloodline life forms like them to increase their strength level. Take him for example. As the strongest lord of the shepherd god race. Even with the help of the shepherd's god race he had summoned, he had only just reached the white silver tier elementary grade. However, this strength was not bad for the true lord and the great one lord. As for the pure-blooded dragons under the human race, they would not be much weaker even if they were weaker in terms of bloodline. In addition, he had to give a portion of the promotion energy to his lord. Logically speaking, at this stage, it was definitely impossible to upgrade it to the white platinum tier elementary grade. However, the strength of the pure-blooded dragon in front of him could not be faked in his eyes. The key was probably the reason why this human lord could reach the mythical tier advance grade. The heaven-chasing lord did not think too much about it and immediately ordered all the soldiers in the territory to attack and fight these enemies. The door of heaven-chasing city was opened with a rumbling sound. Then, soldiers of all kinds of races rushed out of the city and rushed towards the Greedy Wolf avatar fearlessly. There were a total of more than 200,000 soldiers of various races. They were subordinates that the heaven-chasing lord had subdued from the lords of other races. As for the shepherd's god race members, they did not have time to manage the trivial matters of the territory because there were relatively few of them. Therefore, the heaven-chasing lord let these subjects of the people of foreign race deal with the trivial matters of the territory's development. After seeing these subjects rush out, the heaven-chasing lord turned to look at the 4 shepherds god race people in red robes behind him. These 4 shepherds god race people were all the shepherds god race subjects that it had summoned through the gate of summoning in the past 16 days. It was different from the human lord where Zhou Zhou was. The human lord could summon many human subjects from the gate of summoning every day. However, as the shepherd's god race's bloodline was too noble and there were too few of them, even the gate of summoning could not summon many shepherd's god race people in a day. In the beginning, the heaven-chasing lord could only summon 1 shepherd's god race member every 5 days. Later on, after the heaven-chasing lord continuously upgraded the gate of summoning, he could only summon 1 shepherd's god race member every 4 days. Therefore, even if the shepherd's god race under its command had never suffered any losses. Until now, it only had 4 shepherd's god race members under its command. However, even though there were only 4 people, their potential had reached the low-tier deity level at the very least. In addition, they could control the power of laws in advance. It could be said that the shepherd's god race was rather terrifying in terms of potential and strength. Zhen, come and help the subject soldiers deal with this human lord. The heaven-chasing lord said calmly. Yes, my lord. The shepherd's god race member called Zhen nodded calmly and came to the city wall. It looked at the battlefield. At this moment, more than 200,000 subjects from heaven-chasing city had already surrounded the Greedy Wolf avatar. Subjects attacked the Greedy Wolf avatar one after another. Then, they were easily killed by the Greedy Wolf avatar, and more subjects rushed up. This scene seemed to be the subjects of heaven-chasing city consuming the power of the Greedy Wolf avatar. However, anyone with discerning eyes could tell. The Greedy Wolf avatar was completely at ease dealing with these heaven-chasing city subjects. It did not seem worried that its energy would be exhausted at all. In addition, there were experts like Nazario, Augusta, and Feng Luo helping the Greedy Wolf avatar deal with these heaven-chasing city subjects. It was completely impossible to rely on these subjects to defeat this greedy wolf avatar and the other experts of Blazing Sun City. Zhen shook his head. He could tell that more than 90% of the human lord's subordinates were professionals. Most of the subjects who rushed out were not professionals. Therefore, even if they could suppress the other party in numbers, it was far inferior in quality. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to defeat them with these subjects. Thinking of this, it raised its right hand, and a large amount of energy began to be consumed. At the same time, wisps of illusory strange energy condensed in its hand, affecting the surroundings of the greedy wolf avatar, Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, and the other experts of Blazing Sun City. Rule gravity, Zhen said softly. At this moment, in the distance, the greedy wolf avatar, Nazario, Augusta, Feng Luo, and the other experts of Blazing Sun City suddenly felt their bodies become at least 100 times heavier. Their expressions changed. Chapter 349, Power of Law vs Golden Dragon Break. On the battlefield, the greedy wolf avatar froze on the spot, as if it could not move at all. The eyes of the surrounding heaven-chasing city subject soldiers lit up when they saw this scene. Then, they used all kinds of attacks or skills to attack the greedy wolf avatar. Even though most of them were not professionals, they had also embarked on the path of extraordinary tier and more or less grasped some extraordinary tier power. It was just that they did not have professional skills like professionals. They were still very strong to normal life forms. However, even though they had grasped extraordinary tier power, when their attacks landed on the greedy wolf avatar, they realized that their attacks could not even break the defense of the creature in front of them. They could only cause a small ripple on its body at most. However, they did not care about this anymore. They only wanted to use their own methods to exhaust the other party's energy. The other party's energy was limited. As long as they could continuously attack, they would be able to exhaust the other party's strength sooner or later. At that time, they would naturally be able to easily defeat this greedy wolf avatar. Heaven-chasing city. Zhen's expression did not change at all when he saw that his nomological attack was effective. Laws were higher-level attacks. The two were equivalent to water and rocks. Even if they were of the same size, water could not break rocks. Therefore, in its eyes, it was only natural that its law gravity could suppress the other party. Next, as long as the subjects of the people of foreign race consumed all their energy, when the time comes, the other party would naturally be defeated. Victory would be at his fingertips. Thinking of this, it was about to turn around and return to behind the heaven-chasing lord. At this moment, howl! A divine wolf roar that seemed to come from the stars sounded. Zhen suddenly turned around. Then, he was stunned to see that the greedy wolf avatar, which was originally suppressed by him in the distance, had actually broken free from its nomological gravity suppression and began to slaughter the people of foreign race subject soldiers around him again. The energy level of this array spirit has reached the limit of the extraordinary tier. Moreover, there are more than 4,000 white platinum tier human soldiers supporting its incarnation. There are also many yellow gold tier silver tier human soldiers. You can't suppress it by relying on your own law of gravity. The heaven-chasing lord's voice sounded. At this moment, it was staring at the greedy wolf avatar in the distance. Its eyes emitted a 7-colored divine light. It could actually see through the number and strength of the soldiers inside the greedy wolf avatar at a glance. The power of the laws was indeed strong. However, they were still weak after all. The energy in their bodies could not unleash the true power of the law. Just as stones were indeed much harder than water. However, if a huge wave of the sea slapped over, the reef would also break. More than 4,000 white platinum tier soldiers. Zhen and the other 3 Shepherd's God race members revealed looks of shock. Even if this human's advancement did not require too much promotion energy like them. However, at this stage, wasn't it too ridiculous to have more than 4,000 white platinum tier soldiers? The heaven-chasing lord also saw their expressions. Maybe it's this human's lord talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached our level. Don't underestimate the other party. Attack together. It said. Okay. I'll do it. The other 3 Shepherd's God race members also walked up and stood side by side with Zhen. They raised their hands, and the power of all kinds of law surged. Law fire. Law arrow. Rule sharpness. In an instant, the world changed color. Fire swept through the world. A transparent arrow condensed in the air. At the same time, an invisible sharp law adhered to the surroundings of the arrow, increasing the power of the arrow law again. The next second, fire adhered to the surface of the greedy wolf avatar. When the surrounding subject soldiers of the people of foreign race saw this scene, they were so afraid that they did not dare to approach, leaving a large empty space around the greedy wolf avatar. The transparent arrow also shot towards the head of the greedy wolf avatar. The transparent arrow arrived at the glabella of the greedy wolf avatar in the blink of an eye. Then, it paused slightly and pierced through with the enhancement of the sharp laws. When Zhou Zhou, who was in the distance, saw this scene, he was shocked. Logically speaking, the greedy wolf avatar was built from the essence, qi, and spirit of his 100,000 soldiers. As long as his 100,000 soldiers' essence, energy, and spirit were not exhausted, there would definitely not be any flaws in the greedy wolf avatar's body. It was definitely impossible for arrows to pierce the body. However, the scene in front of him told Zhou Zhou that he could do it. Is this the power of the law? It can actually allow 4 green bronze tier advanced grade Shepherd's God race members to pierce through my greedy wolf avatar with extraordinary tier limit strength. Zhou Zhou frowned. That's right. He had already seen the strength of the 4 Shepherd's God race members. They only had the strength of a green bronze tier advanced grade. And a Shepherd's God race member with such strength could actually cause damage to his greedy wolf avatar. This made him feel that it was unbelievable. As expected of the top race that could compare to the original spirit race and the Chaos Gods race. It was indeed unbelievably strong. His gaze landed on the 200,000 people of foreign race subjects around him. He was not surprised that the heaven-chasing Lord had these people of foreign race subjects. With the Shepherd's God race's strength, they would be able to snatch so many subjects by force after all, even without talents or items like insight defection or recruitment books. Moreover, the human lords of the Cerulean planet could gather thousands of lords by establishing the Lord Alliance and obtain a large number of troops. He did not believe that these high-level bloodline lords would not think of it. However, compared to them, the soldiers under his command had 2 huge advantages. One was naturally a professionals with a ratio of more than 90%. Other than the monster army, the remaining soldiers of the Blazing Sun army were all professionals. The second was naturally loyalty. His soldiers were all absolutely loyal to him. As for these soldiers of the heaven-chasing Lord, he had already seen many deserters in the battle just now. Loyal soldiers would never run away from a battle. His gaze landed on the greedy wolf avatar again. In his perception, even though the phantom of the arrow law shot into the greedy wolf avatar, it did not cause much damage to it. Back to when the transparent arrow had just shot into the head of the greedy wolf avatar. As the core of the greedy wolf howling moon array, Wu Xian's location was at the core of the greedy wolf avatar's head. Therefore, Wu Xian happened to have to face it when the law of arrow and the law of sharpness shot in. Facing the invisible arrow condensed from the dual laws. A warning bell immediately sounded in Wu Xian's heart. The next second, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xian turned into a half-dragon. At the same time, a golden wave of air spread in all directions with him as the center and enveloped the 4008 white platinum tier soldiers in the greedy wolf avatar. Finally, it formed a real golden dragon body. It was Wu Xian's hero skill Golden Dragon Break. Then, the golden dragon charged towards the invisible arrow with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 350, 3000 Divine Kings and Rule World. Rumble. The two collided in the blink of an eye. Then, the golden dragon body shattered the invisible arrow without stopping and rushed out of the bloody mouth of the greedy wolf avatar and ran towards heaven-chasing city. Zhen and the others' expressions changed slightly when they saw this. They knew that their supreme barrier would probably not be able to stop this golden dragon just by looking at the power. They naturally would not sit back and watch the golden dragon land in heaven-chasing city. Therefore, they controlled the power of laws again without hesitation and formed an arrow surrounded by flames. At the same time, it was imbued with the laws of sharpness and arrows before shooting at the golden dragon. However, it was useless. This time, the invisible arrow formed by the three laws only stopped the golden dragon for a few seconds, causing its body to fade a little before shattering again. When the three Shepherd's God race members saw this, they condensed another nomological arrow to stop it. This cycle repeated 3 to 4 times before the golden dragon was completely defeated. When they saw this, they panted heavily as they looked at the greedy wolf avatar in shock. One of the Shepherd's God race members clicked his tongue and said, "This is the first time I've encountered such a strong lord of all races. I only have 20 to 30% of the power of the arrow law left in my divine aperture." "Me too. I still have 10% of the power of laws," the others said one after another. There was not much power of laws left in their bodies in order to stop Wu Xian's golden dragon break. That's a hero skill released by a diamond tier advance grade human hero. It's normal for it to be so powerful, the heaven-chasing lord said. However, even though it said that it was normal, there was still an obvious tremor in its eyes. A diamond tier advance grade hero. Its strength was already comparable to an extraordinary tier normal race life form. It was normal for such an existence to appear in the later stages of the Lord of all Races competition. However, it was just the beginning of the Lord of all Races competition. It was really unbelievable for such an existence to appear. When the other Shepherd's God race members heard this, their expressions immediately trembled. This human lord actually had a diamond tier advance grade human hero? No wonder he was so strong. They could not help but look at Zhen. Because Zhen was the only hero among them, Zhen subconsciously avoided their gazes. It was only at the green bronze tier advance grade. Even if it could control the power of laws, it was definitely not comparable to a diamond tier advance grade hero, right? At this moment, on the Lord battlefield, Nazario, Augusta, Fengluo, Maris, and the other experts of Blazing Sun City were cleaning up the subject soldiers of the people of foreign races around the greedy wolf avatar. The greedy wolf avatar opened its bloody mouth and a blood-red army extermination light ball condensed. Then, it shot towards the Shepherd's God race in heaven-chasing city. The pupils of the heaven-chasing lord and the others constricted. This was because they realized that the attack power used by the other party was even stronger than the golden dragon break just now. Zhen and the others gritted their teeth and were about to join forces to stop the army extermination light ball again. At this moment, the figure of the heaven-chasing lord suddenly appeared in front of them. "Let me help you," the heaven-chasing lord said. Then, it raised its hands. Buzz! A tangible fluctuation quickly spread in all directions with its hands as the center and quickly covered the entire Lord battlefield. The world suddenly changed. When both sides reacted, all the living beings suddenly realized that the world they were in was no longer the Lord battlefield, the nameless ancient city. Instead, it was an unfamiliar white world. There was nothing in this white world. It looked extremely desolate. Law world. I didn't expect this human lord to actually force the Lord's trump card out. His lordship's world law is only used when facing the true Lord and the Great One Lord. A Shepherd God race member whispered. The other members of the Shepherd's God race did not say anything. They only lowered their heads in shame. Why would their lord be forced to use such a trump card if not for the fact that they were useless? On the other side, Zhou Zhou suddenly felt an extreme pressure suppressing him from all directions. At the same time, he realized that his strength had been suppressed from yellow gold tier elementary grade to white silver tier elementary grade. How did this happen? Zhou Zhou was shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of text appeared. Supreme Will Notification, it is an effect caused by the suppression of the world slot of the power of the world law. It can reduce the strength of the heaven-chasing Lord's enemies by a large level, while the strength of the Shepherd's God race will increase by a large level. Zhou Zhou could not help but curse. Wasn't this increase too ridiculous? One suppressed and one increased, directly widening the difference of two major realms between him and the enemy? This was even stronger than the dragon-slaying will. The dragon-slaying will was only targeted at high-level life forms of the race after all. However, the other party's world slot suppression could be used on any enemy. Still, Zhou Zhou felt the Dragon Slayer King's will and chaos bloodline in his body. He could feel that no matter whether it was the Dragon Slaying King's will or the chaos intimidation of the chaos bloodline, it could make him and the people with the Dragon Slaying will immune to the suppression of the other party's world slot. At that time, he would increase his strength through the Dragon Slayer King's will. Then, the difference in strength and realm between him and the other party would increase again. He thought for a while and looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, all the soldiers inside the greedy wolf avatar, including Bai Yun and Wu Xin, felt that their strength had decreased by a major realm. At the same time, they could also sense that their dragon-slaying will was immune to this world slot suppression and that their strength would increase by two major levels at the same time. However, they had always remembered their lord's instructions not to easily reveal their dragon-slaying will, so they did not use this ability. However, even without using the dragon-slaying will, the greedy wolf avatar formed by their essence, chi, and spirit still maintained the strength of the extraordinary tier limit. The soldiers who formed the greedy wolf avatar were on average too strong after all. It was enough to support the actions of the strongest greedy wolf avatar even though their strength was suppressed by an entire level. At most, the time he could maintain the greedy wolf avatar would be shortened for a while. When the heaven-chasing Lord of Heaven-chasing City saw this scene, he immediately frowned. It realized that it had underestimated this human lord. He had used the nomological world created by his mythical tier unique lord talent 3000 divine kings, but he still could not suppress the other party's strength. It thought for a moment before its gaze landed on the four Shepherd's God race members beside it. "Do it again," it said. "Yes, my lord," the four of them said in unison. Then, he activated the power of his laws again and condensed an invisible sharp arrow surrounded by the law of fire and the law of gravity. At this moment, the strength of the four Shepherd's God race members had already increased from green bronze tier advance grade to white silver tier advance grade from the world slot. Therefore, the power of the laws used had increased by more than 10 times. However, when they saw that the arrow they had created with all their might was actually shattered by the human hero's golden dragon break 3 times, they immediately fell silent. For the first time, they realized the importance of the strength realm. In the past, when they faced lords of other peak races, they could easily destroy them and obtain victory with their talent in controlling laws. This made them gradually ignore the importance of strength and realm. However, when the human hero whose strength had been suppressed to the white platinum tier advance grade easily broke through the attack they had jointly created, they suddenly realized how important strength and realm would be at a critical moment. At this moment, the greedy wolf avatar condensed another blood-red army extermination light ball and shot towards heaven-chasing city. The heaven-chasing lord watched the ball of light descend quietly. It did not choose to surrender even if death was imminent. As proud as it was, even if it had to endure the pain of death, it would not surrender to an ordinary race. In any case, they would all revive later on. Before it died, the heaven-chasing lord looked deeply at Zhou Zhou, who was standing on blazing Sun City in the distance. "We'll meet again," it said softly. Then, in the blood-red explosion, it turned into dust with heaven-chasing city. "You have defeated the Shepherd's God race Lord Heaven-chasing Lord, mythical tier advance grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have obtained 75 ranking points. Ranking system notification, your current ranking score is 140. Please continue ranking and obtain a ranking score to increase your ranking. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your ranking score will drop.